Chapter 1, December 2024. Night. Near Jianghan Road in Jiangcheng, beneath the trunk of a street tree. Qingfeng rested his hands on his knees, his breath coming in rapid gasps, and his eyes wide with terror, all indicating that he had just experienced a considerable fright. After swallowing hard to suppress his inner turmoil, Qingfeng scolded in his mind, "So it's the dual crossing gate system, is it? Why on earth did you transport me to Huangshan village from the village of the dead, especially in the dead of night?" Fortunately, I reacted swiftly, otherwise I might have been scared to death by those filthy things. The Village of the Dead, a supernatural horror film, had haunted Qingfeng's childhood nightmares. Especially the scene where Ming ventured into the abandoned Huangshan village in search of Chu Renmai's residence. The entire village was infested with malevolent spirits. That had terrified him immensely back then. And now, just 2 minutes ago, while returning home from work, the system had activated, and it was the dual crossing gate system. Qingfeng had been overjoyed, and before he could fully explore its features, he was unceremoniously thrown into the desolate Huangshan village at night. How could that not be frightening? The system responded to the host, stating that if he felt uncomfortable or in danger, he could return to the main world at any time via the dual crossing gate. Qingfeng thought to himself, "Well, I guess I just wasted my breath. Let's hear your introduction and what functions you possess." Suppressing the urge to curse, the metallic tone in his mind chimed again. To answer the host, this system has 2 primary functions. First, dual crossing. Second, issuing mainline tasks. Should the host complete the mainline tasks, he will be rewarded abundantly. Congratulations, host. You have activated the mainline task. Rescue the 4 from the spirit game. Completion rewards: 10-fold increase in mental strength, 10-fold enhancement of cultivation aptitude, doubling of the dual crossing gate's capacity, and an increase in fortune, which can be used to enhance national fortune. Failure penalties: system explosion and host demise. Task deadline: 7 days. Qingfeng was left speechless. Upon hearing the promise of abundant rewards, he had initially thought the system had finally done something worthwhile. However, upon learning the content of the mainline task, his expression darkened instantly. Especially after hearing the penalties for failure, his face turned a shade of despair. He realized that the system he had activated was undoubtedly flawed. Otherwise, how could it assign such a ludicrous mainline task? System, can you understand my predicament? I am merely an ordinary person, and the 4 individuals in the spirit game are up against me. How could I, a mere mortal, possibly rescue them from her clutches? In the original narrative, Ming had exerted tremendous effort and ultimately sacrificed himself without rescuing them. Surely, he could not risk his life fighting ghosts just to complete a system task. Yet, there was a fatal issue. If he failed to complete the system task, after 7 days, the system would explode, and he would still meet a grim fate. It was a no-win situation. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Half a minute passed, and the system in his mind seemed to have crashed, evidently refusing to respond to any inquiries. So what was he to do now? Completing the task feels akin to seeking death. If I do not complete the task, I am still doomed. In any case, it seems I am bound for death regardless. Qingfeng murmured despairingly to himself. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his eyes brightened. Relying solely on himself was indeed insufficient. However, he could seek external assistance. System, can I request external aid to help complete the mainline task? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Qingfeng eagerly inquired. To respond to the host, external assistance is indeed permissible. The system's voice finally sounded somewhat pleasant. Qingfeng felt an overwhelming urge to weep. As long as external help was allowed, there was at least a glimmer of hope for survival. Then came the pressing question. What kind of external aid would maximize his chances of survival? Perhaps I should seek out a Taoist priest? But as soon as the thought arose, Qingfeng dismissed it. He was all too familiar with the nature of Taoist priests in this era. It would be better to wield a peachwood sword and confront Chu Renmei Heaton. While a Taoist from the world of the Village of the Dead might suffice, time was certainly not on his side. And in the original narrative, no Taoist could restrain Chu Renmei. The malevolent spirit remained even at the end of the story. Since seeking a Yin-Yang master was unfeasible, then, it seems the most viable external aid would be the state. With the help of the government, at the very least, he could devise numerous solutions, far superior to his solitary musings. Of course, Qingfeng did not harbor high hopes that the state could assist him in completing the mainline task. After all, they were dealing with Mei, who did not fall under the jurisdiction of materialistic governance. In short, he would have to treat a dead horse as a living one. No matter how formidable the external aid, it could not surpass the power of the state. Moreover, among the system rewards, there was a provision for national fortune, which the government would undoubtedly address. Resolute in his decision, Su Qingfeng did not immediately seek out the police, but instead hurried towards the bustling Jianghan Road. He understood very well that if he went straight to the police and explained the situation, the outcome would be predictable. He would be deemed insane. High-caliber hunters often present themselves in the guise of prey. It would be wiser to create a commotion and let the state come to him. Su Qingfeng was swift. Within 10 minutes, he arrived at Jianghan Road pedestrian street. He first purchased some snacks and beverages, then found a densely populated area, and with a single thought, commanded system, open the dual crossing gate. To respond to the host, the dual crossing gate is now open. Warm reminder, without the host permission, no person or object may use this dual crossing gate. As the system's voice faded, a series of white lights suddenly erupted in front of Su Qingfeng on the previously crowded pedestrian street. These white lights were dazzling, akin to cold flames. Once they appeared, they swiftly clustered together. In less than 5 seconds, they coalesced into a door measuring 3 meters in height and 2 meters in width. The entire structure was pure white and radiantly brilliant. Su Qingfeng picked up the snacks and drinks he had purchased earlier, beginning to toss them into the dual crossing gate. An astonishing scene unfolded. These snacks and beverages, upon being thrown into the dual crossing gate, did not fall to the ground but vanished without a trace. This spectacle left passers-by agape, each frozen in disbelief. My dear, am I seeing things? Is this magic? But it doesn't seem quite like it. Is there street magic on Jianghan Road? I come here every day. How come I didn't know? That can't be right. Bro, this thing clearly resembles a door. What on earth just happened? Did you not notice? Just a moment ago, a flurry of white lights appeared and then converged into this door. It's downright eerie. Look, this guy is tossing things into the light door. Wait, those items are actually disappearing. Rushing over to investigate, they were left utterly dumbfounded. It really has vanished. This is beyond comprehension. This bizarre occurrence captivated countless onlookers. The Jianghan Road pedestrian street was already bustling with people. In no time, at least 1,000 curious spectators had gathered around. Feeling that the moment was ripe, Su Qingfeng instinctively shut the dual crossing gate, offered no explanations, and began to part the crowd as he headed toward his rented accommodation. Next, all he had to do was wait for the authorities to come knocking. Su Qingfeng's rented apartment was located in Jiangxia District, not particularly close to the Jianghan Road in Jing'an District. Embracing the notion that the system was at his disposal and that there was no need to economize, he hailed a taxi to return home. During the ride, he absent-mindedly picked up his phone and opened Douyin, instinctively searching for related information. As expected, within just a few minutes, a flurry of relevant videos had surfaced. The titles were increasingly sensational. An unprecedented mystery. Is it a street magic show or humanity's secret? Breaking news, a remarkable individual in the Dragon Kingdom. What you must know about tonight's events on Jianghan Road. Incredible, an immortal has appeared on Jianghan Road. Shocking, an immortal gate emerges on Jianghan Road, guiding mortals in cultivation. As he read through the posts, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but marvel at the power of rumors. Initially, it was merely street magic, but it quickly escalated into tales of immortals guiding mortals in cultivation. The human capacity for imagination is indeed extraordinary. A little over 10 minutes later, he arrived home in the taxi. After paying the fare and stepping out, he reopened Douyin, only to find that any videos related to Jianghan Road had vanished. Even the search terms had disappeared, as if the incident had never occurred. It was clear that the authorities had intervened. At the same time, the sudden ringing of the mobile phone pierced the silence, the incoming number displayed entirely as. Having long been mentally prepared, Su Qingfeng did not exhibit undue alarm with a calm demeanor. He pressed the answer key and held the receiver to his ear, uttering a simple hello. On the other end, a robust and serious male voice resonated. Mr. Su, we are from the National Security Agency, and there are certain matters we need to discuss with you. May I inquire if you are available at the moment? We will send a representative over. Feigning a sense of equality, Su Qingfeng replied, I am available. Thank you for your cooperation. With the affirmative response received, the call was terminated. Su Qingfeng continued his journey towards his rented accommodation. The dwelling he occupied was far from luxurious, situated in a dilapidated small house within an urban village. Jiangcheng is home to a multitude of universities, resulting in an annual influx of graduates. Consequently, the salaries of those who remain in Jiangcheng post-graduation are typically not substantial. Such was the case for Su Qingfeng. His shabby abode, with a monthly rent of merely 500 yuan, along with utilities, did not exceed 700 yuan. Yet for his meager internship salary of 3,500 yuan, this constituted a considerable financial burden. Having swiped his access card, returned his rented room, and securely closed the door, he had just finished preparing a bowl of instant noodles. Suddenly, several vehicles approached with haste, halting below. The doors swung open, and figures emerged, both male and female. Their swift movements and upright postures indicated that they were individuals of no ordinary standing. Once again, the mobile phone rang. The number still comprised solely of. Setting aside his prepared noodles, Qingfeng answered the call. "Hello, Mr. Su, we have arrived downstairs. Kindly unlock the door." The voice on the line belonged to a woman, notably gentle in tone. Qingfeng acknowledged with a sound and promptly descended to open the door. As he did, he was greeted by the visage of a quintessential career woman. "Good day, Mr. Su." Upon encountering Qingfeng, she smiled and extended her right hand, introducing herself. "I am Zhang Xiaoman, the section chief of the Jiangcheng branch of the National Security Agency. You may refer to me as Chief Zhang, but I would prefer if you called me Miss Zhang or Comrade Zhang." The use of comrade implied her position and intentions. Qingfeng reciprocated the gesture, smiling as he replied, "Greetings, Chief Zhang. I trust you are already aware of my situation, so there is no need for further introductions." Zhang Xiaoman maintained her smile. "Indeed. However, there are certain matters we at the security agency require a more detailed understanding of, and we hope for your cooperation." Qingfeng responded, "Of course. Shall we proceed upstairs? We can discuss matters at a leisurely pace." Zhang Xiaoman acknowledged, "Thank you for your patience." Qingfeng's rented room was on the third floor. The ascent was brief, and soon they arrived. Upon entering the living space, Zhang Xiaoman produced a bottle resembling a perfume container from her attire and began to spray it throughout the room. The accompanying members of the security agency wielded recording devices, cameras, and various scientific instruments, conducting a thorough examination. Noticing the look of confusion in Qingfeng's eyes, Zhang Xiaoman patiently explained, "Mr. Su, please do not misunderstand. This is a matter of confidentiality, and it is also for your safety. For instance, this device in my hand emits a liquid that disrupts sound waves, preventing resonant vibrations caused by glass breakage, serving as an effective countermeasure against eavesdropping." Qingfeng replied, "I see." After a minute had passed, once the team confirmed that everything was normal, Zhang Xiaoman activated a small electromagnetic interference device, then pulled up a chair and seated herself before Qingfeng, smiling as she stated, "Mr. Su, the situation is currently unique and of utmost importance. Thus, we require a reasonable explanation regarding one particular matter." Qingfeng had anticipated this inquiry and responded, "Please proceed with your question." Zhang Xiaoman nodded with a smile. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Su. 31 minutes ago, at precisely 8:07 p.m. this evening, surveillance footage captured you engaging in some perplexing activities on Jianghan Road, accompanied by some rather bizarre phenomena. Could you elucidate this matter in detail?" Qingfeng exhaled deeply, gradually articulating the prepared statement. "You may find this hard to believe, but please remember, what I am about to say is the truth. I possess the ability to traverse into another world, and I can bring others along with me. However, I have received an almost impossible task, although there are numerous rewards for its completion, including enhancing the national fortune. If I fail, I shall perish." The response was succinct. Yet, Qingfeng had underestimated the astuteness of the female section chief before him. Zhang Xiaoman squinted thoughtfully for several seconds before locking her gaze on Qingfeng's eyes, stating, "If I am not mistaken, Mr. Su's ability to traverse is likely related to that white portal." Qingfeng affirmed, "Indeed." Zhang Xiaoman, "Has Mr. Su ever ventured into the world beyond the white portal?" Qingfeng, "I have." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoman's pupils dilated in astonishment, and her eyes sparkled with unparalleled excitement as she continued, "Could you elaborate, Mr. Su? This is of utmost importance to us, to our nation, and to the people." Mentioning this incited a wave of frustration in Qingfeng, who recounted the system's unethical operations with a tone tinged with resentment, leaving Zhang Xiaoman both amused and bewildered. After all, as the director of the National Security Agency, she swiftly regained her composure and confirmed, "Are you suggesting that the world beyond the portal is inhabited by the dead of a rural village? This portal you possess can connect to myriad realms? Is that correct?" Qingfeng, "Indeed. Furthermore, I received a primary mission from the system, also known as the portal. I must rescue the 4 individuals engaged in a spirit communication game. Failing this task would spell my demise. However, upon successful completion, I would be rewarded handsomely and gain access to the next dimensional world." Zhang Xiaoman furrowed her brow in contemplation. "Is it akin to a survival game in confinement?" Qingfeng, "One could interpret it that way, though the situation is far worse. Our adversary is the enigmatic Chu Renmei." Zhang Xiaoman reflected, "Incredible. I watched that film in my youth. It left a lasting impression. Traversing through cinematic realms is indeed extraordinary. It is true that an ordinary person would find it exceedingly challenging in the presence of such unique energy entities. Su Qingfeng tentatively inquired, "So, are you capable?" "Huh." Zhang Xiaoman chuckled softly, shaking her head. "I cannot say for certain. To be frank, since my induction, I have never encountered a situation quite like this. Yet, as an exemplary agent, I cannot admit defeat, nor can I claim it is unfeasible." Su Qingfeng silently commended her with a thumbs up. She is truly an outstanding agent. It is no wonder she has attained such a prestigious position at a young age. He pondered, "So, what shall we do now?" Zhang Xiaoman smiled and replied, "I will promptly report this to Yanjing. How to proceed will be determined by the state. By the way, Mr. Su, could you demonstrate your abilities once more? Please do not overthink it. We merely wish to create an additional backup and collect further data." Su Qingfeng, "Certainly." With that, he concentrated. And the dual portals opened once again, just as they had over half an hour prior. In the empty room, particles of white light began to materialize out of thin air, coalescing under the force of gravity. Within mere seconds, they formed a portal measuring 3 meters in height and 2 meters in width. Incredible! Witnessing this spectacle, even Zhang Xiaoman gasped, her gaze fixated on the portal, her heartbeat quickening. The 4 or 5 members of the National Security Agency beside her mirrored her astonishment. Moments later, Su Qingfeng willed the portal to vanish. Zhang Xiaoman immediately extended her right hand, smiling in gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Su, for your cooperation." Su Qingfeng, "It was a minor task, after all. I am also a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Since I have decided to surrender this portal to the state, it is my duty to do so." Zhang Xiaoman nodded appreciatively. "Thank you." Then she shifted the conversation. "However, we will need to trouble you once more, Mr. Su." Su Qingfeng inquired, "What else is there?" Zhang Xiaoman, "We must go to Jiangcheng Hospital for a comprehensive medical examination. Until the results are available, it is advisable that we do not leave. Of course, this applies not only to you, but to us as well, including everyone within a kilometer radius of Jianghan Road at that time, as well as the taxi driver you rode with." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qingfeng agreed, "Understood. In retrospect, I would have done the same. After all, this pertains to matters beyond the realm of Blue Star. Maintaining a sense of reverence is exceedingly necessary." Upon further reflection, I realized I may have acted rather abruptly. Once everything was settled, Zhang Xiaoman retrieved her computer and promptly packaged all the information, sending it to the Yanjing headquarters with internal network encryption. Simultaneously, she contacted the Jiangcheng Affairs Center regarding the medical examinations. In Jiangcheng, upon receiving the notification, the entire Affairs Center, including the head of Jiangcheng, was thrown into a flurry. They immediately commenced extensive testing. Until the results were known, everyone was to be isolated and forbidden from leaving. Naturally, all of this was to be conducted discreetly. Any attempts to publicize the matter would be met with severe penalties. In Yanjing, upon receiving the confirmed news, all the prominent figures were left astounded. Those who hold such positions are certainly not fools. They immediately recognized this as a colossal opportunity, one that could allow the Dragon Kingdom to reclaim its place at the pinnacle of the world, a once-in-a-millennium chance. If seized, the benefits would be unimaginable. Indeed, it may even propel the Dragon Kingdom beyond the solar system, transforming it into an interstellar civilization. This opportunity is undeniably of paramount significance. The nation convened an extraordinary high-level meeting. During this assembly, several fundamental national policy resolutions were passed concerning this matter. Firstly, all forces, encompassing scientific research, military, economic, and cultural resources, shall be consolidated to wholeheartedly serve the exploration of alternate realms and the completion of the Luminal Gate's primary mission. Secondly, the security level for Su Qingfeng shall be elevated to the utmost tier, with corresponding enhancements in his privileges. Thirdly, considerable special authorities shall be conferred upon Jiangcheng, with a firm requirement for the district head, Li Aigua, to unconditionally cooperate with Su Qingfeng. Unconditionally. In truth, for such a monumental affair, a mere district head of Jiangcheng would ordinarily be incapable of managing the gravity of the situation. However, due to certain undisclosed reasons, he has been compelled to take the stage. Lastly, and most crucially, is the matter of confidentiality. Firstly, all pedestrians and shop owners who witnessed Su Qingfeng activating the Luminal Gate on Jianghan Road that evening must sign a non-disclosure agreement. Furthermore, a certain undisclosed elite composite brigade originally slated for military exercises has been redirected, with additional forces being mobilized in succession. In the cosmos, Low-orbit satellites equipped with graffiti capabilities have been activated and are prepared to undertake subsequent operations in response to the evolving situation. Additionally, a multitude of esteemed scientists, professors, and academicians, having passed rigorous evaluations, shall also be sworn in and bound by confidentiality before being deployed. Everything is proceeding in an orderly fashion. Lastly, regarding the collective nomenclature of these initiatives, the meeting resolved to officially designate this monumental plan, poised to alter the destiny of the Dragon Nation, as the Spark Plan. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire. At this moment, we stand at the inception of a blazing inferno. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have already elapsed. In the past 3 days, Qingfeng has been in isolation. Initially, he underwent comprehensive examinations at the First People's Hospital of Jiangqing. Once it was confirmed that there were no adverse conditions, he was transferred to the military hospital for continued isolation and further checks. Ultimately, with the results from the military hospital in hand, he was finally able to remove the thick protective suit. During this period, although Zhang Xiaoman was also in isolation, she remained industrious. The military had significantly increased its presence in Jiangcheng, establishing a camp and a military exclusion zone near Donghu in the Jiangxia district. Soldiers patrolled alongside drones, prohibiting ordinary citizens from approaching without permission. Additionally, she collaborated with Jiangqing's Li Aigua to manage numerous trivial matters. Not to forget, she carved out time to catch up on the film The Old Corpse of the Mountain Village. In the isolation ward, Qingfeng was idly scrolling through Douyin when a series of knocks interrupted him. "Come in," he replied. Upon receiving permission, the door swung open, revealing Zhang Xiaoman, followed closely by 7 or 8 elderly gentlemen clad in Zhongshan suits and wearing reading glasses, many of whom had graying hair. Zhang Xiaoman maintained her composed smile as she greeted, "Mr. Su, thank you for your hard work these past few days. How are you feeling now?" Qingfeng replied, "I feel quite normal. In fact, I have a better appetite than 3 days ago." Zhang Xiaoman expressed her gratitude. "We sincerely appreciate your cooperation, Mr. Su. You are now free to move about before we proceed to the world of the old corpse of the mountain village." However, Qingfeng did not feel entirely at ease. He glanced at the 7 or 8 elderly scholars behind Zhang Xiaoman and inquired, "Chief Zhang, who are these gentlemen?" Zhang Xiaoman smiled and introduced, "These are reliable senior scientists who have come from across the nation. This is Lu Huajin, a physicist and an academician from the Academy of Sciences, renowned as a pillar of modern magnetism in our dragon country, and also the head of the key laboratory of magnetism at our National Institute of Physics." At this point, an elderly gentleman with a white beard extended his right hand, grinning, "Comrade Su, we have heard much about you these days. In the presence of such esteemed figures." Qingfeng responded promptly, extending his hand with a smile, "You flatter me, Lu. I am merely fortunate. The upcoming tasks will require your expertise." Lu Huajin chuckled, shaking his head. "Humility is commendable in the young, but the matters at hand concern the future of our nation and people. We must not take them lightly." Qingfeng nodded solemnly. Zhang Xiaoman continued her introductions. "Mr. Su, this is Dean Wu Zongping from the First People's Hospital of Jiangqing, an expert in neurology and the former chief physician at the Shanghai Mental Health Center." Following this, Qingfeng exchanged pleasantries with each of the elderly gentlemen present, all of whom were distinguished in their respective fields: psychology, philosophy, optics, medicine, quantum mechanics, metaphysics, and religious studies. Moreover, Qingfeng received alarming news. To ensure the successful completion of the main mission behind the light portal, guarantee safety, and foster scientific development, over 20 national-level key scientific laboratories were collectively relocating to the military exclusion zone in Jiangxia district. The number of individuals directly or indirectly involved exceeded 1 million, underscoring the nation's serious attention to this matter. Feeling a wave of unease, Qingfeng asked Zhang Xiaoman, "Chief Zhang, will all these esteemed scientists be heading to the world of the old corpse of the mountain village?" Zhang Xiaoman nodded with a smile. "Most of them will." Qingfeng expressed his concerns, "But we are dealing with a supernatural entity. If any danger arises, the losses could be tremendous." Zhang Xiaoman reassured him, "That won't happen. According to the film's premise, Chu Renmei can only induce illusions through the medium of water to kill. We simply need to avoid drinking it. Furthermore, we have made ample preparations, including seeking necessary assistance from the authorities within the film's universe." Feeling overwhelmed, Qingfeng furrowed his brow. "Authorities within the film's universe? How should that be understood?" Zhang Xiaoman explained, "It refers to the Qingfu of that era in Hong Kong. As for how to contact them, request assistance, and explain our identities, it's as follows. As she elaborated, Qingfeng grew increasingly apprehensive, realizing he had underestimated the situation. Fortunately, they had the nation's formidable support. From the current circumstances, completing the main mission should not be overly challenging, right? By the way, Mr. Su, Zhang Xiaoman continued, reaching into her pocket to produce a business card. The upcoming plans will be overseen by Mr. Li Aigua from Jiangqing. Should you have any questions, feel free to reach out to him. This is his personal phone number. She handed him the card and added, "Of course, you can also contact me, but due to the nature of my work, I may not respond promptly." Qingfeng accepted the card and tucked it away. Understood. Thank you. As their conversation drew to a close, the elderly scholars eagerly began their inquiries. Comrade Su, did you encounter any spirits while entering the other world? To be specific, did you see any of the spectral entities from Huangshan village? Could you describe the specific scenes? Also, what was the lighting like at that time? Comrade Su, can you elaborate on the sensation of crossing through the light portal? How did you suddenly come across this portal? Can you provide a detailed account? After several hours, all questions were finally addressed. Meanwhile, preparations to venture into the world of the old corpse of the mountain village were entering their final stages. The next step was to convene an operational meeting to determine the action plan. It is noteworthy that, out of respect for supernatural forces, the nation had invited several Taoists and monks to assist. However, after viewing Su Qingfeng's demonstration of passing through the dual portals, their faces paled, and they immediately shook their heads. While they were adept at performance and deception, facing genuine supernatural forces, especially under national scrutiny, was a daunting prospect. Should they fail in their duties and the nation discover they had been deceived, the consequences would be dire, not just domestically, but across the entire blue planet. Would the ghost team and international agents be on their heels? Witnessing the candidness of his counterpart, the nation could not impose its demands forcefully. Thus, a gag order was issued, prohibiting international travel, while operatives were discreetly assigned to monitor the situation. The convener of this assembly was Li Aigua, the prominent figure of Jiangqing. In addition to Su Qingfeng, the attendees included 50 to 60 venerable scientists, a dozen young researchers, and over 20 military, legal, and administrative personnel, totaling more than 100 individuals. The conference room was constructed under military oversight, adhering to national secrecy standards, rendering any eavesdropping methods ineffective within its confines. Here, Su Qingfeng encountered numerous figures he had previously only seen on television, so familiar yet distant. At the head of the table sat a distinguished elder, slender in build, yet possessing a pair of eyes that radiated brilliance, clearly not an ordinary individual. This was none other than Li Aigua, the leader of Jiangqing and the head of the Provincial Affairs Center of Hubei. For this meeting, he issued the usual procedural formalities. Upon confirming the attendance, he promptly addressed the gathering. "Comrades, we are currently undergoing an unimaginable transformation. I urge everyone to withstand the pressure and maintain our momentum. The research concerning the world of the ancient corpses in mountain villages encompasses various disciplines: medicine, economics, philosophy, culture, and natural sciences. This holds paramount significance for future mental therapies, and even psychological warfare and espionage. I implore you all to stay true to our original intentions." As his words lingered in the air, Li Aigua scanned the assembly before his gaze settled on a middle-aged man clad in a traditional Zhongshan suit. "Group Leader Zhao, have the access codes from Yanjing been transmitted?" The man, Zhao Chunming, leader of the Yanjing Special Affairs Task Force, had been tasked with handling exceptional matters nationwide. Given the unique circumstances in Jiangqing, he had been dispatched to assist. Responding to Li Aigua's inquiry, Zhao replied earnestly, "In response to your inquiry, Li Shichong, the codes have been sent along with the internal contact number and corrected cipher. Upon our arrival in the alternate world, I am confident that we can establish communication with Yanjing within a minute using our current equipment." Li Aigua nodded approvingly, and then turned to Su Qingfeng, inquiring warmly, "Comrade Su, if the mission is successful, would it be possible for you to remain there for an extended period?" Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng consulted the system within his mind, receiving the response, "Not possible." With a sigh, Li Aigua's expression turned somewhat disheartened, yet he maintained a cheerful demeanor, stating, "No matter, the present circumstances are already exceedingly favorable for us." He then directed his attention to the left, addressing Lu Huajian, "Academician Lu, please provide an overview of your research group's progress." "Understood." Lu Huajian promptly stood, retrieving his prepared notes. The first batch of magnetic flux gate magnetometers with a resolution of up to 100 picotesla has been delivered. These will allow us to measure the magnetic fields of the alternate world, particularly the fluctuations before and after the appearance of Chu Renmei. Additionally, the first batch of superconducting quantum interference devices has also arrived. This apparatus can detect magnetic field variations at the submicrotesla level, facilitating our observations of the alternate world's magnetic changes. Furthermore, related equipment such as PET, EEG, and MRI has now been received, and advanced spectrometers are already operational. However, due to time constraints, many of our laboratories, including the 100-level sterile lab, are still under construction. Li Aigua nodded in satisfaction. This pace is already remarkably swift, considering that merely 3 days have elapsed. The primary reason for this urgency is the necessity of confidentiality. Were it not for this constraint, we could have significantly surpassed the current progress. Lastly, the military is involved. 2 companies, comprising over 200 elite soldiers, are now fully prepared. Each of these warriors has solemnly pledged their unwavering loyalty and reliability under the banner of confidentiality. Upon arriving in the world of the ancient corpses in the mountain village, they will swiftly encircle the building where the original 4 members of the spiritual game reside. Furthermore, Wu Zongping has prepared an extensive array of psychotropic substances. Should the situation spiral out of control, this crude method may be the only recourse. 2 hours later, the meeting is drawing to a close. It is time for action. After a unified discussion, it has been decided that the operation will commence in 18 hours, specifically at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Although they are materialists, they recognize the necessity of extending a modicum of respect towards supernatural entities. At this moment, the sun blazed fiercely, perhaps tempering the fury of the Chu people somewhat. Originally scheduled for noon, the plan was abandoned considering the principle of yin and yang. As they exited the conference room, Wu Zongping, the director of Jiancheng First People's Hospital, jested. Before him stood He Linli, the director of the Shanghai Light Research Institute. Both had once been professors at Hucking and were old friends and colleagues. Upon hearing this, He Linli responded with a bemused smile. Old Wu, I would like to, but as scientists, we must adhere to the principle of seeking truth from facts. By the way, wouldn't tea preparing black donkey hooves be more effective? Wu Zongping frowned in contemplation, shaking his head and replied, No, black donkey hooves are effective against the great Zongzi. We still need the peachwood sword and talismans. Oh, and let us also invite a statue of Guan Yu. It would surely be effective. He leanly chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. You may go ahead with that, but I will pass. My interest lies solely in research. Old Wu, what do you think the existence of Chu Renmei truly represents? Wu Zongping murmured, hard to say. Common states of matter typically include solid, liquid, gas, and plasma, and clearly, it does not fit any of these. If classified as a Bose-Einstein condensate, it also seems inappropriate. This consciousness, existing independently of matter, is referred to in films as resentment. Yet to categorize it as gas is evidently nonsensical. According to the film's premise, Chu Renmei is unaffected by gravity or attraction and experiences neither resistance nor friction. He leanly sighed deeply. This little brat Su Qingfeng has presented us with a significant conundrum in the scientific community. Wu Zongping laughed heartily, not just the scientific community. As more dimensions of the universe are unlocked in the future, the challenges will undoubtedly multiply. I am curious what it will be like when the portals to the realms of fantasy or mythological journeys open. He leanly's gaze sharpened, filled with boundless imagination. If that day truly comes, the advancement of human science may elevate us not just one, but several dimensions, propelling us into a higher dimensional civilization. At that point, longevity, interstellar travel, and cosmic colonization may no longer be mere dreams. Wu Zongping's eyes sparkled with hope. I truly wish that day would arrive soon. The next day arrived swiftly after the meeting. At 1 p.m., under the blazing sun, Zhang Xiaoman presented a list to Li Aigua, Li Shichang. Here's the complete list of personnel for the first operation. All team members and equipment are ready. This mission is led by academician Liu Huajian of the National Academy of Sciences, with Special Affairs Group Leader Zhao Chunming as the deputy leader. The team comprises a total of 341 individuals, all of whom will don medical protective suits. In addition to the team leader, the members will be divided into the following sub-teams: a 4-member outreach team led by Deputy Leader Zhao Chunming, responsible for official communications with otherworldly entities; a 7-member sampling team from Jiangqing's medical team, tasked with collecting samples of soil, air, water sources, and cadavers from the other realm; and most importantly, the team dedicated to the collection of Chu Renmei's remains. This team's sole objective is to locate Chu Renmei's body in the water pool, divert the water, and place the jade bracelet back on her wrist. This suggestion to divert the water was proposed by Lu Huajin. Chu Renmei can only create illusions and kill through this medium of water, yet her remains lie within the pool. To retrieve them, they must enter the water. What to do? Simple. Drain the water. If the pool is completely drained, even Chu Renmei's immense powers would be rendered ineffective. Additionally, there is a medical team of 13 led by Wu Zongping, responsible for checking the water quality in Huangshan village and conducting mental health assessments. There is also a language team of 5 different research work groups, and a contingent of 232 elite warriors, led by the current commander of the Southwest Falcon Special Forces, Xiao Jinyang. After listening to the report, Li Aigua slowly nodded and advised, "Your arrangements are commendable. You may proceed according to this list. Remember, under no circumstances should you drink the water from that side." Zhang Xiaoman affirmed, "Understood." All participants have watched the original film at least 10 times, memorizing every detail. Li Aigua added, "Furthermore, we must ensure the safety of Comrade Su." Zhang Xiaoman's expression turned serious. "Understood." Presently, Su Qingfeng has become a beacon of hope for Longgua's future. The national fortune reward from the main mission is merely one aspect. More importantly, this is an entirely different world. Thus, the safety of Su Qingfeng is of utmost significance. On December 9, 2024, at 12:40 p.m., the 341-member team for the conquest of the Otherworld officially assembled. At precisely 1 p.m., under the approving gazes of team leader Lu Huajin and deputy leader Zhao Chunming, Su Qingfeng felt a stirring within and activated the communication system, reopening the portal to the myriad worlds. Then, under Lu Huajin's leadership, the entire team passed through the portal, vanishing from the vast scientific laboratory. Simultaneously, in the temporary command center, several once bright LED screens abruptly faded to a dull gray, accompanied by a chilling crackle of electricity. Li Aigua looked up, gazing at the slowly closing portal, his expression complex as he murmured, "The means of communication have completely failed. The signal transmission between the two worlds cannot synchronize. Now, you can only rely on yourselves." In the mountainous village of the Old Corpse Realm, time, 1990s, location, Hong Kong, Tsim Sha Tsui. This is a relatively bustling street, with a steady flow of traffic and crowds, vibrant traffic lights illuminating the Pearl of the Orient in all its splendor. A couple dressed in Hong Kong fashion was indulging in sweet nothings on the street. Suddenly, 5 meters to the right of the couple, a brilliant white light door materialized out of thin air, illuminating the surroundings for hundreds of meters. As time passed, the light door expanded rapidly. In mere seconds, it grew to a height of approximately 3 meters and a width of about 2 meters. Following this, the door swung open, revealing modern individuals from Dragon Country clad in medical protective gear, cautiously stepping out. The first to emerge was Xiao Jianyang, armed with a Type 03 automatic rifle. What does it feel like to travel through realms? He had initially imagined it would be like in a sci-fi movie, spinning disoriented or even feeling nauseous like a pregnant woman. However, his recent experience proved he had overthought it. As the blinding light faded, they found themselves in the other world behind the door. Following him were dozens of fully armed elite soldiers. They formed groups of 3 and swiftly dispersed to secure advantageous positions. Close the safety, avoid friendly fire. Repeat, close the safety, avoid friendly fire. Xiao Jin commanded in a booming voice. The soldiers responded in unison, simultaneously removing their silencers and preparing their firearms. They also donned thermal imaging devices and low-light night vision goggles, while establishing a perimeter and dispersing the crowd. A young couple, seemingly affiliated with a certain gang, was on the verge of confrontation, with the young man threatening, "Do you know who my elder brother is? It's Duan Kuan from Tsim Sha Tsui." However, upon witnessing our fully armed soldiers, equipped with sniper rifles, machine guns, and individual shoulder-fired rockets, their bravado waned. They glanced at the bizarre portal that continually expelled individuals, and then at the soldiers encased in medical protective suits. This left the young couple from Hong Kong pale with fright. Oh my goodness! They fled in sheer panic, seemingly devoid of life. The soldiers responsible for dispersing the crowd felt an overwhelming urge to laugh. Yet, it was understandable. Were they to switch places, they too would likely be deeply terrified. Su Qingfeng and Captain Lu Huajian, the third batch to arrive through the portal, had just landed when a metallic prompt echoed in Su Qingfeng's mind. Ding! Host has arrived in the dimensional world, the corpse of the mountain village. Notice 1. Only 3 days remain until the deadline for the main quest. Notice 2. After completing the main quest, departure must occur within 24 hours, or face obliteration. Notice 3. The next dimensional world will open 3 days after completing the main quest. Notice 4. Ensure the 4 members of the Spirit Communication team survive for 3 days to complete the task. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Su Qingfeng divulged all the information to Lu Huajian without hesitation. Given the system's formidable nature, relying solely on oneself was futile. Only the nation could offer hope. Lu Huajian's expression turned grave as he replied, "Rest assured, Comrade Su. We will do whatever it takes within these 3 days to help you fulfill the main quest." Ensuring those 4 individuals are not harmed by Chu Renmei, Su Qingfeng countered, "What will our course of action be?" Lu Huajian responded, "We will act according to the film's narrative, drain the water from the pond. Then, place the jade bracelet back onto the corpse's hand to quell the vengeful spirit. Once the resentment is pacified, those 4 will naturally survive." Su Qingfeng thought. As expected of the nation, such boldness in draining the water. Very well, he agreed. At this moment, the first contingent of team members had arrived in succession. Several hundred soldiers established a military exclusion zone with a diameter exceeding 500 meters, centered around the double entry point. Various meticulously prepared scientific equipment, communication devices, diesel generators, and construction materials were promptly entering the assembly phase. The aim was to reach the debugging stage within 2 hours and to meet operational standards within 4 hours. In terms of communication, a high-frequency military drone had already taken flight. Shortly thereafter, the operator's hoarse yet exhilarated voice rang out, "Captain Liu. The drone has reached the critical altitude of 652 meters, and the signal is currently stable. Image transmission is normal. Radio communication is functioning properly. This is indeed splendid news. With communication functioning smoothly, the forthcoming command and collaborative efforts will be considerably more manageable. Well done, and keep up the excellent work." Lu Huajian encouraged enthusiastically. Half an hour later, he glanced at his phone and felt that the time was about right. In this world, time diverges from that of the primary realm. It is currently 9:33 p.m., according to the narrative of the original play. They would soon commence their ascent at around 10 o'clock. "Comrade Su, if we were to intervene and prevent them from drinking water, would that be effective?" Lu Huajin sought Su Qingfeng's opinion. Uncertain, Su Qingfeng resolved to consult the system. As anticipated, the answer was negative. The 4 individuals had already consumed the water from the pond prior to the game, and according to the plot, their fates were sealed, regardless of any intervention. What a pity, Lu Huajian sighed. Time was of the essence. He approached Zhao Chunming, who had already activated a specially prepared communication device to liaise with the authorities in Yanjing, aiming to secure their unwavering support. The specifics of the explanation remained undisclosed due to confidentiality protocols. Lu Huajian inquired, "Team leader Zhao, what is the current status?" Zhao Chunming set down the communication device and replied with a smile, "The dialogue on my end is progressing remarkably well. The Yanjing side is gradually acknowledging the current reality and is beginning to apply pressure and provide necessary clarifications to the Hong Kong authorities. Furthermore, they have inquired whether we require any assistance." Lu Huajian nodded in satisfaction. "As long as the identity issue is resolved, we can proceed without concern. I now entrust this matter to you. The true challenge is only just beginning." Zhao Chunming, visibly excited, clenched his fist and proclaimed, "Understood." "Indeed," Lu Huajian affirmed. After delegating responsibilities to the deputy leader, he began to account for the personnel. 5 research teams comprising over 100 of the most resolute elite warriors, equipped with state-of-the-art scientific instruments such as spectrometers, squids, and EEGs, swiftly advanced towards their target location. Su Qingfeng was appointed as the guide. With the system's guidance, they accurately located the building where the quartet engaged in the essence resided. On the ground floor, Lu Huajian reiterated, "Comrades, we are materialist workers. Everything we encounter henceforth will be scientific phenomena. Remember, do not drink the water from there. This vengeful spirit will have no power over us. The murderous methods of Chu Renmei are mere illusions. To induce hallucinations, a medium is essential. Without a medium, she is utterly powerless." "Yes, understood." Over 100 scientists and military personnel echoed in unison. Lu Huajin commanded, "Activate all scientific detection devices and collectors. The instruments word to life. Commence operations," he declared. As soon as his words resonated, Over 100 elite warriors and scientific researchers surged towards the residential building. Chu Renmei had once been a renowned Cantonese opera singer. The chilling segment from the original play derived from the Cantonese opera selling flesh to raise orphans. Her husband, a village teacher named Bu Wantian, appeared cultured, yet was a beast in disguise. To be with a young woman from a moneylender, and to avoid public disgrace. He orchestrated a scheme to catch villagers in the act of adultery, using extrajudicial punishment to brutally murder Chu Renmei. Her face was battered beyond recognition, and her body was carelessly wrapped in a mat and discarded on a hillside. After her demise, through the insides of a small insect, she uncovered the truth. Her rage unquenchable, transforming her into a vengeful spirit wreaking havoc upon the world. One could argue that she was a tragic figure, were it not for the system's mandate. Qingfeng would have avoided any confrontation with Chu Renmei, refraining from seizing individuals from her grasp. Simultaneously, on the 4th floor of the residential building, in the home of rubbish for young individuals prepared to engage in ascents. The 4 individuals are Annie, Debi, Biggie, and Rubbish. Additionally, there is Amin, who possesses the innate ability to see spirits. At that moment, Rubbish had filled a glass with water and placed it on the table, handing a fruit knife to Amin, saying, "Amin, it is your turn." Due to his supernatural sight, Amin was highly resistant to such occurrences and immediately waved his hand in refusal, stating, "I want to participate. I want to drink your blood. If you wish to play, do so without me." Upon hearing this, Debi expressed her displeasure, lamenting, "Are you serious? It's only now you decide not to play." Biggie, seated nearby, also voiced his dissatisfaction, advising, "Come on, what is there to fear? By drinking our blood, you can experience the worlds within our minds." Debi seemed to have an epiphany, exclaiming, "Oh, I see. You must have met another girl and are afraid that Annie will find out, which is why you refuse to play." Amin shook his head, responding, "Think what you will. Regardless, I will not partake." Annie, his girlfriend, dismissed his concerns, insisting, "Why shouldn't I play? It's a rare opportunity." Amin replied, "Forget it, you all can play. I'll just sit aside." He then stood up, clutching a newspaper, and moved to a corner. At that moment, Rubbish had already sliced open his finger with a fruit knife, allowing his blood to drip into a basin filled with water. Following closely were Big B, Annie, and Biggie. Once the blood and water mingled, each took a sip. Rubbish then produced a bottle, extracting a viscous substance from within, which he dripped into the vessel and heated over a candle flame. As the substance was subjected to the fire, it emitted a foul and peculiar odor, causing everyone to furrow their brows and shake their heads in dismay. "What on earth is that, Rubbish? It reeks," they exclaimed. Rubbish chuckled and replied, "It's corpse oil. Quite difficult to procure." With that, he extended his hands, preparing to commence the ants. However, at that very moment, a thunderous knocking reverberated through the door, accompanied by the authoritative voice of academician Lu Huajin announcing, "We are from the Hong Kong Immigration Department, suspecting that illegal immigrants are concealed within this premises. Please open the door immediately for inspection." As Lu spoke, he braced for the worst, ready to breach the door if it remained unopened after 3 knocks. Inside, upon hearing the commotion at the door, the others turned to Rubbish, bewildered, and inquired, "Rubbish, when did you harbor illegal immigrants?" Rubbish, taken aback, shook his head. "I haven't tea. Even if there were any, surely you would be aware of it." Hearing this, Annie and Aming exchanged puzzled glances. "Never mind, I'll answer the door," Aming declared, setting aside the newspaper and rising to approach the door. Annie, Big B, and the others wore expressions of disappointment, realizing that their ants would have to be postponed. At the door, as it creaked open, Aming froze upon seeing armed soldiers clad in medical protective gear, brandishing rifles. "Who are you?" he stammered, instinctively assuming they were malevolent spirits. Yet, upon closer inspection, they were clearly not. Lu Huajian and his team recognized Aming's familiar face, confirming they had indeed arrived at the right location. He promptly displayed his credentials, stating, "We are from the Special Affairs Handling Center of Dragon Country, and we require your cooperation regarding an urgent matter." With a mere glance, several armed special forces swiftly advanced, pushing him back into the room. Following closely were Qingfeng, Director Wu Zoping of Jiangcheng First People's Hospital, He Linli, Director of the Shanghai Optical Research Institute, Psychologist Qin Kaiwen, and Xiao Jianyong, Commander of the Southwest Falcon Special Forces. Along with dozens of elite soldiers and several scientific research teams, over 100 individuals filed in. As Lu Huajian entered the room, a chilling breeze swept through the living room. its icy touch sending shivers down their spines. Even with prior precautions, clad in protective gear and having taken stabilizing medication, he felt the bone-chilling cold. Suppressing the unnerving sensation, he commanded, "All special forces, secure the doors and windows, especially the restroom. Replace all ammunition with the first 3 rounds being blank. Should anyone show signs of losing control, their companions are authorized to fire." Sampling Group A was instructed to proceed to the restroom to dismantle the toilet and bathtub, placing the debris into collection bags. Sampling Group B was to gather the water sources from the room, along with the corpse oil and any remaining blood. The magnetic monitoring team was to activate all scientific instruments, while the optical monitoring team began analyzing all light sources in the room. The psychological monitoring group was to continuously assess the mental state of the target individuals, and the medical monitoring group was to keep a close watch on their physical condition. The first special team was tasked with restraining the target individuals securely, while the second special team was to confiscate all sharp objects in the house. With particular attention to kitchen knives, the linguistic communication team stood by, ready for any necessary translations. Under Lu Huajian's directives, all soldiers and research team members commenced their urgent and orderly activities. The immediate priority was to eliminate any sharp instruments, potential weapons in the wrong hands, followed by the activation of various scientific instruments, with numerous seasoned special forces personnel engaged in the operation. These individuals are the elite of the nation, each having endured the brutalities of battle and witnessed countless tragedies of humanity. The horrifying scenes within the decaying village hold no terror for them. They have encountered far more dreadful sights, even having laid their heads to rest beside the dead. Upon receiving orders, they swiftly subdued the 4 individuals seated around the table, binding them with prepared handcuffs and deploying an array of instruments upon their bodies, not neglecting to administer various stabilizing medications. Furthermore, the restroom poses a significant concern. In the original narrative, Rubbish met his demise in the restroom, frightened to death. Hence, it is imperative to address this matter with utmost seriousness. Toilets, bathtubs, and similar fixtures must be demolished. Who dares to frighten others by emerging from a toilet? I shall promptly eliminate this threat. With over 100 individuals mobilizing, their speed is remarkably swift, and the collective energy they harness is formidable. However, confronted with this unexpected turn of events, the 4 members of the Spirit Communication game, along with Amin, who possesses an innate ability to see the supernatural, find themselves bewildered. What is happening? What on earth is going on? Weren't we investigating illegal immigration? The 5 stand frozen in place, dumbfounded by the scene before them. They naturally notice that many among these individuals are military personnel armed with genuine weapons, exuding an unmistakable aura of lethality, indicating they have taken lives, and not a few. Additionally, there are others wielding various instruments previously unseen, engaged in measurement, verification, and monitoring. This scene rendered everyone speechless. Long official. At that moment, it was Amin who first responded, forcefully suppressing his inner doubts. He exclaimed. Lu Huajin had already made all necessary arrangements. Upon hearing Amin's voice, he approached, scrutinizing him up and down, and a faint smile appeared on his face. You are Amin, correct? Amin's eyes widened in surprise. Sir, do you know me? Lu Huajin nodded affirmatively. Indeed. With my innate ability to see both realms, I have a profound impression of you. Amin remained speechless, utterly perplexed as to when he had caught the attention of such a high-ranking individual. Sir, I truly cannot comprehend your words. Could you please enlighten me on what is transpiring? Lu Huajin began to respond, but before he could articulate his thoughts, the once bright lights in the room flickered erratically, as if influenced by an unseen force. Suddenly, the wind outside howled ferociously, causing the living room windows to fly open and bang violently, echoing like the anguished wails of vengeful spirits. Simultaneously, a chilling gust swept through the previously still room, plunging the temperature even lower. The various teams who had just set up their monitoring equipment immediately reported their findings. Captain Liu, there is a significant change in air composition. Just moments ago, the oxygen level was nearly 26, nitrogen 62, carbon dioxide 0.34, and an unknown gas at 3. Now, the unknown gas level has surged to 5. Next came the magnetic monitoring team. Captain Liu, the magnetic field strength has changed drastically. It was only 0.2T, but now it is approaching 0.6T, nearing the strength of clinical small-scale magnetic resonance devices. The psychological monitoring and medical teams also reported varying degrees of significant findings. Only the optical monitoring team had yet to uncover any noteworthy results. Lu Huajian's thoughts whirled chaotically. According to the cinematic narrative, Chu Rinmei possessed the ability to influence reality to a certain extent. For instance, Xiao Chong had perished under a steel pipe she controlled, impaled through his mouth, with the pipe protruding from his skull, an inescapable death. Yet, that was the extent of her power. She could merely manipulate the steel pipe, relying on gravity and potential energy. Lu Huajin had already prepared for any eventuality. Calmly, he issued orders. Special Team 1, shatter all glass windows immediately. Special Team 2, prepare electromagnetic guns and ultrasonic bombs, and ensure safety precautions are in place. Medical Monitoring Team, closely supervise the subject and monitor all aspects of their mental state and brainwave activity. Understood? Yes. Affirmative. At Lu Huajin's command, all window glass was shattered and collected in specially prepared containers. Simultaneously, several ultrasonic bombs detonated. Due to their preparedness, no one sustained injuries. Likewise, this seemed to have little effect on Chu Rinmei. Next came the electromagnetic guns. Given the connection between the emergence of vengeful spirits and the magnetic field, it stood to reason they would be influenced by it. Although this reasoning lacked solid grounding, it appeared to yield some effect. At the very least, many present, including Lu Huajin, heard a piercing scream of despair. Meanwhile, the four psychics who had consumed water experienced a vision akin to the original script. Under the influence of the medium, they beheld terrifying scenes that they would regret for life. It was a spectacle more horrifying than any nightmare. Terrified, their eyes turned pale. The stabilizing medications proved ineffective, and their throats erupted in desperate cries. Let me go. Let me go. No. Help. No. Save me. Help me. Get away. Annie, Rubbish, Biggie, and Debbie struggled like mad, their gazes fixed toward the bathroom in the living room, their faces contorting in horror. Quick, administer the sedative. The medical monitoring team, having prepared in advance, promptly took out syringes and injected the four psychics with sedatives. Ultimately, hallucinations are but illusions. Under the powerful effects of the medication, within 20 seconds, the four fell into a deep slumber. Amin stood dumbfounded nearby, possessing the ability to see both realms. He naturally understood what was occurring and glimpsed the terrifying scene near the bathroom. However, with so many people present and his girlfriend in dire peril, he forced himself to shake off the horror and turn to the medical personnel before him. Doctor, how is my girlfriend? Annie, wake up. Wu Zongping observed the brainwave chart while swiftly recording data. Nearby, his doctoral student and assistant quickly responded. Mr. Amin, your girlfriend has merely fainted. There is no need for concern. Amin's heart raced with anxiety, but I clearly saw that thing. What if it harms Annie? That will not happen. We conducted research before coming here. This malevolent spirit can only kill through hallucinations, and since she has fallen unconscious, she is in no danger. Amin opened his mouth to speak, but, though anxious, the reasoning of his interlocutor held some merit, and he felt powerless to act. Simultaneously, Amin was immensely curious. Who were these individuals? At this moment, the chilling sensation had intensified significantly. Forcing himself to suppress the fear within, he proclaimed loudly, Chu Rinmei, we are scientific researchers, harboring no ill intentions towards you. Our sole purpose for being here is to ensure the safe passage of these four individuals over the course of 3 days. Your illusions hold no power over us. If possible, let us engage in a dialogue. Allow these four to survive for 3 days and assist us in our scientific inquiry. In return, we shall grant you a request within our means. Please do not doubt our capabilities. Having already established contact with the nations of this world, he felt emboldened to utter such words. In this scene, to an outsider, Lu Huajin appears to be conversing with the air. Yet, in the next moment, a woman's voice suddenly resonates within the room, singing a poignant aria. When the beloved is in joy, the maid is in sorrow. The heart's grievances are known to the moon. Encounters are rare, yet parting is easy. The abandoned woman now regrets her tardy feelings. Do you remember, dear, when the phoenix joyfully spread its wings? Do you recall, the butterfly that betrayed its affection now mourns the lost branches? Do you still cherish the old love that has no place to return? Alas, dear friend, are you aware that my long illness has rendered me frail, and soon I shall perish from heartache for you? The song is originally titled Selling Meat to Support Orphans, a renowned segment of Cantonese opera. However, the quality of this female voice is truly horrifying. To hear such a sound is enough to send shivers down one's spine. As for the singer, her presence remains elusive. The more enigmatic the scene, the more it instills fear, yet clearly, this does not extend to Lu Huajin and his companions. Science is an ever-evolving discipline. The notion of vengeful spirits may be dismissed in their absence, but once they manifest, they fall within the realm of scientific inquiry, thus becoming a subject of study. For example, now, an ordinary person would likely be terrified by such a voice, but under Lu Huajian's orders, an array of scientific instruments operates at full capacity, relentlessly gathering this eerie melody. Simultaneously, super-tactical searchlights blaze to life, illuminating the previously dim and shadowy room, rendering it brighter than the outdoors under the sun. Coupled with the presence of many people, the once chilling sound of the opera gradually diminishes. Sure am I? Are you certain you will not reveal yourself for a conversation? Lu Huajian reiterated. Just as he finished speaking, an intensely cold presence surged towards him. Concurrently, the monitoring team members exclaimed in unison, "Captain Lu, the concentration of the unknown gas has reached 7.3. We are attempting to collect it." Captain Lu. The magnetic field intensity has reached 1.9 T. Captain Lu, our optical monitoring team has made a discovery. Before the team member could complete his statement, he was abruptly silenced. For before them, in the previously vacant space, a figure appeared out of thin air, a woman with disheveled hair, clad in a blue robe. Her back hunched, materializing before everyone. The figure was exceedingly terrifying, with hair obscuring its face, rendering its features indistinguishable. Fortunately, there were many people present. Had there been fewer, or if one were alone, they would surely have succumbed to fright. At last, Chu Renmei revealed her true form, even with some preparation. Lu Huajin was still taken aback by this sudden manifestation. However, within the next moment, he regained his composure and began to observe intently. He noticed that it differed somewhat from the depictions in films. Chu Renmei's form lacked solidity, resembling a translucent entity enveloped by a membrane. Could it be that the overwhelming presence of people in the room was affecting her? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lu Huajian shook his head decisively and commanded, "All working groups, immediately commence sampling of the target and report the data. Special Team 1, increase the light intensity. Special Team 2, activate the airflow devices to see if we can lift her hair for easier study." Under Lu Huajian's orders, the various teams sprang into action. Before them, Chu Renmei stood bewildered. Even as a vengeful spirit, she was rendered speechless by the scene unfolding before her. She had intended to contort her form to create a terrifying spectacle, hoping to frighten these audacious intruders into fleeing. Yet, their reaction was overwhelmingly abstract. With a piercing and resentful tone, she questioned, her voice akin to nails scraping glass, making one's scalp prickle. However, to her astonishment, Lu Huajian, with a grave expression, retorted, "Why should you fear?" Chu Renmei's voice grew even more venomous as she endeavored to appear more terrifying, declaring, "Because I am a vengeful spirit, I will kill you." As her words lingered in the air, Lu Huajian interrupted, "No, you are not a vengeful spirit. You are our subject of study. Furthermore, your ability to affect reality is quite weak. You primarily rely on illusions to kill, and we are fully prepared for this." He continued, "Rather than becoming adversaries, why not become allies? If you agree to assist in our research, we can grant you a modest request in return. Do not doubt our capabilities." Repeating these sentiments once more, Chu Renmei was left utterly stunned. What was happening? She began to question her very existence. She knew she appeared frightful. Any normal person would be terrified, if not paralyzed with fear. Yet, these individuals before her displayed no trace of fear, even going so far as to label her a research subject. Madness. This group had lost their minds. Lu Huajin, observing the dazed Chu Renmei, refrained from pressing her, patiently awaiting her response. According to cinematic conventions, her ability to influence reality was exceedingly limited. Otherwise, she would not need to rely on water as a medium for her malevolence, nor would she depend on intimidation to instill fear. If one refrained from drinking water and possessed a resolute will, then no matter how terrifying Chu Renmei appeared, she could inflict no substantial harm. Have you contemplated this thoroughly? Please remember, we only request 3 days. Noticing her prolonged silence, Lu Huajian seized the opportunity to further persuade her. Contributing to science is a noble endeavor, one that can secure your legacy. I believe you should ponder this carefully. Did you not wish to attain fame in your lifetime? Now is your chance. Rest assured. As scientists, once you agree, you will be our comrade. We would never harm our comrades. Chu Renmei felt as though she had misheard, that she had lost her sanity. How could a vengeful spirit, a killer of countless souls, be associated with the term comrade? Ah, she shrieked, her entire form twisting in an eerie arc. I can grant you 3 more days for these individuals. Remaining here would surely drive her mad once more. She needed to leave immediately. upon finishing her statement. Her translucent form vanished instantaneously. The dim lighting in the room returned to its previous state, and the temperature, which had dropped significantly, began to rise once more. She knew well that with these individuals present, she could not kill those four. She had no choice but to depart. As for agreeing to assist them in scientific research, what a ludicrous notion. I, Chu Renmei, a vengeful spirit, am to cooperate in scientific endeavors? Lu Huajian, unwilling to accept defeat, persisted in his entreaties. However, the rising temperature indicated that Chu Renmei had indeed vanished. What a pity, Lu Huajian lamented with a heavy sigh. This is indeed an exceptional sample for researching supernatural powers. It is truly regrettable to let it slip away. He is not alone in this sentiment. Dozens of esteemed academicians present share the same thoughts. Wu Zongping sighed deeply, expressing his disappointment. It's such a pity that it's gone. I was hoping to take this opportunity to explore the issues of mental force, control, and how consciousness influences matter. His old colleague, He Linli, the director of the Shanghai Optical Research Institute, pondered aloud. Old Wu, the notion of consciousness affecting matter seems more philosophical, doesn't it? However, it is rather peculiar that the eerie wind earlier even stirred our protective gear slightly. If consciousness can indeed manipulate matter, that would be a monumental discovery. Wu Zongping shook his head. I find myself suddenly less convinced. After all, this is a cinematic realm. The molecules and atoms that compose this world may differ significantly from our own. Upon hearing this, He Linli fell into contemplation, murmuring, You make a valid point. Old Wu, do you think this might be related to the unknown gas that occasionally surges? Could it be that this gas induces a quantum entangled state, thereby influencing the molecular structure of matter and, subsequently, a reality? Wu Zongping chuckled, teasingly responding, Old He, as an experienced researcher, how can you still fall into the naive traps of young scientists? When faced with uncertainty, you resort to quantum mechanics, right? Although spoken in jest. Wu Zongping recognized that this might indeed represent a form of scientific explanation. Similar questions bubbled in the minds of all the scientists present, sparking ongoing discussions. Director He, how is your optical monitoring team faring? What were the specific changes in light data when that figure, Chu Renmei, suddenly appeared? One researcher contemplated, if vengeful spirits truly exist, does that mean our world also harbors such entities? I find it unlikely, as our atmosphere lacks the unknown gases essential for their existence. Although we remain unaware of the gas's exact composition, I sense that if we could decipher the method behind Chu Renmei's illusionary attacks, we might uncover the key to accessing higher dimensional civilizations. I concur, even if we cannot master the use of this key. Its sheer magnitude could yield unforeseen benefits in military applications, economic endeavors, espionage, medicine, and propaganda, among others. Especially critical would be its implications for the advancement of neurology and cranial studies. However, they lamented the severe time constraints they faced. After completing their mission, they had to return within 24 hours or face erasure. Indeed, and upon our return, the second-dimensional world will soon open, with more mysteries awaiting our discovery. A sense of nostalgia washed over them, as Wu Zongping mused about aging. How have I grown so old? With so many research topics at hand. Just tonight's observations alone could yield thousands of academic papers. Yes, another scientist chimed in, if only I were younger. A group of scientists shared in this poignant reflection. In their quest to uncover the rules of the universe, the emergence of the dual crossing gates seemed to open doors to higher dimensional civilizations. Yet, the vast amount of research required was daunting. Nevertheless, they understood the importance of taking measured steps. Haste could lead to folly. At Lu Huajian's end, he suppressed his feelings of regret and retrieved a communication device to contact the location of the dual crossing gates. The call was answered by Zhao Chuming, whose tone was fervently animated. Team leader Lu, how are things? Lu Huajian responded candidly, neither good nor bad. He had hoped to persuade Chu Renmei to cooperate with their academic research, but her unwillingness would complicate their future studies. Thankfully, she had agreed to allow the 4 individuals to live for an additional 3 days, solidifying the completion of their primary mission. Zhao Chunming expressed his excitement, tinged with regret. What a pity. If Chu Renmei had been willing to cooperate, we could have saved considerable time and funds, real, tangible benefits. With a sigh, he shifted the conversation. By the way, I hope no one has drunk from the pond water? Lu Huajian replied, no. What is the situation on your end? Zhao Chuming queried. He answered, the state has intervened. Personnel from Xiangjiang have arrived. The chief of Xiangjiang is personally overseeing matters. Additionally, The sample collection team has reached the pond from the original narrative, and 20 high-capacity pumps are ready for operation, with the power supply secured by Xiangjiang. So there are no issues. Lu Huajin instructed, "Please connect me." "Understood," Zhao Chuming acknowledged. A crackling sound of electricity filled Lu Huajin's earpiece as the call was swiftly connected, followed by the roaring noise of the pumps at work. "Team leader Lu, this is the sample collection team." Lu Huajin inquired, "What is the current status?" On the other end, they reported, "Measurements indicate the pond's deepest point is 12.7 meters, and its widest point is 43 meters. Based on our calculations, the total water volume is approximately 3,752.6 cubic meters. With our 20 large pumps, we estimate it will take a maximum of 45 minutes to drain." Lu Huajin continued to emphasize, "We have confirmation that Xu Renmei has left, but she may return to the pond. Please ensure safety and thoroughly clear the area of sharp objects. Most importantly, under no circumstances should anyone drink from the pond water or even the nearby Mountain Dew." "Understood. Team leader Lu. Our team members have brought their own water and protective measures are being strictly enforced," came the assurance from the other end. Lu Huajin added, "Once the bracelet is placed back on the original corpse, return promptly." He had initially considered suggesting they retrieve the corpse for scientific study, but reconsidered due to Xu Renmei's terrifying capability for violence. After all, given the passage of time, there is always a chance for complacency. "Better safe than sorry," he reflected. "Understood," they replied. After ending the call, Lu Huajin led his team out of the building, retracing their steps. Meanwhile, Qingfeng had been observing the events unfold. To be candid, when the chilling sound of the opera began and Xu Renmei manifested, he was nearly left speechless. It was utterly terrifying. Thankfully, the state had intervened. Reporting was indeed the right course of action. Had they relied solely on their own efforts to confront such a malevolent spirit, not even 10 lives would suffice. Simultaneously, Qingfeng contemplated the future. If the first-dimensional world's task had proven so extreme, what would await them in subsequent realms? Would they face a zombie apocalypse, a martial arts universe, a world of deities and demons, a realm of immortal heroes, a fantastical universe, or a sci-fi landscape? Surely they would not be thrust into a battle against Thanos right from the outset, or tasked with defeating the evil sword immortal right away. That seemed implausible. Qingfeng sincerely believed such scenarios were impossible. Every endeavor requires a gradual approach, and the system could not be so absurd. Otherwise, the next mission might demand he eliminate Thanos or vanquish a powerful cultivator from a fantastical world. Even with the assistance of nations, the situation remains as grim as a dead end, potentially causing harm to both parties involved. The temporary encampment remains active, as the dual passage gates remain open for reasons of transport and safety. The second batch of researchers, liaison personnel, and military staff, along with the necessary scientific experimental equipment, has now been delivered. The total number of individuals has exceeded 1,000, and within the coming 3 days, over 2,000 more are expected to arrive. Given the efficiency of our operations, we can manage tens of thousands in mere moments, which is entirely feasible. However, considering certain sensitive issues and the imperative need to evacuate swiftly post-mission, only a limited number of personnel have been deployed. At this moment, a 1-kilometer radius around the dual passage gates has been entirely cordoned off. Several hundred fully armed soldiers, clad in protective gear, stand at the ready. Meanwhile, 7 or 8 temporary national-level scientific laboratories, testing centers, and quarantine facilities are being constructed at an accelerated pace. Concurrently, representatives from Xianggang have arrived, and under Zhao Chuanming's leadership, we are engaged in discreet discussions and amicable negotiations regarding sensitive matters. Everything is progressing steadily. At this moment, Lu Huajin returned triumphantly with dozens of soldiers and several research teams. "Academician Lu, you have finally returned," exclaimed Zhao Chuming, the deputy commander of the camp, who rushed over upon receiving the news. As for the individual from the Hong Kong metropolitan area, after clarification, he could simply return from whence he came. In the face of overwhelming strength, the opposing party dared not act recklessly. Upon entering the quarantine center, Lu Huajin responded via intercom to Zhao Chuming, who stood outside the specially designed glass. "Group leader Zhao, how's the situation at the camp?" Zhao Chuming replied through the intercom, "Everything is proceeding smoothly." Lu Huajin nodded slightly. "Good. Let us initiate the subsequent plan promptly. We have only 3 days." Zhao Chuming acknowledged, "Understood." He then adjusted the intercom channel and issued orders within. "Commence the subsequent plan. Begin sampling and research. Remember, Safety is our top priority, the hundreds of arriving scientists solemnly affirmed. Subsequently, they commenced various sampling, monitoring, disinfection, and inspection procedures on the more than 100 individuals, including Lu Huajin, who had entered the quarantine zone. X-rays, electroencephalograms, electrocardiograms, ultrasounds, blood draws, and numerous other procedures were carried out. In addition, the data they had brought back, including samples collected by the sampling equipment, required thorough analysis, particularly the unknown gas that had been surging when Chu Renmei appeared. Leading this research endeavor was Professor Fu Jiangwo, a meteorologist and atmospheric physicist at Huqing University, who, at a relatively young age of merely 56, wore gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes gleaming like those of a predatory cheetah. "Professor, what methods should we employ for our research?" inquired his two doctoral students and assistants within the makeshift sterile laboratory. In response, Fu Jiangwo asked, "What instruments for detecting air composition have arrived at the Qingfeng camp?" The two doctoral students replied, "Professor, the GC-MES and PDAR-MES have arrived, as well as the infrared gas analyzer. However, for the more updated equipment, we will have to wait a while longer." Without hesitation, Fu Jiangwo replied, "Then we shall use mass spectrometry and infrared spectroscopy. Also, please contact He Suo, the director of the Shanghai Optical Research Institute, whom you met last year. I require some data, and I need you to retrieve it." The two doctoral students acknowledged, understood. Aside from the research work, there was another matter concerning the 4 members of the Spirit Communication Group, including Amin, who possessed innate clairvoyant abilities. In the modern world, there had never been a case of an individual with such abilities, and several ophthalmology PhDs believed Amin's condition held substantial research value. Perhaps the means to cure cataracts, glaucoma, and complex retinal diseases could be discovered through Amin's unique sight. As for the 4 members of the Spirit Communication Group, they were currently placed in a separate isolation zone, securely bound to their beds, with no sharp instruments present. Over the next 3 days, these 4 would spend their time in isolation, akin to laboratory mice, with every detail of their clothing, bodily cells, and atomic structures under scrutiny. Particularly, the water they consumed and their neural control systems required targeted research. Lastly, it is noteworthy that, for research purposes, representatives from the state had approached several renowned Taoist sites in mythological texts, such as Qingfeng Mountain, Longhu Mountain, and Maoshan, preparing to summon 4 distinguished Taoist priests. Perhaps these priests could indeed exert some influence. It remains to be seen. Meanwhile, by the water side, thanks to the efforts of 20 large pumping machines, and with upstream water diversion already in effect, in merely 43 minutes, the once 7-meter deep pool had transformed into a shallow pond of less than half a meter at its deepest point. The corpse of Chu Renmei lay conspicuously at the deepest section. The next steps were relatively straightforward. They would simply approach, using detectors to locate the jade bracelet, and then place it onto the wrist of Chu Renmei's corpse. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by the ethereal beauty from Chu. Observing her cherished water pool transformed into a mere puddle, an inexplicable fury surged within her spirit, threatening to explode. She bellowed in anguish, "Why can they not leave me in peace even after death? Why?" While she could come to terms with the notion of assisting these individuals in their scientific endeavors, the act of draining the water was utterly intolerable. It felt like a direct assault on her very essence. She yearned to thwart these reckless intruders, yet, as they had not consumed the water, her illusions proved futile. Most perilously, the individuals donned protective suits, exuding an aura akin to those within the confines of that room. Even if she were to expend her own ethereal energy to reveal her true form, it is unlikely that they would be struck with fear. Perhaps, they might even persuade her to assist in some scientific inquiry. The more she pondered, the more vexed Chu Renmei felt, yet she found herself utterly powerless. The skeletal remains lay beneath the pond, in the shallow waters, leaving her with no avenue of escape. At that moment, she could not help but recall Nie Xiaoqian from a Chinese ghost story. However, while Nie Xiaoqian was bound by the tree demoness, she found herself ensnared by this group of remarkably steadfast materialist scientists. Just as she was at a loss for what to do, a message arrived from the sample collection team, which was armed with detectors. "Captain Su, the remains and the jade bracelet have been located." The leader of this collection team was a middle-aged man named Su Hu, who was formerly the captain of the criminal police unit in the metropolis, having handled numerous intricate cases and witnessed many crime scenes. Crucially, he held a resolute materialist perspective, entirely unacquainted with the concept of horror. Thus, he was perfectly suited to lead the team. Upon receiving the news from ahead, Su Hu promptly commanded, place the jade bracelet upon the wrist of the remains, and then elevate the remains for sampling. At the bottom of the pond, the second sampling team had arrived, standing beside the skeletal remains of Chu Renmei. Just as in the original narrative, before them lay a skeletal remains of a human, accompanied by a jade bracelet radiating an ethereal glow. They assisted in carefully placing the jade bracelet back onto the wrist of the corpse, and with great caution, they lifted the remains onto a stretcher and transported it towards the shore. In a short span of time, the remains reached the land. The personnel in charge had already prepared towels and drying equipment. Be mindful that not a single drop of water enters the mouth, Suhu admonished. Understood, Captain Su. The team member handling the situation replied loudly. Upon hearing this, Suhu nodded before turning his attention to the dragged-up remains. This is a stark white skeleton. Precisely as anticipated. The facial features of the skull have decayed, resembling a catastrophic fracture. The two arm bones stretch skyward, as if questioning the heavens for their injustice. Without his prompting, several forensic experts have already retrieved sampling tools, commencing their collection of specimens from the remains. They strive to preserve the integrity of the remains, for she, too, is a pitiable soul. Suhu lets out a soft sigh, examining the skeleton while offering a reminder. Indeed, Captain Su, replies the forensic expert responsible for sample collection, whose movements subsequently become markedly more delicate. In less than a minute, all samples are obtained, and Suhu orders the remains to be placed into the pre-dug grave. After donning the bracelet on his right wrist, he ensures the burial is complete before reporting back to the camp. The camp has already coordinated with Xiangjiang. Henceforth, this grave shall remain undisturbed. Once all tasks are concluded and nothing is overlooked, Suhu commands the team to regroup and head towards the camp. Meanwhile, on Chu Renmei's side, the moment the jade bracelet is worn, the malevolent energy within her begins to dissipate in large waves. Nevertheless, her terrifying gaze remains filled with resentment and bitterness. Why? Why must the heavens treat me so unfairly? I want to kill. I want to annihilate everyone. Chu Renmei has completely lost her sanity, her spirit twisting into an eerie form, her blue robe billowing without wind, black blood oozing from her head. Should an ordinary individual witness this scene, they would surely be struck dead on the spot. However, that opportunity has passed. In less than half a minute, the malevolent energy within Chu Renmei dissipates entirely, followed closely by her spirit vanishing, appearing instead in the underworld. As for the camp, in the subsequent 3 days, all scientists, researchers, and warriors operate under immense pressure. Time is exceedingly precious. Wasting even a minute is an extravagant luxury. Even during meals, everyone is in a frantic rush. Ultimately, under such high pressure, with nearly half of the researchers' eyes bloodshot, a research direction codenamed Qingfeng finally achieves a significant breakthrough. The project leader is Professor Fu Jiangwo. Alongside his 2 doctoral students, nearly 20 scientists and researchers join the effort. Exhausted yet exhilarated, they press on. Lu Huajin, having completed his isolation period and received updates, swiftly arrives with his team. Simultaneously, over 200 scholars, academicians, and professors from the temporary camp also converge. Professor Fu, I hear you have made substantial progress? Lu Huajin inquires, his expression equally vibrant, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. Indeed, Fu Jiangwo responds with excitement, picking up a stack of draft papers and gesturing to the calculations inscribed upon them. These are my observations and records from the past few days. Our research team has discovered that the volume and basic physical properties of this unknown gas are identical to those of normal gases. However, several critical factors differ entirely from the air in our world, namely density and mass. Taking 1 cubic meter as an example, through calibration and experimental calculations, we find that under standard conditions, the density exceeds that of our world S1, 29 kilograms per cubic meter by 0.21 grams. Utilizing the air mass calculation formula, MV, we determine the mass to be 1.5 kilograms. Of course, these figures are based on standard conditions, yet they are astonishing nonetheless. Though Lu Huajian specializes in magnetism, he is an academician with a broad knowledge base. Upon hearing Fu Jiangwo's words, he swiftly realizes a significant issue and exclaims with enthusiasm. If that is the case, then according to the pressure expression P0.5V, assuming wind speed is 1, which equates to 0.75 pascals, it exceeds the original 0.645 by 11.6 atmospheres. Does this mean we have discovered the key to controlling the climate? It is well known that pressure has a considerable influence on weather. Factors such as the greenhouse effect, urban heat island effect, ocean currents, atmospheric circulation, and latitude all impact weather. with pressure being central to it. When Typhoon Capricorn ravaged our people, many citizens from the mountainous cities remarked that had it not been for the intense high pressure here, suppressing Capricorn, it would have turned and struck the old folks of Guizhou instead. Given that pressure significantly affects weather, and considering the extraordinary nature of Qingfeng, it seems plausible that controlling the climate, or at least the weather, is not beyond the realm of possibility. No wonder Chu Renmei could summon winds at will. What a pity, murmurs Wu Zongping, the director of Jiangcheng First People's Hospital, in realization. At that moment, Professor Fu Jiangwo shook his head in regret and remarked, "We are currently unable to ascertain the exact composition of this gas. If we could clarify this and find a means to produce it in large quantities at a low cost, only then would we truly possess the capability to control the weather." He Linli, the director of the Shanghai Light Research Institute, added with a smile, "Moreover, there are boundless and inexpensive sources of clean energy, wind energy and tidal energy." Laughter erupted among the crowd as they were filled with anticipation for the future. At this moment, Su Qingfeng, who had been rather inconspicuous, interjected, "Professor Fu, if we adhere to your assertion, wouldn't we be compelled to manufacture a considerable amount of yin energy? According to the cinematic narrative, this yin energy appears to be detrimental to the human body. Is this scientific?" Su Qingfeng genuinely wished to elevate his presence in the conversation. However, being merely an outsider with little understanding, he was content not to cause any disturbances for the nation. The advanced scientific instruments before him were utterly perplexing. "Haha," Lu Huajian laughed heartily upon hearing this, nodding earnestly. "Comrade Su's suggestion is quite commendable. Although it may lack scientific rigor, what we are engaged in is, in essence, unscientific." Su Qingfeng pondered thoughtfully. "Oh." Lu Huajian then shifted his focus to Professor Fu, stating, "Professor Fu, we shall rely heavily on your research team moving forward. It is imperative that we ascertain the composition of this gas. The people of Yusheng and Qiangxing are in dire need. The residents of Yusheng frequently suffered from torrential rains due to climatic conditions. For instance, in that one year, the rainfall in just 1 hour was equivalent to 106 Westlakes, which was indeed alarming. As for the people of Qiangxing, they endured relentless typhoons annually. Naturally, the potential applications of this research are vast, though such matters cannot be rushed." Fu Jiangwo's eyes sparkled with determination. "Understood. I shall fulfill the task entrusted to me." After reviewing the research data, everyone returned to their respective duties. On Lu Huajian's side, he too was engrossed in his research, albeit on a different topic concerning the essence of Chu Renmei and the absence of resistance and friction. It is well known that to traverse walls and evade the interference of matter, one must escape the burdens posed by resistance and friction. However, just as the research delved deeper, it was abruptly halted by Zhao Chuming, who had received a document from Yinjing. With a tone of gentle sympathy, he handed it to Lu Huajian, saying, "Team Leader Lu, I understand your temperament. Try to see things from a broader perspective. The higher-ups have their own difficulties." After perusing the classified document, Lu Huajian summoned a source of fire, burning the paper while smiling and shaking his head. "It's of no consequence. The advancement of science must respect objective truths and natural laws. We have countless realms to explore ahead of us. It is unnecessary to become entangled in such trivial matters." Zhao Chuming nodded in agreement. Indeed, using the modern vernacular of youth, one might say the future is promising. As the two conversed, at that very moment, within a designated isolation zone, several Taoists dispatched by the state were employing their lifelong knowledge to confront the yin energy stored within specialized containers. They utilized talismans, peachwood swords, incantations, coppercoin swords, and even their ancestral skills of summoning spirits. The outcome was evidently futile, as none of these methods had any effect on the yin energy. Furthermore, returning was not an option. Before the news of the dual passage could spread widely, they were required to remain in their confinement. This may seem somewhat cruel, yet it is a necessity. For even with a confidentiality agreement in place, one cannot guarantee that these individuals will refrain from divulging secrets. In the face of significant moral dilemmas, I, the rabbit, shall never show leniency. On the side of Su Qingfeng, upon returning to his opulent suite in the luxurious campsite, he was poised to continue his leisurely life of contentment when a long-forgotten metallic notification echoed in his mind. Ding. "Congratulations, host. Task completed." "Congratulations, host. You have received a task reward." "Congratulations, host. Your mental acuity has increased tenfold." "Congratulations, host. Your cultivation aptitude has been enhanced tenfold." "Congratulations, host. The dual portal has expanded by a factor of 2. "Congratulations, host. Your fortune has increased, can be actively utilized or bestowed upon the nation to enhance its fortune." Congratulations. Host, the countdown to the next dimensional world has commenced. 720000. Warm reminder 1. The background of the next dimensional world is a zombie realm. Warm reminder 2. Main task, eliminate Old Master Ren, the royal zombies, and all zombies in Zombie Town to prevent these creatures from causing further harm. Task deadline, 15 days. Warm reminder 3. Task completion reward, indestructible body, cultivation aptitude increased by 100-fold, thunder calling technique, beginner level. Warm reminder 4. Please ensure to depart within 24 hours. Failure to do so will result in obliteration. Accompanied by this metallic notification, an extraordinary sensation coursed through Qingfeng's being. First and foremost was the enhancement of his mental acuity. It was not akin to the invigorated feeling upon awakening, but rather a different experience altogether. It could be aptly described as heightened focus. To illustrate, an adult typically maintains concentration for about 30 to 50 minutes during a lecture. At this moment, Qingfeng felt that he could sustain this focus for at least 10 times longer. This is undoubtedly an exaggeration. Although this ability may seem inconsequential, it is undeniably crucial for my future development. Qingfeng was immensely surprised. The dual passage to the heavens encompasses myriad worlds, and it will undoubtedly involve elements of the fantastical in the future. With a mental capacity stronger than others, I will naturally learn more swiftly and enhance my abilities at an accelerated pace, given the same innate talent. Moreover, his aptitude has been amplified tenfold. However, unlike mental strength, the enhancement of aptitude primarily manifests in cognitive function and memory. For instance, matters that previously required several thoughts to clarify can now be comprehended with a single thought. And the same applies to memory retention. Furthermore, there is a peculiar sensation within his body, as if his cells have undergone a transformation. It is an extraordinary feeling, indescribable yet exhilarating. After several minutes of examining the changes within himself, Qingfeng turned his attention to the fortune aspect. According to the prearranged plan discussed with the state, he allocated his fortune points to bolster the national fortune. Congratulations, host, the national fortune of your country has been enhanced. As time ticked away, Qingfeng felt a sense of perplexity. It seemed that he did not perceive any significant changes. Oh well, it doesn't matter, he murmured, then shifted his gaze to the few warm reminders. The zombie world appears manageable, with a relatively minor disparity in combat strength. In this world, Qingfeng finds the background somewhat acceptable. However, he cannot help but feel that the main quest is excessively arduous. Though his mental prowess and cultivation aptitude are commendable, they do not reach the level required to eradicate these undead foes. Certainly, he could leverage his current abilities to seek mentorship under the esteemed Master Geo and subsequently accomplish the mission. Yet, such an endeavor seems unnecessary and overly cumbersome. Moreover, the state would likely disapprove of such actions. Qingfeng is acutely aware that if he were to embark on a solitary quest to vanquish these formidable zombie bosses, the repercussions would be dire should the government become aware of it. As long as he remains unscathed, all is well. However, if any mishap were to occur, the loss of the dual crossing gate would spell disaster for the nation's future. The opportunity to defy fate and ascend to the pinnacle of global nations, a once-in-a-millennium chance, would be irrevocably lost. This is utterly unacceptable. Rather than focusing on this matter, Qingfeng directed his attention towards the rewards of the task. These are all exceptional items, each one immensely needed. The indestructible body greatly enhances one's self-preservation capabilities. The enhancement of cultivation aptitude by 100-fold will aid me significantly in my pursuits within the realms of fantasy and divinity. Furthermore, there is the thunder summoning technique. Although it is merely the basic version, Qingfeng is already content. This is indeed the thunder law. While watching a zombie movie, he had once been enamored with the Thunder King for a period. The reason is simple. Who could resist the allure of hands conjuring lightning? However, those old scholars, upon learning of this, might not immediately associate it with electricity and industrial applications. Qingfeng's mind was a tempest of thoughts. Shaking his head to cast aside these chaotic musings, he picked up his communication device. Team Leader Lu, are you there? After a crackle of electric currents, a youthful voice responded, Hello, Mr. Su. Team Leader Lu is currently presiding over a meeting. Please, what is the matter? Qingfeng replied, I just received a system notification. The mission has been accomplished, and we must vacate this realm within 24 hours. Upon hearing this, the secretary on the other end clearly panicked for a moment before quickly regaining composure and anxiously responding. Understood, Mr. Su. I will notify Team Leader Lu immediately. Please hold on for a moment. Qingfeng affirmed. All right. Meanwhile, in the temporary conference room of the Spark camp, this is the first plenary meeting convened in 3 days. The principal focus of the meeting is a thorough deliberation on whether we should transport certain elements from this world back to our own. Should we succeed in this endeavor, the benefits for future scientific research would undoubtedly be substantial. However, there exists a significant security risk. Who can guarantee that these supernatural samples, such as the essence of Ain, the malevolent energy, or the powdered remains of the beautiful Chu people, will not trigger some insidious chemical reaction? Particularly, given that we have yet to fully comprehend the composition of the unknown gas we are dealing with, there is a real danger that we may inadvertently unleash the next biohazard crisis. Our meteorological monitoring team still advocates for the complete retrieval of the samples, provided that we implement adequate protective measures akin to those used with lunar soil. At the very least, we have yet to discover any tangible harm these samples may pose to the human body, nor have they exhibited any chemical reactions with the natural substances we have previously transported. The leader of the meteorological monitoring team, Fu Jiangwo, adjusted his glasses and steadfastly maintained his position. Upon hearing his words, the attendees engaged in further discussion. At that moment, the door to the conference room creaked open, and the secretary approached Lu Huajian, seated at the head of the table, whispering a report. Upon hearing the news, Lu Huajian's eyes sparkled with hope as he exclaimed, "Comrades, let us cease the debate. Comrade Xiaosu has new information." "What is it? Is it true? What news do you bring?" The 100 or so academicians, researchers, professors, and scientists present halted their discussions, their faces alight with anticipation as they turned toward Lu Huajian. Indeed, Lu Huajian replied without further elaboration. He stood and, accompanied by a group of scientists, hurried towards Qingfeng. Within 5 minutes, they arrived, knocking on the door before entering. "Comrade Xiaosu." Lu Huajian greeted warmly upon seeing Qingfeng, who was deep in thought. "We rushed over as soon as we heard you had new developments." Behind him, the 8 heads of research teams, including Wu Zongping, He Linli, and Fu Jiangwo, looked on with earnest expectation. Qingfeng wasted no time in revealing, "Just now, the system in my mind informed me that the mission has been completed, and we are to leave this world within 24 hours. Regarding the system rewards I previously mentioned, I have received them, and I feel my memory and concentration have significantly improved, though I cannot articulate the specifics. The next world we shall enter is a zombie realm, where the task is to eliminate the zombies transformed by Old Master Nian, the royal zombies, and all the zombies in Zombie Town. The time limit for this task is a mere 15 days. Upon receiving this information, Lu Huajian and the others were not surprised. Instead, they fell into deep contemplation. Professor Qingfeng, a psychologist, inquired, "Comrade Xiaosu, could you kindly reiterate the nature of the rewards you received and how you obtained them?" "Certainly," Qingfeng replied, tightening the protective suit he wore. "Firstly, both my mental strength and cultivation aptitude have been enhanced tenfold, and the dual passage has expanded by a factor of 2. As for how I acquired these, it was quite sudden, akin to what one might find in a film or online novel." Wu Zongping, the director of the First People's Hospital in Jiangcheng, furrowed his brow and said earnestly, "Comrade Xiaosu, once we return, would you be willing to cooperate with our research and examination? Rest assured, we would never harm you. We merely seek to uncover the energy transmission code of the system. If we can unlock it, we could potentially mass-produce cultivation prodigies, laying a solid foundation for our future endeavors across myriad realms." Qingfeng would certainly not refuse, but he cautioned, "I can assist. However, time may be tight, as the portal to the zombie realm will open in 3 days, leaving us with only 15 days to complete this task." Wu Zongping expressed his gratitude sincerely, saying, "That will suffice. Thank you, Comrade Xiaosu." At this moment, Lu Huajian, who had remained silent, suddenly inquired, "Comrade Xiaosu, after the release of your system task, were there any rewards granted for the completion of the tasks?" This matter holds no secrets, as Qingfeng candidly revealed. There are 3 rewards: an indestructible body, a 100-fold enhancement in cultivation aptitude, and the primary thunder summoning technique. Upon hearing his words, the assemblage of seasoned scientists present experienced a cacophony of buzzing in their minds, overwhelmed by sheer astonishment. Yet, this astonishment swiftly morphed into elation. With discussions erupting in a chorus, an indestructible physique? This has transcended into the realm of the fantastical, perhaps even a treasure of a 2-dimensional civilization? I entertain a bold notion. Should we thoroughly investigate this, we might significantly reduce the mortality rates in hazardous professions. I dare say, The thunder summoning technique bears even greater significance. This art allows one to summon and control thunder, emphasizing the element of control. Lu, your expertise in magnetism should afford you a solid understanding of electricity. Wouldn't you care to elaborate? As the discourse progressed, the scientist's attention converged upon Lu Huajian. Deep in contemplation, he addressed the collective gaze directed at him, articulating his analytical conclusion. According to the law of conservation of charge, charge cannot be created or annihilated. Thus, before delving into this inquiry, we must clarify what precisely the summoned thunder entails. It may not be thunder at all, but merely an external manifestation of a different substance. Of course, this remains speculative. However, one thing is certain: if we can indeed control thunder and fully comprehend its underlying principles, we may unlock an inexhaustible source of electrical energy. The power of lightning needs no elaboration. It is abundantly rich. In an ideal scenario, it could even inspire advancements in our research on controllable nuclear fusion. Yet, as I mentioned, this is merely conjecture. Upon hearing his insights, the assembled scientists fell once again into deep contemplation. Before them stood Qingfeng, who thought, well, I am not disappointed. Upon the mention of thunder and lightnings, the scientists immediately associated these concepts with industry and energy. Due to time constraints, a thorough exploration of this matter is currently impractical. Lu Huajian turned his gaze back to Qingfeng, sincerely inquiring, Comrade Su, we require your assistance with a matter of great importance. We wish to transport some samples from this world, but we fear unforeseen complications. Could you inquire with the system residing in your mind? Qingfeng nodded with a smile. Not a problem. He then posed the question to the system in his mind. The response was, as long as the host consents. Any influence will automatically dissipate upon entering the system space or traversing the dual crossing gate, ensuring no adverse reactions with the material of another world. Qingfeng relayed the system's exact words, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the scientists, who expressed their reassurance. If that is the case, we have little to worry about. With proper precautions, transporting the samples poses no issues. Indeed, I am quite eager to bring back the original character name to me. Alas, time is insufficient. Otherwise, I would have liked to explore Huangshan Village, which is depicted as a ghost village in the original narrative, significantly enriching our sample collection. Oldie, do not despair. The zombie realm, once opened, will surely present spirits such as the ghostly figure Xiaoyu. Ah, that female ghost possesses far greater powers than Churanmai. Capable of profoundly affecting material reality, we must tread carefully. That is true. As the scientists continued their discourse, Qingfeng discerned a query and turned to Lu Huajian. Lu, what are your plans regarding the zombie world? Lu responded with a calm demeanor, smiling as he said, I have seen some films depicting zombies, ghosts, and supernatural beings, accompanied by Taoist arts. While we may lack confidence against formidable ghosts and monsters, we are well equipped to tackle the zombies central to our mission. For instance, RPGs, rocket launchers, anti-material sniper rifles, grenade launchers, self-propelled artillery, and if need be, we could deploy armed helicopters to bombard them or incinerate them with flamethrowers. Qingfeng acknowledged, indeed, zombies may be impervious to blades and bullets, yet before artillery and flamethrowers, they are merely walking tin cans. Consider the original narrative of Mr. Zombie, where the elder was ultimately incinerated. As for the royal zombie and Uncle Zombie, while its tough exterior may resist conventional rifles, we could utilize anti-armor rounds. No matter how resilient the zombie, can it withstand steel plates hundreds of millimeters thick? Following half an hour of deliberations on various details, Qingfeng once again opened the dual crossing gate. It had indeed expanded significantly, standing nearly 6 meters tall and 4 meters wide. Many weapons, scientific instruments, and equipment that initially required disassembly could now simply be packed and transported. Subsequently, a multitude of scientists, researchers, and elite soldiers hastily retreated from the camp. The final matter at hand involved the personnel from this world, particularly the 4 mediums and a mean, who possessed an innate ability to perceive the yin and yang. After 3 days of research, regrettably, they had uncovered little of value, extracting only some blood samples, brainwave data, and electrocardiograms before allowing them to depart. Thus concluded the episode in the world of the old corpse in the mountain village, as the last soldier returned to the modern world. Qingfeng was about to close the dual crossing gate when suddenly a notification appeared in the first 5 worlds. The host will randomly receive 2 opportunities to unlock permanent traversal rights to 2-dimensional worlds. Permanent traversal rights? Qingfeng's expression brightened, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Upon returning from the old corpse in the mountain village, all individuals were required to undergo a collective, comprehensive medical examination. Safety procedures were of utmost importance. Once no anomalies were detected, they could finally remove their cumbersome medical protective gear. However, one might think this marked the end of their troubles? Not at all. A new challenge was just beginning. The zombie fusion realm would commence in merely 3 days, leaving them scant time for preparation. After all, Qingfeng's main mission allowed only 15 days. Not a moment could be squandered. After a brief respite, the hundreds of scientists promptly immersed themselves in their new tasks, primarily focusing on the samples brought back from the old corpse in the mountain village, including the Yin energy, malevolent aura, soil, water from the pond, powdered remains of Chiranmai, and blood samples from the 4 mediums. There are numerous tasks to be undertaken. Lu Huajin and Zhao Chuming, the captain and vice-captain, are exceptions. Upon receiving the urgent order for a meeting, they brought along Qingfeng and made their way to the camp's conference room. During the journey, Qingfeng's gaze remained fixed on the camp's surroundings, filled with a sense of emotion and pride. Upon entering the world of the ancient corpse in the mountain village, the camp was dotted with military tents, covered by sunshades to prevent satellite photography, and the ground was pockmarked. Now, the terrain has been leveled, and the tents have been replaced by structures resembling those found on construction sites. After walking for over 6 minutes, they finally reached the entrance to the conference room. After passing through 3 security checks, they pushed the door open with a creak. Inside the conference room sat Li Aigua, the head of the Jiangcheng branch of the Persimmon Bureau, Zhang Xiaoman, the director of the Jiangcheng Security Department, along with several elderly gentlemen dressed in Zhongshan suits. Comrade Qingfeng, you have arrived. Please, take a seat, Li Aigua said, a benevolent smile gracing his face as he gestured toward the chairs in the conference room. Indeed, Qingfeng replied, accepting the invitation and settling comfortably into his seat, followed closely by Lu Huajin and Zhao Chuming. At the head of the table, Li Aigua began the introductions. These gentlemen are comrades from Yinjing, all of whom are our own. Greetings to you all, Qingfeng responded with a smile. Clearing his throat, Li Aigua continued, the purpose of today's meeting is to discuss a matter of great importance. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaoman produced a prepared document and began to read. Over the past 3 days, the Lakai satellites of the Eagle Empire have passed overhead no fewer than 20 times. Additionally, the Starlink satellites from Musk's company have also made several attempts to capture images. Although our low-orbit satellites had preventive measures in place, spraying space graffiti in advance, and the entire camp was covered with sunshades to thwart satellite photography, ultimately, one cannot hide fire with paper. It is merely a matter of time before intelligence leaks. Regardless of our confidentiality levels, the number of personnel involved is simply too great. Moreover, with the large-scale mobilization of troops, weaponry, and equipment, it becomes nearly impossible to avoid leaks. It is only a question of time. Qingfeng furrowed his brows tightly. Despite possessing the advantage of the celestial passageway, the nation is yet to mature. It is unwise to confront the Eagle Empire head-on at this juncture. He inquired, directorly, what does the higher-ups expect us to do? Lu Huajin and Zhao Chuming turned their gazes toward him as well. Li Aigua, at the head of the table, picked up the prepared remote control and pressed a button directed at the projector, stating, the higher-ups believe that we can only delay matters for a maximum of 6 months. After this period, the secrets will inevitably leak, and we will face unprecedented international pressure, including public opinion, economic, military, and regulatory pressures, as well as some internal strains. Furthermore, our northern neighbor may very well turn against us. At this point, Li Aigua had activated the projector, displaying a video. This is a video that cannot be publicly mentioned, encapsulating the nation's heartfelt wishes and unwavering support for the Spark Plan. 5 minutes later, as the video concludes, the atmosphere in the room becomes somewhat somber. Qingfeng is acutely aware of the immense pressure faced by the nation, a pressure unprecedented in its intensity. The news regarding the dual crossing portal, once known to foreign powers, would undoubtedly incite a fervent scramble to seize it. Li Shichang, what does the country need us to do? Please, enlighten me. Qingfeng's gaze shifted from the familiar figures in the video, his tone growing solemn. With a deep exhale, Li Aigua, seated at the head of the table, replied, Comrade Su, you possess the potential to earn substantial rewards from the system. In the near future, the nation will require your significant cooperation for numerous research endeavors. Furthermore, we hope to assign you a bodyguard, this young lady Zhang Xiaoman, who is beside me. Regrettably, we may not be able to approve your application to travel abroad for the next 3 years. As he concluded, Li Aigua's tone bore a hint of resignation, alongside an expression of empathy and guilt. Qingfeng, not naive, comprehended the underlying message. Sending Zhang Xiaoman was both for protection and surveillance, and the denial of his travel request served as a clear indication. Zhang Xiaoman, feeling a mix of discomfort and regret, remarked, "Mr. Su, your decision to turn over the system to the nation speaks volumes. We should not treat you in this manner. However, we sincerely hope you can understand, as your mastery over the dual-crossing portals is of utmost importance to our Dragon Nation. In an effort to make amends, we are willing to accommodate any reasonable request you may have, within legal confines." Li Aigua chuckled. "For instance, if you desire a spouse, the country will provide. Even if you wish to marry several princesses from small nations, it would not be an issue." Laughter erupted among the elderly attendees, who regarded Su Qingfeng with amusement. They could easily employ coercive measures to ensure Su Qingfeng's cooperation, but chose not to, as they were citizens of the Dragon Nation, not of foreign powers. Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng could only smile in disbelief and waved his hand, saying, "If that is all that concerns us, I have no objections. The moment I decided to hand over the system to the nation, I was prepared for everything. After all, should I fail to complete the main quest, I shall face the same fate. As for the notion of the state providing me with a wife, I am currently more intrigued by the leading ladies of cinematic worlds." Lu Huajian, joining in jest, said, "Oh, in that case, feel free to express your desires to the state. They will surely accommodate you." Su Qingfeng shook his head with a smile. "Li Shichang, please don't jest. I'm not certain who I fancy just yet. When the time comes, I shall inform the state of my preference." Lu Huajin laughed heartily. "Indeed, make sure to relay your wishes to the state, and they will certainly fulfill them." Li Aigua then shifted the conversation, his tone resolute and earnest. "Comrade Su, with your cooperation, I firmly believe that even in just 6 months, we can endow our great nation with the confidence to stand against the world." Zhang Xiaoman affirmed, "Absolutely." Lu Huajian echoed, "Certainly." Su Qingfeng felt a surge of emotion. Indeed, given the current pace of task completion, within 6 months, the collective efforts of the nation should enable access to the fantastical realms. At that point, even if our great nation were to face the world and all of humanity as adversaries, we would stand unafraid. The atmosphere in the room became fervently charged. Li Aigua presented a document he had prepared, gesturing for Zhang Xiaoman to pass it to Su Qingfeng. Upon receiving the document, Su Qingfeng noticed the striking first line, "Decision to confer the rank of Major General upon Comrade Su Qingfeng, Li Shichang." This revelation sparked a flicker of suspicion within Su Qingfeng, though he remained somewhat incredulous. "Aha!" Li Aigua's eyes sparkled with warmth. Akin to a father gazing at his child, this is the decision of the nation. In addition to the rank, your benefits will also be elevated to this level, along with special allowances. As he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaoman, who had just returned to her seat, beamed. "Mr. Su, this is merely the beginning. Considering your age and experience, this is the utmost we can offer you at this time. Rest assured, things will only improve from here." In truth, the initial intention of the state was to bestow upon Su Qingfeng a nominal position without real authority. However, concerns regarding his youth and potential impetuosity led to the abandonment of that proposal. Understood. Su Qingfeng carefully set aside the document, his heart swelling with emotion. How is it that an ordinary individual like himself had suddenly ascended to the rank of Major General? Though devoid of a formal position, the rank itself held significant weight. "A general, Comrade Su," Li Aigua continued, "the ceremony for your conferment and the military uniform are already in preparation and will be handed over to you by Comrade Zhang. Do you have any conditions or difficulties you wish to discuss with us now?" Su Qingfeng shook his head, not for the time being. Suddenly struck by a thought, he added, "However, I must clarify one other matter. Upon returning from the world of the old corpse in the mountain village, I received a notification from the system indicating that in the first 5 worlds, I will randomly gain 2 opportunities to choose, allowing me to unlock permanent transit rights to 2 additional realms." Li Aigua's heart raced with excitement as he struggled to comprehend this news. "Is that so?" "Indeed," Su Qingfeng affirmed. "Haha, if that is the case, it is splendid news." Li Aigua laughed heartily once more. Not only him, but Zhang Xiaoman and several middle-aged men, including Lu Huajin and Zhao Chuming, were equally electrified by the revelation, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. "Once we have access, our Dragon Nation shall no longer fret over resources," Zhao Chuming exclaimed, his hopes soaring. "This is comparable to the discovery of the existence of the dual-crossing portals." Laughter erupted throughout the gathering. Zhao Chunming dreamily speculated, If the dual crossing portal is sufficiently expansive and capable of transporting resources with our nation's logistics within a year or two, we could elevate our nation to the ranks of developed countries, significantly improving the living standards of our people. Lu Huajian, the scholarly elder, exaggeratedly contemplated abandoning his academic pursuits to become a miner. Su Qifeng interjected, "Yet, we must not rush. I believe we should proceed with caution and diligence." Upon hearing this, the attendees collectively suppressed their fantasies of becoming miners, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, we must not be hasty. We still have tasks in 4 realms to complete. So we should take our time." After the discussion of this matter concluded, the next step was to delve into the intricate details of the upcoming world mission. As per Lu Huajian's original plan, modern firepower would suffice. Li Aigua, seated at the helm, proposed, given that this parallel world is set in the Republic era, transportation will undoubtedly be inconvenient. Once the meeting adjourns, I will promptly petition the state for a contingent of armed helicopters and a transport helicopter unit. Combined, we shall have over 12 to 20 helicopters. Do not underestimate this number. It is indeed quite substantial. After all, our adversaries are merely a horde of leaping zombies, perhaps supplemented by some oblivious warlords, hardly a match for us. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, Lu Huajian suggested, "Li Shichong, let us also request some anti-tank rocket launchers and munitions, as well as a rocket artillery battery. These will surely prove useful when we confront the zombies." Li Aigua naturally acquiesced, "No problem." Yet, the thought of such a scenario brought a mixture of amusement and disbelief. To combat a throng of bouncing zombies, while deploying armed helicopters, rocket artillery, and anti-tank launchers, one might suspect the zombies themselves would be astonished by such lavish treatment. Moreover, Lu Huajin continued with his requests. "Li Shichong, let us also have the state equip us with some advanced research apparatus. This world holds supernatural elements and mystical laws, providing immense research value that could be transformed into formidable productivity." Li Aigua sipped his tea, nodding with a smile. "Of course, the state will provide full support." There was another matter. Su Qifeng interjected, revealing his intentions. "Once we arrive in the zombie realm, I wish to seek out Master Jusa to learn the ways of the Tao. After all, with my cultivation aptitude and mental fortitude enhanced tenfold, I cannot afford to remain idle." Li Aigua nodded approvingly, praising, "Comrade Xiao Su's idea is splendid. I fully support it. Xiaozhong, Huajian, you must pay attention to the matter of apprenticeship with Master Jusu." Zhang Xiaoman replied affirmatively, "Understood." Lu Huajian echoed, "Understood." In the subsequent 3 days, Su Qifeng truly immersed himself in the rhythm of the Qingfeng base. The days of sleeping in and living lazily were now a thing of the past. Considering the perilous worlds ahead and the need to study under Master Jusu, remaining idle was simply not an option. Accompanied by specialized nutritionists and military instructors, he trained fervently during the day and underwent various examinations at night, consuming meticulously balanced meals, leading an exceptionally fulfilling life. On Lu Huajian and Zhao Chuming's end, they spent 3 days mobilizing troops and preparing for entry into the zombie world. The remaining members of the Qingfeng base, primarily scientists, focused solely on one task: conducting research on samples brought back from the world of the mountain village corpse, tirelessly studying them. As the 3rd evening approached, a momentous piece of news emanated from the Optical Research Center. The project leader, He Linli, director of the Magic City Optical Research Institute, was found observing through a single-molecule fluorescence microscope, his face alight with excitement and fervor. "He, director, what is the current status?" Upon hearing the commotion, He Linli reluctantly looked up, brimming with exhilaration. "Good news, marvelous news." In a state of uncontainable enthusiasm, he detailed the research achievements since their entry into the Mountain Village Corpse world. "Team Lu, we initially employed spectrometers to gather numerous optical images of Qingfeng. Over the past 6 days, my team utilized a 6M600 and 4512 uncooled infrared thermal imaging detector and a 10 MHz 145 GHz optical wave element analyzer for analysis. The latter meets the demands of hotspot testing above 200 G, yet regrettably, the results were less than ideal. As of today, my team has shifted to super-resolution fluorescence microscopy and single-molecule fluorescence microscopy, employing high-sensitivity EMCCD and SCMOS detectors. And we have finally discovered a physical transformation of light during the condensation process of Qingfeng, comparing it with the light in our world. We found that this light exhibits many distinct conventional physical properties. Firstly, it does not propagate in straight lines, but rather in a U-shaped trajectory, akin to a roller coaster. Furthermore, this light exhibits neither reflection nor scattering, and its quantum characteristics are highly unstable. For instance, its wave-particle duality manifests a Planck constant of merely 4.6260693, 11, 10-34 Js, significantly lower than the normal value of 6.6260693. Hearing this, Lu Huajian's pupils dilated in astonishment. If your assertions are correct, does this not imply we can deduce the constituent components of Chu Renmei's essence? He leanly nodded in excitement. Indeed. But the process of collection will be exceedingly complex and necessitates supercomputing resources. Moreover, I have a peculiar intuition. Lu Huajian inquired. What intuition? He leanly, eagerly responded. This light should be related to the yin and sha energies we have collected. Additionally, while this light propagates in a U shape, it possesses resistance and friction, indicating that it can intersect with real-world entities. To elaborate, Chu Renmei may indeed interact with tangible objects. For instance, she could use chopsticks, drive a car, hold an umbrella, or even embrace someone. Of course, this is contingent upon a significant numerical threshold, which, evidently, Chu Renmei does not meet. Upon hearing these revelations, Lu Huajian's heart raced with exhilaration as he exclaimed, if we follow our current deductions. In the world of a Chinese ghost story, Nia Shaoqian's ability to play the lute, to share joy with Ning Kaichen, and even to pen that love poem, stems from her possessing sufficient numerical value. In simpler terms, she is strong. Her yin and sha energies are abundant. He leanly responded with fervent agreement. Precisely. However, this introduces a new numerical value. Its mathematical expression and methods of generation remain an enigma. Perhaps employing supercomputing resources could yield an answer. Just as Lu was about to respond, Zhao Chuming interjected. Director, Team Lu, I am not a scientist, but from the perspective of an ordinary person. I have a query. Can our discovery be applied in the real world? He found himself lost in the complexities of their conversation, thus seeking a definitive answer to report back to the Yinjing frontline. Upon hearing this, both Lu Huajin and he leanly exchanged bemused glances, as did the over 100 scientists observing nearby. Lu Huajin remarked, allow me to approach this from the perspective of a morally ambiguous capitalist. If we can ascertain the specific numerical values and successfully replicate them, it would imply that we possess the capability to manufacture ghosts. Zhao Chuming stared in disbelief. Artificial ghosts? Lu Huajin, grinning, nodded enthusiastically and continued. Yes, artificial ghosts. Indeed, this spectral entity may not be particularly sophisticated, perhaps even devoid of intellect. Yet, we possess the capacity to enhance it, allowing this artificial ghost to learn, complemented by its ability to possess. For instance, we could enable the artificial ghost to inhabit a robotic form. In this manner, we would circumvent the numerous technical challenges associated with intelligent robotics, focusing solely on issues of coordination and energy storage. In essence, you would have a robotic employee imbued with an artificial ghost, tirelessly laboring around the clock without complaint. A paragon of industriousness. Alternatively, we might simplify matters by training the ghost to serve as an employee, obediently following any command you issue, far surpassing even the most exemplary of workers. Zhao Chuming remarked, this exceeds the realm of comprehension. A ghost possessing a robot? It is already absurd enough. Now, you're suggesting an artificial ghost could perform tasks like tightening screws? It seems utterly ludicrous. He leanly, observing Zhao's bewilderment, chuckled and explained, let me put it plainly. Due to friction and resistance, we can utilize the theory of quantum entanglement from quantum mechanics to bypass intermediate steps and arrive directly at results. It's akin to a multiplayer game where, at level 1, you cannot defeat a level 100 monster. However, if you were granted a level 200 weapon, you would possess the capability to challenge that level 100 foe. Lu Huajin began to envision, muttering, the term artificial ghost is rather unappealing. Perhaps we should opt for quantum spectre instead. A name that resonates better with new energy concepts. Beyond its applications in robotics, this could extend to warfare. Imagine ghost-possessed drones, unmanned tanks, or even autonomous missile platforms. How terrifying that would be. Zhao Chuming furrowed his brow, seemingly identifying a significant flaw. There exists a considerable dilemma. What if these quantum specters do not heed our commands? For instance, if they were to possess humans and engage in heinous antisocial crimes? Lu Huajin shook his head. I cannot say. Currently, we lack even the mathematical expressions for this phenomenon, let alone specific constants, rendering your concern unsolvable for now. Regardless, this represents a monumental discovery, potentially aiding us in breaking free from the constraints of fundamental science. propelling our technological advancement to unprecedented heights. He leanly interjected, of course, prior to this, we must undertake another task, to venture into the realm of the undead and seek cooperation with the female ghost Xiaoyu, ideally enlisting her in our research endeavors. Although Xiaoyu may not rival Nie Xiaoqian, she far surpasses the beauty and strength of Chu Run, no longer reliant on illusions to commit murder. From her, we may perhaps uncover the key to the quantum specter. There exists a bug. The concepts of artificial phantoms and quantum specters, although distinct, are intricately intertwined. The term quantum specter was adopted primarily for its melodious appeal. This is the consensus among all the scientists present. Lu Huajin remained reticent, his heart racing with anticipation as it almost leapt from his chest, yearning to venture into the realm of the undead. To this end, he issued a formal notice and convened a thematic meeting, which lasted over an hour, culminating in a comprehensive plan. Once finalized, he promptly made his way to Su Qingfeng's residence and knocked on the door. "Captain Lu, is there something you need?" Su Qingfeng inquired, just having finished his ablutions. Throughout the day, he had been perplexed by discussions surrounding artificial specters, quantum phantoms, and Planck's constant. The individuals engaged in scientific research possess an intimidating breadth of knowledge, rendering one a mere outsider in their realm. Consequently, rather than mingling with the crowd, he adhered to a methodical training regimen. However, now that they have approached him, what could their intentions be? Comrade Xiaosu, Lu Huajin entered the room, beaming with enthusiasm. "We have a splendid opportunity for you, and we hope you can assist us." "A splendid opportunity?" Su Qingfeng inquired, perplexed, while offering a bottle of mineral water to Lu. "What splendid opportunity do you speak of?" Taking a sip from the bottle, Lu Huajin elaborated on the plans meticulously crafted during their meeting. It is as follows. Our scientific endeavors now require a powerful spirit to collaborate with us. Our next dimensional world is the realm of zombies, and the female ghost, Xiaoyu, would be an ideal candidate. After thorough and careful deliberation, we intend to find someone to substitute for Qiuxin's original role, to present offerings to Xiaoyu, and endeavor to win her favor. Subsequently, when she approaches us, we aim to persuade her to assist in our research. At this juncture, Lu Huajin scrutinized Su Qingfeng's expression and, upon noticing the frown etched on his forehead, he quickly added, "Comrade Xiaosu, please do not hastily decline. We have viewed the original film, and that female ghost will not harm you. We will also devise a plan to ensure that Jiu Shu and his 2 disciples cooperate with us. Of course, employing charm may not yield the best image. If you are unwilling, we can seek another warrior to take your place. If this task posed any danger, I would not have made this request. However, there is no inherent risk involved." Having watched the original film, Su Qingfeng was aware that this indeed was a splendid opportunity. In the original narrative, the female ghost Xiaoyu and Qiuxing had ignited a passionate romance, showcasing scenes that were indescribably intimate. Yet, the mere thought of being observed by a group of men while sharing tender moments with a female ghost made him feel as if he would be cast as the leading man in an adult film, which was certainly unacceptable. "Comrade Xiaosu," Lu Huajin continued to persuade as he sensed Su Qingfeng's reluctance, "there is another significant reason. Following Professor Wu's research, it has been discovered that your limbic system, brainstem, and cerebral cortex exhibit distinct characteristics compared to ordinary individuals. Particularly, the serotonin levels within your cerebral cortex and synapses are at least 10 times higher than those of the average person. This indole derivative regulates sleep, appetite, vascular constriction, and especially mood. From a biological standpoint, excessive serotonin can lead to a series of adverse reactions, such as dizziness, insomnia, irritability, nausea, and loss of appetite. Yet, your responses contradict this principle." Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng seemed to grasp the implications and nodded thoughtfully. "So, you intend to use this as a basis for further research on me?" With a tone of pleading, Lu Huajin replied, "Comrade Xiaosu, we sincerely hope you can assist us. This would significantly advance the field of neurology. Rest assured, we will ensure your safety and will communicate with Jiu Shu beforehand." Su Qingfeng pondered, realizing he was to become the subject of their study. Instinctively, he wished to refuse, yet Lu Huajin's expression revealed a desperate plea. After a moment of contemplation, he relented, "I will agree, but I must state clearly, before I succumb to the ghost's influence, I will make several attempts to persuade her. If she is unwilling, you must bring Jiu Shu to intervene immediately. Xiaoyu is indeed beautiful, but if it means becoming the male lead in a film of such nature, I shall have to decline. My dignity is paramount." "Ah, not a problem. I assure you on my old bones," Lu Huajin exclaimed, brimming with joy. These words were not mere pretense. The significance of Su Qingfeng is self-evident. Anyone who dares to harm him would be provoking the very core of the Dragon Kingdom. Night can be both interminable and fleeting. Soon, the clock struck 8 in the morning of the following day. Today marks the day when the new world of the twin gates of the heavens is unveiled. The backdrop of this dimensional realm is a world overrun by zombies. This is a dimensional world that amalgamates several zombie films, including Mr. Zombie, Zombie Uncle, Zombie Supreme, and Mr. Ling Huan. The current mission encompasses 3 primary objectives. First, to complete the main quest assigned by the system. Second, to advance the research endeavors of the female ghost, Xiaoyu. Third, to delve into the studies of Taoism and zombies. Time is of the essence, and the tasks are formidable. Furthermore, Taoism has been intertwined with the realm of fantasy, leading many scientists in various camps to believe that this may serve as a key to unlocking higher dimensional civilizations. Consequently, the chief coordinator of the Spark Project, Li Aigua, has added an additional mission objective to journey to the zombie realms of Longhu Mountain and Maoshan, seeking to visit as many locations as possible and gather research samples. An abundance of samples and data will significantly enhance future research endeavors. In summary, the undertaking in the zombie world is exceedingly demanding, necessitating meticulous preparation. For instance, the planned personnel has reached 4,000, divided into 5 batches. The first batch follows the usual protocol, with Lu Huajin serving as the team leader and temporary head of the zombie world camp, while Zhao Chuming assumes the role of deputy leader. This initial batch comprises 7 research teams, 3 sampling teams, 3 logistical support teams, and 2 standardized special forces units. These elite soldiers hail from various military districts of the Dragon Country, including the Southwest Falcons, Northeast Tigers, Eastern Divine Swords, Flying Dragons, and Cheetahs, among others. The total number exceeds 340 individuals. In addition to their exquisite individual equipment similar to the previous occasion, they are also accompanied by 4 transport helicopters for armed helicopters, for light armored vehicles, as well as an array of small-caliber artillery, rocket launchers, and large-caliber heavy machine guns. This is merely the first batch. In the subsequent shipments, a variety of heavy artillery, including large-caliber howitzers, self-propelled guns, anti-aircraft guns, reconnaissance aircraft, and communication equipment, such as communication vehicles, will be delivered in succession. Ahem. The firepower seems rather excessive, considering this is merely a zombie-infested world. Yet, there is little choice, as our rabbit is afflicted with a profound fear of inadequate firepower. As for the transport helicopters, they are prepared with the intention of venturing to Longhu Mountain and Maoshan. Additionally, there are some peculiarities regarding Su Qingfeng's side. Zhang Xiaoman, the chief of the National Security Bureau in Jiacheng, has been assigned to oversee security matters. Standing at 168 centimeters and weighing 103 pounds, she hails from Yanjing, with her parents' identity shrouded in mystery. Sporting a chic bob haircut and a figure that is modest at best, she has a penchant for donning black tailored suits, presenting an image of remarkable efficiency. Such a woman, embodying the essence of a powerful figure, elicited neither thought nor interest from Su Qingfeng. "Mr. Su, it is time," Zhang Xiaoman reminded him with a smile as the clock struck 8:10. At that moment, the gaze of 1,000 individuals converged upon him. Understood. Su Qingfeng inhaled deeply, invoking the system within his mind. Ding. Please confirm, host, whether to activate the dimensional realm, zombie world. Su Qingfeng replied, confirm. Ding. Initiating activation. Gentle reminder 1. Main task, eliminate Old Master Ren, the royal zombies, and all zombies within Zombie Town to prevent further harm. Task duration, 15 days. Gentle reminder 2. Completion rewards, indestructible body, enhancement of cultivation aptitude by 100-fold, and thunder decision, beginner level. Gentle reminder 3. Failure to complete the task within 15 days will result in a self-detonation of both the system and the host. As these words echoed, a multitude of white light manifested before Su Qingfeng, coalescing into a radiant form. Surrounding him, over 30 types of sample collectors and scientific observation instruments whirred into frenzied operation. Su Qingfeng was accustomed to this spectacle, yet a sense of reflection lingered within him. This system task is utterly madness. Fortunately, with national support, it would be impossible to accomplish the mainline system tasks within 15 days relying solely on oneself. Moreover, there exists a significant likelihood of being counterattacked by the undead. Take, for instance, the venerable Old Master Ren, or the formidable Aunt May from the previous world. Just as my mind wandered in such chaotic musings, A radiant white light began to coalesce before me, forming the shape of a door in less than half a minute. It stood nearly 6 meters tall and approximately 4 meters wide, a full twofold of its previous dimensions. This signifies that the capacity will experience at least a twofold enhancement. Many scientific instruments and weaponry that previously required disassembly for reassembly in another world will no longer be burdened by such complexities. Commence. Upon the complete stabilization of the light portal, the commanding officer Liu Huajian issued the order. The first group of explorers from the Qingfeng camp set forth. Concurrently, at the command center, the head Li Aigua was engaged in his duties. Li Shichang, an external national security officer, entered. Reporting. We have procured the necessary items from Longhushan and Maoshan. Excellent, Li Aigua replied with a measured nod, his gaze fixed on the electronic screen before him. He inquired of his secretary without lifting his head. Xiao Wei, what is the situation in Yanjing? Beside him, the secretary Xiao Wei responded earnestly. As anticipated, global attention, particularly from the United States, has begun to shift towards us. As of 6 o'clock this morning, the spy satellite has traversed above us at least 27 times. Additionally, the National Security Agency has noted an increase in foreign entities and investors active in Jiangcheng recently. However, the state assures us that they are working diligently to address this. Upon hearing this, Li Aigua could not suppress a deep sigh. Alas, the truth, after all, cannot remain concealed indefinitely. This matter will inevitably come to light. His secretary appeared hesitant to speak. Shichang, if you have any thoughts, please express them candidly. Li Aigua's gaze sharpened, imbued with a hint of menace. The situation is as follows. The secretary, Xiao Wei, began cautiously. Should the secret be disclosed, the nation would face unprecedented global and international pressure. Should we not prepare some contingency measures? Li Aigua urged. Continue. The secretary replied. Indeed. For instance, industrial relocation, strategic resource reserves, economic mobilization system construction, internal propaganda, international public opinion, and regulatory supplements, among others. Li Aigua's gaze drifted slightly northward as he contemplated. What you propose has already been considered by the state, and specific feasible solutions are currently under discussion. Xiao Wei immediately lowered his head. I apologize, Li Shichang. I may have overthought this. Li Aigua shook his head. No matter. Then he sighed. Alas, our tasks ahead remain substantial. Fortunately, we have already achieved considerable results in this first-dimensional world. 6 months should suffice. If we can advance to the realm of fantasy, then even in the face of global pressure, the nation shall stand unafraid. As he spoke, Li Aigua's eyes sparkled with determination, a brisk aura emanating from him. In the zombie world, at Rinjia Town. This is an essential road leading to Rinjia Town, situated to the southeast of the town, originally constructed during the era of the Braid Kingdom. This official road connects to the provincial capital and serves as the sole pathway linking Rinjia Town to the outside world. At this moment, it is noon. A horse-drawn carriage ambles leisurely along the compacted dirt road. Occasionally, a sweet and charming little head peeks out from the carriage window, with large, curious eyes scanning the surroundings, only to retreat back inside. The feeling of returning home is truly delightful. Xiaoqing, you cannot imagine how eagerly I have anticipated this moment, exclaimed Rin Tingting, her face radiating joy. Adorned with a pink hat and a frilly pink dress, her playful ponytail complements her lovely and captivating visage, making her an absolute delight to behold. Indeed, miss, responded the maid, Xiaoqing, equally elated. The master is aware of your return and specially sent me to fetch you. Upon hearing this, Rin Tingting pouted slightly, playfully chastising. My father is quite something. After all my efforts to return from the provincial capital, he didn't bother to come and greet me. Xiaoqing chuckled as she explained. Actually, the master intended to come, but unfortunately, he has an appointment with Uncle Gio today and could not make it. Which is why I came to collect you. Uncle Gio? Is he the one from the ancestral hall? Rin Tingting blinked her large eyes, continuing to inquire. What business could my father have with him? Is something amiss at home? The maid shook her head. I am not certain. It seems to pertain to the matter of the old master's coffin relocation. You might want to ask the master for the specifics. Ah, Rin Tingting nodded, seemingly pondering something, then retrieved an array of cosmetics from her bag, turning to Xiaoqing with a bright smile. Xiaoqing, I have a surprise for you. This is a makeup technique I painstakingly learned in the provincial capital. It can make a girl look extraordinarily beautiful. Come, give it a try. Instinctively, Xiaoqing shook her head. Miss, I don't think this is appropriate. Just as she began to speak, the carriage driver abruptly tightened the reins. The horse let out a pained neigh, raising its hooves in a sudden emergency stop. Under the force of inertia, both ladies, engrossed in their playful banter, lurched forward and collided with the carriage wall. Fortunately, they instinctively cushioned the impact with their hands and emerged unscathed. What happened? Rintinting instinctively inquired of the driver. Miss, something strange has occurred. A ghost. The driver stammered, his voice trembling before he let out a shrill scream and abandoned the carriage in a panic. Inside the carriage, Rintinting and Xiaoqing were left speechless. Upon hearing such a haunting wail concerning spirits, they were immediately gripped by terror, their bodies trembling. Miss, could it be that we are encountering a ghostly bridegroom? Wah! Xiaoqing cried out in fright. Fear not, Rintinting stuttered, her teeth chattering as she struggled to reassure her companion. Gathering all her courage, she prepared to draw back the carriage curtain. Just as she was about to pull it aside, she suddenly heard a cacophony of hurried footsteps approaching, like a tidal wave crashing down. At least dozens, if not hundreds, of individuals were converging upon the carriage, their footsteps scattering in all directions. It was evident that they had surrounded the carriage, or rather, that spirits had encircled it. What should we do, miss? Wah! Xiaoqing's lips turned pale in fear as she continued to sob uncontrollably. Rintinting felt equally helpless, contemplating whether to part the curtain for a clearer view when a weathered male voice resonated from outside the carriage. Dear young lady, do not be afraid. We are not malevolent beings. Hearing the familiar dialect of her hometown, Rintinting was momentarily taken aback. Someone could speak, and in her native tongue, surely they were not spirits? She remained silent, awaiting further clarification. At that moment, the voices outside the carriage transformed into Mandarin. We are not bad people. We mean no harm. Please do not be afraid. It was a familiar tone, and only then did Rintinting realize the significance of their words. After several moments of hesitation, she summoned her courage and drew back the curtain of the carriage. What she beheld was an eerie scene that would remain etched in her memory for a lifetime. Before her, at a distance of over 10 meters, stood a colossal portal composed of radiant white light. One after another, figures clad in white garments, resembling the grim reapers of the netherworld, emerged from behind the portal. These individuals are indeed peculiar, clad entirely in white garments, their faces obscured by masks resembling skulls, leaving only their eyes visible. Furthermore, they grasp or elevate an array of bizarre objects. Some appear to be grasping at the air, while others reach towards the earth or trees, and there are those who wield instruments akin to magnifying glasses, scouring the ground intently. Simultaneously, since their appearance, an assortment of strange lights, unidentifiable in nature, converges towards them. It is all exceedingly strange and terrifying. Rintinting instinctively feels that these beings are no different from phantoms. Yet, she distinctly observes that they cast shadows. On this fine, sunny day, devoid of clouds, such entities could not possibly possess shadows if they were indeed spirits. Thus, only one possibility remains. They are human. However, a question arises. Rintinting swears she has never encountered individuals dressed in such bizarre attire. Who are you? Her mind flooded with confusion and fear. Rintinting trembles, her lips quivering. Yet, an answer does not come immediately. Before her, a linguist, brimming with excitement, commands a nearby Special Forces soldier, go fetch Team Leader Lu and Comrade Su immediately and inform them that we have encountered the cinematic character Rintinting. And every detail aligns perfectly with the film. Understood. The soldier promptly acknowledges the order and swiftly departs. Su Qingfeng, along with Lu Huajian and Zhao Chunming, has just arrived in the realm of Mr. Zombie. At that moment, having just stepped through the luminous white portal, they receive this report. Is it true? Lu Huajian exclaims, visibly elated, a broad smile illuminating his face. Indeed, the Special Forces soldier immediately leads the way, with Su Qingfeng and Zhao Chunming following closely behind. Shortly thereafter, they arrive before Rintinting, who is encircled by soldiers and scientists. Comrade Su, how's the situation on your end? Lu Huajian does not rush into the fray but first turns to Su Qingfeng for his response. Su Qingfeng consults the system in his mind. Noticing that the system offers no reaction, he shakes his head and replies, Team Leader Lu, I currently have no issues. The system has provided no feedback. You may handle these two individuals as you see fit. With this response, Lu Huajian exhales a sigh of relief, nodding slightly. Thank you for your hard work, Comrade Su. He then turns his attention to Rintinting, scrutinizing her closely. She resembles her cinematic counterpart strikingly. No, this is a cinematic universe composed of zombie films. Thus, the individual before us, Rintinting, is not a mere figment of imagination, but a living, breathing person. At this moment, the linguist Zheng Junqi appropriately interjected. Introducing Team Leader Lu, Deputy Xiao. After their brief exchange, it became apparent that the other party spoke Mandarin, and not the dialect of Xiangxi or the Miao language. Hence, it could be inferred that all details and fundamental information in this world should align or closely resemble those found in zombie films. Lu Huajin, filled with profound emotion, nodded in appreciation. This is indeed a monumental discovery that could significantly reduce expenses and unnecessary expenditures for the Dragon Kingdom. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the trembling Rintingting before him, adopting a tone as gentle as possible. My dear, do not be afraid. We are not malevolent beings, but rather here to assist you. At this moment, Rintingting was shaking uncontrollably, her lips quivering as she stammered, Please, do not make me a substitute. I can offer you paper offerings, I beg you. Lu Huajin was taken aback, a mixture of amusement and exasperation on his face as he shook his head and replied, We are not ghosts. We are living, breathing humans. After uttering this, he commanded the surrounding scientists and special forces to step back 3 meters. This distance provided Rintingting with a modicum of safety. As she surveyed the individuals clad in white before her, she noticed their shadows cast by the glaring sun, reinforcing her realization that they were indeed human. Miss Rin, may we converse? Noticing her relaxation, Lu Huajin maintained his affable demeanor, smiling warmly. How do you know my surname is Rin? Rintingting was taken aback, having never encountered these individuals before. Lu Huajin chuckled softly and replied, That is not of great importance. We possess knowledge of many things in this world. What truly matters is that we are here to help you. What is this Kiki? Rintingting struggled to comprehend, pointing towards the immense white portal. Oh, you mean this, Lu Huajin explained with a smile. We refer to it as the Gate of Dual Passage. If you find it difficult to understand, you may interpret it as a form of magical art. In this fantastical realm, filled with zombies and Taoist priests, the extraordinary was commonplace. Despite her incredulity, Rintingting found herself somewhat accepting of the situation. Soon, her astonishment morphed into shock, her pupils widening as she incredulously exclaimed, So you hail from the heavens? Celestial masters? Immortals? Lu Huajin replied that interpretation is somewhat accurate, though we prefer another designation, the Gate of Science. Gate of Science? Rintingting queried, perplexed. I often hear the term science mentioned in the provincial capital. But what is this Gate of Science? Lu Huajin elucidated, it can be viewed as an extension of scientific understanding or an alternative explanation of existence. That sounds rather convoluted. She responded. Zhao Chunming interjected, attempting to clarify. Miss Rin, we are new arrivals in this world and are quite unfamiliar with it. Thus we greatly require your assistance. Rest assured, we will not impose upon you without recompense. In exchange, we shall save your father's life and ensure your family's safety. What has happened to my father? As a dutiful daughter, Rintingting immediately became anxious upon hearing about her father. There is no need for concern. He is currently unharmed. Zhao Chuming reassured her with a smile. Miss Rin, may we now engage in conversation? Lu Huajin added, his expression remaining amiable. Rintingting initially hesitated, uncertain of these strangers' true intentions. Yet, considering her father's well-being and the strangeness of the situation, she decided to acquiesce, nodding, All right, I will cooperate with you. However, could you allow my maid to return home first? I fear my father will worry if I am late. Lu Huajin nodded with a smile. What a considerate young lady you are. Of course, that is permissible. Rintingting nodded appreciatively. Thank you. Lu Huajin reciprocated with a firm nod. Indeed. He then instructed, Zhao, arrange for 2 soldiers to escort the maid home, ensuring they maintain a considerable distance to provide her with a sense of security. Understood, Zhao Chuming replied. Lu, Captain Xiao. Lu Huajin called. Present. Captain Xiao Jianyang of the Southwest Eagle Special Forces stepped forward, saluting. Lu Huajin commanded. Commence sampling operations immediately and prioritize the establishment of a 100-level lab. If time is insufficient, construct a 1,000-level sterile laboratory for urgent use. Understood, Captain Xiao acknowledged. Interactions between beings from different realms are not to be taken lightly. Every detail must be meticulously considered. Half an hour later, Rintingting found herself within a temporarily constructed sterile laboratory. Surrounding her were gas sampling devices, optical sampling equipment, and numerous scientific instruments monitoring her various states. Greetings, Miss Rin. Lu Huajin entered with a stenographer and specialized recording device, seating himself before her. Rintingting felt a twinge of anxiety. However, throughout the encounter, she sensed no malice from these individuals. Rather, their intentions exuded kindness, which calmed her spirit. Hello, someone mentioned that after our conversation, I would be permitted to leave after an hour. Is that true? Lu Huajin nodded with a smile. That is indeed true. Releasing a breath of relief, Rin Tingting responded. Good. Please, feel free to ask your questions. I shall answer candidly. Lu Huajin retrieved his notepad and began articulating the prearranged inquiries. First question. What is the name of this world? What is the name of this country? What is its system? What year is it currently? Rin Tingting was taken aback, not expecting such fundamental questions that every citizen should know. However, recalling that they were celestial beings from another realm, her doubts dissipated, and she answered earnestly, it is the early years of the national era. And this country is called Yin Huang. I am unsure about the system. There seems to be constant warfare, with soldiers pillaging and waging battles everywhere. Lu Huajin continued with his inquiries. Second question. What is this place? How much do you know about the supernatural and ghosts in this world? Rin Tingting remained puzzled but replied seriously, this is a small road leading to Rinjia town, which is less than 7 miles away. As for the supernatural and ghosts, I do not know much. I have been studying in the provincial capital and just returned today. However, I have heard many tales in my childhood about zombies, corpse drivers, Maoshan sorcerers, and celestial masters from Longhu Mountain. There are even stories of vengeful spirits seeking retribution, which are quite frightening. I generally avoid going out at night. Lu Huajin's gaze sharpened as he contemplated her words. After a moment, he posed his third question. What do you know about the affairs of the ninth uncle? Rin Tingting pondered seriously before shaking her head. I am not well informed. I only know that ninth uncle is the caretaker of the ancestral hall and resides in Rinjia town as a Maoshan priest. By the way, my father arranged a meeting with ninth uncle today to discuss relocating my grandfather's coffin, but I am unsure of the specifics. As her words fell, Lu Huajin's eyes sparkled with insight. The plot of the film was unfolding. Before arriving in the world of Mr. Vampire, he had watched the film no less than 10 times, meticulously recording every detail and becoming intimately familiar with the timeline. Thank you, Miss Ren. In 1 hour, you shall be free to depart, and we will escort you back to Rinjia town. After leaving a message, Lu Huajin departed with the recorder. Stepping out of the sterile laboratory, outside, a temporary meeting room, constructed in a prefabricated style, awaited them. Upon entering, they found a gathering of professors, experts, and leaders from various research teams, all of whom had received the news and were already seated. Captain Lu, what is the situation? They inquired with curiosity as he entered. Lu Huajin raised his hands to signal for calm, and once the room settled, he began. Currently, there are 2 critical points to address. Firstly, the nation in the zombie world differs from our initial assumptions. Though it is also in the early years of its national establishment, it is not called Longhua, but rather Yinhua. Therefore, we must not carry preconceived notions into this situation. In essence, we are confronted with an entirely new world, rather than a mere historical period. Secondly, regarding the current timeline, Miss Round has disclosed that her father has arranged to meet with Jiao Shu today at a tea house to discuss the relocation of Ren Lao Tai's remains. Now, I invite everyone to share their thoughts. As his words echoed, the room erupted into chaos. What? This is not the world we originally studied? Our historical data will be rendered useless. Indeed, but fortunately, we still possess ample audiovisual materials in the original text of Mr. Huang Ying's novels for reference. Another concern arises. If the original plot has reached this juncture, does that not imply we are on the brink of the storyline involving Ren Lao Tai's transformation? True. But given our presence, we have the opportunity to extract and prevent the transformation before it occurs. However, there lies a significant issue. If we intervene, will it not hinder Comrade Xiaosu's main mission? That is a consequence we cannot afford. The group engaged in a vigorous discussion for over 10 minutes. Ultimately, under the decisive agreement of Lu Huajin and Zhao Chuming, they concluded their strategy. The mission would unfold in 3 phases. The first step involved Lu Huajin leading a team to Rinjia town to seize control and negotiate with Ren Fa and Jiao Shu, guiding them to Ren Lao Tai's burial site. In this tumultuous era of conflict, where might reign supreme, adhering to rigid protocols would be counterproductive. A more direct approach would yield greater efficiency. The armed forces in Rinjia town, comprising only a few outdated firearms under Captain Away, would be easily subdued. The second step saw Su Qingfeng, under the guidance of Rin Tingting, accompanied by Zhang Xiaoman and a contingent of researchers and special forces, heading to Ren Lao Tai's burial site. In addition to safeguarding this invaluable research specimen, they aimed to lure the female ghost, Xiao Yu. Su Qingfeng pondered the daunting nature of this task. What if he succumbed to the temptations of the ghost? In response, Lu Huajin smiled and remarked, "Comrade Xiao Su, if you find yourself unable to resist, we shall pretend not to notice. After all, it is for the sake of science. Your spirit of sacrifice will never be forgotten by the nation and its people." Su Qingfeng thought, how is it that these researchers can be so flippant at times? Yet, reflecting on Xiao Yu's beauty and allure, he resolved to maintain his composure. Additionally, he felt a profound realization that the nation was beginning to consciously cultivate its own talent. In the world of the old corpse in the mountain village, he had been an inconspicuous figure, but now he had been entrusted with a pivotal role in the unfolding plan. The third step would commence once the support teams and armed forces arrived, directing their efforts towards Maoshan, Longhushan, the residents of Daoist Simu, and the zombie town. The core focus would revolve around the main mission. Finally, Deputy Captain Zhao Chuming would remain at the base, tasked with further research into this world and coordinating with personnel from the modern realm. With the plan established, 20 minutes later, Lu Huajian, alongside Special Forces Captain Xiao Jianyang and nearly 200 elite soldiers, set forth toward Rinjia town, shielded by a newly assembled armed helicopter. Additionally, the team included over 10 scientific researchers equipped with an array of scientific instruments. Beyond basic safety checks, their primary objective was to conduct comprehensive scientific assessments and studies on Jiao Shu, who, as a Taoist, possessed numerous supernatural abilities. Such a remarkable research subject must not be squandered. Simultaneously, Su Qingfeng, leveraging his familiarity with cinematic narratives, adeptly pinpointed their course and successfully convinced Rin Tingting to serve as their guide. The outcome surprised many in the temporary camp, yet it did not seem to concern them excessively. Having Rin Tingting as a guide was, on the whole, a fortunate circumstance. Rinjia town, despite its remote geographical location, is a sizable settlement with a resident population nearing 80,000. Its economy flourishes, boasting even establishments that serve foreign tea, marking it as a prominent town within a 100-mile radius. Interestingly, perhaps due to its secluded position, Rinjia town has largely escaped the ravages of warlords. Currently, the only security force present is a single security team, overseen by our Captain Away. At this moment, on the bustling street, akin to the original narrative, Uncle Gio, accompanied by Wakai, was preparing to indulge in foreign tea. Dressed in a light-colored long gown and a yellow satin jacket, with a pipe in hand, Uncle Gio bore the appearance of a prosperous landowner. Wakai, on the other hand, donned a flamboyant outfit, reminiscent of a theatrical performer. "Where are you headed, Uncle Gio?" "Greetings, Uncle Gio." As they walked, numerous acquaintances greeted him. Uncle Gio, brimming with joy, replied warmly, occasionally mentioning that Renleo had summoned him for a task, or simply returning the greetings with pleasantries. His personality was somewhat cunning, valuing his reputation. A humorous scene from the original narrative depicted the overly sweet egg tart, which Wenkai comically mistook for candy. As for Wenkai, trailing behind, he was in high spirits, merrily announcing to anyone he encountered that his master was taking him to enjoy foreign tea. In this day and age, the prices at Western tea houses are quite exorbitant. Not to mention Wenkai, even Jioshu cannot afford such luxuries. Only affluent patrons like Ren Fa can invite them for a visit. At this moment, the two individuals had arrived at the entrance of the Western tea house. As they pushed the door open, they were greeted by the dazzling crystal chandeliers, the polished floor tiles, and the opulent decor, all accompanied by the melodious strains of a gramophone playing symphonic music. A wave of sophistication and luxury enveloped them, standing in stark contrast to the ordinary tea houses of Rinjia town. "Wow, master, this place is incredibly lavish," Wenkai exclaimed, swallowing hard in astonishment. "Mind your demeanor," Uncle Joe quickly admonished. He too was taken aback by the sumptuous interior, as it was his first time indulging in foreign tea. Fortunately, he had brought Wenkai along. Otherwise, he would have felt quite embarrassed on his own. Oh, Wenkai replied, immediately erasing the look of shock from his face. He straightened his posture, adopting a more serious demeanor. At that moment, the manager of the tea house, clad in a sleek black suit, approached with a warm smile and inquired, "Good day. May I ask if you have a reservation?" Uncle Gio was taken aback, instinctively replying, "No." Beside him, Wenkai, feigning authority, questioned, "What? Did Ren Fa not make a reservation for us?" "Ah, Master Ren." The manager's smile widened, and he promptly raised his right hand in a gesture of invitation, saying, "Please, follow me." Wenkai maintained his stern demeanor, still exuding an air of pretentiousness. However, Uncle Gio could no longer contain himself, feeling a flush of heat rise to his face as he shot a fierce glare at Wenkai. Upon receiving that glare, Wen Kai immediately resembled a deflated balloon, awkwardly chuckling. Master, good lad, Uncle Jiu replied in a lowered tone before following the tea house manager upstairs. Wen Kai silently lamented within himself. The individual displayed an air of arrogance, leaving the master in a predicament that would likely result in punishment upon his return. Under the guidance of the tea house manager, the two ascended to the second floor. From a distance, they spotted Ren Fa. Greetings, Uncle Jiu, he said, rising to his feet with a smile and cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. Lord Ren, Uncle Jiu responded with repeated bows, signaling his deference. While urging the bystanding Wen Tai, do offer your greetings. Hastily, Wen Tai bowed, a forced smile plastered on his face as he uttered, Good day, Lord Ren. Ren Fa laughed heartily and raised his hand, saying, No need for such formalities. Please, take a seat. After you, Uncle Jiu replied. Only after Ren Fa was seated did he himself take a seat. Though Uncle Jiu was a practitioner of the Maoshan school of Taoism, his social standing was modest compared to the likes of Ren Fa, highlighting the disparity evident in their interaction. By the way, Lord Ren, I heard that your daughter has returned from the provincial capital. Why wasn't she invited to join us? Once seated, Uncle Jiu took the initiative to engage in conversation. That girl, Ren Fa sighed heavily. I recently received word that she encountered a group of mysterious individuals en route and has been detained. What? Uncle Jiu and Wen Tai stared in shock. In Rinjia town, the Ren family held significant influence, with the captain of the security team being Ren Fa's nephew. It could be said that the Ren family was akin to a sovereign in the town. The occurrence of such an event within their jurisdiction was unfathomable. Ren Fa continued with a lament. However, it's not a grave matter. According to my daughter's maid, they don't seem to be malicious, nor do they harbor intentions of harm or theft. I have already alerted Owe to gather a team, and we shall go retrieve her shortly. Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiu nodded sympathetically, offering reassurance. Lord Ren, try not to worry too much. Since they are willing to return her, they likely mean no harm to your daughter. However, when I disagreed, asserting, I find that highly unlikely, it is evident that they intend to undermine the Ren family. Mind your words. Noticing Lord Ren's change in demeanor, Uncle Jiu promptly admonished Wen Tai. Upon hearing the words of the boastful bystander, he immediately halted, his tone diminishing to a mere whisper. Oh. He too recognized the folly of his previous statement. It's nothing, Ren Fa replied with a gentle smile, shaking his head. I have but one daughter. As long as their demands are not excessive, our family shall consider it a small price to pay for peace. Uncle Jiu sighed in agreement. Indeed. Subsequently, the two engaged in a discussion regarding the matter of the old master's funeral. After a brief exchange of opinions, they ultimately resolved to commence the burial 3 days hence. During this period, Huang Million arrived, intending to discuss business with Ren Fa. However, Ren Fa, preoccupied with the urgent matter of his daughter, had no inclination to engage and thus politely declined, just as arrangements were being finalized. A corpulent middle-aged man clad in military attire, complete with a cap and glasses, stormed up to the second floor. Upon surveying the surroundings and spotting Ren Fa, his imposing demeanor deflated like a punctured balloon, transforming into an expression of concern and urgency. Uncle, the team is assembled. When shall we set out to rescue my cousin? As he spoke, the worry and anxiety in his gaze morphed into a greasy and lewd demeanor, reminiscent of a vile uncle. Ren Fa harbored little fondness for this nephew. In the original narrative, when Captain Away proposed to Ren Tingting, Ren Fa had rebuffed him, deftly diverting the conversation. However, given the pressing circumstances, he suppressed such thoughts and adopted a serious tone, inquiring, Away, how many men did you bring? Captain Away, brimming with confidence, reassured him, Uncle, worry not. I have brought over 100 men, an entire company, armed with 100 rifles. In such a remote area, 100 guns represented a formidable force. Ren Fa felt a measure of his worry dissipate and nodded in approval. Very well, let us depart. Away beamed with delight. Yes, Uncle. By the way, Ren Fa turned to address Uncle Jiu. You may continue to enjoy your foreign tea. I shall inform the proprietor to charge everything to my account. After issuing these instructions, he departed with Captain Away. Master, when Kai glanced at Ren Fa's receding figure and then at his own mentor, Uncle Jiu, uncertain about what to do next. Alas, Uncle Jiu sighed heavily. As disciples of the mystical order, we ought not to involve ourselves in worldly affairs. Let us savor our foreign tea. When Kai responded. Just as the atmosphere shifted dramatically, suddenly the ominous hum of armed helicopters reverberated through the air, akin to thunder announcing the arrival of spring, drawing nearer with each passing moment. Soon, the sound enveloped the entirety of Ren family town, echoing throughout. Simultaneously, every inhabitant of the town looked skyward. Those indoors rushed outside to discern the commotion above. Uncle Gio and Wen Kai were no exceptions. Master, what is that sound? How peculiar, Wen Kai furrowed his brow deeply. Peering through the glass window to grasp the situation, Uncle Gio, equally perplexed, shared his confusion. The sound was utterly peculiar, unlike anything ever heard before. Could it possibly be a demon or a monster? Unlikely. It was broad daylight, and not a trace of malevolence was felt. What on earth is happening? Wen Kai pondered, as Jioshu swiftly pulled him along, racing out of the tea house. Oh, Wen Kai responded, his reflexes evidently delayed, trailing behind. Upon exiting the tea house and stepping onto the bustling street, they were met with a throng of residents from Rinjia town, along with passing merchants. Everyone, including Lord Rin and Captain Away, craned their necks towards the sky, murmuring in confusion. What could it be? Such a loud noise, yet never before heard. This was strange. Could it be the heavens expressing anger or showing signs? But the sky appeared unchanged, and surely, divine manifestations wouldn't occur in such a manner. Odd. Indeed, was there truly a monster about? Don't scare me. I'm quite timid, one voice quivered. The crowd buzzed with speculation, each person voicing their thoughts. Master, could it genuinely be a demon? Wen Kai murmured, visibly shaken. Jioshu, grinding his teeth, shook his head. I cannot ascertain what it is. As they spoke, high above, the source of the bizarre sound finally revealed itself. However, upon witnessing this strange entity, the entire town of Rinjia, Jiushu, Wen Kai, Captain Away, Lord Run, and even Xiao Sheng, who rushed out from a shop, along with the ladies of the Yihang courtyard, were left utterly astonished. Before their eyes was a remarkably peculiar creature resembling a dragonfly. Yet not entirely so. It was enormous and appeared quite formidable. Most astonishingly, as it drew nearer, they discerned that there was, in fact, a person within the creature's abdomen. A human being inside the dragonfly. How bizarre. Could this truly be a demon? A voice rang out, shattering the stunned silence, and chaos erupted among the townsfolk, filled with cries of alarm and panic. Master, is it truly a demon? Wen Kai's face drained of color. He had distinctly seen a person within the dragonfly, surely devoured by this strange creature. A man-eating dragonfly. What else could it be but a demon? Jioshu's head buzzed, and goosebumps prickled his skin, though he possessed considerable knowledge. If it were indeed a demon, there should be some aura of malevolence. Yet, he felt none emanating from this enormous, bizarre dragonfly. How strange. In the cockpit of a Wuji 10 helicopter, pilot Wang Haiyang activated a pre-prepared camera, aiming it at Rinjia town while simultaneously relaying information back to the temporary base via a dual-redundancy military data link. Eagle Nest, this is Eagle 1. I have reached the mission target's airspace, and real-time images are being transmitted. In the world of Mr. Zombie, there was no such thing as a network signal. Thus, the first batch of dispatch troops included a mobile communication command vehicle, complemented by a high-frequency drone acting as a temporary base station, which proved to be quite effective. After a crackle of static, Zhao Chuanming's voice echoed in his ear, maintain vigilance and continue the mission. Understood, Wang Haiyang replied, maneuvering the helicopter with the roar of the engines as he circled Rinjia town, capturing comprehensive footage. A wealth of imagery was transmitted in real time, processed for resolution, and stabilized for Lu Huajin's review. Receiving a tablet-like communication device, Lu Huajin meticulously examined the displayed images. The entirety of Rinjia town was laid bare before him. The streets were filled with individuals clad in garments of the Republic era. He even recognized several familiar buildings, the Yihang courtyard and the Western-style tea house, along with the familiar figures of Jioshu and Lord Ren, not to mention Captain Away and the hundreds of security team members, their bolt-action rifles at the ready. Eyes wide with trepidation as they peered at the camera, clearly terrified. Handing the tablet to a nearby communications engineer, Lu Huajin commanded, accelerate our advance. Remember, engage only if absolutely necessary. The hundreds of Special Forces soldiers responded with increased speed, given the short distance. It took merely 6 or 7 minutes for Lu Huajin and his team, comprising research group members and over 200 Special Forces soldiers, to arrive at Rinjia town. Upon entering the town, however, the squadron clad in military protective gear and gas masks, armed with rifles and cameras, was perceived as a harbinger of doom. A specter from the depths of hell. Cries echoed through the air. What is that? My goodness, it's a ghost. The ghost has come. What calamity has befallen Rinjia town? Oh heavens, demon, do not approach. Stay away. Help. I can't move. My legs are weak. Quickly, summon Jioshu. Hurry. Summon Jioshu to capture the demon. In this already fantastical world rife with spirits, demons, and zombies, the sudden appearance of Lu Huajian's group was naturally met with misunderstanding. The crowd erupted in chaos, and Jioshu quickly sensed the disturbance. What? There are demons? Miscreants. To dare harm others in broad daylight. Wen Kai. Go fetch Qiusheng and bring me my tools from the ancestral hall. I shall handle this. Trembling. Wen Kai felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing Jioshu's command. Yes, master. He replied hurriedly, racing towards Qiusheng's aunt's home. At this moment, Qiusheng was at his aunt's house, assisting and overseeing the business. Meanwhile, Master Ren, feeling a sense of urgency, instinctively contemplated fleeing with a group of wealthy gentry. However, with his entire fortune tied to Rinjia town, he was understandably reluctant to abandon it. Thus, he urged Captain Away beside him. Away, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and lend a hand. Captain Away, taken aback, replied, What? Uncle, those are spirits. Our security team's firearms are ineffective against them. Master Ren's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? Away, on the verge of tears, clenched his jaw and adjusted his glasses. Yes. Follow me. He led 100 trembling security personnel swiftly toward the town's entrance. Simultaneously, at the entrance of Rinjia town, a similar scenario had been anticipated. Lu Huajian brandished a prepared megaphone and called out to the fleeing townsfolk, Dear villagers, do not be afraid. We mean no harm. We are human, not spirits. If you doubt us, observe closely. We cast shadows. Following suit, psychologist Qingfeng raised his own megaphone, assuring, Fear not, dear villagers. We truly harbor no ill will. We shall not harm you. Unfortunately, the panicked populace paid no heed, consumed only by their frantic escape. Soon, they vanished entirely from sight. However, not all news was grim. Just as the townsfolk dispersed, a familiar figure slowly emerged from a street corner. Clad in a light-colored long robe topped with a yellow satin jacket. Sporting white brows and a beard, it was none other than Uncle Gio. He held a large banner adorned with various cryptic symbols, seemingly conjured from thin air. In the sunlight, these symbols emanated a dazzling golden glow, akin to a special effect. This was the manifestation of supernatural power, Taoism. As a scene reminiscent of a familiar film unfolded before Lu Huajian, his heart surged with excitement, his eyes gleaming with fervor. As a scientific scholar, witnessing the extraordinary was an unparalleled thrill. Stand guard, Captain Xiao Jianyang barked, sensing the ominous aura surrounding Uncle Gio. Instantly, hundreds of elite soldiers snapped to attention, raising their automatic rifles, their dark muzzles aimed at the approaching Uncle Gio and Captain Away behind him. A palpable tension filled the air. Be cautious. We must avoid any accidental discharge, Lu Huajian interjected. Understood, Xiao Jianyang affirmed, then commanded the soldiers to lower their rifles, dissipating the ominous atmosphere. As for Uncle Gio, he initially intended to subdue any malevolent spirits. However, upon arrival, he discerned that these individuals bore no trace of malevolence. Were they ghosts? No, that couldn't be right. Even with his yuzu leaves to aid his vision, he saw nothing unusual. Therefore, were they living humans? Uncle Gio, how have you been? Lu Huajian greeted warmly. Raising his megaphone, Uncle Gio stood there, utterly bewildered. He scrutinized the peculiar individuals before him, certain he had never encountered them. Yet, he was not foolish. He had sensed their overwhelming intent to kill, and given their sheer numbers, he knew he could not contend with them. Thus, suppressing his astonishment and confusion, he inquired. Lin Jiao is but an obscure Maoshan sorcerer. Why do you address me in such a manner? The term Taoist friend indicated Uncle Gio's stance. Lu Huajian smiled and replied. That is a long story. Just remember this. We harbor no ill intentions. Considering his age, nearly a century, calling him Uncle Gio seemed fitting. Before him, Uncle Gio fell into deep contemplation, carefully regarding Lu Huajian and the others. He was certain he had never seen them before. Might you inform me of your purpose? Uncle Gio asked. Lu Huajian nodded with a smile, of course. We come here with two intentions. First, scientific research. Second, to prevent zombies from wreaking havoc upon the world. Uncle Gio's brows furrowed in surprise. What? Do you mean to say you have detected zombies causing trouble in Rinjia town, hence your visit? Lu Huajian produced a tablet he had prepared earlier and opened it. Images of royal zombies, zombie town, and old Master Ren among others appeared on the screen. He handed it to Uncle Gio. Please take a look at this. Uncle Gio instinctively stepped back, scrutinizing the tablet with great seriousness. He could not comprehend it. He saw nothing even with the yuzu leaves. However, looking closer, he perceived several projections of zombies. Uncle Ji was taken aback and instinctively asked, Taoist friend, what is this object? And the entities depicted upon it are indeed zombies? Lu Huajian patiently explained, are you familiar with the concept of photographs? In this era, the concept of photographs has permeated the land of Yin and Huang, yet it is only in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai that one might encounter such a phenomenon. A small town like Rinjia Town, naturally, cannot possess this marvel, though it does not preclude the possibility of having heard of it. Uncle Gio nodded promptly, acknowledging his slight familiarity with the concept, albeit having never witnessed it firsthand. Lu Huajin explained, this is indeed a photograph, specifically of those zombies. Our mission in this realm is to eradicate these undead beings and conduct scientific research. Subsequently, he reiterated his explanation to Rin Tingting while also introducing himself. Though incredulous at first, Uncle Gio, being a practitioner of Taoism, possesses a heightened capacity for accepting the supernatural, and thus he quickly came to believe. The confusion in his gaze transformed into earnestness, his righteous spirit palpable as he eagerly inquired, Lu Daoyu, as a cultivator, I am acutely aware that zombies pose a grave threat to humanity. As a disciple of the Maoshan sect, I cannot remain indifferent. What shall we do next? Please enlighten me. Lu Huajian discerned the sincerity in Uncle Gio's demeanor and the resolute glint in his eyes. He too adopted a serious tone, stating, there are two avenues we require your cooperation on, Uncle Gio. The first is that we need your assistance with our scientific research. The second involves your help in communicating the truth to your sect, the Maoshan sect, and collaborating with us on a minor scientific experiment. Upon hearing the term minor scientific experiment, Uncle Gio appeared puzzled. What sort of scientific experiment is this? Could you elaborate, Lu Daoyu? Lu Huajin retrieved a tablet. Opening a pre-prepared PowerPoint presentation, succinctly introducing, it pertains to a scientific study of ghosts. He then began to expound upon Professor Fu Jiangwo's scientific research findings piece by piece. Uncle Gio, however, was left in a state of bewilderment, akin to deciphering a cryptic text, grappling with concepts such as the Planck constant, quantum phantoms, and artificially created specters. What is this all about? Lu Huajin carefully stowed away the tablet and, with a smile, explained, it's perfectly fine if you don't understand. All we require is your cooperation. Uncle Gio. In return, we shall grant you a request within our means. Upon hearing this, Uncle Gio immediately waved his hand and earnestly replied, the struggle between good and evil is a lifelong battle. As long as it is for the sake of the common people, none of this matters. Just as they were conversing, a voice cried out, don't grab me. I'm merely passing by. I truly am just passing through. Uncle Gio, help me. Not far off. The anguished wails of Captain Away echoed, sounding even higher than in the original performance. The individual had been stealthily observing from a distance, inciting Lu Huajian's growing impatience, prompting him to issue an order for capture. In the presence of several hundred special forces soldiers armed with automatic rifles, Captain Away and his cohort of security personnel found themselves utterly paralyzed, not even daring to contemplate resistance, their faces drained of color in sheer terror. The sight of numerous operatives shouldering individual rocket launchers only intensified their dread, as the menacing caliber nearly caused Captain Away to lose control of himself. Lu, how shall we proceed? At this moment, Captain Away had already been brought forth. The once imposing captain of the security team now appeared pale, his countenance more pitiable than that of a beggar. In a state of bemusement, he waved his hand and implored, let go. We are friends. Very well. Upon receiving the command, two Special Forces members released their grip, and Captain Away immediately burst into tears, sobbing like a weeping willow. He hurriedly clasped his hands in apology, exclaiming, I'm sorry, we should not have acted this way. We shall take our leave at once. This individual is nothing more than a coward, one who fears the strong and bullies the weak. Without a show of strength, one cannot predict the unexpected developments that may follow. Now that our objective has been accomplished. Lu Huajin spoke in a notably gentle tone, smiling as he said, Away, please inform Lord Rin, as well as all the gentry and villagers of Rinjia Town, that from today onwards, Rinjia Town is under the jurisdiction of our scientific sect. Rest assured, we will not act recklessly, simply perform your duties diligently. The concept of the scientific sect was established during the Grand Assembly of the main world. Captain Away replied, oh, yes, understood, visibly shaken, struggling to articulate his words. Along with the hundreds of security personnel who had been detained and released, they hastily retreated. They retrieved communication equipment to contact the temporary camp at the dual crossing gate. After a crackling connection, Lu Huajin inquired, Leader Zhao, what is the current situation at the temporary camp? Zhao Chuming responded from the other end, everything is normal. The second batch of personnel and supplies is currently being integrated. Lu Huajin affirmed, good. Remember, we have only 15 days. We must avoid unnecessary delays. Zhao Chuming acknowledged, understood. With the rear secured, Lu Huajin felt considerably relieved and proceeded towards Rinjia town under the guidance of Uncle Gio. Along the way, Uncle Gio posed numerous questions, to which Lu Huajin did not withhold his responses. Uncle Gio asked, Taoist Lu, what are the items you possess? They are remarkably intricate. I have never encountered such magical instruments. Lu Huajin cheerfully replied, this is the Type 03 automatic rifle, and these are the FNC assault rifle, stun grenade, and gas mask. Regarding these, they are a spectrometer, a torque magnetometer, a portable air quality monitor, and this is a spectral camera as well as a high-speed camera. Uncle Gio was left bewildered, unable to comprehend. After a brief chuckle, he shifted the conversation towards the matter of zombies. Taoist Lu, these zombies are exceedingly ferocious. I suggest deploying a formation to counter them or returning to the sect to summon more disciples for assistance. Lu Huajin smiled and shook his head, Uncle Gio. There is no need for such extravagance. Before we eliminate them, we must conduct scientific dissections, research, and analysis on these zombies. Their scientific and medical research value is immense, particularly regarding the phenomenon of corpses not decomposing for years. If they are destroyed without investigation, it would be detrimental to humanity and the advancement of our scientific sect. He further contemplated the significant implications for food technology. Consider this. A body remains intact for decades, as does the coffin. If we can unravel this mystery, we could eliminate the need for various preservatives in food, thereby enhancing national food safety. Of course, the advantages extend far beyond these. Meanwhile, Uncle Gio remained perplexed, realizing he understood nothing, as the discourse sounded like incomprehensible jargon, and he chose to smile in silence. Shortly thereafter, while en route to the ancestral hall, Awei hurriedly approached with Ren Fei, Huang Baiwan, and other gentry. In these tumultuous times, possessing firearms grants authority, and none dared to offend. They all offered apologies and pledged loyalty. Lu Huajin responded to each with courtesy, and he did not forget to inquire about Ren Tingting. Upon hearing that his daughter was safe, Ren Fei felt a heavy burden lifted from his heart. Subsequently, over 100 members from 2 special operations teams were dispatched to take control of Rinjia town. Captain Awei and his more than 100 security personnel transitioned into auxiliary roles, akin to assistant police officers. Lu Huajin, accompanied by the remaining individuals, continued towards the ancestral hall. The next 15 days would see the establishment of no fewer than 8 medium-sized national temporary laboratories here, primarily to research the relationship between the methods of the zombie world and nature. The main subjects of study would include Uncle Gio, the female ghost Xiaoyu, and potentially Uncle Gio's fellow disciples and master from Maoshan, particularly the Maoshan's senior brother, Shi Jian, known for his ability to summon lightning with a mere gesture. This moment represents a remarkable opportunity for a monumental advancement in electrical technology. Meanwhile, on Su Qingfeng's side, he led 7 or 8 scientific teams, accompanied by several dozen special operatives, each of whom had weathered the trials of battle, their hands stained with the weight of numerous lives. Due to the considerable distance, they took nearly half an hour to arrive. As in the original narrative, they traversed a dense thicket, and suddenly, the landscape opened up before them, a vast expanse of verdant grasslands, boundless mountains, and the rivers coursing beneath them. A solitary winding path connected to Rinjia town. Miss Rin, your grandfather is buried nearby, correct? Su Qingfeng inquired, unable to restrain himself for the sake of caution. Yes, Ren Tingting replied, scanning her surroundings before finally gesturing towards the southwest. It should be over there. Understood, Su Qingfeng acknowledged, then commanded the expert research team behind him. We have arrived at our destination. Ensure the site is well protected and refrain from disturbing any other graves. The paper offerings and incense were prepared. Upon receiving the order, dozens of scientists responded with enthusiasm. They donned yet another layer of white gloves, clutching an array of scientific instruments and sampling devices, and proceeded towards the grave of Ren's grandfather. Some collected soil, others gathered air from the vicinity, and there were those who sampled the moisture in the atmosphere, alongside collections of nearby animal droppings and various microorganisms. The special operatives dispersed around the area, prepared to manage any unforeseen events. Observing this scene, Su Qingfeng felt a peculiar sensation. Investigating zombies through scientific means? The notion seemed utterly bizarre and absurd. Yet, this absurd spectacle was unfolding right before his eyes. Under his leadership, with a deep sigh, he called out to Zhang Xiaoman, who was assisting with the command duties not far away. Chief Zhang. Mr. Su, Zhang Xiaoman responded, immediately jogging over. Her eyes filled with respect as she inquired, is there something you need? Please connect me with Team Lu and inquire about their status, Su Qingfeng requested. Certainly, Zhang Xiaoman replied, promptly summoning a communications engineer who utilized portable communication equipment to reach out. Before long, the call was received, and the situation was relayed to Lu Huajian, who was inspecting the mortuary. Team Lu, we have arrived at the grave of Ren's grandfather. How is it on your end? Upon recognizing Su Qingfeng's voice, Lu Huajian's face lit up with a smile as he responded, everything is proceeding smoothly. The unit has secured Rinjia Town and has garnered the assistance of Uncle Jio. Su Qingfeng's eyes brightened at this news. Excellent. The coordinates have been uploaded, and we can now bring people over. We must aim to complete our work before nightfall. Otherwise, with the setting sun, we may encounter unforeseen complications. This is a world inhabited by spirits and deities. The daylight belongs to humans, while the night is the domain of ghosts. Therefore, it is best to resolve any matters before nightfall. Lu Huajian responded, certainly. After terminating the call, he proceeded to explain the situation to Uncle Jio. Upon hearing the explanation, Uncle Jio's expression revealed some inner conflict, and he could not help but advise, Lu, my friend, since old Master Rin is the ancestor of the Rin family, should we not consult them before disturbing their ancestor's grave? Lu Huajian nodded in agreement, of course. However, there was one condition. Old Master Rin would inevitably transform into a zombie, necessitating a forceful resolution. Uncle Jio replied, indeed, I will speak with old Master Rin about this. In the original tale, Uncle Jio had suggested cremation. Had it not been for Rin Fa's adamant refusal, many subsequent troubles could have been avoided. Nonetheless, Uncle Jio held little sway at that time. The advance team from the Xingho temporary camp has now taken control of Rinjia Town. Initially, Rin Fa felt somewhat conflicted, but upon learning that his father was destined to become a zombie and threaten both himself and the Rin family, he promptly acquiesced. Near the grave of old Master Rin, after reporting the news, Su Qingfeng began to survey the surrounding area. Nearby lies a cemetery with dozens of graves, both large and small. However, only a few of them bear tombstones, each adorned with photographs. Given the presence of spirits in this world, Su Qingfeng refrained from provoking any entities, sharing the same sentiment as the members of the research team and the special forces. Mr. Su, during his patrol, Rin Tingting approached, still grappling with disbelief as she reiterated her previous question. Is it true that my grandfather could become a zombie? Will he come back to seek revenge on our family and harm my father and me? Su Qingfeng nodded, affirming, indeed, that is our purpose for being here. As he spoke, he cast a few lingering glances at the girl, acknowledging her beauty and perfect figure, yet lacking any genuine interest. After all, he would only remain in this world for a maximum of 15 days, with many tasks awaiting his attention. Receiving a definite answer, Rin Tingting bit her lip, conflicted. Mr. Su, could you please refrain from harming my grandfather? He was very kind to me when I was a child, and I do not wish for him to suffer. Su Qingfeng internally sighed, recognizing that women are, after all, creatures of emotion. He shook his head, responding, that is not possible. Rin Tingting hesitated, then conceded, very well. She had intended to plead further, but the seriousness in Su Qingfeng's gaze compelled her to relent. Suddenly, shouts erupted near the grave of Rin's grandfather. What is happening? All eyes turned in unison. Su Qingfeng hurried over to the scene. Near the grave, two scientists clad in protective gear were laughing heartily, soon their mirth turning to tears. A sense of foreboding gripped Su Qingfeng. Could it be that wandering souls had possessed them? It was broad daylight. Surely that could not be the case. Lost in thought, an elderly man stood up, excitement radiating from him. Mr. Su, great news. Our geological sampling team has just detected, using microbial electrical testing and BOD rapid test devices, a microorganism resembling Dermabacter hominis in the soil and extracted water. This bacterium is known to cause skin infections, manifesting symptoms such as localized redness and pain, and in severe cases, pus formation. Strangely, however, many of its characteristics are contrary. Its metabolic rate is exceedingly slow. Yet upon exposure to sunlight and air, its metabolism becomes remarkably vigorous. Moreover, the enzymes produced by this bacterium are exceptionally resilient, thousands of times tougher than human tissue. and can stimulate muscle myocytes and satellite cells, enhancing both jumping ability and strength. Of course, these findings are preliminary. Further investigation with more sophisticated instruments and repeated experiments is necessary. Qingfeng absorbed the information with keen interest. In essence, the land where Rin's grandfather was buried harbored a microorganism previously unknown. Considering the biological implications alongside the incident of the grandfather's transformation, could this microorganism have influenced his corpse, leading to its reanimation? As he pondered, another elder burst forth with laughter, approaching with additional news. Academician Tang, Mr. Su. We have yet another exciting discovery. Our chemistry research group has identified an unknown gas in the cemetery. Its physical properties closely resemble the energy associated with the Chu people, yet it is not entirely the same. I suspect it could be the corpse gas mentioned in films. Upon hearing this, Qingfeng furrowed his brow, inquiring, what chemical reactions might occur if this gas comes into contact with the air from our side? The elder shook his head. I'm not sure. Once the next group arrives, I'll have them take samples and conduct one-on-one experiments with this corpse gas, aiming to create hundreds of comparative groups. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, Qingfeng replied, very well, coordinate with Team Lu on this matter. The two academicians nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Qingfeng found himself relishing the role of a carefree prince, realizing sometimes it is best to let specialists handle their respective domains. Fortunately, it was too long before Lu Huajin and Jioshu arrived. Notably, Jioshu's two disciples, Qiuxing and Wakai, initially appeared aggressive but were soon calmed after Jioshu's explanation. What is the situation? Upon arrival, Lu Huajin meticulously assessed the scene. Team Lu. The microbiologist Tang approached eagerly, excitedly recounting their earlier findings. After listening, Lu Huajin's eyes lit up with exhilaration. Is that true? If this microorganism exists, its significance would be monumental and invaluable treasure. If it could be refined and integrated with material science, it could potentially enhance resilience 1,000-fold. However, achieving such integration is a complex challenge, as materials like iron, composed of elemental iron, belong to the realm of metallic elements. And merging these two disciplines is no simple feat nonetheless. It could indeed be considered priceless. Absolutely, the microbiologist Tang responded with enthusiasm. Lu Huajin took a deep breath, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your hard work. He then turned to Qingfeng, asking about the current situation. Qingfeng provided an honest account. After listening, Lu Huajin nodded. Good. He then turned to Jioshu, cheerfully introducing, Jioshu, this is Su, the young brother I mentioned before. I hope you won't decline his apprenticeship. The matter of apprenticeship had been settled before their arrival. Jioshu nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, of course, no problem. However, the matter at hand is of greater importance. Can we discuss this afterward? Certainly, no issue at all. Thank you, Jioshu. Qingfeng respectfully clasped his hands in acknowledgement, which brought great joy to Jioshu. After exchanging pleasantries, the group focused their attention on Rin's grandfather's grave. Jioshu inquired, Taoist Lu, what are your plans moving forward? Lu Huajin replied, our intention is to construct a high-strength scientific laboratory and place Rin's grandfather's coffin inside to observe and document the process of reanimation. Jioshu remained speechless. Though he had heard of such outrageous operations before, each time it left him somewhat at a loss for words. The notion of a corpse undergoing transformation was terrifying. A common person hearing this might indeed be frightened to the point of losing control. The individuals in the scientific community are quite something. Not only do they exhibit a remarkable lack of fear, but they also must witness the horrifying process of corpse transformation and engage in its study. Lu Huajin continued, regrettably. Our personnel and equipment, including the necessary apparatus, are still en route. At the very least, we will have the experimental conditions ready by approximately 9 o'clock tonight. Nearby, psychologist Qingfeng suggested, Lu, perhaps we should postpone the excavation until tomorrow? After all, one day's delay won't make a significant difference. No, it must be today. Lu Huajin firmly rejected. Why? Queried the perplexed Jioshu beside him. Lu Huajin explained, this is a matter that requires your expertise, Jioshu. Jioshu frowned at me. Provide the explanation? Yes, Lu confirmed. If all goes as anticipated, once the coffin of old Master Ren is unearthed, the corpse will undergo transformation that very night. We require your Taoist knowledge to assist us in dealing with old Master Ren after our research, so we can collect valuable data. This includes items such as ink lines, peachwood swords, and talismans. Of course, considering safety, Jioshu would only need to activate these talismans, as we will employ scientific methods, such as drones, hydraulic arms, and lasers, to forcibly apply them to the zombie. Jiao Shu remained silent, but he suddenly felt an inexplicable sensation. The zombies, which are viewed as terrifying by the general populace and regarded as troublesome malevolent entities by the Maoshan practitioners, seemed to him akin to mere laboratory mice. It was utterly absurd. "Mr. Liu, why don't we simply burn them with lychee wood instead?" interjected Qiusheng, who had remained quiet until now. Lu Huajin smiled and shook his head. "We are here to explore a different branch of science. If we were to set it ablaze, the purpose of our visit would be rendered meaningless." "Very well then," Qiusheng replied, suddenly sensing a similar feeling. Upon the transformation of the venerable elder into a zombie, his fate is likely to mirror that of a trapped rodent, tragic in the extreme. Subsequently, Lu Huajin convened a special meeting, the focal point of which was the research proposal concerning zombies. Firstly, the timeline for the study was established for this evening. Secondly, the methodology was delineated into two segments. The initial segment involved the examination of the chemical reactions between Taoist methods and zombies. For instance, as depicted in the original narrative, when a zombie encounters a measuring tool, it explodes with a resounding crackle. Academician Chen Zijing from the College of Organic Chemistry proposed that the explosive phenomenon occurring upon contact between the measuring tool and the zombie might represent a previously unobserved chemical reaction within our primary world. A comprehensive understanding of this chemical phenomenon could prove indispensable for the advancement of our chemical sciences. Moreover, additional studies were suggested regarding the energy conversion between talismans and zombies, the energy dynamics of peachwood swords in relation to zombies, and the molecular phenomena of glutinous rice in conjunction with zombies, among others. An extensive list of potential topics was compiled, numbering in the dozens. Ultimately, it was concluded that the most critical subjects should be prioritized for investigation. Presently, we possess but a single specimen of the venerable elder. Should it be lost, it would be irretrievable, thus necessitating our utmost diligence in its preservation. The second segment, concerning the structure and formation of zombies, proved to be particularly intriguing. Several psychologists and philosophers present articulated points worthy of contemplation. The psychologist Qian Kaiwen noted a pivotal moment in the original film where the elder sought to harm Uncle Jiao. Upon Uncle Jiao raising a handful of glutinous rice, the zombie recoiled in fear, and when Ren Tingting attempted to absorb the elder's corpse energy, the elder, upon breaking free, immediately seized Ren Tingting rather than any other individual. This raises a compelling question. Do zombies possess psychological activity? If they do not, what accounts for their fear? And if they lack such awareness, what motivates their actions toward Ren Tingting? Furthermore, according to the original plot, the elder's presence at the ancestral hall seemed to be driven by a desire for vengeance. Does this imply that zombies retain some semblance of memory? Following this, two philosophers presented their views. If zombies possess psychological activity, is there a possibility they engage in self-reflection or contemplate external phenomena? Another pressing inquiry arises. Since zombies are formed only after death, do they retain memories from their living selves? Are they purely spiritual entities? Or can they be integrated into a materialistic framework? At first glance, these questions may seem nonsensical, but upon deeper reflection, they could save considerable time in scientific research. However, due to the severe lack of samples and insufficient time, Captain Lu Huajin ultimately decided at the meeting, certain ethical, religious, philosophical, and sociological questions would remain unexamined for now, and all efforts should be concentrated on resolving issues within the realm of natural sciences. With a unified conclusion reached, the meeting adjourned. Notably, as it concluded, psychologist Qian Cowan presented a significant viewpoint. Captain Liu, our time in this alternate world is exceedingly limited, which poses a considerable disadvantage to our scientific endeavors. Is it possible for us to bring back a large quantity of samples to our primary world? Perhaps even bring individuals back with us? Lu Huaqian's gaze sharpened. Are you suggesting we bring Uncle Jiao and his companions back to our world for study? Qian Cowan affirmed, precisely. Lu Huajian pondered. While there are numerous advantages to bringing Uncle Jiao back to the primary world, there are also significant drawbacks. For instance, the delicate issues that cannot be mentioned, along with a host of ethical and legal concerns. What if Uncle Jiao becomes weary of his stay? How would we return him? What if his constitution does not align with that of our world, leading to his untimely demise? What if he inadvertently harms someone? After a few days, I will take some time to consult with my superiors before making a decision. Lu Huajin shook his head. The matter was too substantial for him to determine at present. However, he leaned towards this outcome. Bringing individuals from the alternate world to the modern era would, from a scientific standpoint, yield remarkably positive results. Additionally, he sought out Su Qingfeng to discuss the matter. Su Qingfeng consulted the system in his mind and received the answer, as long as he consented. Any person or object could travel to the modern world. With this confirmation, Lu Huajin suppressed his thoughts and proceeded towards the grave of the late Master Ren. Meanwhile, Uncle Gio had donned his Taoist robes and, as per the original script, commenced the earth-moving ritual. Upon completing the ceremony, he began to excavate the coffin. Given that the burial was not particularly deep and aided by 8 Special Forces soldiers wielding multifunctional shovels, the coffin was soon unearthed in its entirety. Uncle Gio, with his hands clasped behind his back, proclaimed loudly, "Today marks the re-emergence of Master Ren Weiyong. Those aged 36, 22, 35, and 48, as well as those born in the year of the rooster or the year of the ox, kindly turn away." Upon hearing this, those who met the criteria promptly turned their backs. In Longhua, respect for the deceased is paramount, and Master Ren was about to become a significant figure, deserving of the utmost reverence. Half a minute later, once everyone had turned away, they adjusted their attire and prepared to open the coffin. Uncle Joe's resonant voice rang out. Without needing Lu Huajin's command, over 100 Special Forces personnel immediately assumed a state of alert, their eyes keenly observing their surroundings to guard against any unforeseen incidents. Numerous research and sampling teams hastened to the forefront. Gas collectors ready. Spectrometers ready. Cameras and high-speed cameras ready. Magnetometers ready. Mass spectrometers ready. Team leaders reported with palpable excitement. Their discussions rife with anticipation. "Everyone, do you recall the original plot? When the coffin is opened, a wave of black mist emerges. We must carefully observe that phenomenon. Rest assured, we will capture that black mist without fail. And remember, gloves on. We can only collect a small DNA sample. We must not damage the corpse, or our research will be in jeopardy. Understood? Understood. If we hinder the transformation of Master Ren's corpse, our scientific research plans will be utterly thwarted. What about my needle? Can I draw some blood? Blood? Impossible." Though Master Ren appeared as if freshly deceased in the original script, showing none of the late-stage decomposition phenomena, he certainly wouldn't have any blood left. It must have evaporated. Silence, silence. We are about to open the coffin. In the eyes of these esteemed scientists and academicians, Master Ren was not merely a corpse on the verge of transformation, but rather an invaluable research treasure to be cherished. At the very least, no damage should occur before complete transformation. A minimal DNA sample could suffice for research purposes. It is worth noting that the initial research decision was to leave the coffin unopened, but considering the original plot's significance, it was deemed prudent to add this procedure to avoid any unforeseen complications. Not far off, Ren Fei, who had followed, witnessed the scene with a mix of anger and resignation. Fortunately, he found comfort in the presence of his daughter, Ren Tingting. "Lift the coffin." Upon seeing that preparations were nearly complete, Lu Huajin commanded loudly. At the coffin's perimeter, for Special Forces soldiers, upon receiving the order, respectfully saluted him before producing their shovels to pry open the nails securing the coffin lid. At that moment, the surrounding scientific personnel felt their hearts leap into their throats. "It's happening. Prepare to record, stay calm, and document the data." Their essay change. The magnetic field data shows slight fluctuations. Mayan 2. Are the microorganisms active? They seem to be boiling over. Their metabolic and reproductive rates significantly accelerated. A major discovery. These microorganisms appear to be promoting the growth of this corpse. Is this the transformation? Look. The black mist is about to emerge from the coffin. Prepare to collect samples, quickly. As the coffin lid opened incrementally, dozens of academicians and professors felt their hearts race, deploying various scientific instruments to fervently gather data and collect samples. Their faces were alight with wonder, as if they had been doused in ink. Following this collective anticipation, the coffin lid was fully removed. A surge of black mist billowed forth from within the coffin, collected meticulously by the gas sampling equipment. Inside the coffin lay Master Ren Weiyong's corpse, appearing exactly as in the original script. It showed no signs of decay whatsoever. Shock, horror, excitement. A whirlwind of emotions surged within the hearts of the assembled scholars, igniting fervent discussions. Is it really possible that this body has been buried for 20 years? Unbelievable, it is preserved so impeccably. Indeed, the preservation techniques of ancient peoples are astonishing. This reminds me of Lady Xinjue, whose blood remained in liquid form upon excavation, with intact organs and flexible limbs. Alas, many ancient methods have perished in the tides of history. I believe this coffin also holds significant research value. Its preservation for 20 years underground speaks volumes. Contrary to the experts' assessments, Uncle Joe's expression turned grave upon seeing Master Rin's body. Uncle Joe, what is the situation? Lu Huajian inquired slowly, his demeanor equally solemn. Uncle Joe nodded slightly, expressing admiration. You guessed correctly, Taoist Lu. Master Rin has already met the conditions for becoming a zombie. I fear he may transform tonight. These zombies, with their copper skin and iron bones, are impervious to blades and bullets. If we wish to confront him, it may prove quite troublesome. Lu Huajian smiled and shook his head, reassuring, there is no need for Uncle Joe to worry. My scientific team has a contingency plan. Henceforth, I kindly ask for your cooperation. Uncle Joe opened his mouth, paused to suppress his words, and nodded in agreement. All right. Lu Huajian ceased further discourse and promptly commanded the soldiers, close the coffin lid and carry it back to the mortuary for safekeeping. The nearby special forces responded loudly, then proceeded to cover the coffin, taking up ropes and sticks brought from the mortuary to commence their binding task. They did not move the coffin immediately, as they awaited the scientists to finish collecting samples and analyzing the specific conditions of the site, including soil, air, and moisture content. During this interval, Qingfeng was also occupied. Receiving the incense from Uncle Joe, he began to pay respects at the grave, emulating the character Qingfeng from the original script. Comrade Xiaosu. Upon seeing Qingfeng prepare to leave with the incense, a dozen academicians rushed forward, presenting various scientific instruments, expressing their concern. Please don these devices. They will continuously monitor your heart rate, brainwaves, and surrounding magnetic fields. Furthermore, they advised, if you encounter the female spirit Xiaoyu and she expresses her gratitude, kindly respond and tell her to visit you in Rinjia town tomorrow night to discuss a matter. One professor from the University of Science and Technology earnestly instructed. If the spirit Xiaoyu does not bring it up herself, you should do so to establish contact. This is crucial for the nation's scientific advancement. Thank you for your efforts, Comrade Xiaosu. Qingfeng felt an odd sensation lingering, but suppressing it, he nodded in acknowledgement, understood. Subsequently, with the assistance of the dozen academicians and professors, he donned the various monitoring and sampling devices. A chaotic array of equipment, unfamiliar to him, weighed nearly 8 kilograms, which, fortunately, was not excessively burdensome. He then proceeded to offer incense at each grave. In the distance, the special forces and scientists remained vigilant, observing. Following the script, he paid homage while offering incense. Although the graveyard was extensive, only the grave of the female spirit Xiaoyu bore a tombstone, thus necessitating incense offerings solely at that marked grave. Thus, only a handful of graves remained. Before long, Qingfeng arrived at a familiar tombstone. The stone bore a black and white photograph, depicting a girl of striking beauty, whose ethereal charm was tinged with a haunting melancholy that evoked deep sympathy in any onlooker. Lowering his gaze, he read the inscribed epitaph, "In loving memory of my beloved daughter, Dong Xiaoyu." This was indeed the place. Qingfeng murmured to himself, then, emulating the poignant lines from the original script, he lamented, Dong Xiaoyu's grave, taken at merely 20 years of age, how tragic. A moment of incense is in order. With that, he retrieved 3 sticks of incense and placed them reverently before the tombstone. Rising, he feigned to depart, yet his ears perked up in anticipation. According to the original narrative, he would soon receive the specter's gratitude from Xiaoyu. 1 step, 2 steps. He deliberately slowed his pace. However, contrary to his expectations, he heard no words of thanks from the ghostly presence. What is going on? He wondered, perplexed. Why was the situation deviating from the expected script? 1 step, 2 steps. At this point, he had traversed over 100 meters from Dong Xiaoyu's grave, yet still heard not a single sound. Little Su, can you hear me? At that moment, the voice of Lu Huajian inquired through the headphones. I can hear you. Qingfeng tightened the headphones and asked, Captain Lu, what is the situation on your end? Lu Huajian sighed. All monitoring data shows no abnormalities. Qingfeng murmured, so, the female ghost, Xiaoyu, has yet to reveal herself. Lu Huajian responded. That seems to be the case. After a brief pause, he continued, how about this, Comrade Su, you confront her directly and see if she can assist us. Or inquire about her conditions, and we shall do our utmost to accommodate her. Additionally, I have arranged for some gold ingots and candles to be sent to you. Qingfeng replied, understood. Given the current circumstances, this appeared to be the only viable approach. Shortly thereafter, 2 special soldiers, donning gas masks, jogged over, carrying a substantial stack of paper money and 2 white candles, along with a lighter. Su Qingfeng accepted the items, and the soldiers respectfully bowed before swiftly departing. May this persuade the female ghost, Su Qingfeng thought to himself. He then approached the grave of the ghost, Dong Xiaoyu, once more, carrying the candles and paper money. He took out a small amount of paper money, ignited it, followed by lighting the candles, placing them before the gravestone. After completing these preparations, Su Qingfeng began to burn the paper money and spoke slowly. Miss, pardon my intrusion. There is indeed a matter for which I require your assistance. Please rest assured, this request will not bring you any harm, yet it is of utmost importance to us. Should you be willing to help, we can agree to one condition of your choosing. The wind seemed to pick up slightly, yet there was still no response from the other side. Su Qingfeng increased his appeal. You may have your concerns, but I assure you, we will not harm you. Furthermore, your restless spirit lingers. Is there some grievance that binds you to this realm, preventing you from reincarnating? You may confide in us, and we will do our best to assist you. We are your friends, not your foes. The wind grew stronger, yet it differed from the gentle breeze that had preceded it. The wind is noticeably much colder. It is a chilling wind. Comrade Xiaosu, continue. In the headphones, Lu Huajian's voice resonated with a hint of excitement. Clearly, the scientific research team had uncovered something significant. Su Qingfeng raised the stakes once more. Should you agree to assist us, we can not only help vindicate you, but also provide you with additional gold ingots, candles, and even gifts like cars and houses. Miss Xiaoyu, we genuinely require your assistance. An unusual scene unfolded. The previously howling wind suddenly dissipated, leaving the surroundings eerily tranquil. Su Qingfeng pondered. Has the ghost, Dong Xiaoyu, consented or declined? He felt a pang of frustration and offered further persuasion, mentioning the time, the night after tomorrow, at the small grove near Uncle Jio's ancestral hall. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. He received no response. Team Leader Lu. It seems Miss Xiaoyu is reluctant to engage in conversation. With no other recourse, Su Qingfeng reported the situation through the headset. On the other end, Lu Huajian sighed deeply and replied, Alas, let us return tomorrow. We should first resolve the matter concerning Old Man Ren. Su Qingfeng responded, Understood. Though it was regrettable, there was little else to be done. He rose, bowed 3 times before Dong Xiaoyu's gravestone, and turned to depart. Thank you, I have agreed. However, just as he turned away, an ethereal female voice suddenly echoed from behind him. The sound was eerily strange, akin to a woman whispering in your ear, suddenly attempting to frighten you. Su Qingfeng felt a shiver run down his spine and instinctively turned to gaze at Dong Xiaoyu's gravestone, his eyes locking with the black and white photograph. At this moment, the photograph seemed to come alive, the corners of its mouth curving upwards and a smile directed at him. Su Qingfeng was taken aback. What was happening? Instinctively, he wiped his eyes and realized the black and white image on the gravestone remained unchanged. It must have been a trick of his vision. However, now that he had regained his composure, he exhaled a deep breath, murmuring in mild exasperation, Miss, it would have been splendid if you had responded to me just now, rather than turning away only to reply immediately after. He couldn't help but comment on how even spirits seem prone to startling the living. Yet, there was no response from Dong Xiaoyu. Never mind, he sighed softly. Since his task was complete, Su Qingfeng retraced his steps. Lu team, what is the situation? He inquired upon reaching the center of the group. Neither good nor bad, Lu Huajian replied, scrutinizing the data from the numerous scientific instruments before him. His brow furrowed in concern. Much of the data is peculiar. Our current equipment cannot analyze it. It must be sent back to the supercomputing center in the main world for evaluation. Very well, Su Qingfeng acknowledged. The necessity for supercomputing highlighted the daunting magnitude of the calculations required. With all preparations now concluded, it was time to return to the ancestral hall and await the transformation of old Master Ren's remains. At this moment, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Throughout the duration, the gateway to the myriad realms remained open. An immense influx of manpower and resources was being funneled through the portal to assist Mr. Zombie in the alternate world. Thus far, for additional research teams, over a dozen pilots, numerous artillerymen, 2 transport helicopters, and 6 rocket launchers had been dispatched. Due to the limited size of the portal, the transport helicopters were disassembled in the main world before being reassembled in the alternate realm. Lu Huajin had issued orders to this second wave of arrivals to proceed to the location where Uncle Zombie's tale unfolded. According to the cinematic backdrop, Mr. Zombie belonged to the Republic era, while Uncle Zombie was associated with the Q Nation. Yet, for reasons unknown, these 2 worlds had been inexplicably merged. This information was gleaned through the wise counsel of Uncle Gio. The gravedigger who makes his entrance at the beginning of Mr. Vampire is none other than the four-eyed Taoist from Uncle Zombie. This time, he was merely passing through Rinjie town on his way back to his temple after a journey. Unexpectedly, he was hindered by the antics of the lively duo, Choshin and Wakai, but fortunately, their mischief was averted just in time. Due to the constraints of time, the expedition to the Four-Eyed Temple has been postponed, and they shall depart tomorrow morning. This venture is not aimed at capturing the royal zombie. Rather, it is to establish a communication outpost there. Once the royal zombie arrives, they plan to capture it and have it contribute to the advancement of science. As for Mr. Ren, through subtle inquiries, he has learned that his father has become a subject of experimentation, which has filled him with profound sorrow. However, there is little he can do. In this era where power is held by those with firearms, he dares not challenge the elite soldiers. Even his daughter, Ren Tingting, advises him, "Father, our family's safety is paramount. Grandfather was also destined to become a zombie, which would have brought us harm. It is already a great relief that someone can assist in managing this situation." Ren Fa sighed, "Well, I suppose that. Despite his helplessness, he cannot deny the validity of his daughter's words." At around 5 o'clock, upon returning to the ancestral hall, the sun was nearing its descent. Fortunately, the third contingent of reinforcements had already arrived. This is a specialized expert research team formed specifically to address the study of zombies, comprising over 60 members. Among them are 11 academicians, 20 professors from prestigious universities, and the remainder consists of senior researchers and doctoral students from the University of Science and Technology of China and various research institutes. Leading this distinguished group is Zhao Liguo, a nationally renowned biochemist, often hailed as the father of biochemistry. His professional competence is unquestionable, and his loyalty is equally dependable. Upon the return of Lu Huajian and his team, these newly arrived experts were busy installing and calibrating equipment. Upon learning of the main team's return with the sample known as Old Master Ren, Zhao Liguo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried out from the under-construction biochemical laboratory. "Team Lu, you have finally returned," he exclaimed enthusiastically. Seeing his old colleague and friend so animated, Lu Huajian couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, "Old Zhao, after all these years, this is the first time I've seen you so thrilled. At your age, you still behave like a child." Zhao Liguo laughed heartily, unfazed. "This is a matter of national and ethnic significance. How could I not be excited? But enough of that, tell me about the sample's condition." With a beaming smile, Lu Huajian reassured him, "Don't worry, there won't be any mistakes. But how are things on your end?" "According to our analysis with Uncle Gio, Old Master Ren will undergo transformation tonight. We must be prepared." In response, Zhao Liguo expressed unwavering confidence. "Rest assured, we have constructed this facility to the highest national standards of a Level 4 biosafety laboratory, P4 lab. The isolation materials we are using can withstand rounds from high-caliber sniper rifles. Additionally, we have installed a plethora of scientific research equipment, including centrifuges, spectrophotometers, electrophoresis systems, high-performance liquid chromatography, HPLC, PCR machines, and biosafety cabinets. We have also brought in over a dozen large diesel generators and ample diesel fuel, as well as high-temperature incinerators." Lu Huajian added, "What about the sterile laboratory?" Zhao Liguo replied, "A Level 10 lab is currently under renovation and assembly. However, due to time constraints, we expect to provide no more than 5 square meters of space before it is needed. Otherwise, we will have to rely on Level 100 or Level 1000 environments." Even for the construction-savvy Dragon Country, providing a large-scale Level 10 sterile laboratory in a short time, especially in another world, is indeed quite a tall order. Lu Huajian understood this, and thus felt very satisfied with the current preparations, nodding in agreement. "Old Zhao, you have worked hard." Zhao Liguo chuckled and shook his head. "You remain the same as ever, unchanging. After all, this is for the country. How much effort could we possibly spare?" Hearing this, Lu Huajian laughed silently, shaking his head. "Oh, look at me. Never mind that. Let me introduce someone." He then turned slightly to the side and introduced, "This is Uncle Gio." "Hello, Uncle Gio," Zhao Liguo said, extending his right hand, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Uncle Gio. It was astonishing to see a character from a film come to life before him. Feeling somewhat awkward and having only understood fragments of the conversation, Uncle Gio offered a peculiar smile and extended his right hand to shake. "Hello." Lu Huajian continued with the introductions. Considering the time factor, after introducing a few key individuals, they immediately began the subsequent preparations. These preparations, while seemingly straightforward, were complex in execution. First, they moved old Master Ren's coffin into the glass biosafety laboratory. Then, they installed various scientific monitoring instruments and collection devices within the coffin, mirroring the setup throughout the entire biological lab. Finally, they ensured protective and safety measures were in place, focusing on various gaseous reactants, liquid reagents, high-temperature sterilization equipment, and Uncle Gio's magical artifacts. Beyond that, the matter of meals needed to be addressed. This is no trivial matter. Eating, drinking, and excretion are fundamental human instincts. The issue of excretion is relatively simple to resolve. A designated isolation chamber can be utilized, and once completed, the waste can be collected and stored in the modern world. Why not simply dispose of it? What if it reacts chemically with the gases from the zombie realm? However, now, the matter of sustenance poses a greater complication. Humans must eat, which necessitates the removal of protective suits. Yet, once the protective gear is discarded, the skin will inevitably come into contact with this world, raising concerns about potential adverse effects. Thank heavens. At this critical juncture, the other two research teams delivered promising news. The air in the zombie world is fundamentally similar to that of the primary world, notably, akin to the world of the ancient corpses in the mountain village. There exists an unknown gas. Fortunately, this mysterious gas does not affect humans. With this revelation, the weary warriors, who had labored throughout the day, could finally shed their cumbersome protective suits and enjoy a well-deserved respite. Subsequently, they could indulge in delectable dishes, fruits, juices, and mineral water. From a distance, it resembled workers who, after a long day, were savoring their meals at a construction site. It seemed perfectly normal. Yet, in the realm of Mr. Zombie, this scene is decidedly out of the ordinary, especially situated beside the ancestral hall. The diesel generator hums busily, casting elongated shadows of warriors and scientists alike. Observing this peculiar spectacle, Uncle Gio and his disciples, Qingfeng and Wenkai, find themselves quite flustered. The reason is simple. The aroma is utterly irresistible. Large chunks of succulent pork belly, beef, and lamb, accompanied by fragrant white rice, rich, oily broth, and an array of glistening grapes, crimson apples, and crisp, sweet pears, along with numerous exotic fruits and delectable dishes whose names elude them. The scent is tantalizing. Master, what are they feasting on? It smells divine. Wakai, unable to contain his excitement, swallows audibly, his eyes nearly popping out of his head at the sight of the enticing spread. Indeed, Master, Qingfeng chimes in, his eyes equally wide with envy, lamenting, so many things we've never even seen before. They all look delicious. Pathetic. Without waiting for Qingfeng to finish, Uncle Gio shoots him a sharp glance, admonishing, as cultivators, you must practice humility and restraint. Look at yourselves. You are utterly embarrassing me. Qingfeng, feeling wronged, mutters, oh. Though he knows he must bear it, given his master's temper. Uncle Gio, also swallowing hard, attempts to avert his gaze when suddenly, Uncle Gio, Captain Xiao Jinyong approaches, holding 3 portions of food and several kilograms of fruit. Grapes, oranges, sliced watermelon, pomegranates, and cantaloupe are among the offerings, alongside beef and lamb. With a smile, Xiao Jinyong presents the meals. These are for you. Due to special handling, they were a bit delayed. I hope you can forgive us. The enticing aroma of the dishes makes Uncle Gio's fingers twitch with anticipation, and he replies with a chuckle, no worries, I completely understand. He then accepts the food and inquires, by the way, how are Captain Liu and Academician Zhao faring? Xiao Jinyong reassures him, rest assured, Uncle Gio. They are safe and currently making final preparations. They will send someone to contact you shortly. Uncle Gio's sense of importance swells, and he nods in satisfaction, saying, good. However, that zombie is terrifyingly malevolent. Please ensure Captain Liu and the others exercise utmost caution. Understood, Xiao Jinyong replies, saluting before departing. Once he is gone, Qingfeng and Wenkai can no longer contain their murmurs. Wenkai, Master just said to practice humility and restraint. Look, he has changed his tune again. Just as Wenkai is about to respond, Uncle Gio turns, his eyes narrowing. Hee, Master. Qingfeng and Wenkai immediately turn their grievances into flattery. Witnessing this, Uncle Gio can't help but sigh inwardly, lamenting the ill fortune of having taken on these 2 disciples. Time, 22:35. Location, inside the biological safety laboratory of the ancestral hall. Several hours have passed since the coffin of old Master Ren was brought in. Numerous scientific detectors have been diligently monitoring the situation throughout. Everyone awaits the moment of revelation. Finally, as the clock strikes 23:57, A sudden exclamation shatters the tense atmosphere of the P4 laboratory. Zhao Ligua stands before the control panel, his gaze fixed intently through the bulletproof glass, focused on what lies within. This is a transparent biosafety laboratory encased in bulletproof glass. At the center of the laboratory lies a coffin, within which rests the corpse of the late Mr. Rin, fully transformed into a state of decay. At the moment of this transformation, driven by the emanating cadaveric energy, the coffin exhibited the slightest tremor. Though imperceptible to the untrained eye, it was meticulously recorded by the ever-vigilant monitoring equipment. Simultaneously, over 100 scientific researchers present on site gazed intently, their expressions brimming with exhilaration. Suddenly, a resounding bang erupted from the direction of the coffin, leaving no time for further observation. The sound resonated loudly through the speakers, reaching every corner of the laboratory. Simultaneously, a chilling, ghostly whisper echoed from the coffin, unmistakably emanating from it. It was evident that the body of old Master Rin had undergone a complete transformation. Data reports flooded in from various workstations. The microorganism designated as Activity 1 was mutating, repeating, and undergoing further alterations. A significant discovery. Activity 1 was releasing static electricity. Repeating. It was releasing static electricity. The corpse's miasma intensified. Repeating. The miasma intensified. The biological tissues of the sample were rapidly changing. Repeating. The muscle tissues were rapidly changing. The sample exhibited signs of a biological electromagnetic field. Repeating. Signs of a biological electromagnetic field. The force exerted by the sample was increasing, having reached 1,000 newtons. And it continued to rise. At the control panel, Zhao Ligua's eyes narrowed, and he commanded, "Continue monitoring the data and increase the pressure on the coffin." He then turned to the observing Jioshu and said earnestly, "Jioshu, I will need your assistance shortly." Jioshu, already clad in a grass-yellow Maoshan robe, nodded solemnly in response. "Rest assured, Taoist Zhao." After speaking, he gestured towards Lu Huajian, who was overseeing the research. He then promptly approached the prepared altar, took up his brush, and began to draw talismans. His movements were fluid, and soon he finished 2 corpse-fixing talismans. "Chicken," Jioshu called out once more. "Yes," responded the 2 special forces soldiers waiting nearby, who immediately presented a large rooster. Jioshu took it, broke its neck, allowing the blood to drip into a bowl. He then held the brush used for drawing talismans to his forehead, silently reciting incantations. Upon completion, his inner energy surged, condensing onto the talisman paper. A powerful force erupted, transforming into immense heat that ignited the talisman paper with ease. Jioshu promptly dropped the burning talisman into the bowl filled with chicken blood, channeling his energy into his right index finger to stir the mixture. Finally, he retrieved a compass, using a bagua mirror to filter out impurities while simultaneously enhancing its power. Thus, the compass devised for dealing with zombies was successfully completed. Not stopping there, in the spirit of scientific inquiry, Jioshu also produced the peachwood sword, the money sword, and the recently repaired corpse-reflecting mirror to hand over to the researchers. Meanwhile, within the glass biosafety laboratory, old Master Rin's corpse had fully transformed, and the force exerted had reached a terrifying 8,000 newtons, equating to a weight of approximately 1,616 pounds. The researchers on site were astounded by this data. 8,000 newtons of force. How fearsome it must be, coupled with its copper skin and iron bones. It was no wonder that in the original narrative, it could fend off several opponents simultaneously. I recall from the original story that the zombie had seized Wen Kai. And despite Jioshu and Qiushin's frantic attempts to intervene, they were powerless. Now it seemed there was a scientific basis for their struggles. Alarmingly, the coffin was beginning to show cracks under the strain. Preparations were underway as the coffin was on the verge of collapse, and the zombie could break free at any moment. Lu Huajin, equipped with the items prepared by Jioshu, approached Zhao Ligua and earnestly inquired, "Old Zhao, the items are ready. What shall we do next?" Zhao Ligua, an authority in the field of biochemistry, expressed his excitement and replied, "We cannot use Jioshu's artifacts yet. We must wait for the zombie to break free from the coffin to monitor its maximum energy output, which will allow us to formulate a more effective response plan." Hearing this, Lu Huajin nodded, stating, "Understood. If you require any further assistance, please let me know, and we will do our utmost to accommodate." Zhao Ligua simply acknowledged with a nod. Just then, the 5th research group sent another data report. "Report to Academician Zhao. The force exerted by old Master Rin has reached 9,000 newtons." Other research groups chimed in. "Report to Academician Zhao. The coffin has completely cracked, sustaining damage of up to 90. Report to Academician Zhao. The sample's corpse has begun to exhibit signs of enzymatic revival. Report to Academician Zhao. The sample's corpse shows brainwave activity. Repeating, brainwave activity. The data continued to surge in. Suddenly, at the center of the glass laboratory, Old Master Ren's coffin could withstand no more under the overwhelming 9,000 newtons of force, coupled with the surging miasma. With a thunderous crash, it shattered into pieces. The coffin lid and sidewalls were flung away, crashing heavily against the bulletproof, chemical-resistant glass. At the same time, a thick cloud of miasma erupted from the coffin, swirling like a green fog. Within this terrifying green mist, a hoarse breath, long silent for 20 years, gradually emerged. Subsequently, a decayed yet formidable corpse, dressed in the attire of the Qing dynasty and adorned with a broad-brimmed hat, sprang forth from the coffin. Its arms extended forward, and with a single leap, it ascended effortlessly. Old Master Ren had broken free from his coffin. Such a horrifying scene would surely terrify any ordinary person to their very core. However, the hundreds of scientific experts present, including Zhao Ligua, Lu Huajian, and the dozens of special forces soldiers responsible for security, felt only one emotion: awe. It was a sensation akin to finally piercing through the clouds to behold majestic mountains. Just like in the films, Old Master Ren's body had decayed beyond recognition. Yet he exhaled miasma like a tempest, and his previously closed eyes had opened, revealing terrifying orbs that scanned the surroundings. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A miracle. A miracle in the realms of medicine and biology. Zhao Li's eyes welled with tears, nearly spilling over as he murmured in a frenzy. Around him, the scientists, researchers, and doctoral students were similarly rendered speechless. As scientific practitioners, they felt a singular emotion. Their dreams had materialized into reality. Many contemplated dedicating their lives to research in this very place. Yet, alas, they could only remain for a maximum of half a month. Inside the transparent biosafety laboratory, the resurrected Old Master Ren resembled a frenzied beast, desperately craving blood, inhaling deeply as he sought the scent of life. Yet, there was none to be found. The contradiction lay in the fact that he could see people everywhere, a throng of humanity. How could there be no scent of life? Roar. Old Master Ren was enraged, his body soaring to an imposing height of over 3 meters as he lunged toward Zhao Ligua at the control panel. He hungered for blood. He craved blood. His green fingers were terrifying, and his fangs resembled those of a fierce tiger, instilling dread. Then, mid-flight, a resounding crash echoed as he collided with the thick bulletproof glass, disorienting him and sending his body hurtling back to the ground. The bewildered Old Master Ren found himself confused. What was happening? What was happening? The prey was right before him. Who dared to obstruct him? Roar. Elder Ren, filled with indignation, leaped and bounded towards the bulletproof glass, only to be thwarted by its formidable barrier. Enraged, he wondered what audacity possessed this object to impede a vampire's thirst for blood. It was utterly intolerable. With rigid arms, he summoned his strength and struck the bulletproof glass with tremendous force. A thunderous collision reverberated through the air, yet, regrettably, the glass remained unscathed. Akin to an egg being hurled against a stone, Elder Ren was left in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? Why is this wretched thing so unyielding? It refuses to concede, resorting instead to ramming its body against it, yet to no avail. The transformed Lord Ren, now a zombie, lets out an enraged roar, bouncing off to another location in search of a new point of breach. However, it proves futile. The laboratory, spanning 20 square meters, is entirely encased in bulletproof glass. The ceiling is constructed in the same manner. As for the floor, it is built from a meter-deep amalgamation of stone, reinforced steel, and specialized cement. This type of cement sets in just a few minutes, having contributed significantly during earthquake relief efforts. Roar, the Old Master continues to bellow. Yet, unlike the initial display of arrogance, he now resembles a ferocious beast trapped in a cage, filled only with impotent rage. This sentiment is shared by Zhao Ligua and Lu Huajian. Fortunately, we have adequately prepared. Otherwise, encountering this formidable elder would indeed pose a significant challenge. Zhao Ligua sighed deeply, feeling both a sense of gratitude and reflection within. Beside him, Lu Huajian jested, "Old Zhao, you are overthinking this. Our bulletproof glass can withstand even sniper rifle rounds. And with the mere force of over 1,000 pounds from the elder, he stands no chance against it." Zhao Ligua nodded in agreement. "Indeed, but I must confess, Old Lu, when the elder charged at me just now, I felt a twinge of fear, akin to facing a ferocious beast." Lu Huajian responded thoughtfully, "Old Zhao, I too experienced that sensation, but thankfully, no unforeseen incidents occurred. Now, I leave the rest in your capable hands. Zhao Liguo replied, no problem. The research subject is now secured, and it is time for the scientists to showcase their expertise. Under Zhao Liguo's directive, 2 meticulously prepared mechanical hydraulic arms gradually extended, each equipped with a large iron claw custom-designed to accommodate the dimensions of the elder's body. The operation of these 2 hydraulic robotic arms is to securely restrain the elderly gentleman, preventing him from moving about erratically. Within the confines of the glass laboratory, the elderly gentleman, unaccustomed to such surroundings, behaves like an enraged beast, darting about in a frenzy. With a roar here and a crash there, he was swiftly captured by 2 lurking hydraulic arms, akin to an eagle seizing its prey. A tremendous force enveloped him, rendering his body immobile, inciting even greater fury in the elder, whose howls were more intense than those of a pig being slaughtered during the new year. Yet, it bore no fruit. Zhao Liguo commanded, Sampling Group 1, activate the laser cutter to slice through the elder's skin, muscles, and other tissues, then dispatch them for DNA and biochemical analysis. Sampling Group 2, extract the elder's teeth and collect the corpse's aura for examination. Sampling Group 3, gather the elder's clothing, leaving only 1 pair of trousers. Upon receiving the orders, the personnel from the 3 sampling groups sprang into action, either maneuvering drones, operating robotic arms, or working in pairs within the glass laboratory. This group is primarily focused on collecting the garments of the late Mr. Ren. These clothes, which have remained uncorrupted for 2 decades, possess immense research value. It is possible that they harbor some extraordinary samples capable of instigating a revolution in the textile industry, necessitating meticulous collection. Soon, an hour passed. The flesh and tissue of the late Mr. Ren were gathered, along with the extraction of 2 canine teeth and the clipping of the nails on his thumb and middle finger. Strangely, the toenails, which are also connective tissue, had not elongated at all. Consequently, it was determined that the toenails must also be removed in part for research purposes. An hour later, the once fearsome and ghostly figure of Mr. Ren was stripped bare, leaving only a pair of undergarments. Numerous nails and canine teeth had been extracted, and a significant amount of corpse energy and green blood had been drawn for analysis. Once the sampling team departed and ensured proper protective measures were in place, Zhao Liguo issued another command, release the food. Yes. Upon receiving the directive, 2 mules purchased from Rinjia town were introduced into the laboratory, and the door was locked, allowing the hydraulic arms to finally loosen their grip. The liberated Mr. Ren had succumbed to madness. He unleashed all his wrath upon the 2 mules, sinking his canine teeth into their necks to siphon their blood. In less than half a minute, the mules resembled desiccated corpses, their blood completely drained. With the replenishment of blood, the nearly naked Mr. Ren's corpse energy intensified, and his roars grew more ferocious as he began to violently strike against the bulletproof glass. Then, 2 hydraulic arms extended, resembling the talons of an eagle capturing a chick, effectively restraining Mr. Ren and rendering him immobile. Subsequently, Zhao Liguo issued another order, initiate Program 2. Deploy the artifacts. Upon receiving the command, the researchers responsible for operating the robots and drones responded enthusiastically. They first placed Uncle Gio's talismans onto the mechanical arms, then maneuvered the arms to press the talisman against Mr. Ren's forehead. A bizarre scene unfolded. As the talisman touched his brow, Mr. Ren momentarily exhibited a sense of tranquility, albeit fleeting. The scientists monitoring real-time data were exhilarated, diligently recording experiment after experiment, and the research continued. The talisman was then covered with ink. A fascinating phenomenon has emerged. Following the collision of the ink brush and the aura of the deceased, an astonishing production of electrical and thermal energy occurred, yielding remarkably clean energy. Upon witnessing such results, Zhao Liguo was instantly inspired with a bold idea. If the aura of the deceased and the ink brush could be mass-produced, would it not result in an abundant supply of electrical and thermal energy? Incredible! Zhao Liguo genuinely believed that zombies are treasures in themselves. This was merely the beginning of research, yet it already hinted at potential advancements in applied physics. After the ink brush, the next in line were the money sword and the peachwood sword. Testing revealed that the power of the money sword was merely 1/13 that of the peachwood sword. To avoid damaging the samples, the researchers conducted their tests on the limbs of old Master Ren. After nearly 30 incisions, satisfactory data was finally obtained. As for the outcome, old Master Ren's limbs bore over 30 wounds, with green blood mingling with the aura of the deceased, and his agonized screams reverberated throughout the laboratory. If old Master Rin possessed consciousness and lived in modern times, he would undoubtedly cry out in protest. What of zombies? Do they not have rights? Oh my. I truly wish to call the police. The experiments continued. Next came glutinous rice, followed by various talismans, and after an entire night of research, the talismans were finally tested. The focus then shifted to firearms, beginning with a handgun, once again aimed at the limbs of old Master Rin. The results were unexpectedly astonishing. Within a range of 50 meters, the bullets from the handgun astonishingly failed to penetrate, instead being deflected. Upon receiving the news, Lu Huajin arrived. Diligently analyzing the situation, according to the original storyline, Captain Away's security team had previously fired weapons, but to no effect on old Master Rin. Zhao Ligua proposed. Shall we reduce the distance? Change the weapon? Lu Huajin pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. Subsequently, the range was reduced to 10 meters. And this time, the bullets were not deflected. However, they merely pressed against the flesh, unable to penetrate the muscle tissue. The handgun's power was insufficient. It would not suffice. Under Zhao Ligua's command, they switched to a more powerful rifle. The effects improved immediately, it still fell short. The rifle was then replaced by a more potent sniper rifle. This time, the corpse of the old Master Rin could not withstand the impact. A few powerful sniper rifle rounds pierced through his shoulder and thigh, causing him to scream in agony. Thus concluded the firearms experiment, leading into the realm of the biochemical laboratory. For instance, feeding the old Master Rin with other blood types, or implanting different bacteria within his body, among other procedures. Throughout this process, Master Jiu observed keenly. His gaze turned peculiar as it fell upon Lu Huajin, Zhao Ligua, and others. The clash between good and evil had been a lifelong struggle. Although Master Jiu found the situation somewhat strange, he could endure it. However, Qiuxing and Wenkai lacked such composure. They muttered to each other more than once. Qiuxing, Master, what exactly are these people trying to do? Aren't they torturing the old Master Rin? Wenkai, indeed, Master. I see them smashing and beating him with various objects, setting him on fire and drowning him. They've even stripped him of his funeral attire, leaving only a pair of underpants. It is truly pitiful. Qiuxing, not only that, they are extracting numerous things from the old Master Rin, claiming it's for DNA and genetic testing. Master, do you know what this is all for? Master Jiu. He felt overwhelmed. Where could he find the answers? However, he had a vague sense that what these individuals were doing was not malevolent. Rather, it seemed beneficial to the nation and its people. He admonished them, do not gossip behind others' backs. If anyone hears you, even I cannot protect you. Qiuxing. Oh. Wakai. Oh. At this moment, it was already noon. Another group of scientists, armed personnel, and research equipment had arrived. A vanguard team, consisting of 2 transport helicopters and 1 armed helicopter, had set off towards the direction of Master Simu's dojo. Their objective was to capture the royal zombie alive, and if that proved impossible, to eliminate it on the spot. Additionally, 2 transport helicopters, guided by the map provided by Master Jiu, were en route to Maoshan. Meanwhile, Qingfeng, as an outsider, found himself unable to contribute to the research on the old Master Rin. Yet, this did not imply a lack of tasks. His first priority was to find Master Jiu and seek apprenticeship. With the training talent rewarded by the system, he was confident that cultivation would not pose a challenge. Master Jiu did not refuse. On the contrary, he was quite willing. He recognized Qingfeng's exceptional aptitude for cultivation, far superior to that of his 2 troublesome apprentices. The only complication lay in the requirement for the entire process to be documented and subsequently uploaded to the National Security Database. Perceiving Master Jiu's thoughts, Qingfeng smiled and explained, Master, the data they are collecting is for research purposes, aiming to enhance cultivation from a scientific perspective. Essentially, it's the scientific approach to cultivation. Do you understand, Master? Master Jiu. He felt utterly bewildered. Nonetheless, he sensed that Qingfeng's words held considerable merit, leading him to refrain from further discussion on the matter. Simultaneously, at the direction of Master Simu's dojo, the mission to capture the royal zombie was deemed of utmost importance. Consequently, Lu Huajin ordered that the Special Forces Captain, Xiao Jianyang, personally lead the mission. In addition to the transport and armed helicopters, the team included 6 professors from the fields of biology, chemistry, and meteorology, along with over 50 Special Forces soldiers under Xiao Jianyang's command, including the pilots. The total number of personnel amounted to around 60, all flying towards Master Simu's dojo. The transport helicopters were of the G-8L model, a heavy transport helicopter with a maximum takeoff weight of 13 tons. It had previously been seen during the Qingfeng earthquake, capable of carrying up to 22 passengers. With additional seating, it could accommodate 39 individuals. With 2G-8 LS, they could theoretically transport 78 passengers. However, taking into account the weight of scientific instruments and various weaponry, this number was already at its limit. Master Jio's drawing skills were quite commendable, given that he could adeptly illustrate talismans. And since Master Simu's dojo was not too far away, just a little over 100 kilometers, it would take less than half an hour to arrive at their destination via the G8L. Of course, if one were to walk, the journey would be far more arduous. Upon reaching the target location, under Xiao Jinyang's command, the helicopters landed on the lawn in front of the two houses. The whirring rotors stirred a gale as if a tempest had descended. Team 1 and Team 2. Establish a perimeter. Team 3 and Team 4, commence cargo unloading. Xiao Jinyang ordered loudly. Dozens of Special Forces soldiers responded in unison. Teams 1 and 2 immediately secured the high ground, instinctively activating thermal imaging devices and deploying military drones to scout the surroundings. Teams 3 and 4 were tasked with unloading supplies. 6 scientists, armed with various scientific instruments, conducted necessary tests on the soil, air composition, and moisture content in the atmosphere. At that precise moment, in the northwest of the dojo, on the mountain path where Qian had once delivered a painting to Qin Shi as an apology, a robust young man clad in tattered clothing was leisurely making his way towards the dojo. The firewood on his shoulders seemed feather-light, allowing him to stroll as if in a leisurely garden. Just as he was preparing to descend back to the dojo, he caught sight of a peculiar scene at the door. The 3 helicopters appeared to him as 3 monstrous entities. The Special Forces soldiers nearby, though no longer clad in medical protective gear, were still equipped with combat uniforms and weaponry. Each soldier looked as if they were straight out of a battle, leaving Qian dumbfounded, exclaiming in shock, "Ghost! Ghost! Ghost!" In the next moment, he quickly covered his mouth, squinting to observe closely, only to find himself perplexed. Wait. It's broad daylight. Where could ghosts come from? Moreover, these people clearly have shadows. They're evidently human. But why have they come to my home? And what are those strange objects? Could they possibly be monsters? Qian imagination ran wild, his fear intensifying. Unbeknownst to him, a small crimson dot hovered above, observing him intently. Fishbird 1 reporting. Fishbird 1 reporting. The film character Qian has been identified. Visual data and detailed coordinates have been uploaded. Over. Beside a patch of grass, an observer meticulously examined the information transmitted back from the drone on his phone, then relayed the report to the command center via walkie-talkie. Received. Xiao Jianyang responded, picking up the radio. He then switched channels and commanded, Team 1, stand by for orders, capture the target alive, and remember, do not harm him. Received. Upon receiving the command, a group of 9 team members promptly raised their left hands, each adorned with an electronic wristwatch. Above the time displayed on the watches lay a set of detailed coordinates. After a swift glance and a double check, they immediately set off. Meanwhile, Qian pressed his hand firmly against his mouth, having long discarded any notion of firewood, and stealthily made his way home. He needed to retrieve some important items before making a hasty escape. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated. An overhead drone continuously monitored his every move. Just as he was about to slip into the house, he unexpectedly collided with the 9 Special Forces operatives. Qian's eyes widened in alarm, and the atmosphere fell into a sudden hush. His heart raced with trepidation as he forced a smile, greeting them cheerfully, "Hello there. I'm just here to grab a few things, and then I'll be on my way. You can carry on." With that, he attempted to make a run for it. Yet, it was not so simple. 2 operatives swiftly approached, one on each side, restraining him and escorting him towards Xiao Jianyang. "Let me go. You can't do this." Qian struggled fiercely, his heart sinking. He could sense the formidable strength of these individuals. Despite his own considerable power, he found himself utterly immobilized by their grip. Before long, he was hoisted before Xiao Jianyang like a captured swine. "Hello," Xiao Jianyang remarked. Having encountered characters reminiscent of those in films, he was devoid of the initial excitement, replaced instead by calmness and relaxation. "Hello?" Qian awkwardly extended his right hand. Seemingly struck by a thought, he quickly added, "My friends, have you encountered some trouble here? I am quite the helpful person. Feel free to ask for assistance, and I, Qian shall certainly lend a hand. Even if you desire this entire establishment, I would willingly concede it. I hope, in light of my sincerity, you might allow me to leave, heh." Observing Qian awkward demeanor, Xiao Jianyang could not help but chuckle, shaking his head, Jiala, you misunderstand. We are not foes but friends, here on behalf of Uncle Jiao. Jiala was left speechless, his expression akin to that of a startled creature, his eyes wide with disbelief. No way. My master is merely a Maoshan Taoist overseeing a funeral home. How could he possibly know such esteemed figures? As a disciple of Simu Taoist, who was a junior to Uncle Jiao, Jiala naturally regarded Uncle Jiao with reverence. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jianyang smiled and shook his head. The explanation is rather intricate. We shall discuss it later. For now, let us focus on our purpose for being here. In a few days, a formidable zombie is expected to emerge in this vicinity, and our objective is to capture or eliminate it. Jiala, once again taken aback, exclaimed, "Capture a zombie? You don't appear to be practitioners of the Tao. How do you intend to do that?" "We have our methods," Xiao Jianyang replied. "Oh." Jiala furrowed his brow. Then his expression brightened as he inquired, "Is there any way I might assist?" "Certainly," Xiao Jianyang responded. "If possible, we would appreciate your cooperation in undergoing a comprehensive physical examination." Jiala chuckled heartily, nodding. Such a trivial matter, no problem at all. What he remained unaware of was that the entire examination process would prove far more arduous than carrying water for 20 consecutive rounds. The entire plan proceeded seamlessly. The only unfortunate aspect was that the pivotal plot point had yet to unfold. Qingfeng and Master Ishio had not yet returned, and Simu Taoist was likely en route, escorting guests back. In the original storyline, Simu Taoist had encountered a fox spirit along the way. Though not particularly powerful, it possessed significant research potential. One biologist immediately proposed, "I suggest we form a capture team to attempt to seize this fox spirit. If we can decipher the cultivation secrets embedded within it, it may propel our civilization to new heights." This proposal is exceedingly commendable and has garnered unanimous approval. However, a conundrum arises. Where exactly is the esteemed Taoist, Simu? The original narrative offers no elucidation on this matter, yet fortune smiles upon us with the presence of his disciple, Jiala. By adhering to the route and timeline provided by him, one can easily locate the temporary encampment. At this moment, another contingent of support troops and supplies has arrived. The numbers are relatively small, primarily consisting of artillery and engineering units, while the remainder comprises an array of weaponry. This includes rocket launchers, rocket shells, howitzers, and various types of aerial munitions such as napalm bombs, thermobaric explosives, fuel-air explosives, cluster munitions, among others. The targets of these weapons are the zombie town. Initially, the plan was to capture all of them and allow them to contribute to scientific research. However, time is of the essence, with only 15 days at hand. It is impractical to study such a multitude of samples. Thus, exterminating them all seems to be the more efficient means to fulfill the main quest of the system. Meanwhile, after becoming a disciple of Master Jiao, Qingfeng commenced his formal journey into the path of Tao under the scrutiny of several scientists. The principles of Tao are profoundly enigmatic and highly dependent on one's innate qualities. Without the requisite aptitude, no amount of effort can yield results. Take Wen Kai, for instance. Despite having followed Master Jiao for an extended period, he has yet to master even the basics of talisman crafting and ghost capturing. In contrast, with the blessing of a tenfold cultivation aptitude, Qingfeng, within less than an hour, was able to perceive the ethereal energy in the atmosphere through the unique breathing method imparted by Master Jiao. Those of the Xianmen refer to this energy as magical power, an experience that is both mysterious and fascinating. Master Jiao was astounded, exclaiming, "Little Su, you have already sensed the magical power? It has only been an hour." He recalls that even in his earlier days, it took him an entire day to truly sense his magical powers. Qingfeng, of course, would not admit to having a cheat. Instead, he chuckled and remarked, "Perhaps my talent is simply exceptional." After a moment of contemplation, Uncle Jiao nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Although I have never encountered such a case, it does not imply the absence of individuals with such innate abilities." He then expressed his admiration, patting Qingfeng on the shoulder, truly deserving of the recommendation from the science sect. "Young Su, you must strive diligently in your cultivation. It would be a pity to squander such remarkable potential." Qingfeng nodded earnestly. "I understand, Master." He then shifted the conversation, asking, "Master, what should we do next?" Uncle Jiao withdrew his hand from Qingfeng's shoulder, placing it behind his back as he paced slowly and spoke, "Under normal circumstances, I would certainly wish for you to progress steadily, cultivating at a measured pace. With your aptitude, you are likely to ascend to the celestial master realm. becoming a beacon of hope for the revival of our Maoshan lineage. However, given the current situation and considering you have a task tonight, let us engage in 2 more hours of cultivation, after which I shall begin imparting spells and divine abilities to you. Su Qingfeng replied, While the celestial master realm is indeed alluring, possessing the dual traversal system of the myriad heavens, the prospect of entering the realms of fantasy or cultivation far surpasses any achievement of the celestial master realm. For the next 2 hours, Su Qingfeng continued to meditate and cultivate. With Uncle Jio's assistance, he began to absorb the magical energies of the universe. Surrounding him were numerous scientific instruments and several dedicated scientists, tirelessly monitoring the situation around the clock, much like in the world of the old corpse in the mountain village. The ethereal substance known as mana is an unprecedented phenomenon on Blue Star, characterized by its peculiar composition. The only known fact is that its charged particles are in opposition to the previously discovered aura. The mana consists of positive charged particles, while the aura is composed of negative charged particles, rendering the two utterly incompatible. Thus, the dichotomy of good and evil is elucidated. It becomes comprehensible that a Taoist mana can restrain the peculiarities of a zombie. As 2 hours swiftly passed, Uncle Jio began imparting his arcane knowledge. The first technique he taught was his prized skill, talismanic arts. This particular method is distinguished by its rapid learning curve. One merely needs to channel mana through mediums such as cinnabar or chicken blood, employing a specific formation, drawing method, to transfer the mana onto yellow paper. While this may sound straightforward, it remains quite challenging for those lacking the requisite cultivation aptitude. However, under the boon of a tenfold aptitude, Su Qingfeng learned with remarkable speed. As dusk fell, he had already crafted his first talisman in life, the exorcism talisman. After inspecting it, Uncle Jio nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Well done, young Su. Your progress far surpasses that of my early days. Alas, you hail from the realm of science. Ultimately, you must depart. Otherwise, I could bestow upon you my lifelong mastery." Uncle Jio's genuine admiration for talent was palpable, and Su Qingfeng sensed it. A wave of emotion washed over him, prompting an inquiry to the system. Is it possible for Uncle Jio to traverse to my world? The system's voice resonated suitably, affirming indeed. Su Qingfeng pressed on. Can we eliminate certain elements from him to ensure his survival on Blue Star? Or perhaps implant bacteria to make him suitable for existence? The system responded, Host. Such measures are unnecessary. As long as the host consents, any person or object will adapt their constitution and structure to resemble that of the other world upon traversing through this dual portal, alleviating concerns regarding biosecurity. Then why do we still don protective gear during our crossings? Su Qingfeng lamented, feeling overwhelmed. The system undoubtedly harbors numerous concealed functionalities that warrant thorough exploration. Suppressing his thoughts, he immediately addressed his master, Uncle Jio, saying, Master, would you consider returning with us? The notion of bringing Uncle Jio back to Blue Star had already been deliberated in their previous meeting. Due to time constraints and various critical considerations, no conclusion had been reached. However, Su Qingfeng had now received a definitive answer from the system, and there would be no hindrance in escorting Uncle Jio back. Upon hearing this, Uncle Jio was taken aback. To your world? Su Qingfeng replied earnestly, Indeed. It was a realm where science and economy flourished exceedingly. What was scarce in this world, such as automobiles, were mere commonplace means of transportation in their realm. There were even vehicles capable of soaring into the skies. Moreover, Master, do you not wish to discover what lies above us? To suggest to Uncle Jio that they could indulge in luxurious delights and lead a prosperous life would be too mundane. Uncle Jio, being a man of nostalgia, would likely object to such trivialities. Yet, if he were to speak of matters pertaining to life's beliefs, Uncle Jio would undoubtedly acquiesce without hesitation. As anticipated, upon hearing this, Uncle Jio's demeanor shifted to one of acute anxiety as he pressed. Xiao Su, are you implying that you have ventured into the heavens? Witnessed worlds beyond? Su Qingfeng nodded affirmatively. Yes. Uncle Jio's heart raced as he inquired fervently, what is this world beyond? Is there a celestial palace? Have the esteemed masters of Maoshan ascended to such heights? Su Qingfeng, not wishing to conceal the truth from Uncle Jio, responded candidly. Uncle Jio, to be frank, there is no celestial palace in our realm, nor the legendary figures of past dynasties who have ascended. Beyond lies an expansive space known as the universe. Uncle Jio was astonished. Universe? Vast. Su Qingfeng elaborated. Indeed. He contemplated for a moment before offering an analogy. If the world as we know it were compared to an ant, then the universe would be a magnitude of 10,000 times greater, akin to 10,000 of today's world, or perhaps even infinitely more. Uncle Gio was left utterly bewildered, completely at a loss. He had never felt so disoriented. Even when he first encountered armed helicopters, special forces, and those wondrous scientific devices, or when he heard the esoteric knowledge akin to celestial scriptures, he had never been this confounded. This is a profound obliteration stemming from the depths of the soul. To be precise, it represents a complete dismantling of Jiao Shu's worldview. In Jiao Shu's realm, the pursuit of cultivation is solely for the purpose of vanquishing demons and upholding righteousness, or to attain transcendence and become an immortal. However, Su Qingfeng reveals to him that beyond the heavens, there are no celestial beings, no palaces of immortals, but rather an immense expanse known as the universe. It is simply inconceivable. Even more astonishing is the sheer vastness of this universe. In essence, the universe dwarfs my humble Renjia town, akin to a vast ocean compared to a single grain of sand. Jiao Shu mutters in disbelief. Su Qingfeng offers a wry smile and shakes his head, stating, "It is even more than that. If the universe is indeed an ocean, then the realm we inhabit is scarcely a speck of dust, so minuscule that it would be imperceptible to the naked eye." This revelation strikes Jiao Shu's understanding like a torrential mudslide, fundamentally challenging his beliefs. Nevertheless, being an enlightened individual with a wealth of experiences, Jiao Shu swiftly grasps the essence and remarks, "Indeed, they are two distinct realms." Su Qingfeng wholeheartedly agrees. Yes, they are indeed separate worlds. Alas, our time is insufficient. We cannot establish a rocket launch site in this realm. Otherwise, we could send a rocket to explore what lies beyond the heavens. Who knows, there might truly be celestial palaces and immortals in this fantastical realm, which according to the lore may indeed exist. The perplexed Uncle Gio stood before the rocket. "What is this?" he inquired. "This is a mode of transportation from our world that can take us beyond the skies," replied Su Qingfeng. Uncle Gio, upon hearing this, marveled once again. The mysteries of science are profound. We, as cultivators, cannot fathom them. With a gentle smile, Su Qingfeng extended an invitation. "So, Master, would you care to join us in exploring our world beyond?" Without hesitation, Uncle Gio acquiesced, saying, "Very well. However, I must inform my two disciples. Rest assured, we shall provide sufficient financial support for Qiuxin and Wantai, ensuring their well-being," Su Qingfeng assured him. "Good," Uncle Gio replied. As a practitioner of Taoism who had never married, he had no descendants. With his parents long deceased, he was free from worldly attachments, his only concern being his two disciples. With a reassuring arrangement in place, Uncle Gio felt unburdened. On Su Qingfeng's side, there was no need for concern either. Once it was confirmed that the possibility of a biological crisis was negligible, Team Lu was eager to proceed. The situation unfolded as anticipated. Upon receiving the report, Lu Huajin promptly expressed his agreement and was willing to offer Uncle Gio an exceptionally generous package, including but not limited to housing, security, transportation, and employment. Uncle Gio's responsibilities would be straightforward: to collaborate with scientific research. This matter would also be swiftly communicated to their homeland on Blue Star, ensuring that the Spark camp was adequately prepared. Time passed swiftly, and soon night fell. The hour was 22:56, soon approaching 11 o'clock. In Blue Star, this was prime time, illuminated by the dazzling glow of neon lights. Yet, in this zombie-infested world, it felt akin to the witching hour. After dinner, Su Qingfeng was equipped with two sets of scientific apparatus, one for optics and another for acoustics. The objective was to negotiate with the ghost, Dong Xiaoyu, as previously arranged for this very night. To entice the specter to reveal herself, the monitoring team and Uncle Gio maintained a significant distance of 2 kilometers. The darkened streets, occasionally pierced by the sound of a watchman's call, were accompanied by chilling gusts of wind that would surely unnerve an ordinary person. However, Su Qingfeng felt no such trepidation. He was shielded by his nation, protected by the esteemed Uncle Gio, and as a fledgling cultivator himself, he bore the 4 talismans bestowed upon him by Uncle Gio. While he could not obliterate the ghost should she harbor ill intentions, he could certainly delay her until reinforcements arrived. With a flashlight in hand, Su Qingfeng strolled through the streets, calling out, "Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu." His voice echoed eerily in the stillness of the night. Fortunately, the town was under control, and even the watchman was a government agent, alleviating any concerns about explanations to others. After half an hour of calling, fatigue set in, prompting Su Qingfeng to retrieve his phone and activate the recording function. After recording, he pressed play on a loop, a sigh of relief escaping him. As he continued to pace through the streets of Rinjia town, a sudden chill enveloped him. Accompanied by a gust of wind, reminiscent of a fan suddenly switched on behind him. Here she comes, Qingfeng thought, instinctively ceasing the playback. He turned swiftly, and indeed, there stood Dong Xiaoyu in the distance. Unlike her portrayal in the original narrative, her expression was one of confusion, conflict, and wariness. As a ghost, she sensed that Qingfeng was different from many men, even from the inhabitants of this world. Every aspect of him, his mindset, gaze, and overall demeanor, was distinct. The same could be said for those around him. Initially, she had no intention of acquiescing, but Qingfeng had struck a nerve. For her reluctance to reincarnate stemmed from unresolved grievances. "Miss Xiaoyu," he greeted, adjusting his earphones to the appropriate channel, adopting the polite demeanor of ancient scholars. Before him, Dong Xiaoyu floated ethereally. Once she discerned that there was no trace of fear in Qingfeng's eyes, she descended gracefully, performing a bow and softly stating, "Greetings, young master." Her poise and elegance stirred a sense of admiration within Qingfeng. Such a remarkable young lady, passing away at the tender age of 20, is indeed a lamentable loss. With a gentle smile gracing his face, he remarked, "Since Miss Dongyu has graciously chosen to make her presence known, it signifies that we may engage in a discussion." Dong Xiaoyu nodded slightly, "Indeed. May I inquire about your esteemed name?" "Qingfeng," he replied. Dong Xiaoyu performed a respectful bow. It is Master Su." Unwilling to squander time, Qingfeng got straight to the point. "Let us first discuss my request. We are conducting a scientific experiment that requires your assistance, Miss Xiaoyu." Dong Xiaoyu appeared puzzled. "A scientific experiment? What does that entail?" Qingfeng coughed slightly, explaining, "It is not a tangible object, but rather an experiment, a series of actions, if you will, akin to a test." Realization dawned upon Dong Xiaoyu. "In that case, might you elaborate further?" Qingfeng hesitated. "Are you certain you wish to hear this?" "It is not that I am unwilling to share, but rather that you may find it difficult to comprehend." Dong Xiaoyu insisted, "I would appreciate your candor, as it would aid me in determining whether to acquiesce." Reluctantly, Qingfeng conceded, "Very well then. The inquiry primarily comprises two forms, scientific experimentation and interrogative documentation. The latter should be quite straightforward. It involves questions regarding the cause of your demise, the formation of a ghost, your experiences as a ghost, your perceptions of the world post-transformation, the process of ghostly cultivation, and the secrets of the underworld. Lastly, we seek your assistance in locating other spirits, such as those of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, Han Gaozu Lu Bang, Tang Emperor Li Shimin, and Prime Minister Cao Cao, among others." Dong Xiaoyu stood speechless, her mind racing. She surmised that the inquiries were aimed at identifying locations abundant with spirits, presumably to subdue these vengeful souls. It felt akin to asking which tomb held the most lavish burial goods. Yet, the nature of these questions struck her as exceedingly peculiar. Fortunately, they did not seem insurmountable. So she nodded. "Most of the queries posed by Master Su, I can answer. However, the last two requests may prove beyond my capabilities." Qingfeng inquired, "Why is that?" Dong Xiaoyu elucidated, "Because the spirits of those emperors have long since reincarnated. As for the secrets of the underworld, I am but a wandering spirit and cannot access its depths. Thus I am unable to uncover its mysteries." Upon hearing this, Qingfeng fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, the voice of Lu Huajin from the observation team echoed through the headphones. After listening, Qingfeng continued to inquire, "Miss Dong, if that is the case, do you know any wandering souls or restless spirits who have visited the underworld? Or perhaps the oldest of the ghosts? We have numerous historical inquiries that require their counsel." Regrettably, the answer was no. Upon hearing this, the two historians from the observation team immediately shook their heads with a sigh. What a pity, if there were such souls. Living historical texts, even if they were the spirits of the zombie world, would hold significant reference value. Furthermore, with a somewhat audacious thought, once the research on these spirits and Taoist practices is thoroughly understood, reviving these living histories may not be impossible. Of course, such an endeavor would face severe humanitarian and legal challenges. What a shame, Qingfeng lamented. Fortunately, possessing the ability to traverse multiple realms, the absence of such spirits in the zombie world does not imply they are absent elsewhere. They can always be found. For instance, the films Mummy 3, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor featured the first emperor of Qin. Suppressing his thoughts, Qingfeng smiled and shook his head, saying, "In that case, we shall not pursue this matter further." Dong Xiaoyu responded, She then asked, "Could you explain the scientific experiment you mentioned?" Su Qingfeng slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting this detail, and replied, "Of course. This explanation is rather intricate, involving mathematics, optics, high-energy physics, philosophy, religious studies, mechanics, quantum mechanics, and more. While it is complex and I cannot elaborate in detail, I assure you that the research process will not harm you." Dong Xiaoyu, having been born in a rural area during the late period of the country, was unfamiliar with such concepts. Her mouth slightly agape, her eyes filled with stars of confusion. She exclaimed, "Mr. Su, I truly cannot comprehend. What you speak of is beyond my understanding. Is it an esoteric text or perhaps a spell from some ancient art?" Su Qingfeng clarified, "It is neither an art nor a spell. We refer to it as science, which can be understood as the empirical results of studying the natural laws of the universe. For instance, Newton's law of universal gravitation has enabled us to soar into the heavens." Observing her bewildered expression, he felt as though he were a mathematics professor attempting to explain linear algebra, abstract algebra, geometry, differential equations, real analysis, and functional analysis to a 3-year-old. It was as if they occupied entirely different dimensions, entirely different worlds. Indeed, it was true. They were two disparate realms. Clearing his throat, Su Qingfeng continued, "In summary, it will not harm you. That is what matters." Once again, the ghost, Dong Xiaoyu, fell into contemplation. Initially hesitant, she pondered deeply and then declared, "I agree to your terms. However, I do not require anything from you except a table for offerings and daily incense." Su Qingfeng was somewhat astonished at her sudden change in demeanor. Curiously, he inquired, "Why the change? Do you not desire revenge?" Dong Xiaoyu's voice turned sorrowful and melancholic as she replied, "I wish to, but my enemies have long departed from Rinjia town, and I cannot locate them. Moreover, although I cannot comprehend what you say, I sense that these matters are vital to me." Su Qingfeng sighed, feeling pity for her. No, rather, she was a tragic spirit. "In that case, we shall comply with all your conditions." Dong Xiaoyu solemnly performed a deep bow, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Su." Su Qingfeng softened his tone further. "No need for such formalities. By the way, do you have anything to pack?" Dong Xiaoyu shook her head. "No." "Very well then," Su Qingfeng said. "I will now escort you to our camp, where I will introduce you to our scientists. Trust me, they will not harm you." "Okay," she replied. Thus, the pair, one human and one ghost, proceeded towards the Jiuzhu Yizhuang. Meanwhile, on the monitoring team's side, witnessing this development, a great weight lifted from everyone's hearts, and they could not help but smile with joy. This is splendid. With Dong Xiaoyu's involvement, our research will undoubtedly accelerate. Indeed. The samples obtained from the old corpse in the mountain village were far too scarce and weak. Our current work will surely become a monumental exploration in human history. However, I am more concerned with another matter. According to the original script, Dong Xiaoyu can transition between physical and ethereal states, which inspires a bold idea. What idea? First, we must find a way to test her various physical limits, such as mass, strength, density, electrical resistance, speed, acceleration, gravity, specific heat capacity, expansion coefficient, and ductility, among others. Upon hearing this, all the members of the monitoring team began to contemplate thoughtfully. The proposal was put forth by He Linli, the director of the Shanghai Light Research Institute. He had originally been working with atmospheric physicist Fu Jiangwo on the grievances of Chu Renmei at the Starfire camp, but due to Dong Xiaoyu's circumstances, he was temporarily reassigned here. Thus, his thoughts differed significantly from those of the previous groups that had ventured independently into the zombie world. After a minute and a half of contemplation, Lu Huajian, who was in charge of coordination, tentatively asked, "Director He, do you mean to suggest that the ghost can be utilized as a material?" Upon hearing this, all the scientists turned to look at him in unison, their eyes brimming with curiosity, urging him to continue. With a contemplative expression, He Linli slowly began, "In my discussions with Professor Fu's team, I discovered that the presence of Yin energy can often be artificially generated, and it can serve as a form of artificial intelligence, a spiritual bridging technology utilized by humanity. Therefore, if we could create ghosts like Dong Xiaoyu, or perhaps weaker versions, and ascertain their various physical limits, might that not imply that we could further harness them for our own purposes? For example," He Linli said, pulling out a pen and finding a piece of paper. He began to write while articulating his thoughts. "In the field of aerospace, we could cultivate a number of ghosts, allowing them to exist in a gaseous state during takeoff and then transition to a liquid state once in space. This would save us considerable space and fuel, as well as some astronaut protective gear. Additionally, in the realms of space exploration, interstellar travel, and colonization, such entities could be of immense utility. After all, ghosts do not require sustenance and possess prolonged lifespans. The only factor to consider would be the impact of solar activity, such as solar winds, sunlight, solar flares, and cosmic magnetic fields. Moreover, they could play a role in resource exploration. For example, sensing where oil might be located could allow them to investigate directly into the ground, eliminating the need for extensive exploration, data analysis, and drilling, thus saving both time and effort. He leanly continued to elaborate, his ideas growing more numerous, filling an A4 sheet to its limits. Nearly half an hour later, he concluded his exposition, recording any unfinished ideas in his phone's notes. He also noted that several issues remained to be addressed, including philosophical, ethical, legal, and religious concerns. Finally, I would like to propose 2 suggestions. First, if it can be confirmed, I recommend bringing the female ghost, Xiaoyu, back to our world. I have heard news from Comrade Xiao Su that there will be no unexpected circumstances, provided that Dong Xiaoyu does not betray us. Second, we may consider abandoning this path and seek alternative routes, such as artificial intelligence, or perhaps pray that the next world is one inhabited by demonic beasts, which would allow us to capture these creatures and convert them into productive forces. Personally, I favor the former option, as it does not require sustenance and would not deplete our food resources. Additionally, it would not fall ill, thus conserving our energy and medical resources. We would not need to construct extensive dormitories. A single bed for each would suffice, and accommodating 10 altars would present no challenge. Furthermore, it would not cause significant environmental pollution nor impose a population burden on our blue star. We would only need to provide them with an altar and ensure daily offerings, contingent upon establishing stringent control measures to prevent any loss of control. Having articulated his thoughts, he leanly observed that all the scientists present, including Lu Huajian, fell into deep contemplation. Within the interplay of productive forces and production relations, the former holds primary importance. But how do we generate productive forces? Through energy. Whether human or material, energy is produced during movement, which can then be transformed into our products through modern machinery or assembly lines. If we could draw spirits into the modern world or produce them en masse, akin to Dong Xiaoyu, who possesses resistance and friction, utilizing these spirits as labor would yield remarkably effective results. The most immediate manifestation would be a substantial increase in corporate profits, making products easier to sell, thereby fostering a virtuous cycle for GDP. However, a concern arises. If our jobs are predominantly replaced by spirits, what will become of our citizens' employment? Linguist Zheng Junqi expressed his apprehension. Moreover, we must also confront immense international pressure, as another physicist voiced his perspective. He leanly addressed these issues one by one. Regarding employment, we could open portals to other worlds, akin to how the Ozhou people discovered the New World centuries ago, encouraging our citizens to explore these realms, stake claims, become farmers, or enlist in the military, among other pursuits. I recall that team leader Lu mentioned that among the first 5 worlds we could traverse, we have the option to select 2 and retain permanent passage rights. Upon hearing this, Lu Huajian, who had been deep in thought, nodded and affirmed. That is indeed the case. After returning from the world of the old corpses in the mountain village, I received a definitive answer from Comrade Xiao Su. He leanly nodded and continued, thus, this solution is feasible. As for the issue of international pressure, before we can implement these plans on a large scale, our secret will likely be difficult to keep, and we may face an inevitable war. Therefore, the concern of international pressure may not exist. Upon concluding his exposition, the audience once again fell into contemplation. Helenli's assertions were indeed quite astute. The gravity of this situation is undeniable. No matter how much the superiors attempt to conceal it, the truth will ultimately emerge. Helenli's remarks have thoroughly validated this suspicion. Prior to my departure from the Qingfeng camp, I deliberately reviewed the most recent satellite data. I discovered that in the past 3 days, the Eagle's Lockeye reconnaissance satellites have repeatedly traversed the skies above Jiangqing. This clearly indicates that they have begun to harbor suspicions. Coupled with our sudden establishment of a military base and logistics center in Jiangqing, despite publicly claiming it is for civilian purposes, our adversaries are not oblivious. As he continued, he proposed a bolder and more concerning conclusion. The initial estimate of 6 months may be overly optimistic. I assess that our secrecy can be maintained for at most 5 months. This is also a concern that weighs heavily on the hearts of all the scientists present. This is a profoundly significant issue that must be confronted. After a considerable pause, Lu Huajian raised his voice slightly and, with determination, stated, "In light of this, we must accelerate our research efforts, even if we have merely 5 months, or perhaps just 4. As long as we can hasten our pace of investigation and harness various supernatural forces for our own use. It would be ideal to employ these powers to swiftly enhance our nation's global influence and exploit the resources of other worlds. This includes, but is not limited to, oil, coal, natural gas, rare metals, food resources, and land. In such a case, even if the eagle-eyed adversary were to take notice, we would remain undaunted. This is indeed the optimal solution at present. When the time comes, it matters not to speak of the Eagle Nation. Even if the entirety of Blue Star were to unite against us, what would it matter? We possess 2 vast markets of alternate worlds along with a supply chain of resources, not to mention the assistance of supernatural technology. Wouldn't it be a mere trifle to decisively confront the Eagle Nation?" Upon hearing these words, all the scientists present nodded in unison. Their gazes ignited with fervor and their hearts racing with urgency, yearning to rush to the temporary camp immediately. Lu Huajin continued, "Let us return for now. Comrade Xiaosu must have arrived by now, and the preparations should be nearing completion." The assembly responded affirmatively, understood. They promptly rose and departed. Before long, they had arrived at the temporary camp. It is noteworthy that after confirming the ancestral home of Uncle Gio as the location for the temporary camp, Su Qingfeng had informed them in advance and brought the dual port gate, facilitating the transportation of supplies. However, thereafter, it must not be tampered with casually, as the dual port gate was perpetually engaged in the transport of personnel and materials. As for Uncle Gio's side, he leanly and the others spoke of matters he could not comprehend, relegating him to the role of a mere listener, thereby diminishing his presence significantly. Uncle Gio's ancestral home lies on the outskirts of Rinjia town, originally separated by a small forest. In the original narrative, when Qiuxin rode his bicycle to visit his aunt, he encountered the female ghost Xiaoyu within that very grove. Had it not been for the presence of the earth deity, Xiaoyu would have returned home with Qiuxin. However, now, under the influence of the engineering team from the alternate world, that grove has been leveled, and a medium-sized comprehensive base has been constructed, centered around Uncle Gio's ancestral home. To facilitate recycling and reuse, aside from essential laboratories, the remainder comprises tents and portable structures akin to those found on construction sites. At this moment, within one of the portable structures, the ghost Xiaoyu was escorted into a specialized laboratory. The equipment inside resembled that used in the study of Chu Renmei, with an array of instruments. Yet, unlike Aunt May, the ghost Dong Xiaoyu was notably cooperative, alleviating concerns, particularly with Uncle Gio overseeing matters. Should Dong Xiaoyu dare to misbehave, modern science would pose no threat to her. Simultaneously, He Linli, Lu Huajian, Uncle Gio, and others had already arrived. Additionally, after arranging the research tasks for Old Master Ren, the esteemed biochemist Professor Zhao Ligua had also come to assist. At this point, the number of scientists involved in this project had exceeded 80, with over 20 dedicated to the endeavor while others were there to provide support. The project was still led by Lu Huajian. Compared to the initial encounters with spirits in the rural world, he now felt considerably more assured, with a plethora of equipment at his disposal. For instance, in the realm of optics, beyond spectrometers, there were photoelectric detectors, optical frequency domain reflectometers, OFDR, and optical time domain reflectometers, OTDR. In the field of magnetics, there were vector magnetometers, scalar magnetometers, Einstein instruments, magnetometers, and Hall effect magnetometers. With the aid of the state, a vast array of equipment was available. Furthermore, contact had been made with the Spark Camp, procuring data backups of existing research outcomes from Professor Fu Jiangwell. "Commence," Lu Huajin commanded, and the research officially began. There were no significant upheavals. The atmosphere was far more tranquil than during the studies of Old Master Ren. Half an hour swiftly passed, as Lu Huajin had anticipated. Many of Dong Xiaoyu's characteristics were entirely distinct from those of Chu Renmei. For instance, while both possessed an enigmatic gas, the composition of Dong Xiaoyu's essence bore no resemblance to that of Chu Renmei. It was not a phenomenon of physical particles, but rather akin to a charge or a quantum entity. This is merely a conclusion reached at present. Further research is required for a definitive understanding. Scientific inquiry is a complex and protracted endeavor, and it is unrealistic to expect results within mere hours or days. On Su Qingfeng's side, after observing for a while and confirming that Dong Xiaoyu was unharmed, he sought out Uncle Gio to commence his studies of new mystical arts. The focus of this study remains on the art of talisman drawing. However, instead of exorcism talismans, we delve into the realm of corpse-fixing talismans. According to the teachings of Master Gyo, this particular talisman requires the compression of magical energy, which must then operate within the body in an alternative manner, ultimately converging upon the brush. The technique for drawing the talisman closely resembles that of an array formation. When combined with incantations, the magical energy is infused within the array, the method of talisman drawing. When employed, the talisman, empowered by the magical energy of the array, can effectively immobilize the target. This may sound somewhat intricate, yet it is fundamentally similar to the exorcism talisman. With tenfold talent and an equal increase in mental fortitude, within less than an hour, Qingfeng mastered the method of drawing the corpse-fixing talisman, leaving Master Gyo utterly astonished. So fast? Master Gyo was taken aback. He recalled that his own initial grasp of this seemingly simple corpse-fixing talisman had taken an entire night, coupled with a moment of enlightenment. Even then, among the disciples of Mao Shan, he was considered a prodigy. Yet, before him stood Qingfeng, whose aptitude was rather astounding. However, upon regaining his composure, Master Gyo's astonishment swiftly transformed into joy as he nodded in satisfaction. Little Su, your progress surpasses that of your two senior brothers by leaps and bounds. Your innate talent is incomparable to theirs. With diligent practice, it is highly likely that within a span of 60 years, you shall ascend to the realm of celestial masters. Qingfeng, however, held little interest in the so-called realm of celestial masters. The system rewards were of paramount importance to him. He chuckled in response. Understood, Master. I shall certainly endeavor to cultivate diligently. By the way, Master, he then shifted the topic to inquire. According to our current progress, a new batch of personnel and equipment will arrive tomorrow morning, destined for Mao Shan and Longhu Mountain. Do you wish to accompany them? Master Gyo shook his head in reply. No, you all may go. I need to remain here to keep an eye on that female ghost. Should she cause any trouble, I will be ready to assist. All right, Qingfeng replied. Following that, after practicing the method of drawing the corpse-fixing talisman once more, the time had already advanced to a little past 1 in the morning. The night passed without further incident. The next day, during breakfast, the new batch of personnel and supplies from the state arrived. This primarily consists of a batch of disassembled helicopters. Specifically, there are 4G, 10 attack helicopters, and 4G, 8L transport helicopters. The mission, to visit Mao Shan and Longhushan. While it is referred to as a visit, it is, in fact, a transaction. It is well known that within these esteemed sects of the metaphysical realm, there are undoubtedly numerous rare treasures and resources of profound techniques. This is indeed an excellent subject for research, such as the lightning-fast thunder fist technique of Master Shi Jian from Mao Shan. This is indeed a technique capable of harnessing lightning through manual means. If it could be mass-produced, possessing a vast array of controllable lightning would equate to having an inexhaustible source of electrical energy. The leader of this mission is Zhao Chuming, the deputy commander of the temporary camp. To ensure the smooth execution of the transaction, he proactively consulted with Master Gyo regarding the items Mao Shan currently lacked. To his surprise, he discovered that Mao Shan was in dire need of funds, specifically foreign currency. Upon reflection, this seemed reasonable. After all, financial resources are paramount in any endeavor. Consequently, Zhao Chunming specially requested a shipment of silver and gold from the state, as these commodities prove far more practical than foreign currency. Once all preparations were complete, a new contingent of elite warriors boarded the G-8L helicopter, loading it with fuel tanks to ensure adequate fuel for their return journey. It was only upon Zhao Chunming's command that they ascended into the sky, heading towards the eastern domain of the Emperor. Simultaneously, in the vicinity of Zombie Town, a classified combat unit, comprising over 300 personnel, had arrived at the outskirts. Due to transportation limitations, they were unable to bring heavy weaponry, opting instead for individual equipment, with the most formidable being some landmines and anti-tank rocket launchers. However, this did not pose a significant obstacle. After establishing their location via laser standards and contacting the camp, a G-8L helicopter gradually approached. Due to the lack of sufficient flat ground for landing, supplies were delivered via aerial drop, including rocket launchers, rockets, and artillery shells. While the quantity was limited, it was deemed adequate. The larger caliber artillery pieces were deemed unnecessary, as their mere transportation would pose a considerable challenge. Moreover, it is noteworthy that, to facilitate the mission at Zombie Town, the state allocated a modified G-8L from its strained transport resources. This contraption boasts 4 mounting racks on its abdomen, each capable of carrying a maximum payload of 1,000 kilograms in aerial munitions. Furthermore, the cabin has undergone modifications to accommodate 4 1,000 kilogram bombs and 6 250 kilogram bombs. Aerial ordnance occupies considerable space, necessitating specialized mounting brackets. Nevertheless, this payload capacity is truly formidable. Upon reaching the skies above the zombie-infested town, these bombs will serve as apocalyptic harbingers for the undead. However, the transformation of a helicopter into a bomber seems utterly deranged. Yet, upon reflection, it recalls the audacity of the Eagle Nation when they repurposed civilian crop-dusting aircraft into bombers after establishing complete air superiority over the camel-riding adversaries. Is it so unreasonable to convert a transport helicopter into a bomber? As a rabbit well-versed in unconventional modifications, this maneuver feels second nature. Thus, after 6 hours of preparation, at 7 o'clock in the evening, the grand operation to exterminate the zombies commenced with great fanfare. The operation was conducted through a live broadcast, employing drones for comprehensive and unobstructed coverage. Under the command of the commanding colonel, the order was given: fire. Immediately, the artillery, including rocket launchers and howitzers, which had long been poised for action, unleashed a barrage. The projectiles soared through the air, transforming into fiery meteors that painted the inky sky a vivid crimson. Propelled swiftly towards the heart of Zombie Town by inertia and force. Inside Zombie Town, just as in the original narrative, countless zombies erupted from their coffins, converging together to feast upon the blood of the recently captured victims. After their gorging, they did not forget to roar at the night sky, paying homage to their dark rituals. Here, the zombies possess a semblance of intelligence, exhibiting extraordinary ferocity. Should an ordinary person encounter them, they would undoubtedly be drained to the point of becoming a desiccated corpse. However, at this moment, the first artillery shell has been unleashed. Under the overwhelming force of technology that can only be described as dimensional, it strikes elegantly and precisely amidst the horde of zombies. The explosive within detonates instantaneously, producing a blinding flash of white light. The brilliance is so intense that many zombies instinctively recoil, yet it is too late. Following the dazzling light, a thunderous explosion ensues, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that radiates outward. The terrifying heat of the blast, coupled with shock waves and shrapnel, crashes upon the zombies like a relentless tsunami. Sensing the imminent danger, the zombies roar like wild beasts in a desperate attempt to flee, but their speed proves insufficient. Within a heartbeat, the catastrophic force of the explosion engulfs them, sending their bodies hurtling far away, crashing brutally to the ground. For an ordinary human, such a fall would likely be fatal. Yet, true to their nature, the zombies withstand the impact without severe injury. The greatest harm is inflicted by the shrapnel and shockwaves. Many zombies, unable to endure the force, sustain visible cracks in their forms. Those closer to the blast are completely obliterated, their flesh scattered in the aftermath. At this juncture, the second, third, and fourth shells follow suit, showering the area with an onslaught of rockets and artillery rounds. Amidst the deafening cacophony of explosions, countless zombies are either torn apart or violently propelled away by the horrific shockwaves, sustaining grave injuries on the spot. In truth, the firepower density of our forces is not particularly high. However, the accuracy is alarmingly precise, and the zombies lack any countermeasures, rendering them wholly vulnerable to our relentless assault. At least 1 in every 2 shells strikes either a zombie directly or lands perilously close to them. Chaos ensues in the town of zombies. Yet, endowed with a degree of intelligence, after enduring 2 rounds of bombardment, a portion of the zombies finally reacts, leading a charge towards the entrance of the town. They seek to discern the source of this disturbance. "Captain, some zombies are rushing towards the town's entrance," comes the immediate report from the reconnaissance drones. The captain exhibited no signs of panic and commanded, "Engage the snipers. Remember, utilize flamethrowers alongside rocket launchers and large-caliber sniper rifles to counter the threat. Conventional firearms are ineffective against these zombies." Understood, the messenger promptly relayed the orders. Upon receiving the command, half of the mobile forces immediately stepped forward. They were either armed with large-caliber sniper rifles, grenades, or rocket launchers and flamethrowers, while others positioned anti-personnel directional mines at the town's entrance. This contraption is indeed the infantry's nightmare, proving remarkably effective against the frenzied, leaping zombies. Within the confines of Zombie Town, the number of these undead creatures hovers around 500 to 600. Just as the defensive line has been established, a dozen zombies have already emerged, threatening the perimeter. Upon spotting the leading zombie, the soldiers assigned to suppress it suddenly exhibit a spark of intrigue in their eyes. For this particular zombie is none other than the exaggeratedly toothy zombie king from the original narrative. He too has been affected by the blasts. Having lost his hat long ago, his attire in tatters, and emitting guttural growls intermittently. At this moment, upon perceiving the fully armed special forces in the distance and sensing the living essence radiating from them, he lets out a ferocious roar, akin to an enraged beast, and charges forth with reckless abandon. The distance swiftly diminishes 230 meters, 180 meters, 130 meters, and 90 meters, when he nears to within 80 meters. Fire! Commands the colonel in charge, his voice ringing out. With a resounding whoosh, dozens of flamethrowers ignite simultaneously, unleashing streams of fire that resemble fiery dragons, racing towards the advancing zombie king. Although this zombie king has succumbed to madness, its intrinsic instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm remains. In the fleeting moment when dozens of fire dragons erupted forth, it sensed the imminent threat of death. With a roar, it instinctively shifted its direction, attempting to evade the attack. Yet, it was too late. The fire dragons descended upon it, enveloping the zombie king, igniting its garments, and searing its flesh. The zombie king was suddenly engulfed in flames, resembling a human-shaped fireball. Its anguished roars crescendoing, "Alo!" Roar. It had completely succumbed to madness, acutely aware of the impending approach of death. In its final moments, its eyes darted towards my rabbit warrior, and with a ferocious leap, it lunged forward. It yearned to kill. It sought to annihilate these audacious humans who dared to trespass upon its domain. It craved the blood of these wretched beings. However, it needed the capability to do so. Just as it changed direction and prepared to pounce, more than 20 anti-tank rocket launchers were primed and ready. Together, they pulled the triggers. Within these rocket launchers are entirely composed of anti-tank rockets, capable of penetrating even the most formidable armored defenses of tanks. At the very least, they can incapacitate the enemy inside. Dealing with these zombies is astonishingly effortless. With a swift whoosh, the anti-tank rockets are ignited, their tails erupting in a blaze of orange-red smoke. Propelled by immense power, the warheads spin rapidly as they hurtle towards the oncoming zombie king, striking with lethal force. The zombie king had never truly experienced the might of technology, yet it instinctively sensed the formidable nature of these peculiar contraptions and sought to evade them. Alas, inertia had rendered it too late to escape. The thunderous roar of rockets met its body. Explosion! Explosion! The tremendous force of the blast surged forth like a tsunami, effortlessly flattening the zombie king's form, crumpling it into a mass, and then tearing it apart like fragile paper, scattering its remnants across the ground like confetti. Thus, the once mighty zombie king was no more. After all, no matter how robust its physique, could it surpass the armored protection of a tank? Witnessing this spectacle, the other zombies' murderous intent evaporated in an instant, replaced by an unparalleled terror. Indeed, these were the evolved zombies, capable of analysis. They had deduced that these living beings were not foes to be trifled with, and notions of bloodsucking were futile. The only sensible course was to flee. However, retreating to Zombie Town meant confronting the relentless barrage of artillery. Moreover, from afar, in the vast expanse of the sky, a modified G-8 helicopter, summoned by command, entered the fray. The rotor blades spun at high velocity, generating a resonant sound that vibrated through the air. Upon reaching the airspace above Zombie Town, the fire control operator first confirmed coordinates with the ground troops. "Command, this is Truck 1. I have arrived above the target area. Please provide the laser coordinates." Over. No sooner had the words left his lips than a response crackled through the communication channel. "Drone laser coordinates have been marked. Please check and acknowledge." Over. Upon hearing this, the fire control operator glanced at the electronic screen before him, which indeed displayed 3 laser points. These locations were precisely where the concentration of zombies in Zombie Town was greatest, monitored remotely by drones from outside the battlefield. Having determined the targets, he instructed the pilot to hover above the designated locations and commence the bombing. This is a 1,000-kilogram class napalm bomb. Once this contraption detonates, should you inadvertently come into contact with it, it would be wise to take decisive action, for the combustion rate is exceedingly rapid and the pain unbearable. The incendiary projectile, under the influence of gravity, accelerates towards the laser's point of origin, creating a fierce friction with the air that produces a sound that grates on the teeth. In a mere 7 or 8 seconds, it strikes the designated target. Nearby, Nearly 20 zombies are aimlessly flailing about. Subsequently, the napalm bomb descends, erupting in a brilliant white light that swiftly transforms into a crimson glow. This is a solid fuel bomb weighing a staggering 1,000 kilograms, with a power that is utterly terrifying. When it detonates, the nearest zombies, regardless of their robust constitution, are vaporized, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Those at a slightly greater distance are engulfed in the flaming residue, their bodies igniting in a blaze, causing them to wail in agony and flail about chaotically. It is an absolute domination, a crushing superiority on a dimensional scale. Unsurprisingly, within less than an hour, the zombie town was reduced to rubble, engulfed in flames. As for the zombies, they perished in the most definitive manner, with the best outcome being their transformation into charred remains. This scene was broadcasted live in its entirety, with no angles left uncovered. Qingfeng watched the entire event unfold. At the moment he witnessed the zombie town being reduced to rubble, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Murmuring in gratitude, "How fortunate I am to have entrusted the system to the state. Otherwise, relying solely on myself, how could I have possibly accomplished this task? Let alone to such an extent? To obliterate the entire zombie town. Truly, it is the work of the nation. Majestic. Impressive. Without the state, even the challenges posed by Chu Ren-mei would be insurmountable." As for the female ghost, Dong Xiaoyu, she too was observing the live broadcast. Witnessing the array of weaponry and the terrifying scenes of explosions, she was consumed by a singular thought. She must secure the protection of these individuals at all costs. Meanwhile, Uncle Gio was also watching the broadcast. Upon seeing the conclusion, with the zombie town utterly annihilated, his perception of the term scientific sect deepened significantly. After taking a sharp breath in astonishment, Uncle Gio murmured in disbelief, "Such terrifying power, especially those explosions reminiscent of sunlight. Even I, a master of Maoshan, cannot reach such heights. The strength of the scientific sect far exceeds my comprehension." With this realization, Uncle Gio felt a sense of acceptance. That makes sense. After all, they had ascended to a higher realm, having even ventured into the heavens. Possessing such power is only natural. As for Qingfeng and Wenkai, these two individuals, equally captivated by the live broadcast, emerged with a singular revelation. Could this truly be a bomb? In their perception, Captain Away, armed with a firearm, was already a formidable figure. However, when juxtaposed with these extraordinary individuals, Captain Away appeared as a mere toddler, utterly incomparable. Furthermore, they possessed the ability to soar through the skies. Each time they beheld the flying helicopters, Qingfeng and Wenkai could not suppress their awe, pondering how splendid it would be to possess one, or to ascend into the heavens themselves, even just once. The debut of the rabbit in this otherworldly realm was undeniably triumphant, heralding a cascade of exhilarating news. Among the research group delving into the arcane arts, a remarkable discovery emerged from their analysis of the 5 thunder talismans drawn by Jushu. It was astonishing to find that upon activation, these talismans could indeed generate electrical energy. Even more intriguingly, they could interact with charged particles within a battery, inciting their movement. To illustrate, one might liken it to a fantastical version of a power bank. And the potential did not cease there. Through further investigation, the leading academician uncovered that the energy storage capacity of these talismans was exceptionally remarkable. A mere square centimeter of talisman could harbor up to 100 kilowatt-hours of electricity. Such a revelation was nothing short of terrifying. Yet, the marvels did not end here. Even more astonishing was the stability of the output power and the robust safety it provided. Nevertheless, there existed a caveat: if subjected to external forces that could cause damage, an explosion would ensue. This resembled cinematic portrayals, where the talisman, during its activation, would combust upon disruption. Despite this risk, the advantages overwhelmingly outweighed the disadvantages. It is essential to recognize that advancements in battery technology have long been a formidable challenge in contemporary science, with no significant breakthroughs for many years. This discovery is nothing short of exhilarating. Upon receiving the news, Liu Huajian promptly assembled his team and rushed over. It can be said that every scientist in the camp, regardless of their current tasks, is hurrying to this location at this moment. The project leader is an esteemed academician named Wen Juanda. Academician Wen, what is the current status? Liu Huajian inquired eagerly upon arrival. Wen Juanda was well prepared and gestured toward the data displayed on the monitoring console, stating, "It has been operating stably for 1 hour and 25 minutes and is still undergoing testing." Wen Juanda was equally exhilarated, his expression a blend of excitement and joy. On a personal level, it is certain that he will be remembered in history. On a broader scale, from this moment onward, the advancement of human scientific development is destined to take a significant leap. A mere square centimeter in area, with a thickness no greater than a piece of paper, has the capacity to contain 100 degrees of electricity. This is hardly distinguishable from a diminished version of a nuclear battery. It is noteworthy that a new energy vehicle boasting a range of several hundred kilometers is equipped with multiple large batteries, yet consumes merely 100 kilowatt-hours of energy. Many do not even reach that threshold. Subsequently, after dedicating half an hour to examining all the testing data, Lu Huajin conducted a hands-on test. He first placed the 5 Thunder Talisman upon a glass-encased platform. Then, utilizing the magical powers provided by Jiu Shu and Su Qingfeng, he gradually infused the talisman with energy. Under the guidance of this mystical force, the 5 Thunder Talisman erupted with a resonant hum. As immense energy coursed through the array inscribed upon the talisman, Lu Huajin deftly directed the lightning power from the talisman into a conductor wire, which was linked to a testing rotor. Upon connection, a tremendous current surged forth, propelling the rotor to spin ceaselessly back and forth. It was a triumph. Observing the rotor's relentless motion, Lu Huajin felt a sudden pang of emotion. He was not alone. Everyone present shared in this sentiment. For at this moment, it heralded the dawn of a new era in human battery technology. This rotor was set to propel the advancement of human civilization itself. Years later, within the pages of a textbook, the original words resonate profoundly. All the scientists present were choked with emotion. At long last, they glimpsed hope. After a considerable moment, Lu Huajin wiped away his tears and offered an exalted commendation. This is the true embodiment of renewable energy. Academician 1. The nation and its people take immense pride in you. Beside him, Wen Jiwen said little, merely nodding gravely. Yet the glimmer of tears in his eyes continuously conveyed his overwhelming sentiments. A full 4 to 5 minutes passed before all the scientists present regained their composure, subsequently embarking on a new round of research endeavors. This occasion primarily entails the assessment of voltage, the stability of current, and the examination of endurance issues. Each data point is of paramount importance, necessitating a sufficiently large sample size. Ultimately, and most crucially, according to the words of Master Jushu, the Heavenly Thunder Talisman can be activated without the guidance of magical power, albeit its potency would be diminished by half. Even so, this revelation is remarkably exhilarating. Upon receiving this news, the scientists present were immediately filled with immense anticipation regarding the applications of the Heavenly Thunder Talisman. Within an area of merely 1 square centimeter and the thickness of a single sheet of paper, it can contain a staggering 100 degrees of electricity. One cannot help but be awed. Even in the absence of magical guidance, it is capable of accommodating 50 degrees of electrical power. This is indeed astonishing. In the face of such a fantastical energy storage talisman, traditional lithium batteries, lead-acid batteries, blade batteries, and solid-state batteries all pale in comparison. However, this Heavenly Thunder Talisman energy storage device is not without its drawbacks. The primary disadvantage lies in its excessively high voltage. Given its function of exorcising demons and banishing evil, a lower voltage would be inadequate. If it cannot even incapacitate a human, it serves no purpose. The issue at hand is quite straightforward to resolve. Merely installing a transformer would suffice. However, considering the size and cost of the transformer, Lu Huajin had no choice but to summon Uncle Jiu. Upon Uncle Jiu's arrival, Lu Huajin pointed to the Thunder Talisman on the experimental table and said, "Uncle Jiu, this talisman is immensely beneficial to us, yet the voltage it generates is excessively high. Its intensity is simply too formidable. Is there any way to reduce its strength?" Initially approaching the matter with a sense of trial and error, Lu Huajin was taken aback by Uncle Jiu's response. This is quite simple. It merely requires slight modifications to the formation. However, this alteration would compromise its effectiveness in exorcising spirits and vanquishing demons. Lu Huajin's eyes brightened, and he eagerly replied, "Uncle Jiu, this is precisely the type of talisman we urgently need. Could you lend us your assistance?" Uncle Jiu nodded with a smile, certainly. Since it was not a major undertaking, he swiftly harnessed his physical and magical energy, and in no time, he completed a low-intensity thunder talisman. Lu Huajin personally received it and placed it on the testing platform for evaluation. The voltage had indeed diminished significantly, yet it remained somewhat excessive for civilian use. Thus, he requested Uncle Jiu's continued assistance. After producing approximately 15 thunder talismans, the voltage finally reached 220 V. Subsequently, Lu Huajin commenced testing. He began by using a mobile phone to charge 50 devices simultaneously. The result was that all phones were fully charged. With the white light on the talisman dimming only slightly, and throughout the testing process, the voltage remained remarkably stable, ensuring a high level of safety. The testing continued. This time, Lu Huajin opted for a set of lithium iron phosphate batteries, approximately 50 kilowatt-hours in capacity. The results were equally gratifying. Although the brilliance of the 5 Thunder Talisman diminished considerably with the batteries fully charged, its luminosity persisted. Thus, the voltage issue was impeccably resolved. And the preliminary tests were a resounding success. The scientists present erupted into applause, their faces alight with excitement. What, then, is the essence of new energy? This is what we call new energy. They are all acutely aware that from this moment forth, the global energy landscape, and indeed the economic framework, is destined to undergo a transformation. The advancements in battery technology are far more profound than they might initially appear. Take smartphones, for instance. Devices boasting superior battery life naturally attract greater consumer preference, translating directly into financial gain. Moreover, consider the aspect of product experience. Does a smaller battery not imply that smartphones can be designed to be lighter and more slender? Lighter devices tend to captivate consumers even more. In terms of performance, does a more compact battery not free up significant space within the device? For instance, in the case of the iPhone, the battery occupies at least 12 of its internal volume. If this space were optimized, could it not accommodate additional electronic components? A more powerful CPU, perhaps? When quality is lacking, one can compensate with quantity. The A-series chip in the iPhone is indeed impressive, yet with a single chip per device. I could deploy 2 or even 3 chips in my smartphone, effortlessly surpassing you in fluidity and performance. The immediate effect of this is a heightened consumer appeal. But that is not all. With no need to consider battery life, energy consumption, given the excess of power available, I can fully exploit hardware capabilities to deliver an unparalleled user experience. What does it matter if power consumption is high? I have ample energy, it's of no concern. The only consideration remains the pricing. However, in light of these numerous advantages, as long as the price remains reasonable, it is evident which product consumers will gravitate towards. This phenomenon extends beyond smartphones to encompass tablets, laptops, and electric vehicles within the automotive sector. Imagine acquiring a vehicle that requires no charging. Driving at high speeds with the air conditioning on, achieving a range of up to 1 million kilometers. Now, that is extraordinary. Furthermore, the applications are vast, including semi-trailer trucks, trains, high-speed rail, and ships. The reduction in transportation costs can lead to lower overall expenses, enabling products to be priced more competitively, thereby granting domestic products a significant advantage in international trade. This is a virtuous cycle. After 2 hours and 3 thorough inspections, confirming the absence of any unforeseen circumstances, Lu Huajin instructed, Academician 1, your talisman research team shall continue exploring other talismans. I will promptly report the Tian-A talisman project to the state and request a new research team to join us. When Jiwenda responded, understood. This is also what he harbored in his heart. With the multitude of talismans from the Maoshan tradition, the research endeavor is fraught with challenges, and one cannot afford to become fixated on a single talisman. Lu Huajin continued to issue various commands, among which was a pivotal project, the Magical Power Research Group, essential for the creation of the Thunderbolt talisman. Should it prove impossible to synthesize artificially, the current research would be rendered futile. As for Taoist Simu, it remains uncertain whether it was the butterfly effect at play, but the fox spirit, initially expected to appear midway, did not manifest. Instead, the sudden arrival of a helicopter startled Taoist Simu to an alarming extent. Upon returning to the Taoist temple, he found himself dumbfounded, confronted by fully armed special forces soldiers and an array of camouflage tents. What on earth is this? He exclaimed in bewilderment. Fortunately, Xiao Jianyang provided a timely explanation, averting a greater misunderstanding. Additionally, Master Ishio and Qingfeng have returned. After listening to Xiao Jianyang's clarification, Master Ishio did not display excessive excitement, appearing rather composed. However, the slightly dazed look in his eyes betrayed his inner astonishment. On the side of Jiala, true to the original narrative, upon seeing Qingfeng, he instantly transformed into an eager admirer, approaching her as if he had never encountered a woman before. This young man has scarcely encountered women. Qingfeng, what is your opinion of these individuals? Jiala, with a playful grin, prepared to feign ignorance. Then, he noticed Qingfeng's face filled with admiration as she retorted, isn't he handsome? Don't you think? Jiala felt an inexplicable sourness in the air. With all characters from the original script now assembled, the next task was to delve into the mystical arts of Master Simu and Master Ishio. This included Simu's summoning techniques and corpse-controlling arts, as well as Master Isshio's Buddhist teachings. Just as the research commenced, on the third day at noon, the reconnaissance team relayed the eagerly awaited news. Report, Captain. The procession transporting the coffins has appeared, less than 10 miles from our location. Xiao Jianyang commanded, summon Master Simu and Master Isshio. We shall proceed to investigate. Understood. The reporting Special Forces soldier promptly acknowledged. Once Master Isshio and Master Simu arrived, they boarded the helicopter that had been prepared in advance. Amidst the drone of the engine, they advanced towards the coffin convoy, accompanied by another transport helicopter, which carried more than 20 fully armed Special Forces soldiers, along with an armed helicopter. Upon reaching the side overhead, Xiao Jianyang beheld a procession identical to that depicted in the original narrative, escorting the coffins. The coffins, crafted entirely of bronze, were placed upon a cart, pushed forward by soldiers. Taoist Qianhe and his 4 disciples from the 4 cardinal directions led the way, while a sedan chair in the middle carried a child, the 7th prince of the braided nation. On the ground, the once orderly procession suddenly erupted with thunderous sounds emanating from the distant sky. What was happening? The atmosphere grew tense among the escort. The character portrayed by Yuan Hua, known for his effeminate demeanor, was also present, gazing skyward and inquiring in a high-pitched tone, "What is happening? Why is it so noisy?" Reporting, "My lord, we are uncertain," replied a nearby soldier, bewildered. At that moment, a helicopter descended from the heavens, landing steadily on the ground, as a line of Special Forces soldiers emerged from within. Master Simu, Xiao Jianyang, and Master Isshio also disembarked. Observing the bronze coffin bound with ink lines, their perception of Xiao Jianyang ascended to new heights. Initially, when Xiao Jianyang claimed to be there for the zombies, they had been skeptical. Now, their belief was unwavering. However, this zombie belongs to the royal family of the frontier. Can it be requested from these individuals? Ahead, 3 skilled warriors wielding weapons immediately stepped forward, followed closely by over 20 soldiers, with even Master Qianhe exhibiting a vigilant demeanor. However, upon seeing Master Simu and Master Isshio, their vigilance morphed into astonishment. "Senior brother? Master Isshio? What brings you here?" Master Simu advanced and laid bare the situation. "Junior brother, allow me to introduce Mr. Xiao Jianyang. These are his subordinates, hailing from an exceedingly peculiar sect, one we absolutely cannot provoke. They have come for the zombie within this coffin." Master Qianhe, perplexed, scrutinized the special soldiers around him, then glanced at Xiao Jianyang before addressing Master Simu. "Senior brother, are you aware that the coffin contains a member of the frontier royal family? Should they dare to seize it, if the higher-ups become enraged, the consequences would be beyond our capacity to endure." Master Simu shook his head. "We need not concern ourselves with the higher-ups. Let that child explain. At this moment, I advise you, junior brother, to refrain from interference. Even if you wish to obstruct, you would find it impossible." Master Qianhe furrowed his brow. "Why? There are so few of them, with our numbers and martial prowess. How could we possibly be outmatched?" He was not alone in this line of thought. The entire escort team of 30 to 40 shared similar sentiments. Master Simu did not wish to witness his junior brother perish before his eyes and continued to counsel, "In any case, I urge you, junior brother, to disregard this matter. I speak for your safety." Master Qianhe remained hesitant, but senior brother, observing Master Simu's resolute expression, he ultimately acquiesced. "Very well." He then turned to signal his 4 disciples, east, south, west, and north with subtle gestures. The 4 understood immediately and discreetly shifted their positions. At this moment, the effeminate character portrayed by Yuan Hua had approached, echoing the sentiments of Taoist Qianhe, despite the fact that Xiao Jianyang's side was comprised entirely of elite soldiers. Their overwhelming numbers instilled a sense of confidence, rendering them unperturbed. "Oh, who are you? Such audacity! Do you not know who we are? How dare you obstruct our path? Step aside at once, or you shall undoubtedly meet a fate devoid of burial." The effeminate speaker's words were utterly repugnant, evoking a sense of revulsion. Adhering to the principle of courtesy before conflict, Xiao Jianyang smiled and stated, "Who we are is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you possess something we desire, the coffin. The corpse within has undergone decomposition and must be entrusted to us for proper handling. You may depart on your own accord." Upon hearing this, the effeminate individual was incensed and bellowed, "How audacious! Do you not realize that the coffin contains the esteemed remains of a royal uncle? You seem oblivious to the meaning of death. Summon my men and seize these insolent intruders." At this command, the 3 formidable masters and the soldiers surged forward, weapons drawn and spirits high. Anticipating this, Xiao Jianyang wasted no words and promptly ordered, "Prepare the tranquilizer darts." Instantly, over 20 elite soldiers equipped their firearms with tranquilizer rounds. Fire! As his command echoed, a volley of tranquilizer darts was unleashed upon the soldiers and the three masters. The speed of the projectiles was astonishing. Even the masters were taken aback, unable to evade them, and were struck by the darts. The effeminate speaker was similarly hit and erupted into a frenzy, shouting, "Oh no, they are attacking. Quickly, apprehend them." "Yes, my lord." The soldiers responded in unison, rushing forward. Each assailant received a powerful tranquilizer dart, and within mere seconds, they began to feel lightheaded. What is happening? What is wrong with me? After 15 seconds, their vision blurred, and their bodies fell uncontrollably to the ground. Had it not been for humanitarian considerations, a direct order to execute them would have been issued, ensuring none would survive beyond 3 seconds. Such measures were deemed unnecessary, not out of mercy, but rather in consideration of the Taoist priest and his companions. If all these individuals were to perish, the authorities of this world would undoubtedly be incensed, and they would certainly face repercussions. However, if only the corpses were discarded, the situation would improve significantly. On the side of Master Qianhe, he gazed in astonishment at the nearly overwhelming scene before him, his eyes fixed on the Special Forces soldiers and the formidable weaponry they wielded, murmuring in disbelief. "What kind of weapon is this? It's astonishing." The master with 4 eyes shook his head and remarked with a sense of lamentation, "This is merely the tip of their iceberg." Master Qianhe thought to himself, "Fortunately, I did not make a move. Otherwise, I would have been the one lying on the ground." After dealing with the escort personnel, Xiao Jianyang promptly contacted Rinjia Town and the local Yizhuang camp. Within 10 minutes of receiving the news, a Z-8L transport helicopter took off, equipped with a sling. Its objective was to transport the royal zombie contained within the coffin back to the research base. As he beheld the imposing Z-8L soaring through the sky, Master Qianhe finally comprehended the meaning behind his senior brother's words. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. He felt increasingly fortunate that he had not resisted. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Once the coffin was secured to the Z-8L, Xiao Jianyang continued to issue orders, establishing an iron cage prison and tents on site. Until they departed from this world, the escort personnel, including the royal 7th brother, would remain confined within the cage. At the Yizhuang camp, with the royal zombie's coffin in their possession, a new lead researcher was appointed. The subsequent step involved conducting scientific experiments on the royal zombie, akin to the methods employed for studying Old Master Ren. The body was transported to a specially constructed laboratory, where various scientific instruments were activated to facilitate recording and analysis. The next phase involved examining the process of corpse transformation and the characteristics of the transformed body. Here, scientists were presented with 2 options. According to the original script's narrative, the royal zombie would possess greater research value if it had undergone a lightning tribulation. Thus, the question arose, what approach should be taken? The first proposal was to artificially generate lightning to allow the royal zombie to undergo tribulation. The second proposal was to await a stormy day and draw down the lightning from the heavens to strike the coffin directly. Therefore, which option would be preferable? For safety considerations, Lu Huajin ultimately decided to pursue the first method initially. Should the first option prove ineffective, they would then resort to the second. Another consideration was raised by Professor Zhao Ligua, a biochemistry expert, who offered his insights. According to the original narrative, this royal zombie possessed immense strength, with a body as tough as copper and iron. For instance, it could effortlessly propel a copper coffin weighing over 1,000 pounds and could even crash through stone walls while fleeing from Masters Sihai and Ishio. This indicated that the royal zombie's power far surpassed that of Old Master Ren. Therefore, in terms of safety precautions, I believe we must enhance our measures. Professor Zhao Ligua's concerns were not unfounded. Upon hearing his suggestions, many professors and academicians acknowledged the need for heightened vigilance. At the central table, after thoroughly considering the expert group's opinions, Lu Huajin proposed a feasible plan. Regarding safety measures, we would implement 2 strategies. The first would involve reinforcing the laboratory once more. The second would entail installing flamethrowers within the laboratory. Should the situation escalate beyond control, immediate high-temperature extermination would be executed. The proposal received considerable recognition from the esteemed academicians present, who offered some suggestions for refinement before the meeting concluded. Within the laboratory, the coffin of the royal zombie had been delivered, receiving treatment akin to that of the venerable Master Ren. 2 donkeys, procured from Rinjia Town, were also placed inside for the purpose of observing the zombie's transformations before and after it fed, a significant topic of biological research. As time passed steadily, 2 hours later, all preparatory work was completed. The lead investigator remained Professor Zhao Ligua, a luminary in the realm of biochemistry in Dragon Country. Under his directive, preparations for artificial lightning commenced. Understood, responded the researchers, who promptly began to operate the keyboards and control panels. With their efforts, several arcs of artificial lightning crackled to life, striking towards the copper coffin. Roar. With each successive bolt, the royal zombie within the coffin emitted a feral howl. The voice was even deeper and more menacing than that of the venerable old master. The artificial lightning is indeed effective. Sampling team, observation team, promptly report your data. Zhao Ligua's expression was grave, his tone earnest and urgent. Each research group hurriedly submitted various data, and as Zhao Ligua listened, his brow furrowed in concern. Among the data, one set caught him off guard. The cellular activity of the royal zombie was astonishingly more vigorous than that of an ordinary adult male, exceeding it by more than tenfold. The data in the possession of the esteemed elder reveals a negative value. Could it be attributed to the lightning? As I ponder this, the anguished roars of the royal zombie within the coffin intensify. In tandem with its cries, both parties exert their strength to lift the heavy coffin lid above. Under the strain of its monstrous power, the thick lid gradually rises, creating a narrow gap through which a wave of putrid air surges forth. Under normal circumstances, within mere seconds, the royal zombie would force the lid wide open. However, as the foul air encounters the ink line, it suddenly erupts in a brilliant golden radiance, akin to a beam of light piercing through the darkness of night, dispelling the shadows within the coffin. The royal zombie inside emits a low, mournful howl as the partially open lid promptly slams shut once more. This scene was meticulously documented by the researchers present, along with several cameras of various types. Zhao Ligua, the project leader, was filled with confusion. Prior to this moment, he had watched the film Uncle Zombie no less than 11 or 12 times. He distinctly remembered that the royal zombie's strength should not be so feeble. How could it emit such mournful wails? Was the artificial lightning insufficient in power? Contemplating this, he issued another command: prepare the artificial lightning once more, increasing the power to its maximum. Upon receiving the order, the responsible researchers promptly adjusted the power settings. A dazzling white light erupted throughout the laboratory, and a massive, tangible silver dragon surged forward, roaring vehemently as it charged towards the copper coffin at the center. It struck the coffin with a resounding crash. Inside the coffin, the royal zombie seemed infused with newfound strength, its howls intensifying. In the next moment, the miasma of death surged forth, the coffin lid could no longer contain it, and with an inexplicable force, it was flung against the transparent glass wall with a thunderous impact. Fortunately, the glass was bulletproof and specially reinforced. Even the heavy coffin lid, weighing several hundred pounds, caused no damage. As for the royal zombie within the copper coffin, having endured the artificial thunderstorm, it rose, just as the film's original plot depicted. It used the coffin's edge for support, standing upright, arms extended straight. With a mighty roar, it expelled a thick cloud of deathly aura, revealing its 4 wolf-like teeth. Its appearance and facial features were identical to those in the original film, clad in the official attire of the braided nation and wearing a hat symbolizing royal lineage. Its face was as sunken as that of a corpse. Simultaneously, numerous cameras around the room hurriedly captured photographs, while video cameras recorded every moment without missing a beat. In the control room, Zhao Ligua was no stranger to such scenes. Having witnessed the transformation of the old master recently, he was initially taken aback. Yet now, it felt as commonplace as witnessing a frenzy in animals. He solemnly instructed, report the data and continue monitoring. Also, immediately collect and analyze the gas it just exhaled. Upon receiving the command, hundreds of professors and researchers on-site promptly complied. Within the P4 biochemical laboratory, the royal zombie, consistent with its original portrayal, had gained a semblance of consciousness. Although it could not detect the scent of living beings, it perceived the presence of numerous humans before it. Roar. Almost disregarding the terrified donkey beside it, the royal zombie lunged forward. It craved blood. It sought to kill all the living here and drink their lifeblood. However, as it lunged, it was effortlessly halted by the thick bulletproof glass. Bang! Clang! The sound of the violent collision resonated throughout the P4 laboratory, propelling the royal zombie backward, leaving it momentarily dazed. What was happening? Enraged, the royal zombie fixated on a researcher operating an optical microscope and charged at them with fury. Bang! Clang! Once again, it collided head-on, sending the royal zombie into a frenzy. What was going on? The living were right in front of it, Why was there something obstructing its path? Its nose twitched, and a bizarre occurrence unfolded. There was no sin of living beings. As it was lost in thought, outside the glass chamber, Zhao Ligua, having collected all data, issued the command for an electric shock. Prepare for a single discharge. Understood. Following his directive, several researchers operated the control panel as a mechanical arm gradually extended toward the royal zombie, unleashing a torrent of electric currents. The purpose of this experiment was to test the physical reactions between the royal zombie and electric particles, observing the resulting phenomena. Perhaps from this, a novel method of lightning protection could be discovered. This plays a significant role in the realm of aerospace. Within the confines of the glass laboratory, the royal zombie, having attained a semblance of consciousness, was acutely aware of the terrifying power embedded within the electric current. Roar! He bellowed frantically, attempting to intimidate the current controlled by the mechanical arm. Yet, the crushing force between dimensions was not something that a mere zombie could withstand. Under the guidance of the researchers, the mechanical arm, ensnared by the current, slowly approached, akin to chopsticks grasping a caterpillar, capturing the royal zombie before unleashing the electric current. With a crackle, the high-voltage surge surged forth, and an extraordinary scene unfolded. The royal zombie has remarkably withstood the ordeal. Truly, it is exceptional. Having endured the tribulations of the thunder calamity. In the control room, the expression of delight in Zhao Ligua's eyes deepens. This indeed serves as an exceptional research specimen, surpassing even the esteemed Lord Rin as a subject of study. Subsequently, the royal zombie received treatment akin to that of Lord Rin, with skin tissues meticulously excised for medical examination and scholarly inquiry. The garments adorning its form were similarly subjected to scrutiny. Furthermore, the creature possessed a set of wolf-like canines and 10 elongated, claw-like fingernails. Following this, it endured a barrage of elemental assaults, submerged in water, scorched by fire, and bombarded by artillery and rifle fire, alongside an array of particle beams directed at its being. Ultimately, the results of these tests indicated a remarkable resilience, albeit not to an extraordinary degree. For instance, when a laser beam penetrated the finger of the royal zombie, it created a gaping hole, eliciting a howl of agony from the creature, its eyes ablaze with palpable fury. Yet, a flicker of fear and confusion also crossed its visage. Under normal circumstances, having transformed into a zombie should render it invincible. Moreover, having withstood the tribulations of lightning, even a skilled Taoist would barely warrant its concern. However, the peculiarities unfolding before it were undeniably perplexing, particularly the iron clamps that resembled chopsticks. Their strength was formidable. Despite the royal zombie's capacity to hurl a heavy coffin lid with ease, it found itself utterly ensnared by these iron grips, akin to being firmly held in the grasp of colossal hands. This alone would suffice, yet the pivotal scene that follows leaves the royal zombie utterly astonished. With blades cleaving and axes chopping, amidst the scorching flames and bubbling waters, it is compelled to carve away its own flesh. Saw off the sharp fangs it had painstakingly grown, along with its razor-sharp fingernails. This is indeed a vital weapon for survival. It's all gone. Everything has vanished. The royal zombie no longer roars. An overwhelming urge to weep surges within him. Who, after all, is the true zombie? Fortunately, the individuals clad in white have ceased their antics, finally tossing the donkey his way. The royal zombie can no longer concern himself with such trivialities. At this moment, he is desperately in need of blood to quench his thirst. He grasps the donkey by its neck and sinks his teeth into it. However, due to the extraction of his fang-like teeth, his bite does not yield 2 gaping wounds, but rather tears away a substantial chunk of flesh. The royal zombie disregards everything else. Spitting out the bloodied flesh, he resumes his ravenous consumption of the donkey's blood. A primal urge compels him to howl at the heavens. Oh, divine powers, I have finally tasted blood. Though it may not be human blood, animal blood is still blood. Outside the glass laboratory, the once imposing royal zombie now resembles a tiger in a zoo, evoking a strange sensation within Zhao Ligao and his companions. He suddenly recalls a saying, "Talent is the most terrifying existence in this world." Yet, in the next moment, he buries this thought deep within himself. As a scientific researcher, one may forego any psychological preconceptions, but one must never lack reverence for science. Science is an ever-evolving frontier. From a materialistic perspective, that which has not occurred or manifested can be deemed superstitious. However, if it occurs, if it manifests, it becomes a facet of science. Such phenomena should not be dismissed. Rather, they ought to be actively studied and understood, transforming them into a legitimate area of scientific inquiry through various research methodologies. This perspective is also shared by the vast majority of scientific practitioners. The royal zombie before us exemplifies this philosophical viewpoint. In simpler terms, it transcends the definition of a mere zombie or any animal. It is merely a manifestation of science. Thus, we must endeavor to study and comprehend it, in order to uncover its remarkable attributes that may contribute to the advancement of scientific knowledge. Research on the royal zombie is ongoing. Teams have now arrived at Maoshan and Longhushan for a visit. With Zhao Chuanming's eloquence, they were swiftly accepted, leading to discussions on trade matters. After extensive dialogue, they ultimately exchanged the gold and silver they brought for various manuals and texts on the arts of Maoshan and Longhushan, totaling 51 volumes encompassing formations, talismans, exorcisms, altars, feng shui, soul summoning, demon subduing, and more. Among these was the esteemed secret manual of Shi Jian, the elder brother of Maoshan. These materials will be transported back to the modern world, becoming the most crucial scientific research data. Time gradually passes. Half a month swiftly elapses. On the final day, after collecting a sufficient number of samples, Lu Huajin commanded, "Destroy the samples." Understood. The researchers immediately complied. After a series of operations on the control panel, several high-temperature flamethrowers emerged, their nozzles aimed at the royal zombie and old Master Ren. Upon pressing the activation button, multiple fire dragons surged forth from the nozzles, attacking the royal zombie and old Master Ren. The temperature soared to over 1,800 degrees. Not only could zombies not withstand such heat, but even steel would be melted. Feeling the terrifying intensity of the searing heat, both the royal zombie and old Master Ren were gripped by a profound sense of impending doom. Instinctively, they struggled to break free from their restraints, yearning to escape the flame's scorching embrace. Yet it was futile. The hydraulic clamps had them firmly in their grasp, rendering them utterly immobile. Subsequently, amidst the anguished roars of the two zombies, they were completely engulfed by the flames. In less than 3 minutes, they were reduced to ashes. Following Uncle Joe's suggestion, the ashes were scattered into the river near Rinjia town, with the intention of allowing the two zombies to drift into reincarnation and be reborn. Thus, the main quest of the zombie world was wholly accomplished for Su Qingfeng. At the very moment the two zombies were turned to ashes, a series of long-awaited electronic notifications resonated in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the main quest. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward, indestructible body. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward, 100-fold improvement in cultivation aptitude. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward, thunder control technique, beginner. As the words faded, a torrent of information surged into Su Qingfeng's mind and body, accompanied by an indescribable energy that materialized from thin air. This current of information unmistakably embodies the incantations and spells of the rudimentary thunder summoning technique. The inexplicable energy exudes a remarkably distinct sensation. Once it penetrates the body, it meanders throughout Su Qingfeng's entire being, akin to the mystical power coursing through a cultivator. Most astonishingly, under the influence of this energy, wherever it traverses, cellular vitality experiences an unprecedented surge, as if nourished and transformed, leading to a remarkable alteration in their very structure. This is the most intuitive sensation. Could this feeling be akin to the invincible state of being? Su Qingfeng mused inwardly. Simultaneously, this energy surged into his mind and heart. Under its influence, Su Qingfeng discovered a sudden clarity of thought. Many things that had previously eluded his understanding or required careful contemplation could now be grasped effortlessly. It was reminiscent of a mathematics examination. Even with diligent preparation, one might only score between 15 to 20 out of a perfect 100. However, now Su Qingfeng felt that with thorough prior study, he could achieve a score of at least 80 to 95, or even higher. With this enhancement of his aptitude, he even discerned some flaws in the talisman techniques imparted to him by his master, Jiu Shu. Most astonishingly, upon a brief reflection, Su Qingfeng realized he had discovered a solution to rectify these flaws. Moreover, he sensed that once the imperfections were resolved, the efficacy of the talisman techniques would increase by at least 30%. This was undoubtedly the exhilarating feeling of an elevated cultivation aptitude. Su Qingfeng's heart surged with excitement. His previous tenfold aptitude, talent, was already extraordinary. Now, it had escalated to 100-fold. If he were to enter a fantastical realm in the future, whether in a celestial or demonic world, his rate of cultivation would be astonishingly swift. As he pondered this, the system's notification chimed once more in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully activating the next dimensional world. World background: the realm of gods and demons. Detailed background: a Chinese ghost story, a Chinese ghost story 2, the human realm. The legend of Madame Whitesnake, strange stories from a Chinese studio, the legend of Shushan, the Journey to the West trilogy. Main quest: eliminate the Black Mountain Old Demon. Vanquish the Millennium Centipede Spirit, prevent Bai Suzhen from encountering Su Xian, and assist Ji Zunbao in rescuing Bai Jingjing. Quest duration: detection indicates the host's strength is exceedingly feeble, thus this quest has no time limit. The host may gain permanent traversal rights within this dimensional world. Su Qingfeng. Upon realizing it was the realm of gods and demons, his heart sank considerably. The combat prowess within the realm of gods and demons far surpassed that of the zombie world. Indeed, it was several tiers higher. Furthermore, it was a disparity of dimensions. With the detailed content of the world revealed, Su Qingfeng's suspicions were further corroborated. However, the main quest of this system is exceedingly challenging. Su Qingfeng could not help but express his frustration. The system seemed to render existence unbearable. The Black Mountain Old Demon is a being far more terrifying than the Tree Demon Granny, a significant figure within the underworld. The Pudu Cihong is likewise not a minor character, a millennia-old centipede spirit that even dares to impersonate the Tathagata. Its haunting melody, a deathly requiem, is simply insurmountable for ordinary individuals. In comparison, the latter two tasks appear more manageable, at least on the surface. However, this raises a question in Su Qingfeng's mind. As a journey to the west ascends to celestial heights, could the system's tasks truly be so straightforward? Given the system's nature, such simplicity seems improbable. There must be unique obstacles to overcome. Yet, this is not entirely a negative aspect. The task's time limit grants perpetual traversal rights, which is quite humane. Additionally, he contemplated the national implications. With perpetual traversal rights, the nation would no longer need to worry about resource scarcity. As he pondered, guilt began to gnaw at Su Qingfeng's conscience. The reason he surrendered the system to the state was due to the daunting nature of the tasks. Yet, upon completion of these tasks, he alone reaped the rewards, which seemed somewhat unfair to the nation, even though the state did not seem to mind. Fortunately, there was finally some good news: an entire world as a blood supply, also involving the celestial and demonic realms, an opportunity that the nation could not hope to encounter for millennia. Within a level 4 cosmic civilization, humanity could utilize wormholes for interstellar travel and establish colonies with communication across the universe. The power dynamics within a journey to the west conveniently align with the parameters of a level 4 civilization. Moreover, from the perspective of immortality, it perfectly aligns as well. In the cosmos, the gravitational fields of various planets differ, resulting in varied perceptions of time. For instance, in the renowned sci-fi film Interstellar, the protagonist experiences merely an hour on Miller's planet, which equates to 7 years on Earth. If applied to the celestial realm of a journey to the west, the saying goes, 1 day in heaven equals a year for mortals. Su Qingfeng found himself intrigued. What exactly is the heavenly realm depicted in myth? Is it truly constructed upon clouds? What are the characteristics of its gravitational field? Or is it perhaps another planet? After indulging in such fanciful thoughts for a moment, Su Qingfeng shook his head, extinguishing the musings in his mind. The specifics would be revealed upon entering the realm of gods and demons. Ding! Due to the host's high completion rate in the previous 2 tasks, a mysterious reward has been triggered. Would you like to claim it? At that moment, a notification resonated within Su Qingfeng's mind. Without a second thought, he replied, "Claim. Congratulations, host. You have successfully claimed a reward. You have received an embedded storage space within the system, each dimension measuring 100 meters, level 1. Usage method: touch the item you wish to store with your hand, and with a mere thought, you can either place it in or retrieve it. Note: living beings cannot be stored. Congratulations, host. The dual traversal portal has expanded once more, now 10 meters in height and 5 meters in width." Su Qingfeng stood in stunned silence for a second or two. Then his eyes sparkled with frenzied delight. These 2 elements can be regarded as formidable weapons, verging on the realm of the extraordinary. Firstly, the expansion of the dual passageway signifies a monumental enhancement in transportation capabilities. Why is it that the resources allocated by the nation to the rural zombie-infested world are so limited? One significant reason lies in the inadequacy of transportation capacity. The passageways are too small and narrow, allowing only a meager amount of goods to be transported at a time. Items of a slightly larger size, such as a vehicle or scientific research apparatus, are unable to pass through without disassembly and subsequent reassembly for practical use. However, upon entering the zombie world, the situation improved considerably due to the enlarged dual passageway. Yet, it still fell short of being sufficient. Many artillery pieces utilized in combating zombies had to be disassembled and then reassembled upon arrival. Now, with the dual passageway measuring 12 meters in height and 6 meters in width, transporting such equipment has become far less cumbersome. Entire units can be delivered directly. Take, for instance, a crane. A large crane typically exceeds a width of 2.5 meters. For example, the Sany STC 500S truck crane boasts an overall width of 2,750 millimeters, while some larger cranes can even reach widths of 5 to 6 meters. In terms of height, they usually range from 10 to 20 meters. If this value were to be placed before the previous dual gate, it would be utterly impossible to pass through. It must be disassembled and then reassembled in another world, which is a bothersome thought. However, now one can simply drive through directly and utilize it immediately. With the assistance of these large-scale devices, the construction of the base and various other endeavors will proceed at a much swifter pace. Even considering a hypothetical situation, the various earth-moving vehicles do not require disassembly. They can be driven into the new world, significantly enhancing efficiency. Currently, the height and width of the dual gate are ample enough to accommodate two 99A tanks side by side, moving into the other world in tandem. The increase in transport capacity signifies that the nation can deploy greater resources in the new realm, thereby enhancing the likelihood of successfully completing system tasks. Next, there is the personal storage space, akin to a magical storage bag from a fantasy novel. Measuring 100 meters in length, width, and height, such a volume could easily contain several residential buildings. The perilous nature of the demon world makes this personal storage space a substantial asset for self-preservation. Most importantly, this feature of permanent transit rights means that the nation can finally establish a genuine forward base in the other world, rather than relying on makeshift camps as it does currently. After contemplating everything, Qingfeng promptly located Captain Lu Huajin and conveyed the situation to him. As expected, upon receiving this news, even the seasoned scientist Lu Huajin was momentarily taken aback. The demon world? Journey to the West and a Chinese ghost story? Wait, permanent transit rights? Qingfeng nodded and affirmed. Yes, Captain Lu, this is the information just relayed by the system. It cannot be mistaken. Lu Huajin, being comprehensive in his thoughts, did not display excessive excitement. Instead, he expressed some concern and inquired, Comrade Su, I have a few questions. Could you please inquire with the system in your mind? Sure. Captain Lu, please go ahead, Qingfeng replied. With a serious expression and grave tone, Lu Huajin articulated the first question. If we complete the main task in this world, will we be mandated to leave within 24 hours? The second inquiry followed. If we fail to complete the main task, will we be forever barred from advancing to the next world? Upon hearing these questions, Qingfeng's demeanor became equally earnest. Lu Huajin's concerns were indeed justified. He realized he had been overly presumptuous. He immediately sought answers from the system in his mind. Fortunately, the system provided satisfactory responses. Qingfeng conveyed, Captain Lu. Regarding the first question, once the permanent transit rights to this world are unlocked, we will not be compelled to leave within 24 hours. In other words, we can remain indefinitely. As for the second question, he added, if the main task is not completed, we will indeed be unable to proceed to the next world. Lu Huajin sighed in relief, his serious expression softening, and stated, no worries, as long as we retain the permanent transit rights, we will have no concerns. He then raised his right hand and patted Qingfeng on the shoulder, excitedly continuing, Comrade Su, you have rendered a tremendous service to the nation. With an entire world at our disposal, our economic troubles, energy crises, and population challenges can all be resolved promptly. You are truly a blessing to our dragon nation. Aha! Seeing Lu Huajin so delighted, Qingfeng felt a surge of joy as well and added, Captain Lu, there is actually more good news. He then revealed the content of the mysterious reward. As he spoke, Lu Huajin's already elated expression transformed into sheer astonishment, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He even became breathless, earnestly gazing at Qingfeng and exclaiming, Comrade Su, is this true? Are you serious? Qingfeng, somewhat amused, replied, of course it's true. He then raised his right hand and produced his Wei Hua phone from his pocket. conjuring it to vanish into thin air. With another thought, the phone reappeared. "Look, Captain Liu, it's as simple as that." After a moment of stunned silence, Lu Huajin recovered, his joy erupting in laughter. "Excellent. Comrade Su, you have provided an enormous surprise to the nation, aiding us immensely. I must immediately No. Let us go back to the main world to finally Shizhong and report this in person. I will ensure you receive a significant promotion." Su Qingfeng intended to decline, but, seeing Lu Huajin's excitement, he felt it inappropriate to dampen the mood, so he followed along. As for the discussions regarding cultivation qualifications and the indestructible body, those could wait for another time. Meanwhile, in Jiangcheng, Jiangxia district, at the Xingho camp, within a spacious and tidy office, Li Aiguo was deeply engrossed in reviewing the drafts submitted by his subordinates. His posture had slumped significantly compared to a few days prior, and the streaks of white in his hair had become markedly more pronounced, his brow furrowed with fatigue, as if he had aged several years overnight. Indeed, the recent events had been overwhelming. Matters concerning Yinjing, the camp, the other world, and international affairs loomed large. At the peak, he found himself sifting through dozens of documents, reviewing over 40 drafts, and attending 13 small meetings along with 4 large conferences in a single day. Nevertheless, despite the multitude of tasks, he found joy in his responsibilities. The sensation of witnessing the Dragon Kingdom on the verge of emerging triumphantly in the global arena invigorated him, leaving him devoid of fatigue and with a sense of urgency regarding time. Additionally, a degree of pressure loomed over him, given the current circumstances. It was only a matter of months before the secrets would be divulged. Should the nation fail to muster sufficient strength to suppress external forces, particularly the eagle-eyed adversaries across the ocean, the consequences would be unfathomable. Having reviewed yet another draft, he summoned his secretary to prepare for its dissemination. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door. "Enter," he called. The office door creaked open as Secretary Xiao Wei stepped in, reporting, "Chiefly, Team Leader Liu and Comrade Su have returned and wish to see you personally regarding an important matter." Li Aiguo's eyes brightened at this news, and he quickly instructed, "Let them in." Being a man of punctuality, he was acutely aware that today marked the final day for the mission in this alternate realm. It was likely that they had successfully completed the main task and were here to report their findings. "Understood, Chief," Xiao Wei responded, turning to exit. Shortly thereafter, with the secretary leading the way, the cheerful Lu Huajin and the smiling Su Qingfeng entered Li Aiguo's office. "Ah, Comrade Su, Comrade Liu, you have arrived." Upon their greeting, Li Aiguo rose and took the initiative to brew tea. At first glance, it seemed trivial, yet in reality, this gesture was a deliberate indication of his esteem for both individuals, especially for Su Qingfeng. As he handed over the steaming cup, curiosity gleamed in his eyes as he inquired, "What is the current situation?" Su Qingfeng, comfortably seated on the genuine leather sofa, accepted the tea and replied with a smile. "Things are progressing smoothly. The main task has been completed." Lu Huajian, brimming with excitement, elaborated on the details that Su Qingfeng had just mentioned, growing more animated with each word, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for the future. Li Aiguo mirrored this enthusiasm. With every revelation, his eyes seemed to twinkle more fervently, culminating in sheer elation. In disbelief, he turned to Su Qingfeng to confirm, "Comrade Su, is what Comrade Liu said truly accurate? Permanent traversal rights, expanded dual portals, personal storage space. Such proclamations are almost beyond comprehension." The sheer surprise and unexpected nature of this news were overwhelming. Occupying his current position, he possessed both vision and capability. The moment he processed this information, a singular thought crystallized in his mind: resources. Upon further contemplation, this thought morphed into an opportunity, one that might only arise once in a millennium. Although Su Qingfeng had previously broached the subject of permanent traversal rights, the reality of such a surprise felt entirely different upon its arrival. Su Qingfeng found the scene both amusing and bewildering. Despite their combined age exceeding a century, they reacted with the exuberance of children. Yet he understood their sentiments. If he were in their shoes, he too would be astounded and euphoric. "Indeed, it is true," he affirmed with a nod, adding, "Moreover, once the main system tasks are completed, we can remain there without affecting the subsequent opening of the alternate realms. However, there are challenges. Many main tasks may prove troublesome even with our current strength, such as eliminating the Dark Mountain Old Demon. According to the original narrative, this entity is a supernatural being residing in the underworld, impervious to ordinary weaponry. Furthermore, in the realm of a Chinese Odyssey, the combat power system aligns with mythology, suggesting that unforeseen complications may arise based on previous system task difficulties. Li Aiguo remained unfazed, returning to his chair and declaring, as our esteemed predecessors have articulated, while the goal is luminous, the path may be convoluted. If challenges arise, we shall confront them head-on. To borrow a phrase from you young individuals, as long as the adversary dares to reveal their health bar, we shall find a way to overcome. In essence, this resonates with the collective spirit of our nation. As long as one dares to unveil their health bar, even deities can be vanquished. Hearing this, Su Qingfeng's gaze sharpened, and he remarked, given the nation's resolve, I, as a member of the Dragon Kingdom, shall not retreat. In fact, I had no intention of doing so. Aha. Li Aiguo laughed heartily, his admiration evident as he nodded in approval. Precisely. This is the spirit we expect from the youth of our Dragon Kingdom, tenacious and aspiring. However, this matter is of utmost importance. I must report to Yinjing to gauge the nation's stance before devising a specific plan. Understood, Su Qingfeng replied. Meanwhile, Lu Huajin seized the opportunity to propose a matter. Chief, there is something you should discuss with the higher-ups to seek their approval. It concerns Uncle Jiao and the ghostly girl Xiaoyu. Subsequently, he recounted the preparations to bring both Uncle Jiao and Xiaoyu back, articulating the myriad benefits from a scientific research perspective. If we can successfully bring them back, the advantages would be substantial. At the very least, we would increase our research samples, significantly advancing technology and translating it into productivity. Additionally, I have a personal idea. We could consciously train Uncle Jiao and Xiaoyu together when we venture into the world of gods and demons. This notion was, in fact, a sudden inspiration from Lu Huajian. Su Qingfeng and Li Aiguo looked at him in astonishment, urging him to elaborate. Lu Huajian's voice resonated calmly. These beings, or spirits, inherently possess profound abilities if they can acquire the cultivation resources from the realm of deities and demons. Their powers would undoubtedly be enhanced. This would be an indispensable component of the nation's grand strategy. For instance, they could serve as instructors, teaching our soldiers and officers the methods to combat spirits. Once artificial specters become widespread, they could directly intervene in management. Safety must always be our foremost priority. In truth, Li Aiguo had contemplated this as well. With the deepening exploration of alternate worlds and the accelerating pace of development, unexpected situations were bound to arise. What if extraordinarily powerful supernatural entities wreak havoc in the mortal realm? Lu Huajian's words provided him with a new perspective. Please, continue. The interest on Li Aiguo's face intensified. Lu Huajian responded affirmatively. Indeed, as we delve deeper into the exploration of alternate worlds, we could not only invite figures like Uncle Jiao and the ghostly Xiaoyu, but also individuals from other realms. However, there is a prerequisite. These individuals must not pose any danger. For example, characters such as Yin Qixia and Ye Shaoqian from a Chinese ghost story, as well as the sorcerers Zhi Qiu Yi and Zhuo Qianhu, and others from Journey to the West. Inviting them to join our scientific research initiatives and allowing them to remain as integral parts of our security would be advantageous. Furthermore, we could establish a dedicated organization or specialized department to meticulously select candidates from alternate worlds, bolstering our nation's foundation. As we move forward, Lu Huajian's expression grew serious, and his voice lowered. In the coming years, if secrets were to leak and international pressures became immense, these individuals could serve as formidable forces. This final remark ignited a spark of realization in Li Aiguo's mind, as well as in Su Qingfeng's. Indeed, if we could recruit individuals from these alternate realms, we would be better equipped to face any potential aggression from the international powers. Lu Huajian continued. However, we must not become overly reliant. We must construct a robust security system. For instance, we could select and train loyal warriors to embark on the paths of cultivation and ascension. Should any anomalies arise within this newly formed organization, we would at least have contingency plans. Li Aiguo fell into contemplation. After a moment, he turned to Su Qingfeng and inquired, Comrade Su, I recall you learned some Taoist techniques from Uncle Jiao in the zombie world. How was the experience? Su Qingfeng replied candidly. I found it manageable. It merely requires learning certain breathing techniques. However, due to aptitude concerns, it might prove challenging for others. Li Aiguo then addressed Lu Huajian. Captain Lu, is it feasible to pursue cultivation through scientific methods? Lu Huajian nodded affirmatively. Certainly. Based on our current research progress, The substance known as mana has been isolated, and we are in the process of identifying comparative groups. We expect to have answers within half a month. If we can ascertain its specific components and either find or synthesize a substitute gas, we could standardize, mass-produce, and even commercialize mana. Li Aigua's expression turned serious. After a moment of reflection, he responded, I have noted this. I will have my secretary compile a detailed report for submission to Yinjing. No, I shall personally present it to the authorities in Yinjing to secure this initiative. He believed that the Yinjing authorities would undoubtedly concur. However, those within the system seldom speak in absolutes. Lu Huajian acknowledged, indeed. Following their discussion of specific details, they departed the office en route to the dual passage gate, preparing to return to the zombie world for the final tasks at hand. Meanwhile, Li Aigua swiftly summoned his secretary, Xiao Wei, to relay the information to Yinjing with utmost urgency. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to include a recommendation in the report. The recommendation suggested inviting comrade Su Qingfeng to assume the role of head of the new organization. Lu Huajian's proposal to recruit talent from alternate worlds and establish a new security organization found his full support. It was likely that Yinjing would also be in agreement. Thus, a crucial question arose: who would lead this new department? Lu Huajian was undoubtedly the ideal candidate, but he bore greater responsibilities and was unable to commit. Therefore, in terms of capability and standing, Su Qingfeng emerged as the most suitable choice. As for his competence, with proper guidance, he could certainly develop it. Notably, in addition to this, he also submitted proposals regarding the Thunder Rune Battery and the Artificial Spectre Initiative. In the zombie world, Su Qingfeng remained unaware of Li Aigua's intentions and actions. He and Lu Huajin were engaged in the final preparations for evacuation. According to the system's requirements, they had to leave within 24 hours, and time was of the essence. Similar to the situation in the old corpse world, the priority was to evacuate scientists and equipment containing experimental data, followed by weaponry and various combat supplies, including armed helicopters and artillery. The third group to evacuate would comprise relevant personnel, with military personnel being the last to leave. Su Qingfeng and Lu Huajin were included in the third evacuation list. At this juncture, Yinjing's decision arrived. Li Aigua's secretary personally came to report, Comrade Su, Captain Lu, after a meeting to deliberate on the matters, all proposals have been approved. Furthermore, it has been decided to establish a special department named Longting. Looking at Su Qingfeng with a beaming smile, he continued, Congratulations, Comrade Su. The state recognizes your exceptional capabilities. Henceforth, you shall be the head of the Longting department. Additionally, considering your youth, you may select an individual to assist you with daily management tasks. If you prefer not to deal with this, the state can facilitate arrangements. Su Qingfeng, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Secretary Wei, this position must be of great significance. I doubt my qualifications suffice. By all accounts, Captain Lu is the most fitting choice. Nevertheless, Su Qingfeng harbored aspirations, as being the head of this department would allow him to recruit characters from various realms, incorporating them into his team, akin to the joy of assembling a collection in a game. Secretary Xiao Wei explained, Captain Lu has more pressing duties and cannot be spared. So you are currently the most suitable candidate for this position. Observing the seriousness in his expression, Su Qingfeng suddenly grasped the situation. This reflects the nation's earnest endeavor to cultivate its own talent. Indeed, at present, the key to the dual portals of the heavens rests entirely in our hands. If the state does not nurture its own, how could it possibly nurture others? Given this reality, there is little reason to refuse. Su Qingfeng nodded in agreement, replying, Very well. Secretary Xiao Wei added, Minister Su, I will send the appointment letter over shortly. I must attend to other matters for now. Su Qingfeng responded, All right. For some reason, the title Minister Su resonated pleasantly within him. Could this be considered a meteoric rise? A direct ascent to the pinnacle of power? It certainly seemed so. Lu Huajian, standing beside him, patted his shoulder and said, Comrade Su, rest assured that no matter the challenges faced by the Longting department, you can always count on me. We will do our utmost to assist you. I have faith in your capabilities. In your hands, Longting will undoubtedly reach its fullest potential. After this, lowering his voice, he discreetly added, Furthermore, I have a small suggestion. Under the assurance of sufficient loyalty, consider recruiting a few more capable members. In no more than 4.5 months, we may find ourselves facing an unwelcome war, and I eagerly anticipate the remarkable performance of the Longting team at that time. Upon hearing these words, Su Qingfeng was suddenly reminded of a novel he had once read, Rebirth, Urban Immortal Cultivation. In the latter part of this book, the protagonist engages in a confrontation between the cultivation system and the scientific paradigm. With a sword cleaving through fighter jets and summoning colossal thunder to crush aircraft carrier battle groups, he stands against an entire nation with unparalleled might. Nowadays, the narrative within the novel seems to have the potential to unfold in reality, perhaps even within the Dragon Rising organization. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Su Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with intensity, and his heart surged with tumultuous waves. Understood, Lu Huajian replied in a similarly subdued tone. The two exchanged knowing smiles, their silence speaking volumes. Subsequently, Su Qingfeng rose and made his way to the room of Uncle Jiao, the guardian of the ancestral hall. Uncle Jiao and the ghostly figure, Dong Xiaoyu, were also listed among the third batch of evacuees. At that moment, Uncle Jiao was busy packing his belongings, garments, Taoist robes, and various talismans, while his two disciples, Wenkai and Qiuxing, assisted him. As they worked, they muttered, "Brother, do you really think Master is leaving just like that? What will we do afterward? We haven't mastered our skills, and finding employment among the living may prove challenging. Didn't those people from the Dragon Kingdom say they would provide us with a substantial sum? They mentioned we could collect it soon. Claiming their over 10 pounds of gold, enough for us to live comfortably in Rinjia Town for a lifetime, as long as we avoid gambling and debauchery. Is that true? That certainly puts my mind at ease." "Shoo, keep your voice down." Uncle Jiao had been listening intently. Upon hearing his two ungrateful disciples express reluctance to part, he felt a pang of bittersweet emotion, murmuring to himself, "Taking on these two disciples hasn't been entirely devoid of merit." Yet, as thoughts of the gold surfaced, their attitudes shifted abruptly, igniting a simmering frustration within him. Rebellious disciples. "Oh, what ill fortune I've encountered in taking on these two." As he mumbled, his packing speed doubled, and the expression of reluctance on his face darkened considerably. An inexplicable awkwardness enveloped the atmosphere. Qiuxing and Wakai, sensing their guilt, fell silent and busied themselves with their belongings. Soon, they packed everything into a large suitcase, which Qiuxing brought before Uncle Jiao, grinning, "Master, we're ready." Though irked, Uncle Jiao's anger dissipated upon witnessing his disciples' eagerness. With a long sigh, he admonished, "Even with money, do not act recklessly, understood?" "Got it, Master," Qiuxing replied. "Heard you, Master," Wenkai echoed. Uncle Jiao continued, "Furthermore, should you encounter insurmountable difficulties, you may seek out Master Rin. He has been informed of your arrival and will be more than willing to assist you." Both Qiuxing and Wenkai nodded in unison, "Understood, Master." After a moment's reflection, Uncle Jiao imparted a few final reminders about paying respects to their ancestral master and suggested they visit Maoshan whenever possible. As Qiuxing and Wenkai acknowledged his words, the atmosphere remained thick with unspoken emotions. At this moment, Su Qingfeng, accompanied by 4 Special Forces soldiers, had arrived. The time for the third group to evacuate had come. It was time to take Uncle Jiao back to the modern world. Interestingly, upon their first meeting, Uncle Jiao immediately sensed a change in Su Qingfeng and asked with curiosity, "Little Su, could you enlighten me on what has transpired with you? Why does the yang energy surrounding you seem so overwhelmingly potent?" Su Qingfeng, somewhat taken aback, reflected for a moment before responding, "It must be due to the reward from my main quest, which includes a certain ability, the indestructible body. I hadn't realized it until you mentioned it, Master. Now, I find myself intrigued. Could you elaborate further?" Uncle Jiao replied, "Of course." He continued, "If you were akin to a mere lamp before, you now radiate like a small sun, your yang energy immensely intensified. A person possesses 3 flames of vitality, and in your case, they are exceptionally vigorous. This brings with it 2 significant benefits. First, a robust constitution that promotes longevity. Second, ordinary spirits would not dare to approach you, yet if any were bold enough to do so, your allure to them would be frighteningly potent. You must safeguard this exquisite pure yang body of yours." As he uttered the words about protecting his body, Uncle Jiao couldn't help but cough lightly twice, a trace of concealed envy flickering in his eyes. This exceptional pure yang constitution was something he had only encountered in the ancient text of Maoshan. Individuals possessing such a physique, with even the slightest effort in cultivation, could surpass others by several times in progress. More importantly, this physique possesses an allure for demons and spirits that is akin to the irresistible temptation of Tang Seng's flesh for the fairies. However, there exists a significant distinction. While Tang Xing's flesh is destined to be consumed, the exquisite pure yang body of Su Qingfeng requires no such fate. It merely needs to be present. In such circumstances, individuals with a pure yang physique often experience extraordinary fortune, particularly in romantic encounters. Upon hearing Jiushu's explanation, Su Qingfeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his indestructible body was, in fact, a supreme pure yang physique within the Taoist realm. His eyes sparkled with curiosity as he suddenly inquired, "Master, if there exists a supreme pure yang body, does a supreme pure yin body also exist?" Jiushu paused, then chuckled softly, "Indeed, it does, but such a thing is exceedingly yin and malevolent, bearing considerable harm. Typically, it is only found in the most profound texts of Maoshan." Su Qingfeng continued, "Master, does this imply that my pure yang body possesses numerous benefits?" Jiushu affirmed, "Yes. For instance, the speed of cultivation would surpass that of ordinary practitioners within the Taoist sect by a significant margin." Su Qingfeng's eyes gleamed with newfound anticipation. He imagined standing before Nie Shaoqian in the world of a Chinese ghost story. What would her reaction be? Upon reflection, the prospect seemed quite promising. Suppressing his thoughts, Su Qingfeng shifted the subject, saying, "Master, let us set that aside for now. I have come to escort you. Everything is ready on our end. We can return to the modern world with Dong Xiaoyu. Oh, and there is one more matter. With the consent of our nation's highest authorities, a new department has been established, the Dragon Rising Department, also known as the Dragon Rising Organization. This entity is dedicated to managing characters from various realms, and I currently serve as its head." Recognizing that one may experience a sense of unfamiliarity in a strange land, Su Qingfeng aimed to offer Jiushu some reassurance. Gratitude flickered in Jiushu's eyes as he replied, "You are considerate. Then let us set off." "Very well," Su Qingfeng replied, as he and Jiushu, along with the assistance of Special Forces soldiers carrying their luggage, made their way towards the scientific laboratory to retrieve the ghostly figure, Dong Xiaoyu. Since her arrival at this laboratory, Dong Xiaoyu had profoundly understood what it meant to be a national treasure. Firstly, in terms of sustenance, the primary nourishment for spirits is incense. Her offering table was perpetually adorned with burning incense, never once interrupted. Such delightful days, previously experienced only as a wandering spirit on the lake, were utterly rare. Even when Qiushan offered her a few sticks of incense, her excitement was palpable as she expressed her gratitude. This clearly illustrates that the existence of wandering souls is far from comfortable. Nevertheless, her affection for Qiushan undoubtedly contributed to her current contentment. In any case, these days are infinitely more pleasant than those spent as a restless spirit. Secondly, to stave off boredom, her companion burned a plethora of peculiar items. There were oddly shaped yet remarkably comfortable little cars, several pairs of golden boys and jade maidens, and an array of cosmetics. Particularly noteworthy were the lipsticks, with an overwhelming variety of shades. No young lady can resist the allure of beauty-enhancing products. And the same holds true for female spirits. Dong Xiaoyu, like a child discovering a new world, spent her days exploring one fascinating object after another, perpetually captivated by the novelty. Thirdly, wealth and offerings of incense were abundant, with piles of ghost money that seemed inexhaustible. It is worth mentioning that initially, the offerings included currency from the Heavenly Bank, which is entirely non-circulating in this realm of the underworld. The solution was simple, merely changing the type of paper money sufficed. In summary, the days of being a national treasure had become excessively leisurely for Dong Xiaoyu, to the point where she found herself idly gathering a dark energy to insert into a sample collector, thus completing her day's work. Just as she was preparing to recline in comfort, she received notification of her imminent journey to the modern world. In the midst of her surprise, Su Qingfeng arrived, accompanied by Uncle Jiu and several Special Forces members. Upon sensing the overwhelming yang energy radiating from Su Qingfeng, Dong Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she approached him, her tone imbued with a wistful charm. "Young Master Su, your yang energy is quite potent." Su Qingfeng, taken aback, mused to himself about the unexpected efficacy of his own constitution. "Ahem," he interjected, "let's not dally. It is time for work. Let us prepare to depart." With a playful smile, Dong Xiaoyu curtsied and replied, "Little Yu is at your service, young master." In an instant, she transformed into a wisp of dark wind, slipping into an urn held by one of the Special Forces soldiers. Su Qingfeng found himself both amused and exasperated. He realized that his unique constitution could be rather irksome at times. Subsequently, after ensuring that nothing was left behind, he, along with Uncle Jiu, set off with the Special Forces and scientists, traversing the celestial dual portals to return to the modern world. At Jiangshan's Starfire Camp, they arrived at the main hall of the base housing the celestial dual portals. This is a hall that covers an area nearly equivalent to half a football field. The hall is divided into numerous functional zones: a research area, a living supplies zone, a weapons and equipment section, a dispatch center, and an on-site command center, among others. Beyond this hall lies an expansive complex that spans approximately 240,000 square meters. As one ventures outward, the surroundings are enveloped in barbed wire, marking this territory as a military-restricted zone. This is the current scale of the Spark Camp. A standard football field covers an area of 140 square meters, measuring 105 meters in length and 68 meters in width. The scale of the Spark Camp is equivalent to 33.6 standard football fields, extending over 3.4 kilometers in length and surpassing 2 kilometers in width, akin to a moderately developed small county, functioning as a super international logistics hub. Presently, it gathers the most loyal and numerous special forces warriors, academicians, and professors from across the nation. Along with logistical and clerical personnel, the total number has exceeded 30,000. If we account for some indirect personnel, the total figure surpasses 100,000. Naturally, these indirect personnel do not have access to the core secrets of Spark Camp and are even prohibited from entering the core areas. Most of these individuals are food suppliers, unloading workers, drivers of specialized vehicles, and members of engineering teams, among others. Inside the base hall, having received early news, Lu Huajian personally arrived at the entrance of the dual gate to welcome them. Li Aigua had intended to come as well, but he was simply too busy to spare the time, so he had to forego the visit. In addition, dozens of scientists joined the welcoming queue. An unspoken ripple of anticipation swirled around the dual gate, reminiscent of gravitational waves. The dual gate moved in an eerie manner. Before long, a figure emerged from within. Standing approximately 176 centimeters tall, he was strikingly handsome, elegant, and composed. It was Qingfeng. Following him were Jioshu, the Special Forces soldier holding Dong Xiaoyu's urn, and others, who subsequently exited. Gazing upon the surreal scene before him, despite Jioshu's strong mental preparation, he was momentarily stunned, his pupils constricting in disbelief, rendering him almost immobile. What could the celestial realm after ascension possibly be like? At that moment, Jioshu felt as though the world before him was indeed the heavens. Two artificial intelligence robots approached first, employing Y-ray and X-ray scans. Upon discovering no anomalies, a smiley face icon appeared with a checkmark. They then turned and departed. Observing this, Lu Huajian's initial worries dissipated, replaced by exhilaration and joy. He stepped forward to Jioshu, extended his right hand, and said, "Comrade Jioshu, on behalf of the nation, I welcome you to our world." He then addressed the urn containing Xiaoyu. "Comrade Xiaoyu, we also welcome you to our world." Qingfeng and his companions were the third and final group to arrive, while Lu Huajian had been among the first, attending to various matters before promptly making his way over. Before him, Jioshu stood momentarily dazed, his expression one of bewilderment. A sudden chill swept through as the female ghost Xiaoyu floated out from the urn, landing before Lu Huajian, equally astonished by the vast hall before her. The world of Mr. Zombie had now been over a century in the past. A profound sense of disconnection emerged within both the man and the ghost. After a pause of 8 or 9 seconds, Jioshu was the first to regain his composure, uttering, "Comrade? What is this title? I have never heard it before." The female ghost, Dong Xiaoyu, was equally perplexed. Yet, she felt a certain warmth when the other party addressed her as comrade. Qingfeng, noticing the awkwardness between the man and the ghost, chuckled and explained, "Uncle Jio, Xiaoyu, comrade is our term for those within our circle, signifying respect and recognition." Uncle Jio suddenly understood, and his previously bewildered expression transformed into one of formality, more so than when he had partaken in Western tea with Lord Ren at the tea house. He instinctively extended his right hand, hurriedly replying, "Thank you, everyone." In truth, Lin Jio is merely a rough fellow. There is no need for such formality. Beside him, the female ghost Xiaoyu performed a graceful bow, akin to a refined young lady from a prominent family, and cheerfully said, "Thank you, Mr. Lu." Upon hearing their responses, Lu Huajian laughed heartily and waved his hand, saying, "Uncle Jio, Xiaoyu, since you have been invited to our world, it is only proper for us, as hosts, to treat you well." He then turned to Qingfeng and added, "Comrade Su, the higher-ups have arranged accommodation and office space for the loaning organization. along with a supervisory account containing 1 billion in operational funds. For now, please guide Uncle Gio and the others to familiarize themselves with our world and also touch upon the nation's future plans. Su Qingfeng affirmed, certainly. Subsequently, they discussed further details before Lu Huajin departed, as he had another matter to attend to. The Thunder Symbol Capacitor project had yielded experimental results that surpassed expectations. In Beijing, a gathering of new energy vehicle companies, fuel vehicle manufacturers, and battery suppliers was being arranged for an internal discussion. Given the current challenging economic climate, these enterprises, each wealthier than the last, would require substantial funding for the Thunder Symbol Capacitor project to materialize. Moreover, these companies possessed established production lines, facilities, and workforce, poised to commence production as soon as the research and development succeeded. Lu Huaqian's visit alongside Li Aigua was primarily to address this matter. Following several rounds of testing and medical examinations confirming all was well, under Su Qingfeng's guidance, the man and the ghost proceeded towards the dormitory of Longting organization members. The dormitory, located in the southwest of the Qingfeng camp, comprised 2 9-story buildings divided into male and female apartment complexes. Each floor contained 20 rooms, totaling 360 rooms across both buildings. Each unit featured a living room, kitchen, and bathroom, all furnished to presidential suite standards, with an average area of 80 square meters. Originally intended for other purposes, the dormitories were repurposed following the establishment of the Longting organization, similar to a university welcoming new students. Su Qingfeng intended to first allow the two to settle their luggage, then take them on a tour of the office building, explore the vicinity of the Qingfeng camp, and finally enjoy a meal at the cafeteria before returning to their quarters for rest. After exiting the lobby, they boarded an MVP commercial vehicle, driven by a soldier around 25 years of age. Upon receiving the order, he pressed the accelerator and sped towards their destination. Inside the vehicle, Uncle Gio surveyed the surroundings, taking in the luxurious seats beneath him, reminiscent of his initial arrival in this world, astonished, shocked, and filled with disbelief. "Little Su, what is this?" After the shock subsided, Uncle Gio, intrigued, could not help but inquire. Su Qingfeng explained, "Master, this is called a car. Have you heard of the Western carriage? It is a super luxurious version of that." Upon hearing the term Western carriage, Uncle Gio's understanding dawned on him, and he exclaimed, "I have heard from friends in the provincial city that the Western carriage does not require horses or oxen and is made entirely of iron. Yet it runs faster than a horse and is more stable than an ox." Hiss, he thought, "I once believed this to be a mere fabrication, but it appears to be true and exceeds my expectations." Su Qingfeng smiled and replied, "Master, this is the power of technology. Furthermore, this commercial vehicle offers more than just transportation. If you press this button," he indicated an automatic massage button beside the seat. Uncle Gio, puzzled, asked, "What is this?" Su Qingfeng explained, "Master, this is the button for the automatic massage function. You will understand once you press it." Massage? Uncle Gio was astonished that this carriage could even provide massages. However, he was well aware of what a massage entailed, relieving tension through kneading and tapping. Such indulgences are only afforded by affluent families like the Ren family. As for his 2 inept disciples, they are hardly worth mentioning. To expect them to exhibit filial piety by massaging his back or shoulders is akin to anticipating a zombie to refrain from drinking human blood. With a heart full of curiosity and anticipation, Uncle Gio pressed the button, and immediately, an incredibly pleasant sensation washed over him like a tidal wave. To his astonishment, the luxurious sofa upon which he sat seemed to come alive. It felt as if numerous hands had suddenly emerged from his back, gently kneading and massaging him. The pressure was expertly calibrated, akin to being attended to by several maidservants. Uncle Gio was momentarily rendered speechless. This contraption is truly remarkable. After a brief period of astonishment, his eyes sparkled with delight, much to the bemusement of Su Qingfeng. Turning to the female ghost, Dong Xiaoyu, seated in the back, he inquired, "Xiaoyu, would you care to experience this as well?" Due to the sunlight, Dong Xiaoyu had remained in the urn during their journey. At that moment, a layer of an urn was encased in a protective box to prevent it from shattering, delicately held by a special forces soldier with utmost reverence. Upon hearing these words, a wisp of dark mist emerged from the urn, swiftly transforming into the form of the female ghost, Dong Xiaoyu. She took a seat, savoring the softness of the sofa. Her beautiful face illuminated with excitement and delight. This piece surpassed the Western-style sofa her family had originally purchased by several significant tiers. Then, guided by Qingfeng. She pressed the automatic massage button. A wave of comfort enveloped her, and Dong Xiaoyu was awash with endless wonder. How extraordinary! This object, devoid of life, could operate autonomously. As she endeavored to explore its intricacies, she discovered its remarkably complex structure, making it hard to fathom that such a creation could emerge from human ingenuity. Qingfeng chuckled, remarking, "This is merely a trifle. The true high-tech marvels are far more intricate than these automatic massage chairs. For instance, consider the chip." Dong Xiaoyu, perplexed, inquired, "Pray tell, what is a chip?" The inquisitive gaze of Uncle Gio mirrored her curiosity. Qingfeng elaborated, "To explain this would be exceedingly complex. Let me offer a somewhat inadequate analogy. Imagine inscribing 200 million ghost-repelling symbols within the confines of a fingernail surface." Uncle Gio and Dong Xiaoyu were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. The notion of inscribing even 2 ghost-repelling symbols within such a minuscule space seemed an insurmountable task. 200 million? What an unfathomable concept! Uncle Gio murmured in astonishment. "Even if I were to utilize the entire area of Rinjia town as a canvas, I could not produce 200 million ghost-repelling symbols. It is simply too daunting." Meanwhile, Dong Xiaoyu was left utterly bewildered. The mere thought of a single ghost-repelling symbol was enough to instill fear in her. The idea of 200 million. Constrained to the size of a fingernail? What a terrifying force this must unleash. One glance from afar would surely send shivers down one's spine. Qingfeng did not dwell on this matter for long. He picked up the remote control from the vehicle and, while activating the car's television, inquired, "Uncle Gio, Xiaoyu, you must be aware of what a movie is, correct?" Uncle Gio nodded. "I have heard mention of it from fellow practitioners who visited the provincial capital. But it seems exceedingly advanced, said to exist only among the foreign rentiers in the Magic City. It is a wondrous phenomenon akin to a camera. The ghostly figure." Dong Xiaoyu added, "I have also heard my father speak of it on several occasions, yet I have never laid eyes upon one." At this moment, Qingfeng had already navigated to the movie interface, selecting films as he spoke. "Uncle Gio, Xiaoyu, I shall present to you 2 films. The first may well shatter your worldview, so please brace yourselves. The second film will significantly influence our forthcoming plans." Upon hearing this, both Uncle Gio and Xiaoyu were instantly perplexed, instinctively exclaiming, "What films?" Qingfeng replied with measured calm, "Mr. Vampire and a Chinese ghost story." When the Truman Show unfolds in reality, how would you respond? Typically, there are 2 choices. The first, acceptance. To continue living like a canary, at least free from worry. Though devoid of privacy, there are few burdens. The second, to pierce through the facade. To forsake this hypocritical existence and venture forth, experiencing the world beyond the confines. In the realm of reality, upon grasping the vastness of the universe, one cannot help but ponder, are humans perhaps pets nurtured by a higher dimensional civilization? Many aspects of our existence, our lifetimes, the rise and fall of dynasties, the evolution and advancement of civilizations, seem to follow predetermined codes, executed according to established rules. And that higher dimensional civilization is akin to the coders of these scripts. If one day we were to discover that reality aligns with our fanciful musings, what then? What emotions would arise within you? Qingfeng was uncertain, for to contemporary humanity, this notion remains an absurd fantasy. Yet, for Uncle Gio and the ghostly Dong Xiaoyu within the confines of the MPV, the truth lay starkly before them. As they witnessed the film Mr. Vampire and encountered another version of themselves within it, their expressions transitioned from initial astonishment to a deep and lingering perplexity. This outcome was entirely within Qingfeng's expectations. In fact, when the nation made this decision, it had already anticipated such developments. Ultimately, one cannot conceal the truth indefinitely. Rather than shrouding matters in secrecy, it is far more advantageous to be forthright and transparent. Bridging gaps is always preferable to concealing them. Thus, shortly after returning Uncle Gio and Xiaoyu to the modern era, Qingfeng presented these 2 films. Their destination had long been reached, and the vehicle quietly came to a halt beneath the dormitory building. An hour swiftly passed. As the film concluded, a silence enveloped the atmosphere for several seconds before Uncle Gio finally spoke, posing his first question, "Xiaosu, does the world outside the circle still remain a circle?" Upon hearing this, Qingfeng fell into profound contemplation. This may be considered a philosophical inquiry. Subjectively, Qingfeng is reluctant to believe that there exists a dome above humanity. However, objectively, he cannot assert such a certainty. Reflecting on this, he shook his head and replied, Master, I am also uncertain. This question is one that the people of our world cannot arrive at a unified answer. Upon hearing this response, Uncle Gio seemed to have an epiphany, chuckling softly as he said, if that is the case, then this question becomes quite simple. Regardless of whether the world I previously inhabited is real, illusory, or merely a film to you, it is, at least for me, undeniably existent. I can feel joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, and that suffices. As this conversation unfolded, the female ghost, Xiaoyu, seemed to discover a flaw in their reasoning and could not help but inquire. Young Master Su, I have a question. From the perspective of the heavenly laws, your existence has already contravened the principles of the celestial order. Under normal circumstances, the denizens of the heavenly court or the underworld should have taken notice and sought you out, correct? Alternatively, allow me to rephrase my question. Assuming your people perish in the world of zombies, does a soul still exist? If so, does that soul fall under the jurisdiction of our underworld or yours? Therefore, does your world possess an underworld? If one were to traverse to the next realm, how would the heavenly laws react? Su Qingfeng responded, that truly, as a refined lady. Her intellect is remarkably agile. These inquiries are virtually unresolvable paradoxes. After organizing his thoughts, he decided to pass the ball to the system. The system, being omnipotent, swiftly provided an explanation. The system replied, 1. In this world, when individuals die, they do not possess souls. Hence, even if they venture into another realm, they cannot have souls. Note, this prevents the collapse of civilization and order. 2. Upon crossing dimensions, as long as one is not too far from the dual crossing gate, even the heavenly laws there cannot perceive our existence. Note, excluding personal observation, and if discovered without the host's consent, even saints cannot traverse the dual crossing gate into this world. 3. Explanation of the dual crossing gate's paradox. The location of the crossing gate in this world is fixed and cannot be altered at present. Su Qingfeng silently nodded. With these 3 crucial pieces of information from the system, the safety factor for their journey to the world of gods and demons was exponentially increased. He then conveyed the system's responses to Dong Xiaoyu. Noticing her contemplative expression, Su Qingfeng shifted the topic. By the way, I seek a straightforward answer. What were your feelings while watching the film, Mr. Vampire? Dong Xiaoyu's expression was complex. A sense of melancholy mingled with gratitude as she softly replied. Xiaoyu is very thankful to young Master Qiuxing. Many of the film's twists were instigated by my own desires. Moreover, in the end, young Master Qiuxing pleaded with his stern master on my behalf. I truly should not have become entangled with young Master Qiuxing. As she spoke, her expression of gratitude transformed. A unique shyness characteristic of women from feudal times gently surfacing on her face. Su Qingfeng was rendered speechless, caught between laughter and tears. This little ghost, surprisingly, can be quite endearing at times. However, her observations are indeed valid. In the original narrative, many events were indeed instigated by her. Apart from the moment when Qiuxing inadvertently made a remark during the incense offering, she has consistently been a victim throughout. Rather than dwelling on this issue, one can simply press the remote and enjoy the film A Chinese Ghost Story, as Jiao Shu and Xiaoyu watch in quiet contemplation. The A Chinese Ghost Story series comprises 3 films, but since only the first 2 films establish the worldview, the third one holds little necessity for viewing. This time, observing from the perspective of a bystander, the sentiments of Jiao Shu and Xiaoyu after watching the 2 films were rather muted. Jiao Shu inquired, Xiao Su, is our next destination the place known as Lan Rua Temple? Xiaoyu furrowed her brow slightly. From what I gathered in the film, the female ghost, Nie Xiaoqian, possesses greater skill than I do, but that is of little consequence. What truly matters is that there resides a formidable being, the Black Mountain Old Demon. Are we capable of confronting it? Su Qingfeng shook his head. Certainly, we are not equipped to contend with it at present, hence we must alter our approach. The current strategy of the nation is to cultivate more talents, enhancing our strength before returning to vanquish the Black Mountain Old Demon. For instance, that bearded man, Yan Qixia, could become a member of our Lonting organization, as could Bai Suzhen from the Legend of the White Snake, and Qian En from A Chinese Ghost Story too. Alongside numerous characters from the Journey to the West, even the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, could be persuaded to join our ranks. Although we may lack in raw power, we possess ample confidence in our wisdom. With a vast think tank at our disposal and an invaluable advantage, familiarity with the narrative. Jiao Shu, Ghost Girl Dong Xiaoyu. While the earlier dialogue was comprehensible, the latter part was somewhat elusive. She gathered the general idea that they intended to recruit the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, to become a member of the Longding organization. This is utterly insane. Truly insane. The information that needed to be disclosed has been revealed. Qingfeng remarked that these ideas are still merely in their nascent stage, confined to discussions between himself and team leader Liu. Before venturing into the realm of gods and demons, a dedicated meeting must be convened for further deliberation and confirmation. At that time, all of us must participate. As Su Qingfeng stated, these topics have indeed been thoroughly discussed with Liu Huajian. However, the scope of the matter is quite extensive, and thus the conversation was halted shortly thereafter. On the other hand, Jiushu and the ghostly figure, Dong Xiaoyu, have fully embraced the reality that their world is merely a cinematic realm. Similarly, they have accepted that they are about to transition to another filmic universe. Under Su Qingfeng's guidance, they opened the car door and proceeded towards the dormitory building. Upon entering the prearranged accommodation, they were met with a spacious suite, lavishly adorned, replete with various intelligent appliances, leaving Jiushu and Xiaoyu utterly astonished. The particularly smooth, mirror-like surface held the greatest allure for Dong Xiaoyu. Unfortunately, the reflection she beheld was insubstantial, entirely translucent. Next, an urn was brought in and placed upon the altar that had been prepared in advance, adorned with numerous paper offerings and incense. Jiushu, however, found himself particularly intrigued by the intelligent toilet. After examining it for a while, he muttered in bewilderment, "Is sitting on a toilet really comfortable?" Su Qingfeng, to be frank, shared his discomfort, questioning who could have designed such an inhumane contraption. From a biological perspective, squatting is indeed the most sensible approach. Consequently, upon hearing Jiushu's murmurs, he immediately issued orders to have the toilet dismantled and replaced with a squat toilet. 2 hours later, Jiushu and Dong Xiaoyu were adequately settled. After advising them that staff members would guide them to report to the scientific laboratory the following day, Su Qingfeng departed for an electromagnetic research institution. Here, he would relearn the thunder summoning technique with the assistance of national researchers. This is a component of the initial reward system, standing alongside the indestructible body. It is worth mentioning that upon the arrival of Su Qingfeng, the researchers in the laboratory were filled with excitement and elation, witnessing the extraordinary. Akin to the wielding of thunderous techniques from novels, how could one not be exhilarated? Furthermore, there are various preparations and research endeavors underway at the Xingho camp. Initially, there is the study of the Maoshan techniques and texts. The government sought the assistance of Taoists from Maoshan and Qingfeng Mountain. However, it turned out that 8 out of 10 were merely idlers, with only 2 possessing genuine skills. With their assistance, the progress in the research of techniques and texts significantly accelerated. Yet, it was regrettable that practicing the techniques as prescribed yielded no results. Ultimately, through the efforts of linguist Zheng Junqi and a Maoshan celestial master, the crux of the issue was finally uncovered: the absence of magical power. The practice of these Maoshan techniques necessitates the presence of magical energy. Regrettably, significant breakthroughs in the study of such energy remain elusive. It is not only the mass production that poses challenges, but also the unresolved questions regarding its constituents and potential substitutes. Thus, the scientific pursuit of spiritual cultivation must be temporarily set aside. As for the samples of the undead, a research team led by microbiologist Tang Yiguang has made a rather surprising discovery. The strains of cadaveric toxin bear a resemblance to those of rabies, and they have commenced the cultivation of initial strains of the cadaveric toxin using the methodologies employed for rabies virus cultivation. In truth, one might argue that this endeavor appears futile. However, to claim it is entirely without merit would be a grave misconception. This contraption undoubtedly qualifies as a biological weapon. Should the eagle dare to reveal its fangs and we find ourselves unable to endure any longer, we must devise a means to retaliate. Subsequently, a live-action rendition of the film Resident Evil would unfold. However, instead of the originally gory scenes featuring zombies, we would witness an array of prancing white-skinned swine. This plan may seem somewhat reckless, teetering on the edge of self-destruction. However, abandoning it entirely is not an option. Considering the potential for cultivation in the realm of deities and demons, the higher-ups ultimately resolved to continue research, focusing on the soil, water, vegetation, and air of the zombie world. Notably, within the air, much like in the realm of the ancient corpse in the mountain village, there exists an enigmatic gas with similar fundamental physical characteristics. Further investigation revealed that this mysterious gas is composed of rod-shaped gas molecules. In the realm of the ancient corpse, such molecules are scarce, yet they proliferate in the zombie world. Moreover, When absorbed in substantial quantities by beasts, humans, and plants, this gas induces unique cellular transformations, endowing them with unconventional physical traits, essentially a form of spiritual awakening for animals and plants. Thus, should we succeed in mass-producing this rod-shaped gas, we would possess the celestial ability to facilitate the spiritual evolution of flora and fauna. Regrettably, this rod-shaped gas differs significantly from magical energy. Otherwise, we could scientifically achieve cultivation. Comrades, how many years of cultivation would you desire? 10,000 years? No problem. Even 100,000 years is feasible. We could produce celestial masters en masse. It is indeed lamentable. The academicians involved in the research ultimately decided to name this rod-shaped gas helium-oxygen 3. Under the guidance of Professor Fu Jiangwo and his atmospheric physics research team, the studies on yin energy and malevolent energy have entered a new phase. Thanks to the findings from the zombie world and the cooperation of the female ghost Dong Xiaoyu, significant breakthroughs are anticipated within the next 1 to 2 months. At that time, we may unlock the technological potential to control the weather and achieve the mass production of quantum phantoms. On the military front, the next dimensional crisis looms ominously. Although we have not received a specific operational plan, we must not neglect any preparations. Mechanical dogs, drone swarms, bombers, and armored vehicles are all being assembled. Furthermore, we have procured 8 military strategic satellites from a certain military base in the east. This includes 3 global communication satellites, 1 global GPS navigation satellite, 1 remote sensing satellite, 1 meteorological satellite, 1 astronomical observation satellite, and 1 military reconnaissance satellite. However, readiness is one matter. The decision to launch them when the time comes is another. Perhaps this realm of deities and demons is akin to a star comparable to the sun. Or perhaps it resembles a massive planet like Jupiter, or it might not even be a celestial body at all. Assuming it is a star comparable to the sun, then under the terrifyingly powerful gravitational pull of such a stellar entity, these satellites, which can only escape the gravitational grasp of Blue Star, would become mere trifles. Countdown to the world of a Chinese ghost story, 6 days. While various departments at the Spark camp are bustling with activity, in a luxurious conference room in Yanjing, a seminar has convened for a national initiative on the widespread production of new energy batteries. The purpose of this meeting is to bolster the development of the new energy vehicle market. A total of 26 enterprises have been invited to participate. In the automotive sector, BYD, Geely, Chaman, Ideal, NIO, BIC, SAIC, among others, 13 in total. Additionally, 2 special enterprises, Dongfeng and Shandong Heavy Industry. Dongfeng is well known, while Shandong Heavy Industry oversees Longong Heavy Truck and Shaanxi Heavy Truck. The transportation attributes of these trucks far outweigh those of passenger vehicles. They are integral to both daily life and the global economy. Beyond freight costs, they can transport general goods in peacetime and logistical supplies in wartime. The crux lies in the fact that these trucks are notoriously fuel inefficient, incurring substantial fuel costs. Battery manufacturers include Ningda Times, BYD, Nefone, and Zhongshin Innovation, among others. Once all representatives from various manufacturers were present, the director of the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, Chen Nantian, followed protocol by briefly outlining the current national predicaments before delving straight into the main topic. He requested that a prepared thunder talisman be brought forth and began testing it in front of all the representatives. This thunder symbol represents a significantly weakened version. With an area of merely 1 square centimeter, its energy storage capacity is a mere 0.33 kilowatt-hour, a staggering 30-fold decrease compared to experimental data. 2 factors contribute to this. Firstly, the technology behind the thunder symbol's energy storage is still in its infancy, primarily due to safety considerations. Secondly, akin to the practices of certain fruit companies, technological leaks are managed such that products are always sold in one generation, while another is retained for future development. Nevertheless, upon witnessing the scene before them, which could only be described as fantastical, the representatives from various manufacturers were left utterly astounded. The attendees were not naive children. They comprehended the situation with clarity. Isn't this merely a sheet of yellow paper? Due to its disguise, the symbols inscribed upon it bear a striking resemblance to a circuit diagram. Could it possibly represent a novel type of circuitry? This is of little significance. What truly matters is the astonishing fact that it can emit a current of 0.33 degrees, and that it does so in a controllable and stable manner, which is quite extraordinary. If we were to evaluate this in accordance with lithium iron phosphate batteries, the energy density of this battery is approximately 160 Wh/kg. which implies that 1 kilowatt-hour of lithium iron phosphate battery weighs around 6 kilograms. Therefore, for 1,000 kilowatt-hours, the weight amounts to an astounding 6,000 kilograms, or 12,000 g. While variations may occur due to differences in voltage and technological sophistication, such fluctuations are certainly minimal. In stark contrast, the yellow talisman depicted in the current circuit diagram bears negligible weight, akin to that of a mere sheet of paper. To quantify this, an A4 sheet has an area of 623.7 square centimeters and typically weighs about 4.36 grams. This translates to approximately 0.007 grams per square centimeter when calculated. Consequently, under the same condition of 1,000 kilowatt-hours, an estimated area of around 3,030 square centimeters of the talisman is required. By multiplying the weight per square centimeter by the total area needed, the total weight emerges as 21 grams. Dividing 6,000 kilograms by 21 grams yields approximately 282,800. Thus, under equivalent conditions, its energy storage capacity surpasses that of contemporary mainstream batteries by a staggering factor of 282,800. Indeed, a figure so formidable. Amidst the gathering of representatives from various manufacturers, a palpable tension lingered as they internally calculated the data presented. Although the results were not entirely precise, they each arrived at an approximate value, certainly in the hundreds of thousands. If one were to factor in the cinnabar and ink above, even dividing by a weight of 1, there remained a staggering disparity of at least 140,000 times. The representative from the Ningda Times wiped his eyes instinctively. Upon confirming that the testing data was not a figment of his imagination, his eyes bulged in astonishment as he gazed at Qin Nantian, inquiring with trepidation, "Director Qin, what exactly is this substance?" The BYD representative echoed his alarm, murmuring, "Could this be some form of new material?" Though this new substance bore resemblance to the talismans of traditional culture, the other representatives also expressed their disbelief, engaging in fervent discussions. "I just estimated that this new material's energy storage capability is at least 140,000 times that of current batteries. This concept could truly ignite a technological revolution." Indeed, the energy storage capacity is astonishing, albeit with an unusual form. One remarked, "When I first saw it, I thought it was an artifact unearthed from some cultural site." Given our ancestors' fascination with the supernatural, they continued to marvel, noting how the new material emitted light during the discharge of electric currents, seemingly possessing its own special effects. "I have a question. How many times can this new material be reused? What about its safety? How is it charged?" Hearing these inquiries, Qin Nantian, seated at the head of the table, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. He then delivered his prepared remarks in a comprehensive manner. However, after listening to him, the dozens of manufacturer representatives were left even more bewildered. Is this truly a new material? A breakthrough from the Research Institute? Why do I find it hard to believe? I can't be mistaken, can I? I genuinely feel as though I'm hallucinating. This cannot be real. Yet, the talisman that had just discharged electricity remained before them, a constant reminder of its authenticity. Qin Nantian continued, "According to the nation's research timeline and plans, we anticipate having complete research results within the next 1 to 2 months. Issues concerning its reusability, safety, and charging methods will also be resolved satisfactorily. Thus, the objective of this meeting is that the nation intends to leverage this new energy battery to invest in various companies, striving to focus the global automotive industry's attention on our dragon country in the shortest time possible. In fact, the government could establish a new state-owned enterprise for battery production, eliminating the need to share profits with these manufacturers, with exceptions for companies like Dongfeng and Shandong Heavy Industry. Still, the urgency of the matter necessitated utilizing existing production lines, personnel, and market layouts to swiftly capture the global market before moving forward. The representatives present were no ordinary individuals. Each held a pivotal role in their respective companies and were acutely aware of the national objectives. However, they found themselves with little choice. Moreover, under the allure of such an extraordinarily powerful battery, they were disinclined to consider alternatives. For the next half hour, the session transitioned into a Q&A segment. After addressing over 100 questions, each representative promptly retrieved their phones to contact their company executives. Subsequently, automotive magnates worldwide, upon confirming the veracity of the information, readily acquiesced without a second thought. It is noteworthy that, in principle, this symposium should have been attended in person by the titans of the automotive and battery industries. However, the government opted against this for reasons of safety primarily, security concerns. An hour later, a pre-drafted agreement was presented, and the representatives quickly initiated video calls to finalize signatures under the watchful eyes of their superiors. Once signed, Chen Tian instructed that the contracts be securely stored and advised, "You may commence your preparations and market warming. The state will also cooperate. In a month, you may send specialists to the Qingfeng camp in Jiangcheng to learn the manufacturing techniques of the new material. I must clarify that the training will involve the crafting of heavenly thunder talismans and the application of magical energies. Such skills require specific qualifications. So please be judicious in selecting your personnel." With that, he distributed a set of selection criteria, stating, "These are the standards for choosing talent in relation to the new material. Please adhere to these guidelines." Afterward, he presented a pre-prepared examination, saying, "This test has been specifically designed by our researchers according to relevant characteristics. It consists of 300 questions with a total score of 150. Candidates must complete it within 2.5 hours, achieving a score of at least 130 to meet the requirements." Thus, the meeting concluded. Following the signing of confidentiality agreements and reminders of travel restrictions, the representatives emerged from the conference room, momentarily disoriented, as if emerging from a dream. The events that had just transpired felt utterly surreal. The stringent criteria for talent selection seemed somewhat excessive. Most critically, this method of training could potentially serve the state by cultivating talent that, upon maturation, would have no allegiance to their companies, only to the nation. Nevertheless, when weighed against the prospect of profit, such considerations were deemed secondary. Although the state's shareholding would be substantial, the anticipated future gains far outweighed current earnings. Consequently, upon returning to their respective offices, the representatives found their superiors hastily returning. After organizing the information provided by the government, they promptly convened a meeting with all executives above the general manager level. In accordance with the confidentiality agreement, they refrained from elaborating, merely stating that the Dragon Institute had developed a new material. It is worth mentioning that, due to the need for confidentiality, this Thunderbolt rune battery will be designed in a unique manner. Should one attempt to forcibly dismantle it, the runes within will turn to ashes. The project within the Spark camp has achieved a completion rate of 34. During the meeting, after listening to the detailed presentation from our esteemed leader, the general managers and various directors appeared utterly astonished, much like attendees at a conference in Yanjing. They were left speechless, their expressions frozen in disbelief. The energy storage capacity is said to surpass that of lithium batteries by an astonishing factor of 140,000 to 280,000 times. What a terrifying prospect this must be. The executives of major enterprises continue to assert in their meetings, according to the latest news from the state. The specific name of this new energy battery is the novel solid-state battery. It is set to enter the market within the next 1 to 2 months. The government has mandated that we prepare our talent pool, warm up the market, and undertake the transformation and upgrading of our industrial lines. In the forthcoming period, we will be exceedingly busy. Everyone must elevate their spirits to an unprecedented level. The tide of monumental change has already commenced, and our company must not be left stranded on the shore. We must harness the winds and waves, navigating towards a broader ocean. These words resonate with the collective sentiment of all automotive and battery enterprises at this moment. Following the conclusion of the meeting, various companies have plunged into a frenzy of activity, formulating strategies, preparing contingency plans, recruiting and training talent, and warming up the market, among other tasks. The essence of the Tianlei symbol battery is fundamentally a talisman. Similarly, solid-state batteries are composed of layers akin to sheets of paper. Therefore, referring to it as a novel solid-state battery is indeed appropriate. If all goes as anticipated, when news of this new solid-state battery hits the market, the astonishing figures will undoubtedly stir a wave of excitement among the public. A storage capacity 140,000 to 280,000 times greater than current lithium batteries? Goodness gracious, this is utterly mind-blowing. In other words, will my phone be able to last an entire month on a single charge with this battery? Come on, my friend upstairs. Be more optimistic. Charging it once a year would be perfectly feasible. However, let us not get ahead of ourselves. At present, this new solid-state battery is applicable only in the automotive sector. Oh, that's fine then. When the time comes, I can simply purchase a car that can travel 10,000 kilometers on a single charge without a hint of a dream. Just envisioning it is exhilarating. Yet, I harbor a concern. As we transition into an era dominated by electric power, Will electricity prices surge dramatically, much like fuel prices? I am uncertain, but I feel it likely won't. Moreover, I have a suspicion that since the nation has managed to develop such an extraordinary battery, it must have also discovered new alternative energy sources. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Perhaps by then, electricity costs will be even lower than they are now. This applies not only to our citizens, but also to those abroad. Nevertheless, while some rejoice, others lament. Firstly, traditional automotive companies abroad, along with new energy vehicle enterprises, have been thrown into disarray upon receiving this news, nearly erupting in outrage. This is false advertising. False advertising. Subsequently, they discreetly communicate with their respective governments, preparing to engage in various underhanded tactics. On the domestic front, primarily downstream industries are feeling the impact. For instance, in the used car market, what is going on? I just acquired a Tesla Model Y for $140,000, and now it can only fetch $170,000. Although this price is high, surely there must be some eager buyers out there. What is happening? What? The government has developed a new solid-state battery? It is set to enter trial production within 1 to 2 months. The used car market has come crashing down. The situation is even more severe for fuel vehicles. With such an impressive new solid-state battery emerging, who would still consider purchasing a fuel car? That would be sheer folly. Consequently, a Civic that once commanded over 70,000 in the market has plummeted to 50,000 without a single buyer. The price even dipped to the low 40,000s and high 30,000s before anyone was willing to take it off their hands. Used car dealers are left in despair. Now, even the initial capital has been lost. Fortunately, the government, in consideration of stability, has introduced a series of subsidy programs which barely manage to stabilize the prices. Additionally, those who have recently purchased new energy vehicles, as well as manufacturers of charging devices, have all experienced varying degrees of impact. In Jiangcheng, at the Qingfeng camp, the monumental shifts in the market have made no discernible effect here. Time swiftly passes, and soon, 5 days have elapsed. During these 5 days, Qingfeng dedicated himself to mastering the techniques of the thunder control method and testing the limits of the indestructible body. Ultimately, he arrived at 3 conclusions. Conclusion 1. In this dimension, there exists neither magical power nor celestial laws. However, one can harness their own magical energy to summon and manipulate thunder. A significant drawback accompanies this, as magical energy cannot be replenished. Thus, Qingfeng's testing during this period resembled the slow extraction of toothpaste. The maximum voltage he could generate in his palm reached merely 3.2 million volts, with a maximum current of 1,400 amperes. For reference, the average voltage of lightning ranges from 100 million to 1 billion volts, with an average current of 30,000 amperes, peaking at 300,000 amperes. To replenish his energy, he could only venture to the demon and divine realm the following day, or await a significant breakthrough in his magical research to resolve this issue. Conclusion 2. The indestructible body is indeed as its name suggests. The first characteristic, immunity to poisons. Various existing toxins, including drugs and corpse toxins, as well as malevolent energies, were tested and found to have no effect whatsoever. Qingfeng silently breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that once he arrived in the demon and divine realm, he would be impervious to such malevolent entities, significantly enhancing his self-preservation abilities. The second characteristic, a physique as solid as rock. His skin and tissues were astonishingly resilient. He tested his body against knives and axes, finding no harm done. Even bullets fired from a small caliber rifle at a distance of 100 meters posed no threat. Within a range of 30 to 50 meters, however, he experienced a sensation akin to ant bites. Qingfeng felt a surge of joy. His self-defense capabilities had indeed strengthened. Meanwhile, on the side of Jioshu and Xiaoyu, during these 5 days, they were required to spend 2 hours each day in the laboratory, with the remaining time free for other activities. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. According to the original plan, at 3 p.m. the following day, they would embark on their journey to the realm of ghost story. It is worth noting that, in recent days, Qingfeng has diligently followed the established protocol. Apart from participating in scientific research, he has also revisited various films and dramas related to the next world, excluding television series. The same applies to Jioshu and Xiaoyu. Numerous critical points necessitate meticulous note-taking. Meanwhile, the state has not been idle during this period. For instance, The Department of Data Collection has engaged in extensive organization and analysis of various texts, including Buddhist scriptures, Taoist texts, the original narrative of Journey to the West, strange stories from a Chinese studio, and the legend of the White Snake, along with numerous versions thereof. They even made a special trip to consult with Master Xing and Director Su regarding specific matters and behind-the-scenes information. Although Master Xing and Director Su were uncertain about the state's intentions for these materials, they were more than willing to assist in any way they could. At this moment, within the brightly lit conference center of the camp, the final meeting regarding the journey to the realm of gods and demons is about to commence. As per the original schedule, the number of participants has notably decreased compared to previous meetings, now comprising primarily of research team leaders and key officials from significant institutions, totaling around 40 individuals. Among them, Su Qingfeng, Xiao Yu, and Jiu Shu are indispensable members. Additionally, there are academicians such as Li Aigua, Lu Huajian, Zhao Chunming, Zhao Ligua, Fu Jiangwo, and Wen Juanda, alongside 5 elderly men from Yanjing, clad in administrative jackets. Li Aigua surveyed the room and, upon confirming that everyone was present, declared, "The meeting can commence. Professor Wang, please share your thoughts." "Certainly," came the response from an elder seated in the southwest corner of the conference room. He nodded slowly and gestured to the 2 meeting recorders beside him. Understanding his cue, they promptly moved to a corner of the room and retrieved a large box filled with neatly bound A4 papers, distributing them to the attendees. Professor Wang Xuemin, the director of the National Institute of Historical Research of the Dragon Kingdom and an honorary curator of a certain palace museum, donned his reading glasses and began, "Greetings, esteemed colleagues. The materials currently being distributed have been meticulously compiled by our literature research team. The content is substantial, and I will categorize it into 3 main aspects, presenting them in the most succinct manner possible." After a brief pause to allow for distribution, he continued, "The first aspect, respecting the world of gods and demons, starting with an understanding of Sun Wukong. Why do I emphasize this? During my research, I discovered that a few of our colleagues lack a clear understanding of the dangers inherent in the realm of gods and demons. We must remember that arrogance leads to downfall, and the notion of preconceived ideas is unacceptable. Thus, I deemed it essential to address this first. Now, let us delve into the topic. First, we shall re-examine Sun Wukong's combat prowess from a scientific perspective. In terms of speed, according to the lore, a single somersault covers 108,000 miles. Our extensive review of various visual materials reveals that he can complete this in less than a second. This translates to a speed of approximately 16 times the speed of light, allowing him to circle the equator of our planet 135 times. In contrast, our current weaponry, such as the fastest hypersonic missiles, travels at speeds exceeding several dozen Mach per hour. To Sun Wukong, or even as Ji Zun Bao in a Chinese Odyssey, this would be akin to comparing an F1 race car to an ant, an utterly uncomparable scenario. Next, regarding strength. Professor Wang's voice resonated through the room. Sun Wukong's Rui Jinggu Bang weighs 13,500 pounds, or 675 tons, which may not seem excessive. However, we must consider its ability to expand and contract. If we factor in its capacity to pierce the heavens, its mass could increase exponentially. Imagine a colossal iron rod, longer than the sky itself, descending upon us at 16 times the speed of light. What would be the consequence? It could be likened to a planetary collision with Earth, an event humanity would be utterly powerless to withstand. This, however, merely represents the fundamental combat capability of Sun Wukong, Ji Zun Bao. He also possesses the ability to manipulate heaven and earth, along with the 72 earthly fiend techniques. Our research indicates that any one of these techniques, should he will it, could lead to the annihilation of humanity and potentially the disintegration of our planet. Preliminary estimates suggest that the total mass he could potentially destroy might approach the mass of the largest known black hole in the universe, approximately 11,000 times that of our Sun. This black hole's mass is 1,04,1011 solar masses, equating to 104 billion solar masses. In conversion, this amounts to the equivalent of 140 million solar masses. Thus, a single invocation of the technique to manipulate heaven and earth could obliterate 140 million solar masses of matter. The power displayed here is undeniably terrifying. Wang Xuemin shook his head, stating, "Of course, this estimation is merely based on a description of the techniques. If we were to assess it through the lens of cinematic works, his strength would be significantly diminished. However, obliterating a small celestial body would undoubtedly pose no challenge. Upon hearing this, the microbiologist Tang Yiguang raised a question. Director Wang, in terms of combat capability, humanity as a whole remains within a Type 1 civilization, while the narrative of a Chinese Odyssey aligns more with a Type 7 to 9 civilization. Nevertheless, our primary objective is not to confront him, but merely to rescue Bai Jingjing. Wang Xuemin furrowed his brow and replied, the crux of the issue lies here. That realm is governed by the heavenly path, with the presence of celestial courts and Buddhist sections. If our arrival were to draw their attention, what then? Although the authority of the dual crossing gate is exceedingly high, rendering even the heavenly path powerless, those comrades who enter would find themselves in a perilous situation. This is indeed a matter that requires profound contemplation. On the main seat, Li Aigwa seemed to have an epiphany and expressed his perspective. The dangers are undeniable, yet the opportunities are equally substantial. After adequate preparation, we can embark on the quest of a Chinese Odyssey. At present, our focus should be directed towards the world of a Chinese ghost story. The backdrop and setting of a Chinese Odyssey, when juxtaposed with scientific principles, appear excessively far-fetched. To put it succinctly, even if extraterrestrial beings akin to the Trisolarians were to arrive, they would merely find themselves at a disadvantage, much like Thanos, despite possessing all 6 Infinity Stones. This is due to the existence of numerous entities in this realm that transcend the bounds of the 3 realms and are not subject to the cycle of reincarnation. Nevertheless, it must be reiterated that the time for such matters has not yet arrived. Beyond the tasks associated with the Chinese ghost story, there are also strange tales from a Chinese studio and the legend of the White Snake, providing ample time for transition. Moreover, these tasks do not necessitate martial prowess. Cleverness will suffice. Wang Xuemin acknowledged this understanding, responding, as I initially stated, it is crucial to emphasize this point. At all times, we must maintain absolute seriousness and reverence. Li Aigwa silently noted this and remarked, Director Wang, your efforts are commendable. The state will undoubtedly address these matters. However, tomorrow marks the opening of the dual crossing portal. So let us concentrate on the world of a Chinese ghost story for now. Wang Xuemin nodded emphatically. Indeed, regarding the world of a Chinese ghost story, our literature collection team has compiled several key points. Please turn to page 5. The sound of pages flipping filled the air. Wang Xuemin continued. First, concerning the initial part of a Chinese ghost story, my suggestion is to endeavor to enlist Yan Qixia into the Longting Group, utilizing the power of technology to assist us in scientific cultivation. Additionally, according to the original narrative, the Black Mountain Old Monster fears light in the Diamond Sutra. Exploiting this vulnerability, eliminating the Black Mountain Old Monster may not be immediately feasible. However, we can carry a substantial number of lighting devices and photocopiers to produce multiple copies of the Diamond Sutra, aiming for 2 or 3 copies per person. Should we encounter any malevolent spirits, and if our firearms prove ineffective, we will still possess means of resistance. Director Wang, I have a query. Interjected an archaeology and religious studies professor, his expression one of curiosity. Is the photocopied Diamond Sutra truly effective? If it is indeed efficacious, why does Yan Qixia possess only 1 copy? Alternatively, one could argue that the entire world of a Chinese ghost story should be filled with such scriptures, thus alleviating the fears of the citizens of Guobei County regarding Lanjua Temple. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuemin nodded thoughtfully, responding, this question is quite astute and leads directly into what I am about to address. If we are unable to contend with the malevolent spirits there, we must seek assistance from some comrades, such as Yan Qixia and others. Turning his gaze towards Su Qingfeng's group within Longting, he continued, our newly established Longting organization. Uncle Gio, you must have seen that film, correct? Uncle Gio, seated nearby, replied, indeed, and I have assessed the combat capabilities. The tree demon Granny may pose a challenge, but spirits like Nia Shaoqian and Shaoqing can certainly be dealt with. The female ghost Xiao Yu also chimed in, I can restrain them, but not for an extended period. Wang Xuemin smiled and nodded. That is acceptable. By the way, Comrade Su, there is no rush on your end. I suggest focusing on elevating the thunder summoning technique to a higher level. Su Qingfeng contemplated this, initially intending to advocate for himself. Yet upon discerning the approving gazes of those in the conference room, he relinquished the thought. The world of a Chinese ghost story is fraught with unforeseen dangers. How could he afford to tread lightly? However, Noticing the glimmer of disappointment in his eyes, Li Aigua, seated at the head, found it both amusing and perplexing, stating, "There is no need for such caution. Even a canary must be allowed to flutter about occasionally. Moreover, Comrade Su possesses an indestructible body and possesses skills in Taoist arts. I believe we can venture into the world of a Chinese ghost story, but only to undertake tasks that entail minimal risk. Comrade Su, please share your aspirations." As he spoke, all eyes in the room converged upon him. In truth, Su Qingfeng was quite eager to visit Lanjue Temple. However, he understood that doing so would jeopardize the entire nation, so he replied, directly, "The state's arrangements are my aspirations." Li Aigua sighed with relief, his expression brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, Comrade Su. Rest assured, when the nation possesses the strength or enters a realm where it has no fear, we will grant you the utmost freedom." Su Qingfeng smiled faintly, responding, directly, "The state genuinely has my best interests at heart. I comprehend this." Li Aigua acknowledged, "Indeed." Before redirecting his gaze to Wang Xuemin, signaling him to proceed, Wang Xuemin nodded, glanced at the current materials, flipped to the next page, and stated, "In addition, we have several trump cards, namely the various talismans obtained from Uncle Gio, which assure us of our self-defense capabilities. Furthermore, we have one significant ally, the cinematic narrative. The Black Mountain Old Monster, by the established lore, is beyond our current capabilities to confront. However, he cannot descend into the human realm and is confined to the city of the dead. Otherwise, there would not be a second and third installment." This statement garnered the overwhelming approval of the majority present. Li Aigua turned to Lu Huajin and said, "Captain Lu, please share your thoughts." Lu Huajin adjusted his glasses and replied, "I concur with Comrade Wang Xuemin's opinion and shall reiterate, we must pursue scientific cultivation and strive to gain the support of Yin Qixia, thereby nurturing our own Taoist powers. This matter is of paramount importance, not only concerning our future explorations of otherworldly realms, but also with regard to the stability and harmony of our Blue Star world. Now, regarding specific aspects, we can begin with helium-3. Professor Fu Jiangwo's research team has already achieved remarkable results in this domain." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmospheric physicist Fu Jiangwo interjected, "Indeed, we have made considerable progress. Once our research is thoroughly completed, we can gradually manufacture formidable beings of a millennium's caliber, as well as Taoists endowed with millennial cultivation, and eventually streamline the production process. However, before we embark on this manufacturing, we must possess the strength to control these spirits. Should we face backlash, the consequences would be unimaginable." Lu Huajin wholeheartedly agreed, stating, "This mission is not bound by time constraints. We can proceed steadily without haste. The more rushed we are, the more likely we are to encounter mishaps. Furthermore, should any incidents arise, we absolutely cannot bear the repercussions." This statement similarly garnered the unanimous approval of all attendees present. Indeed, the psychologist Qian Kaiwan suddenly turned to Su Qingfeng and inquired, "Comrade Su, what is the reward for this mission?" "I believe that the mission's reward is also an integral aspect of the plan." Upon hearing this, the gaze of all attendees converged in unison. Even Jioshu and the ghostly maiden Xiaoyu were no exceptions. This matter, indeed, had been previously overlooked by them, including Su Qingfeng himself. He responded, "Please wait a moment, let me inquire." With a mere thought, he directly consulted the system within his mind. Soon, an answer emerged. The Permanent Traversal Authority was, in fact, a reward from the system. Although Su Qingfeng was taken aback, he did not dwell on it excessively. In comparison to the resources of an entire dimensional world, any system reward appeared rather insipid. At the conference venue, upon receiving such an answer, all the academicians, professors, and department heads, including Li Aigua, shared a similar sentiment. Microbiologist Tang Yiguang shifted the topic, stating, "Comrades, aside from a Chinese ghost story, there is also the second installment, Pudu Zihong. From the film, it is evident that this millennia-old centipede spirit has cultivated its powers through the nation's fortune, achieving remarkable prowess, even daring to impersonate the Tathagata. Its true form can traverse the heavens and the earth, wielding techniques such as the soul-claiming mantra and other divine abilities. Even if we manage to secure the assistance of Yin Qixia, should we not also prepare thoroughly?" As these words were spoken, all attendees fell into deep contemplation. The formidable centipede indeed poses a considerable challenge, yet it is not entirely insurmountable. A military representative declared, "We currently possess 3 types of weaponry that may hold a plausible chance of vanquishing this millennia-old centipede. Firstly, laser weapons and electromagnetic cannons. Secondly, high-yield, powerful aerial bombs, such as cloudburst bombs, thermobaric bombs, and ground-penetrating munitions. Thirdly, tactical nuclear devices. Upon hearing these words, Li Aigua could not help but furrow his brow and remarked, "Should we resort to such weaponry, environmental pollution would be a secondary concern. The primary issue lies in the matter of time. We remain unaware of the various physical constants at that location. If they differ, we would need to modify both the weapons and the corresponding aircraft, particularly the aircraft engines. Moreover, we would need to construct military airfields, which would consume a significant amount of time. Additionally, the noise generated may attract the attention of certain supernatural forces, which is another factor to consider. That being said, the cards we hold at present are limited to these options, leaving us with no viable alternatives." Ultimately, the meeting concluded with a vote, deciding to deploy these 3 types of weaponry. Within 5 days, these arms will be transported to Jiangcheng through various channels and from multiple directions. Additionally, the corresponding transport vehicles will be arranged. Li Aigua inquired of the military personnel, "What is the status of the latest bomber from Qingfeng?" The military representative sighed and shook his head, stating that it was still undergoing testing and could not be deployed at present. Li Aigua exhaled a heavy breath and lamented, "In that case, we can only rely on Master Lu to take the field." The military representative added, "No. In addition to the 6th Master, we also have the Fat Girl. However, a crucial issue remains. It is imperative that the relevant physical data be provided as soon as possible. Should modifications or upgrades be necessary, we must be prepared to act promptly." Li Aigua replied, "Of course. The physical constants include gravity, resistance, acceleration, potential energy, kinetic energy, and so forth. Take gravity as an example. If the gravitational difference is too significant and the engine and fuselage structure are not adapted accordingly, the consequences could be dire. Either the craft may fail to launch, or it could ascend uncontrollably. For instance, constructing a military airport on the moon and allowing the Fat Girl to take off directly from there would yield catastrophic outcomes. As for why the zombie world does not present as many complications, it ultimately traces back to Blue Star. In contrast, the realm of gods and demons is vast and intricate. The meeting continued, delving into strategies for swiftly enhancing our capabilities upon entering the realm of gods and demons. Firstly, regarding the research on Yin energy, Sha energy, and corpse energy, it was determined to relocate some laboratories from the Qingfeng camp in batches into the world of a Chinese ghost story. This decision was driven not only by considerations of confidentiality and safety, but also to expedite research progress. Given the premise of a Chinese ghost story, which features both spirits and practitioners, the actual conditions there might not differ greatly from those in the zombie realm. This would facilitate various scientific investigations significantly. Secondly, seeking external assistance. Li Aigua proposed a notion previously employed by his predecessors, to unite all possible forces. Apart from Yin Qixia, characters such as Xiaohou from the original narrative, as well as Nia Shaoqian and Zhua Qianhu, could also be potential allies. As for Ning Kaichen, well, he is merely an ineffectual scholar and a burden in this high-stakes scenario. Additionally, Zhuge Wulong from the second part, known as the Grand Tutor Fu Tianxiu, although also a mortal, wields considerable influence. Even Jiqiuye once remarked, "He has ridden my horse. It is my lifelong honor." This includes his 2 daughters and others like Jiqiuye. Unbeknownst to them, over 5 hours had elapsed. The details concerning the world of a Chinese ghost story had been thoroughly discussed, and a feasible plan had been drafted. It was now time to put this plan into action. As for tales from the strange, the legend of the White Snake, and the legend of Shu Mountain, those matters would be addressed only after resolving the issues surrounding a Chinese ghost story. As always, patience is key. Haste often leads to misfortune. At this juncture, the meeting entered its final phase. Does anyone have anything to add? Li Aigua scanned the attendees, his inquiring gaze sweeping over each individual. Everyone, including Su Qingfeng and Jiu Shu, had no further questions. Just as he was about to announce the conclusion of the meeting, one of the 5 elderly men in suits stood up. His deep, resonant voice gradually filled the room. "Comrades, since the meeting is nearing its end, I must now declare a decision of the state." These 5 individuals hail from Yanjing. Their words carry the weight of Yanjing's intentions and thus must be taken seriously. The attendees all turned their attention with utmost seriousness as Li Aigua respectfully stated, "Esteemed elder, please share the nation's decisions." The elderly man nodded earnestly and slowly began to articulate. "The notion of the nation signifies a complete celestial realm, a fully realized Western paradise, which proves exceedingly detrimental to us. Although our current strength is exceedingly feeble, this weakness is confined solely to military prowess. In terms of cultural soft power, forms of expression, philosophical thought, spiritual depth, and material abundance, we occupy a remarkably advantageous position. Therefore, we must fully harness our soft power to forge effective instruments that can either balance or integrate with the celestial realm and the Western paradise. Upon hearing these words, all the scholars present immediately contemplated the implications, their brows furrowing in deep thought. Li Aigua and Lu Huajian gradually exhibited expressions of enlightenment and remarked, thus, "The essence of the nation is the infusion of culture into emotion?" No. The elderly gentleman in a suit shook his head and remarked that a more precise expression, as proposed by Eagle Sauce, should be evolution. Regarding this aspect, everyone is well aware, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Moreover, the stance of the nation is that we should not rush. Instead, we will proceed cautiously once we have established a firm foothold there. Those celestial beings are not foolish. If we reveal our fangs too early, the consequences could be dire. Upon hearing these words, Li Aigua, Lu Huajin, and the assembled academicians and professors all nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with various hues of determination. Thus, the meeting concluded. However, Su Qingfeng felt an inexplicable discomfort upon reaching this point. The nation's perspective seemed vastly different from that of the Spark camp, as well as from his own thoughts. It even struck him as somewhat sinister. After a careful contemplation, he could not help but approach Li Aigua to express his concerns. After listening, Li Aigua smiled and replied, "Because we are of the human race, while they belong to the celestial race. The disparity in power will inevitably affect fairness. The scales of distribution cannot forever tilt in favor of the celestial beings." Confused, Su Qifeng asked, "Li Shichang, could you explain that in simpler terms?" Li Aigua nodded and said, "To put it plainly, whether human or celestial, as a civilization, we must evolve. In the process of development, we will inevitably encroach upon the interests of others. At some point, we are bound to infringe upon the interests of the heavenly court and the Western Buddhist sect. Rather than allowing those celestial beings to dictate our fate when that time comes, it is wiser to prepare in advance." He continued, "Take the example of Fengxian County and Shihua Kingdom from the original journey to the west. Merely for showing disrespect to the Jade Emperor, they suffered a drought for 3 years, leading to countless civilian deaths. Yet, the Jade Emperor merely stated that he would wait until the dogs finished licking the plate and the chickens pecked at the grain before granting rain. If Fengxian County were to be us, and we inadvertently offended them, what would happen then? As for Shihua Kingdom, the entire populace was devoured by those 3 demons. Yet those demons faced no repercussions. If we were to inadvertently provoke them, they could crush us without a second thought, as one would squish an ant. Unless we employ forceful measures to suppress the evolution of civilization, which might allow us to survive, but that is unfeasible. It is akin to the current government prohibiting the advancement of the aerospace industry. The progress of civilization cannot be hindered by human intervention." Upon hearing this, Su Qifeng finally grasped the concept. Yet, he felt a twinge of anxiety. "Li Shichang, do you believe victory is attainable? Is it not unwise to confront such formidable entities? Might we not consider gentler approaches, such as dialogue?" Li Aigua sighed, exclaiming, "Alas! From an idealistic viewpoint, dialogue is possible, provided we possess the capability to contend with the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect, and that our development is not obstructed by them. As for whether it is wise, I contend that the nation's approach is indeed astute. The essence of the heavenly court is feudalism, while the Western Buddhist sect is fundamentally religious. Both have numerous vulnerabilities that we can exploit. For instance, the heavenly decree forbids deities from marrying mortals, which received negative feedback in the tales of the cowherd and the weaver girl. Moreover, we possess an overwhelming advantage. We are familiar with the narrative and their every move, making victory inevitable." At this juncture, Li Aigua paused, patting Su Qifeng on the shoulder and said, "All right, Comrade Su, let us not dwell on these matters for now. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow we shall venture into the world of a Chinese ghost story. Get a good night's sleep." Su Qifeng replied, "That seems reasonable." To speak candidly, emotionally, he did not wish for such circumstances to unfold. Yet, rationally, the nation's actions were profoundly justified. As a citizen of Longhua, he bore the blood of Longhua within him. Thus, he had no reason not to offer his support. With the meeting concluded, as they exited the conference room, Li Aigua handed Su Qifeng 2 folders containing 5 A4 sheets each, stating, "Comrade Su, this document is for you. You may decide when to present it to Uncle Gio. Previously referred to as Little Sue, the diminutive term had been dropped, signifying a shift in attitude. Su Qingfeng acknowledged, understood. Upon receiving the folder and glancing inside, he noticed the contents were clearly visible through the transparent bag. The title read Administrative Information Archive of Longting Organization Members. Su Qingfeng's expression suddenly turned peculiar. This peculiar item bears a striking resemblance to the exclusive information dossier of civil servants. Hence, one might wonder if Jioshu and Xiaoyu have been incorporated. Given their unique qualities and significance, such an inclusion appears rather reasonable. Nevertheless, upon hearing the term incorporation, both the human and the spirit could not help but feel a twinge of confusion. Jioshu inquired, Xiao Su, what does this incorporation entail? Xiaoyu echoed the curiosity. Are we to be assigned numbers? Su Qingfeng elucidated. One could liken it to being numbered, albeit with distinctions. Ultimately, after incorporation, we shall all be a genuine family. At this juncture, Su Qingfeng could not suppress a murmur. Under normal circumstances, one would expect incorporation to align with military structures. How has it transitioned to administrative categorization? It is likely that the state has more pressing considerations at hand. As the night passed in silence, dawn swiftly approached. By morning, a new batch of supplies had arrived, and the relevant combat units were assembling for drills. Due to the capacity for permanent residence within the realm of deities and demons, coupled with the inherent dangers, the state had undertaken extensive preparations. Financially, the estimated total investment amounted to approximately 540 billion, to be allocated over more than 20 separate phases. In terms of combat units, 2 heavy armored combined brigades were projected for deployment. One brigade will serve as the primary force, entering in 6 separate contingents, while the other will be a mobile unit, on standby at all times. Additionally, various academicians, professors from diverse disciplines, research teams comprising doctoral students, and 500 freshly appointed students from esteemed universities will be involved. Each student from these esteemed institutions has undergone rigorous scrutiny and has taken an oath while signing a confidentiality agreement. Consequently, the total number of researchers has surpassed 100. Similarly, they entered in 6 distinct batches. Ultimately, to expedite the construction progress of the otherworldly base, under the arrangement of Liaigua, nearly 200 reliable engineering professionals were requisitioned from various national construction agencies, forming an exceptionally formidable engineering team. The members of these engineering teams do not directly engage in construction. Rather, they are responsible for operational command and the leadership and refinement of core projects. The personnel they command are recruited from the realm of the enchanting world of ghosts and gods. The sheer number of workers required is staggering, necessitating at least 20 to 30,000 individuals, which is still barely sufficient. Transporting workers from this side would be exceedingly cumbersome, affecting efficiency and posing safety concerns. Therefore, it is far more practical to enlist ancient individuals from that realm for labor. The tasks at hand do not demand high technical skills. They involve simple activities such as moving bricks, unloading cargo, erecting scaffolding, working with rebar, and mixing cement and mortar, jobs that any individual can perform with minimal training. Furthermore, they are remarkably cost-effective. Considering the socio-economic conditions of that era, a modest provision of food would suffice to motivate them to work tirelessly. No labor force is more admirable than those among the displaced. Ahem, our nation, at the very least, values humanitarianism and would not impose excessive exploitation. So rest assured on that front. With all preparations complete, at 3:07 p.m., mirroring the previous 2 crossings, under the watchful gaze of Liaigua, Lu Huajin commanded. Let us depart. Yes, responded Xiao Jianong, leading the charge. Accompanied by his Falcon team, armed with Type 03 automatic rifles and a formidable machete strapped to his back. He strode boldly through the dual crossing portal, vanishing into the swirling vortex. Lu Huajin followed closely with Jioshu, Xiaoyu, Su Qingfeng, and various research and sampling teams. Next came the 1st Battalion of the Heavily Armed Synthetic Brigade, along with select special forces, chemical troops, communications personnel, demolition experts, and engineers. In the control room, reminiscent of previous occasions, Liaigua felt a tightening in his chest as he inquired of his aide, Xiao Wei, what is the current international situation? The secretary, Xiao Wei, respectfully replied, as we anticipated, the emergence of the new solid-state battery has incited global panic. Leading news outlets such as BBC, CNN, and others are fervently discrediting us, alleging that we are propagating falsehoods and deliberately creating sensational events to divert global tensions. However, Economically, our A-share new energy sector has witnessed multiple limits on increases since the announcement, with foreign investment showing a notable uptick. Furthermore, the foot traffic in Jiangcheng has also seen a slight increase. Li Aigwa took a deep breath and exhaled, stating, "The winds of change are upon us. A storm is brewing. As with our reports to Yanjing, we will undoubtedly showcase an astonishing strength before that day arrives." Xiao Wei nodded in agreement. It is worth noting that the location of the dual crossing portal has been firmly established. Otherwise, it would not have been situated in Jiangxing. In the world of ghosts and gods, the experience of traversing was akin to that of the previous two realms. Upon entering the vortex, Xiao Jianyang was enveloped by a blinding white light. Despite wearing specialized glasses, he dared not open his eyes. After advancing a few meters, he distinctly felt the sensation of stepping into the void beneath his feet. Simultaneously, the white radiance dissipated, revealing an entirely different scene before him. This is a rather broad mountain path, flanked by trees, reminiscent of an ancient official road. Perhaps due to neglect, the surface is riddled with potholes. More desolate than the surface of the moon. A low rumble echoes as dark clouds gather, accompanied by the thunderous roar of impending rain. Jagged flashes of lightning tear through the inky blackness, flaunting their fierce and fearsome forms. It is about to rain. Xiao Jianyang first scanned the surroundings with a thermal imager, and upon detecting no threats, he immediately commanded the soldiers who were crossing over. Everyone, form groups of 3, maintain a 50-meter perimeter, and stay alert. Under Xiao Jianyang's directive, the team members grouped in threes, establishing a classic triangular formation for vigilance. Xiao Jianyang swiftly attached a silencer to his firearm to prevent any noise from drawing the attention of the creatures in this realm. Then aimed at the trunk of a tree by the roadside and squeezed the trigger. Tat-tat-tat. A rapid burst of 3 shots erupted. The bullets swiftly exiting the chamber and striking the trunk with precision, sending wood chips flying. Satisfied, Xiao Jianyang nodded and placed his hand on the barrel to gauge its temperature. It was warm. This indicated that the rifling was intact. The bullets retained their kinetic energy in this world, and their potency appeared unaffected. Although, according to cinematic conventions, this should not be a concern. A meticulous approach at least offers peace of mind. At this moment, Captain Lu Huajin, Deputy Captain Zhao Chuming, and their companions Su Qingfeng and Jiu Shu arrived. Lu Huajin approached Xiao Jianyang and inquired, "Captain Xiao, what is the situation? Are the firearms operational?" Xiao Jianyang gestured towards the tree trunk and replied, "Captain Lu, they are functional." Observing the bullet holes in the trunk, Lu Huajin nodded in satisfaction, ready to organize the next steps when, at that critical juncture, a vigilant shout from a Special Forces member pierced the air. "Captain Lu, we have a situation. It seems there is someone approaching from a distance." The sound captivated the attention of everyone present. Lu Huajin stepped forward, saying, "Let me take a look." "Yes, Captain Lu." The general handed him a pair of binoculars. Lu Huajin accepted them and directed his gaze towards the indicated location. As anticipated, in the distance along the mountain path, a figure was seen walking slowly. This is a man of average height, carrying a basket of books, clad in coarse cloth attire. Who else could he be but Ningkai-chen? Observing the surroundings, one could not help but notice the striking resemblance to the opening scene of the original film, coupled with the thunderous roar resonating through the heavens. It was evident that this was the very location where the narrative of the original play was poised to commence, or perhaps in nearby vicinity. Lu Huajin, with resolute determination, commanded, "Captain Xiao, take 2 individuals with a small amount of gold to him. Ensure he returns home promptly, lest he disrupt the nation's plans." Xiao Jianyang replied, "Understood." He then retrieved the reserve gold and proceeded towards Ningkai-chen. Lu Huajin instructed, "Continue with the original plan." "Yes," came the resounding affirmation from the gathered crowd. The first batch of individuals entering the world of a Chinese ghost story was anticipated to total 1,400, all expected to arrive within the hour. An additional influx of thousands would follow suit. At this moment, the day was still young. Under Lu Huajin's guidance, a multitude of military tents began to rise, swiftly establishing a modest temporary camp. Within the command tent, Lu Huajin was assigning tasks. He turned to Su Qingfeng and Jiu Shu, saying, "Comrade Su, Jiu Shu, we require a specific item from Gubei County, the painting of a beautiful woman combing her hair, created by the street vendor in the original play. This artwork, commissioned by Nia Shaoqian's father during her lifetime, will significantly enhance our chances of integrating her into the Londing organization." Su Qingfeng's heart surged with resolve as he replied, "Director Lu, leave this task to us. There will be no issues." Jiu Shu nodded in agreement, saying, I have seen the original film over a dozen times and memorized every detail. There are no spirits in Gobei County, and the Pudutsi Hong will not appear during this period, so safety is assured. Lu Huajin offered a reassuring glance, remarking, while that may be the case, we must not be presumptuous. Military personnel will arrive shortly. You should accompany them. This temporary camp serves merely as a transit point. Our ultimate goal is to establish a base near Gubei County. Su Qingfeng affirmed, understood. Jiu Shu, initially unfazed, suddenly recalled a thought and could not help but inquire. Director Lu, I recall that this territory is also under the jurisdiction of a dynasty. If we hastily relocate the camp to Gubei County, could it incite the court's wrath and lead to a series of unfortunate consequences, perhaps even conflict? Jiu Shu's foresight was indeed thorough. Lu Huajin nodded subtly, responding with a smile, rest assured, we have already contemplated these matters. If we intend to stay here for an extended period, a confrontation with the court is inevitable. They may possess various supernatural abilities and even the support of Pudutsi Hong, yet we too have our trump cards. Jiu Shu tentatively inquired, are those tactical nuclear weapons? Laser technology, and what was it called? Airborne bombs. Lu Huajin affirmed, indeed. However, for now, we are merely on the defensive. We shall strive to avoid conflict unless absolutely necessary. Jiu Shu replied, very well. Lu Huajin redirected his focus, continuing to delegate tasks. Old Zhao, your team must exert effort to establish our sterile testing area in the shortest time possible. Nearby, Zhao Ligua rubbed his hands in excitement, responding, Old Lu, you can rest easy. Our team has brought the highest standard of isolation materials, capable of constructing a purification testing area of at least 100 square meters, suitable for testing aircraft gyroscopes or high-quality miniature bearings. Additionally, we can create a 20 square meter sterile testing area. This will be more than sufficient for initial research purposes. Lu Huajin nodded in satisfaction. This is excellent. Time is of the essence, and we cannot afford delays. He continued to assign tasks, medical team. Proceed with blood and pathological analyses as planned. Sampling team, immediately gather samples of air, water, soil, and vegetation. Geological team, commence geological monitoring and exploration without delay. Communication team, address any communication issues at once. Astronomical observation team, employ every means possible to observe the sky above us, documenting all findings meticulously. Whether it be glimpses of celestial realms or the ethereal Chang'e upon the moon, it matters not, promptly report all discoveries. Upon receiving their orders, each team sprang into action. Lu Huajin then sought out Deputy Captain Zhao Chunming, inquiring, what is the status of the military? Zhao Chunming replied, we have just received word that the vanguard of the 1st Heavy Armored Synthetic Brigade and their equipment have arrived at Xingho Camp. General Xiong should be nearing the Shuangchuanmen Hall by now. Lu Huajin nodded slightly. Very well. Please assist in welcoming them. I shall oversee matters here. Zhao Chunming acknowledged, understood. He then exited the command tent and crossed through the Shuangchuanmen. 10 minutes later, he stepped out once more, accompanied by another individual. This individual stands at a modest height of approximately 167 centimeters. However, his sturdy build, coupled with piercing eyes reminiscent of a dragon and a tiger, exudes an aura of formidable intensity. The individual in question is none other than the commander of the Heavy Armored Combined Brigade, Zhou Yijuan. Upon arriving at the command center and encountering Lu Huajin, he promptly extended his right hand, a serene smile gracing his features as he greeted, Good day, Captain Lu. I am Zhou Yijuan, the brigade commander of the Army's Heavy Armored Combined Brigade, here by the decree of the nation to assist you. Lu Huajin reciprocated the gesture, shaking hands and responding, Brigadier Zhou, your assistance will greatly facilitate our forthcoming endeavors. Zhou Yijuan, still smiling, replied, not just us. I have received word that comrades from the Huajian Army and the Kong Army have also arrived in significant numbers. Many super heavy weapon bases have been ordered and are en route to Jiangqing. It is evident that our nation has indeed devised a grand plan this time. Lu Huajin wholeheartedly agreed, stating, the nation is truly mobilizing its resources. But let us set aside that discussion and focus on our upcoming tasks. Zhou Yijuan nodded in affirmation. The two parties took their seats, after which Lu Huajin produced a topographical map prepared by geological experts prior to their meeting. He remarked, the necessary preparatory and data measurement work is already underway, so we can omit that process. Now, we have two primary tasks at hand. The first pertains to Yanqixia. The second concerns the tree demon elder. To address the matter of Yanqixia, our recommendation is to approach him during the day, seek his allegiance. and invite him to join our ranks. For reasons of safety, collaboration with the military is essential. Zhou Yijuan raised a pertinent question. Captain Liu, how do we persuade Yan Qixia to join us? What guarantees he will choose to ally with us? Lu Huajin gestured towards Zhao Chuming, who stood and activated a tablet computer, stating, "We have downloaded both films of a Chinese ghost story onto this device, based on our research on Yan Qixia. As a chivalrous figure with a strong sense of justice, he cannot abide the threat that demons pose to humanity. We can initially conceal our intentions of recruiting him, proposing instead a collaboration to combat the demons. Gradually, we can win him over through our actions." Zhou Yijuan pondered this strategy thoughtfully, responding, "That is indeed a plan. And what about the second aspect?" Lu Huajin continued, "Regarding the tree demon elder, we have two proposed courses of action. The first, a saturation bombardment to obliterate the mountain where the tree demon elder resides. However, this must occur during the day. As the millennia-old tree demon dares not act during daylight, even Ning Kaichen could excavate Niashaoqian's ashes beneath its tree during this time, whereas nighttime is out of the question. The second option, contingent upon securing Yan Qixia's support, would take place at night. We could leverage the tree demon elder to test the efficacy of our thermal weapons. With Yan Qixia present, the tree demon elder would not dare to act recklessly, and we would have the assistance of Jiushu." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yijuan fell into deep contemplation. Logically, the first option seemed the most prudent, yet it yielded minimal benefits. Eliminating the tree demon elder would merely enhance the surrounding area's safety without fully realizing its potential value. He inquired of Lu Huajian, "Captain Liu, which proposal do you intend to pursue?" Lu Huajin answered without hesitation, "We favor the second proposal. The comparison of domestic military strength with that of the supernatural realm holds significant implications for our nation's future endeavors." Zhou Yijuan's gaze became resolute as he replied, "In that case, our military is prepared to execute the order and fully cooperate with the implementation of the second plan." Once again extending his right hand, Lu Huajian nodded with a smile, "To a fruitful collaboration." Zhou Yijuan echoed, "To a fruitful collaboration." Despite belonging to different systems, and this being their inaugural cooperation, the atmosphere was palpably distinct, even tinged with a sense of excitement and restlessness. "By the way," Zhao Chunming added, "Colonel Zhou, there is one more matter to discuss. The national plan entails that we proceed to Guobei County, utilizing the flat terrain and existing manpower there to establish a forward base." Zhou Yijuan nodded in acknowledgement. "Before my arrival, the nation informed me of this. We will deploy no fewer than one combined battalion to swiftly secure Guobei County and the surrounding transportation routes." Lu Huajin continued, "In addition to that, we require a specific painting from the original script. This task poses minimal danger, and we have entrusted it to Comrade Xiao Su and Jiu Shu. They will accompany you, and we hope you can ensure their safety." Zhou Yijuan's eyes brightened. "Comrade Su? Is he the one who submitted the dual crossing door?" He had heard of Jiu Shu, but had seen him frequently in films, so his anticipation was not particularly high. However, he was eager to meet Su Qingfeng, whom he had never encountered before. Lu Huajian confirmed, "Indeed, while we are somewhat reluctant to expose him to risk, from a humanitarian perspective, and considering the essence of human activity and psychology, we should involve him. Furthermore, as the controller of the dual crossing door, his ability is of utmost importance to us." Zhou Yijuan nodded slightly in understanding, stating, "Our military will provide full protection. I will issue a direct order to the designated combined battalion commander." Lu Huajian replied, "That reassures us." Zhao Chunming added, "Thank you for your assistance, military." Here lies a brief interlude pertaining to Ning Kaichen. The former leading actor, burdened with a tattered book basket, gazed sorrowfully at the darkening sky, contemplating the imminent rain. How unfortunate his fate seemed. Scanning his surroundings, he realized there was nowhere to seek refuge from the impending downpour. Just then, Xiao Jianyang arrived with his entourage. After scrutinizing him, he inquired directly, "Are you Ning Kaichen? Here to settle accounts for the Qi Bao Zhai, correct?" Ning Kaichen was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide as saucers, staring blankly at Xiao Jianyang and the two heavily armed special forces soldiers behind him. His body felt as if it had turned to stone. If it weren't for the broad daylight and the presence of shadows, he would have suspected these individuals were specters. But if they weren't ghosts, could they be monsters? Or perhaps assassins sent by creditors to silence him? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Ning Kaichen began to tremble uncontrollably, stammering nervously, "Brother, I am not Ning Kaichen. You must have mistaken me." Xiao Jianyang's eyes narrowed slightly. Did he truly believe that merely denying his identity would suffice? He retrieved a pouch of gold from his pocket and handed it to him, saying, "This is the payment you are owed. Take it and leave quickly. Guobei County is not a place for you. The farther you go from here, the better." Ning Kaichen, staring at the gold presented before him, was utterly speechless. His jaw agape in disbelief. "Brother, are you serious?" he finally managed to ask. Xiao Jianyang, uninterested in further conversation, pressed the gold into his hands, insisting, "Take it and go. Remember my words. Otherwise, you may lose your life, and you will have no one to blame but yourself." Ning Kaichen, feeling the weight of the gold in his grip, bit into it to confirm its authenticity. His excitement bubbled over as he clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming with fervor, "Yes, you can rest assured, I will never return, not ever." With that, he turned away, a broad smile illuminating his face, no longer stammering in his speech. Xiao Jianyang thought to himself, "This is for the best. It saves us the trouble." After watching Ning Kaichen disappear over the horizon, he turned and, accompanied by the two Special Forces soldiers, returned to report. Meanwhile, at the temporary camp, Zhou Yijuan had just arrived, and the meeting had just concluded. Shortly thereafter, the first contingent of a heavily armed combined brigade marched in unison through the dual gates, stepping boldly into another world. Truly, these soldiers were well trained. Even upon entering this new realm, despite their excitement and astonishment, they maintained perfect formation, showing no signs of disorder. From above, the sight of over 1,000 soldiers resembled a formidable phalanx, their collective presence exuding an unstoppable force, as if to declare, in the realm of gods and demons, "The Rabbit Lord has arrived." This is a heavy armored synthetic battalion. Following closely behind, another small contingent of engineers arrived, accompanied by a geological exploration team. One must say, with the privilege of permanent shuttle rights as representatives of the shovel class, how could we neglect to bring our shovels for mining? Education must commence from a young age, and mining should begin in the realm of the enchanting female spirits. We eagerly await the discovery of mineral resources, after which the next step will involve the deployment of engineering vehicles and the requisite large-scale mining equipment. On the military front, after accounting for the troops and their armaments, a portion of personnel was designated to safeguard the shovel-class exploration team in their quest for minerals, with instructions to remain within close proximity. The majority of the forces, led by the commander, advanced toward the Lanrua Temple with a formidable array of weaponry. According to the original script's documentation, the location of the Lanrua Temple is not particularly elusive, and given the early hour, it is a fortuitous time to venture there. Lu Huajian, having entrusted the establishment of a temporary camp to Deputy Commander Zhao Chunming, took along a dozen prearranged scientists equipped with various scientific instruments, hastening toward the Lanrua Temple. Notably, the original narrative suggests that the Lanrua Temple has transformed into a den of demons due to its unique topography and feng shui. If the natural codes within could be deciphered, coupled with existing research outcomes, might it imply the capability to mass-produce even more formidable fiends? Indeed, this presents a highly intriguing area of study, and as a diligent scientist, it should be incorporated into the research agenda. As the temporary camp was being established, the second batch of military personnel arrived just as the commander and Lu Huajin departed. This is likewise a heavy armored composite battalion, commanded by a middle-aged man named Jin Guofa, one of the earliest members of the post-80s generation. With thick brows, large eyes, and a square face, he exudes an air of unwavering loyalty and formidable combat prowess. Upon receiving the detailed mission, he promptly dispatched personnel to retrieve Su Qingfeng and Uncle Jiao, subsequently issuing the command, "All personnel, inspect your weapons and equipment." The clattering of weapons and various sounds resonated. 03 models, 95 models, 40 millimeters, and 80 millimeters artillery, light and heavy machine guns, grenades, and more. Had time permitted and necessity dictated, they would have assembled several armed helicopters for an assault. Nevertheless, in the face of such formidable might, the ancient armed forces of Gubei County were utterly insignificant. The scattered militia within Gubei County stood no chance, and even formidable figures like Zhua Qianhu would only flee in terror before the might of our army. As for whether this action is justified, from a strategic perspective, it is imperative for our interests. Given the backdrop of a Chinese ghost story, this dynasty is in utter disarray. Were the populace aware of the circumstances, they would likely welcome our approach. March on Gubei County. Once the soldiers were found to be adequately prepared, Jin Guofa issued a command, and the army set forth. The troops were organized into 5 columns, each comprising approximately 218 soldiers, forming an extensive march towards Guobei County. This military operation was codenamed Operation Thunder. Remember, under no circumstances should we harm the innocent. This battle is to establish our reputation, thus garnering the hearts of the people and preparing for the forthcoming national development plans. Throughout the march, Jin Guofa reiterated this sentiment. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world, a principle upon which our nation was founded, necessitating sensitivity to the feelings of the inhabitants of this alternate realm. The soldiers echoed their agreement with fervent voices. In truth, even if ordered to harm innocent civilians, they could not bring themselves to do so. In the midst of the ranks, Su Qingfeng and Uncle Jiu were positioned beside Commander Jin Guofa. This is an all-terrain off-road vehicle from Dongfeng, constructed entirely of carbon fiber to withstand the treacherous conditions of another world. Inside, Su Qingfeng gazes intently through the glass window, observing the 5 marching columns on either side. The soldiers, bearing combat backpacks and helmets, wield modern firearms, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Surrounding them are various off-road vehicles specifically designed for this extraordinary realm, including those for transporting supplies, towing artillery, and ensuring communication support. Regrettably, the true heavy artillery, such as howitzers and main battle tanks, are absent, and the troop count is a mere 1,000. Nevertheless, the scene is impressive and awe-inspiring. Su Qingfeng is reminded of a classic film from the last century, recalling a memorable 2-minute marching sequence that left an indelible impression on him, one that words cannot adequately convey. That sense of awe resurfaces once more. His companion, Uncle Jiu, shares a similar sentiment. Although not new to the sight of our nation's military, witnessing such a large formation in action is indeed a first for him. Master, what occupies your thoughts? Su Qingfeng inquires, noticing the contemplative expression on Uncle Jiu's face. With a slight smile, Uncle Jiu reflects, I wonder if we might be overreacting. According to the film's narrative, Guobei County is merely a small town within this feudal dynasty. Are we perhaps being a bit excessive? Su Qingfeng chuckles at this remark, responding, Master, we must adhere to the principle of preparedness. Though it is but a small county, this world harbors peculiar beings, and it is wise to err on the side of caution. Haha, replies Captain Jin Guofa beside them, equally amused. Indeed, Uncle Jiu, Comrade Su is right. Better safe than sorry. Even if there is only an 1100 threat, we must adopt a 100,100 attitude in response, for the consequences of arrogance in warfare can be dire. Upon hearing their words, Uncle Jiu contemplates and agrees, nodding in affirmation. I concur, the error of arrogance must be avoided. By the way, Captain Jin, I overheard you mention something about dealing with the wealthy and distributing land to garner the people's support, transforming them into productive forces. Could you elaborate? With a smile, Jin Guofa explains, it is quite literal. In a feudal society, many affluent individuals are merciless, oppressing the poor. We certainly cannot stand idly by. Hence the need to confront the wealthy and redistribute land. Following this, the two engage in a thoughtful discussion on the topic, with Su Qingfeng occasionally contributing his insights. Unbeknownst to them, the Advanced Reconnaissance Unit has already reached Guobei County. Thanks to the communication support vehicles, drones ascend into the sky, working in tandem with aerial cameras to conduct a comprehensive and multifaceted reconnaissance of the area. Guobei County is not large, and within 10 minutes, it has been thoroughly surveyed inside and out. The small town stretches approximately 1.2 kilometers in length and 1.8 kilometers in width. Based on estimations, the permanent population does not exceed 10,000. A dilapidated official road runs from north to south, traversing the entirety of Guobei County. Upon receiving detailed data, Jin Guofa commanded with fervor, the thunderous operation commences now. In response to the order, 3 assault teams, totaling over 800 valiant warriors, armed with their firearms, thermal imaging devices, and low-light night vision goggles, advanced directly towards Guobei County. The remaining soldiers were tasked with guarding various critical transport routes to prevent any potential escapees. At this moment, the grand battle between ancient and modern officially commenced. In the original narrative, although the tale of a Chinese ghost story unfolds in a certain year of the Ming Dynasty, it is assuredly not the same Ming Dynasty. Otherwise, archaeology and history would need to be rebranded as metaphysics and theology. Within the original storyline, the emperor is ensnared by the millennia-old centipede spirit, Pudu Ci Hang, which not only siphons the imperial fortune but also seeks to transform into a dragon. The civil and military officials were equally deprived of their vitality, their flesh consumed, leaving only their skins to be used as puppets to govern the entire dynasty. In an instant, chaos engulfed the realm, the populace suffered, and corrupt officials ran rampant. Yin Qixia, originally a constable, could not abide such corruption and, unwilling to compromise his integrity, resigned from his position and retreated to Lanhua Temple to confront the ancient tree demon. Before his tenure as a constable, he was renowned as the foremost swordsman in the world. The swordsman, Xiaohou, pursued this title with relentless fervor, seeking to challenge Yin Qixia. Little did he realize, Yin Qixia had long since mastered the Tao and Buddhist scriptures, entering the path through martial cultivation, achieving remarkable prowess. This is the backdrop of the tale of a Chinese ghost story. Within Gubei County, the atmosphere is thick with gloom and despair. The citizens traversing the streets appear numbed, clad in tattered garments, their faces gaunt and emaciated, resembling the living dead. Armed bounty hunters clutching wanted posters scour the thoroughfare, comparing the likenesses with a hawkish intensity. Upon hearing the command, "Do not flee," these bounty hunters, akin to sharks scenting blood, erupt with fervor, clamoring with wild excitement. What? Do not flee? Where shall we not flee to? Brothers, action awaits, swiftly now. Moreover, numerous pedestrians bear swords at their waists, and at the slightest hint of discord, they draw their blades without hesitation. This scene, if placed in modern America, would undoubtedly create a sensational uproar. Imagine, a mere disagreement could lead to gunfire. Ordinary citizens in such a place would be paralyzed with fear. However, from this day forward, an exception arises. At the southern city gate, a dozen guards, as per their routine, stood vigilantly, inspecting the townsfolk entering and exiting the city, all the while scheming to line their own pockets. "Sir, we have fled from famine, seeking refuge with relatives in the city. Please, allow us entry," a tattered woman pleaded, accompanied by a small girl, bowing repeatedly before the guard. Her voice was filled with anguish, evoking tears from any who heard her plight. The guard, displaying utter disdain, kicked the woman aside, spitting venomously, "What nonsense! No money. No entry. Not even a copper coin. That's barely enough for a bowl of noodles. Begone," he threatened, "if you provoke my ire. I shall accuse you of assaulting a government official." Upon hearing this, despair enveloped the woman, her face ashen, yet she persisted in her pleas. "Please, I beg you. Kind sir." The guard, growing increasingly contemptuous, prepared to unleash further insults. Yet, at that very moment, a group appeared on the horizon, initially indistinct due to the distance. They approached with remarkable speed, soon revealing their full form. Once the guards and soldiers atop the city wall discerned the scene before them, they stood in stunned silence, their bodies frozen in disbelief. The reason was simple. The peculiar appearance of this large gathering was utterly bizarre. Their garments were strange, and the objects they wielded were even more unusual. Yet, the palpable aura of lethal intent emanating from them was almost tangible. This scene is evident even to the most foolish observer. These individuals are the enemy forces. "Quick, shut the city gates. For heaven's sake, hurry and close the gates. Quickly." The officer defending the city was the first to respond, his head emerging from the ramparts as he hurled curses at the guards and soldiers by the gates. His tone laced with urgency. His shout jolted the defenders into action. They instinctively trembled, murmuring in horror, "Goodness, what kind of monsters have come to our Gubei County?" They hastily attempted to close the gates. A multitude of citizens still outside the city, witnessing the chaos, rushed to squeeze inside. However, the guards and soldiers paid them no heed. Those bold enough to charge forward were met with drawn blades. In an instant, the air was filled with cries of anguish, and blood stained the ground. As the saying goes, even a cornered dog will leap over a wall. What more can be expected of desperate humans? Faced with life and death urgency, the citizens cast aside their fears, brandishing their fists and seizing stones from the ground, rushing towards the gates with fervor. In the open space outside the city, the grim scene at the gates was captured in full view by a drone. Jin Guofa furrowed his brow, his expression turning icy. These scoundrels are ruthless towards their own while treating outsiders with mockery. He then picked up the radio, switching to a specific channel, and commanded, "Hummingbird Team 2, target the city gates and launch an assault. Caution, initiate the attack from within the inner city, and do your utmost to avoid harming the civilians." "Hummingbird Team 2 acknowledged," came the voice of the team leader over the radio. Simultaneously, a squadron of 4 attack drones, under the control of skilled operators, ascended into the sky, each armed with 8 defensive grenades, and swiftly flew towards the southern gates of Gobei County. They moved at great speed, though at a low altitude, and many of the defending soldiers caught sight of them. These ancient individuals gazed with wide, curious eyes, astonished by the sight of the 4 attack drones. They murmured, "What on earth is this? Judging by their size and speed, could they be birds? Are there such peculiar birds? Could they possibly be monsters?" They certainly had no inkling of what drones were. However, it mattered little. They would soon comprehend the true nature of these machines. Under the deft control of the 4 drone operators, the attack drones ascended to hover above the inner city gate, poised over the heads of the soldiers engaged in fierce combat. With a swift motion, the operators pressed the buttons, unleashing 8 defensive grenades that cascaded downwards. There exists a common misconception. Many individuals, including the author who is a novice in military matters, harbor a fallacious belief. Given that the term defensive grenade explicitly includes the word defensive, one might assume its power to be minimal. In reality, its potency significantly surpasses that of offensive grenades. The reasoning is rather straightforward. Offensive grenades are typically thrown during an assault and are filled solely with explosives, lacking shrapnel such as steel balls. Their primary mechanism of neutralization is through explosive shockwaves, or potentially disorienting the enemy. A prime example of this is the stun grenade. Conversely, defensive grenades do not adhere to such constraints. They are generally deployed from behind cover, with the user hurling them outward. The greater the explosive power, the better. Concerns regarding shrapnel or explosive content are irrelevant. The individual remains sheltered, impervious to harm from the blast, and thus seeks maximum explosive force. Therefore, the fate of the city guards and soldiers is all too predictable. A series of thunderous explosions erupted with a deafening roar. From the city gates, it transformed into a tempest of sound, sweeping outward in all directions. Countless steel pellets and fragments rained down violently, targeting the unprepared soldiers and guards at the inner city gate, caught in an inexorable onslaught of devastation. The soldiers in good condition, struck by 7 or 8 steel pellets or fragments, bled profusely from their limbs. Those in worse condition were mercilessly pounded by dozens of steel balls, their bodies reduced to a grotesque mash. The anguish cries echoed relentlessly. "Ah, my leg, ah, who will save me? Demons. These things above are all demons. Help. I want to go home. I do not wish to die. I want to go home. Brother, help me." Fueled by adrenaline, the lamentations began with fervor. Yet, in a short span, they gradually dwindled. Upon the city walls, witnessing the horrifying scene at the city gates, the defending soldiers were left in a daze. No words could encapsulate the shock reverberating within them. They began to doubt whether these entities were indeed demonic apparitions. How else could such terrifying lethality exist? Outside the city gates, a handful of remaining civilians listened to the heart-wrenching cries emanating from within, feeling the terrifying shockwave of explosions that, even with the gates as a barrier, reverberated with immense power. Hiss. What is this? The fortunate survivors were rendered speechless, instinctively turning to gaze upon the charging soldiers of the composite battalion, frozen in place, their bodies as if turned to stone. If they had felt fear before, it had now morphed into utter despair. Many civilians simply knelt on the ground, pleading for forgiveness, sharing the same sentiments as the soldiers. The warriors of these synthetic camps are either fiends or deities, and opposing them is utterly futile. The only recourse is to kneel and plead for mercy, hoping for a slender chance of survival. Simultaneously, they implore, "Oh, revered one, do not bring harm upon me. I am willing to do anything, simply spare my life. I beseech you." They continue, "Oh, exalted one, we, the common folk, would never dare to show you any disrespect. Please forgive us. Grant us mercy, O revered one. Grant us mercy." Among them, a pitiable mother and daughter also join in the desperate supplication. Yet, contrary to their expectations of scornful rebukes and commands to flee, a series of gentle and compassionate voices reach their ears. "Sister, why are you kneeling on the ground? Rise quickly. This place is perilous. You all, assist her to her feet and guide her to safety. The battlefield is fraught with danger." Then, strong yet tender hands reach out, lifting them from their prostrate positions. As they help them up, reassuring words resonate once more. "Sister, do not be afraid. We are neither monsters nor deities. We are the liberating army, the troops of the people. Come, let us help you away from here. It truly is dangerous. Brother, do not fear. We harbor no ill will. Open your eyes and see for yourself. Our liberating army never harasses the impoverished." The surviving townsfolk stand frozen, utterly bewildered. What is happening? What has transpired? Surely, I must not be mistaken. An elderly man, tears streaming down his face, pleads, Oh, revered one, we have truly lost everything. If you must, take this last garment of mine, but spare my life. I have a daughter still in the city. The elderly man was exceedingly gaunt, his clothing tattered beyond recognition, rendering him scarcely better than a beggar. The soldier from the synthetic battalion before him felt a pang of sympathy and hastily explained, "Elder, we are not immortal beings. We are the liberating army, the army of the impoverished. Please do not kneel before us, as it would only humiliate us further. Come, allow me to assist you." Yet, the old man remained unconvinced. However, when the soldier genuinely extended his hand to help him up, the old man's body trembled. "Immortal, this is too much. I am but a commoner. How can I trouble an immortal to lend me aid?" The soldier from the synthetic battalion replied, "It is nothing." He then proceeded to lift the old man, only to discover that the latter's leg was injured. Nevertheless, he bent down and effortlessly hoisted him onto his back. Sprinting away from the battlefield, the old man was left utterly dumbfounded, questioning the very essence of his existence. He could hardly believe the scene unfolding before him. Traditionally, soldiers were accompanied by the honorific master, yet now, not only did this soldier refrain from scolding him as a lowly commoner, but he also took the initiative to assist him, even carrying him away from the perilous battlefield. Had it not been for witnessing it with his own eyes and experiencing it firsthand, he would never have believed it, regardless of how fervently it was proclaimed. And then there was that unfortunate mother, accompanied by her daughter. Her child was cradled by a soldier, who took her along as they fled towards the rear of the battlefield. The remaining civilians, upon witnessing this scene, however dim-witted they may have been, could not help but react, weeping and bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed one. Thank you, esteemed one. The divine has manifested. The divine has manifested. We are saved." They quickly rose and rushed towards the rear of the battlefield, fully aware of the peril that lay ahead. They understood that remaining in place would only hinder the efforts of others. However, with merely a dozen civilians, it was hardly a burden. At most, it would only momentarily slow the advance by a few seconds. Upon reaching the city gate, a company commander summoned 2 demolition soldiers from the engineering squad to begin affixing explosives to the gate. The daily life of these demolition soldiers entails nothing but the detonation of mountains or stones. Blowing up an ancient city gate is hardly a daunting task, is it? Boom. The resounding roar of explosions reverberates through the air, unleashing terrifying shockwaves that surge outward with reckless abandon. The walls tremble, fracturing around the city gate. On the ground, a wailing tempest is stirred up, akin to a hurricane rising from flat terrain. "Comrades, charge with me." With a commanding shout, the leading captain takes the initiative, plunging into the fray. Following closely behind, hundreds of warriors from the combined battalion stream in, and the city is instantly engulfed in a cacophony of battle cries. Is this mode of combat familiar? It bears little distinction from that of the Second World War. Indeed, the truth aligns with this notion. After all, the adversary consists merely of an ancient army, and such tactics are already a considerable respect towards them. If one were to employ modern, information-driven strategies and advanced weaponry, would it be worthwhile? For instance, the utilization of large-caliber rocket artillery and precision-guided munitions. Is it worth it? The answer is unequivocally no. Such formidable instruments could obliterate the annual GDP of an entire county in mere moments. Even with ample resources, one should not squander them recklessly. Employing a sledgehammer to swat a fly is entirely unnecessary. Within the city, under the overwhelming might, the garrison of Qubei County was not merely incapable of resistance. They lacked even the thought of it. They collectively perceived the soldiers of the combined battalion as monstrous entities, exclaiming, "What are we to do? We must flee for our lives." Inside the county office, the county magistrate, portrayed by the eccentric director Wang, fainted upon receiving this news. He was inept. Yet not entirely so. At least before losing consciousness, he let out a soul-stirring cry to his assistant. "Quick! Inform the county governor at once, so he may report to Lord Guardian of the Nation, for monsters have emerged in Qubei County." What would happen if modern technology were introduced into ancient times? The answer is twofold. It would either be regarded as a monstrosity or perceived as divine. There exists no third option. At this moment, the citizens of Qubei County held precisely this sentiment, as they observed the soldiers of the combined battalion operating in orderly tactical formations, advancing effortlessly. Particularly alarming were the weapons they wielded, which seemed to inflict injury upon mere proximity. The populace dared not even breathe too heavily in fear. In this nearly crushing scenario, within half an hour, Qubei County was entirely under control. Subsequently, Captain Jean Guofa issued orders for the soldiers to secure strategic routes, reassure the citizens, and post new announcements in the usual places, promoting our advantageous policies, among other matters. Su Qingfeng and Uncle Jiao entered Gubei County alongside the troops. Based on their recollections from the original narrative, with the aid of the combined battalion as soldiers, they successfully located the residence of the painting stall owner. The stall owner was on the verge of tears. In his eyes, these individuals were akin to the king of hell, truly formidable and not to be trifled with. He implored them, "Gentlemen, I have never committed any wrongs. Whatever you require of me, I shall comply, if only you grant me a chance to survive." Su Qingfeng, after a moment's contemplation, found the stall owner's reaction entirely reasonable. Clearing his throat, he explained, "Sir, we mean you no harm. We merely seek a painting." The stall owner, taken aback, responded, "A painting?" Su Qingfeng nodded affirmatively. "Yes, specifically that painting of the beautiful woman combing her hair. You haven't sold it, have you?" Upon hearing these words, the owner of the painting stall trembled slightly. He immediately nodded vigorously, replying, "No, no, no, it hasn't been sold yet. Although this painting is the pride of my establishment. Since the young master and several gentlemen appreciate it, I shall fetch it for you right away." Su Qingfeng responded, "Very well. Granted permission." The stall owner hastily turned and dashed back into the room. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, holding the painting of Nie Shaoqian from the original narrative. Presenting it with both hands in reverence, stammering, "Young master, your painting." Su Qingfeng replied, "Very well." After inspecting the artwork and finding no issues, he proceeded to make the payment before departing. The stall owner was left astonished. He had initially intended to make a sacrifice, yet to his surprise, the other party had actually paid. What an extraordinary occurrence! Could it be that their proclamation of being a band of the impoverished was not mere pretense? Unbeknownst to Su Qingfeng, the inner musings of the painting stall owner held no significance for him. After all, he was merely a film NPC, and there was no need to dwell on his thoughts. He led his companions to the next establishment. This establishment specializes in the sale of talismans. In the original narrative, Ning Kaichen, having inadvertently become damp, found himself adorned with numerous talismans on his back, while the proprietor of the shop called out for him not to depart. Upon hearing the cry, a throng of bounty hunters surged forth, their battle cries echoing ominously. 10 minutes later, they located the residence of the talisman seller and executed a similar strategy, purchasing all of his talismans. Su Qingfeng inquired of his companion, "Jiao Shu, master, what is your opinion on these talismans?" Without any unforeseen occurrences, Jiao Shu indeed recognized the items. Furrowing his brow and examining them, he remarked, "Young Su, these talismans bear a resemblance to our Maoshan exorcism charms, yet there are distinctions. I shall need to study them further and provide you with a response in a couple of days, if that suits you." Su Qingfeng smiled and nodded. "That is perfectly acceptable, master. Let us return to the camp, as I must deliver this painting to Deputy Zhao." Jiao Shu replied, "Very well." This incident concerning Su Qingfeng was merely a trivial interlude and did not disrupt the overall strategy. Within less than 20 minutes, the warriors of the combined camp had fully secured Gubei County, followed by the distribution of provisions. Many of the common folk are on the brink of starvation. Not to mention the issue of labor. After all, our warriors of the Dragon Country are a force of the people. How could they remain indifferent upon witnessing the dire plight of the populace? Moreover, among those who are able to enlist, how many hail from affluent backgrounds? Aren't they mostly the children of the impoverished? Thus, upon encountering these suffering souls, they are filled with profound sympathy. Upon receiving orders from their superiors, they promptly gathered a substantial supply of bread and bottled water, offering comfort with words like, "Fear not, fellow villagers, we mean you no harm. We are the soldiers responsible for logistics. Here, take this, it is bread, and this is mineral water. You must be very hungry. Please, have something to eat. Dear sister." "Is this your daughter? This little one must be quite famished. We have canned food here, specifically meat cans, which will surely provide your daughter with the necessary nourishment." "Brother, I assure you, this bread is not poisoned. See, I am eating it, and it is truly not toxic. Food is the finest remedy for one's spirits, particularly when it is delectable." These multifaceted individuals have spoken of bread. Even a plain white bun may not be consumed even once over several days, particularly for those who have endured calamities and fled from devastation. Nowadays, upon catching a whiff of the bread's enticing aroma, and once assured of its safety, how could one possibly resist? Grasping the bread, one begins to indulge heartily. It can truly be described as a feast of delightful abundance. This scene evoked profound emotions within the hearts of the soldiers, prompting reflections on their forebears, grandfathers, and great-grandfathers. In a time when productivity was underdeveloped in our nation, the Dragon Kingdom was impoverished, countless individuals endured similar hardships. It was not merely bread that eluded them. Even wild vegetables and tree bark provided insufficient sustenance. What a struggle! Before them, the ancient citizens, as they consumed their food, found themselves overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces as they murmured, "This steamed bun is truly delectable. I have never tasted anything so exquisite. Even if it were poisoned, it would be worth it." Hush, do not speak foolishly. We are quite well here. Besides, look. These individuals do not seem malevolent. Indeed, we had misjudged them. They were undoubtedly a part of our impoverished populace, and we had finally encountered our saviors. Father, Mother, do you see? There is hope for us destitute souls. We have hope. Among them stood a pair of unfortunate mother and daughter. Gazing at the bread before them and inhaling its unique aroma, the mother and daughter could not help but drool uncontrollably. "How delightful!" exclaimed the child. "Mother, I want to eat." The allure of food was irresistible to the young one, who boldly expressed her desire. After a moment's hesitation, her mother resolved to take a bite and see for herself. It mattered not if they did not eat. With each bite, the bread's softness and aroma, combined with a hint of sweetness, seemed to melt her heart. Her young daughter savored it eagerly, taking large, delightful bites. This scene appears both pitiable and yet profoundly heartwarming. At this moment, Qingfeng had already entered the city with his guard unit, heading towards the county office. Along the way, witnessing the dire plight of the common folk weighed heavily on his heart, prompting him to issue orders, proceed according to the original plan. Those willing to stay will be incorporated into the work team, tasked with hauling bricks, water, and mortar, with provisions and wages provided. For those who wish to leave, offer them a small sum of silver to facilitate their departure, ensuring no undue hardship. "Yes, Captain," a soldier responded emphatically. Qingfeng continued on his path to the county office. Like many depictions in film and television, the county office was rather unremarkable, hardly worth mentioning. Furthermore, the county magistrate proved to be of little value, possessing scant information. Consequently, he did not linger there for long. Upon exiting the county office, he commenced his inspection. Qubei County was not extensive, and within a brief span of 10 minutes, he completed his survey and promptly approached the communication support vehicle to establish contact with the temporary camp's location. After a series of crackling sounds, the channel connected, and Qingfeng's voice resonated. "This is Captain Qingfeng of the 1st Synthetic Battalion of the 1st Heavy Armored Combined Brigade. I am looking for Team Leader Liu. Not available? At Lanrua Temple? Only Deputy Team Leader Zhao is present? Very well, please connect me to Deputy Team Leader Zhao." Moments later, Zhao Chuanming's voice came through. "Hello. Captain Jean, this is Zhao Chuanming." Qingfeng replied, "Greetings, Deputy Team Leader Zhao. Our unit has successfully secured Qubei County in accordance with the established plan. Comrade Su and the others are en route back with the items. Additionally, no supernatural forces have been detected." Zhao Chuanming nodded with a smile. "Captain Jean, thank you for your efforts. Please proceed as planned. The camp will be relocated shortly." "Understood," Qingfeng acknowledged before hanging up. Zhao Chuanming intended to reach out towards Lanrua Temple at that moment, but just then, amid a rumbling thunderclap, torrential rain began to pour from the heavens. Within less than 10 minutes, a soldier approached urgently to report, "Deputy Team Leader Zhao, there is an important situation. The character Xiaoho, the swordsman from the original script, has made an appearance." Zhao Chuanming was taken aback. The swordsman Xiaoho has perhaps arrived a tad late, yet it appears to be not so tardy after all. He inquires, "How's the other party? How did you come to discover them?" The warrior responded, "The situation is far from ideal. Much like the original storyline. He is in pursuit of some brigands who have stolen his purse. He has shown considerable resistance to our presence, attempting to retaliate on several occasions. Consequently, we administered a potent anesthetic, anticipating that he will awaken in approximately 5 hours. At present, Dean Wu's medical research team has already arrived, prepared to conduct medical examinations on him. Director Wu, of course, refers to the esteemed head of the First People's Hospital of Jiangqing." After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Chuanming responded, "Please inform Director Wu to meticulously document the research findings and report any results immediately." "Understood." The soldier promptly departed upon receiving the order. Zhao Chuanming then swiftly contacted the direction of Lanrua Temple, confirming the imminent arrival of the team before discussing the situation in Qubei County. Once the call concluded, he dispatched personnel back to the modern world to apprise the nation of their progress. Following this, the grand relocation efforts commenced. The Dragon Kingdom aspired to establish a permanent presence in this alternate realm, and it was imperative to undertake thorough preparations to ensure success. The location of Qubei County stands as the most optimal choice for the outpost base in the future. Here, it is imperative not only to establish military bases, but also to construct various national-level scientific research laboratories. Furthermore, there is the ambition to create production facilities for supernatural forces, such as the mass manufacturing of quantum phantoms and the cultivation of special warriors with millennia of training, among others. The nation's scientific endeavors have never been frivolous. However, this remains merely a conceptual vision. The feasibility of its implementation will depend on progress, the external conditions of the modern world, and the environment of our own realm. Towards the direction of the Lanruat Temple. This temple is situated to the west of Qubei County, separated by a vast expanse of woodland. In the original narrative, Ning Kaichen once lit a small lantern while traversing the forest on a night journey back to the temple. His excessive timidity elicited amusement from Nie Xiaoqian, who observed him from above. However, for our nation's composite battalion, such matters are trivial, especially in broad daylight. Wolves? A few bullets would suffice to resolve the issue. At this moment, the National Exploration Team is nearing the Lanruat Temple. Among the group, Lu Huajin, accompanied by several atmospheric physicists and meteorological scientists, is wielding portable infrared gas analyzers and gas chromatographs, diligently collecting and recording data as they proceed. Occasionally, they pause to compare with the samples they have brought along or to deposit their findings into pre-prepared vessels for further analysis. As the saying goes, opportunity always favors the prepared. During a routine sampling session, a doctoral student from the Lonka Institute suddenly exclaimed, "Professor, you must come and see this." A fellow scholar from the School of Biology and a professor at the Lonka Institute looked on with a puzzled expression and inquired, "What is it?" The doctoral student responded in astonishment, "I seem to have observed a potential phenotype of the HSC lineage, and it is inclined more specific than what we previously observed in the helium-oxygen 3 experiments." Upon hearing this, not only was his professor taken aback, but even the dozen or so scientists surrounding them gathered closely. They scrutinized the data on the instruments and the external conditions of the samples. Gradually, expressions of shock mirrored on their faces. However, this astonishment swiftly transformed into an indescribable euphoria. Zhou Yijuan, intrigued by the situation, commanded his team to halt their advance and approached curiously, asking, "Lu, what have you discovered?" At this moment, Lu Huajin could no longer suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. He cheerfully replied, "Commander Zhou, we intended to explain this scientifically, but realized the other party might not comprehend. So we opted for a more straightforward approach. We have discovered a substance that can promote longevity. No. To be precise, we have found it, as it has been known in the biological sciences since last century." Zhou Yijuan looked even more puzzled. "So, what is this substance?" Lu Huajin excitedly replied, "Telomerase." Seeing that Zhou Yijuan still did not understand, a nearby biologist joyfully interjected, "Commander Zhou, allow me to clarify. In our laboratory in the native world, we discovered a rod-shaped gas called helium-oxygen 3. Although it differs from magical energy, when combined with cells, it can induce mutations, granting them supernatural powers. To verify this, we conducted an experiment on 30 white mice, removing the TRC component. However, 3 days post-removal, we did not achieve significant results. Moreover, all 30 mice perished in under 5 days, which has been the greatest challenge in our research on magical energy. However, if this magical energy can stimulate the production of telomerase within organisms, it would be altogether different. Telomerase is the genetic code for immortality." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yijuan was still somewhat bewildered. Lu Huajin added with a smile, to explain from another biological perspective, the cell division in the human body actually has an upper limit. Except for reproductive cells, nerve cells, and cancer cells, the division limit for ordinary human cells is generally 50 to 60 times. This division is controlled by a substance called telomeres. Telomeres are located at both ends of eukaryotic linear chromosomes, composed of highly repetitive DNA sequences. In humans, it is TTGGG and telomere-binding proteins. Currently, 6 subunits of telomere-binding proteins have been identified: TRF1, TRF2, TIN2, RAP1, POT1, and TPP1, which collectively form the telomere protective protein complex. As DNA replication must proceed from the 5' to the 3' direction, each time DNA replicates, or each time a cell divides, the telomeres shorten slightly. The length of telomeres in human cells is approximately 8,000 to 10,000 base pairs, dividing every 2. 6 years, with each division causing a reduction of 30 to 100 base pairs. Once telomeres are exhausted and cannot shorten any further, cells can no longer divide and will undergo apoptosis. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yijuan finally grasped a fragment of understanding and uncertainly responded, "So, the process of aging in a person is actually the shortening of their telomeres?" Lu Huajin enthusiastically affirmed. Precisely. For this reason, scientists have also deduced the upper limit of human lifespan, 130 years. However, we have just discovered that this gas, akin to helium, oxygen, 3, can indeed promote the production of telomerase. From this perspective, we have potentially grasped the key to longevity and even immortality. Although the possibility of true immortality remains exceedingly slim, more importantly, utilizing these conditions, we can begin to cultivate genuine carbon-based organisms rich in helium, oxygen, 3. In other words, we can create biological monstrosities. It can also be understood as the magical beast from the Shanhai Jing that we can now fabricate. The biologist beside them excitedly added. Moreover, once the rate of telomerase iteration matches that of cellular iteration in the mice, we could significantly mitigate the drastic reduction in their lifespan. This means we have crossed a threshold. We can preliminarily possess the capability to transform ordinary humans into practitioners endowed with magical energy, or Taoists. Of course, this does not apply to plants. For instance, transforming ordinary trees into 1,000-year-old tree demons is currently beyond our reach. As of now, this remains a biological discovery. Nonetheless, it is exceedingly extraordinary. After hearing Lu Huajin's words, Zhou Yijuan felt a singular sensation. Indeed, scientists are inherently mad. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yijuan posed a question. If that is the case, then could we not mass-produce divine beings in this world? For example, could we create an army of Sun Wukongs? Upon hearing this, a nearby biologist shook his head. Not quite, because we can only enable a carbon-based organism to possess magical energy from a microscopic perspective. However, how to utilize this magical energy correctly and unleash its utmost power, we remain uncertain. To illustrate, it is akin to a 3-year-old suddenly receiving a powerful mushroom delivery vehicle. It is formidable, yet it knows nothing and cannot harness the true might of this grand mushroom. Zhou Yijuan furrowed his brows. Then is there a solution? Lu Huajin replied slowly, through cultivation techniques. For instance, the thunder summoning technique of Comrade Xiaosu, as well as the 72 transformations of Sun Wukong, including the Yin Qixia we are about to meet. With these cultivation techniques, we can delve into more profound research. In any case, this is a splendid beginning. At the very least, we have initially grasped the secrets of mysticism. Indeed, from this perspective, this is indeed a remarkable development. Just as they were conversing, a communication soldier rushed over. Standing at attention and saluting, reporting loudly, "Report, Commander. The advance unit has reached the main gate of Lanrua Temple and has encountered Yin Qixia." Zhou Yijuan's gaze sharpened as he inquired, "What was the response from the other party?" The reporting soldier replied, "The reaction is not particularly intense, but there is considerable confusion and heightened vigilance." Lu Huajin smiled and remarked, "Brigadier Zhou, this is an anticipated outcome. Let us proceed to meet them." Zhou Yijuan nodded. Very well. Shortly thereafter, under the guidance of the reporting soldier, they arrived at the main entrance of the Lanrua Temple. At this moment, in the courtyard of the ancient temple, the ground was strewn with decaying leaves. A burly man with a thick beard stood there resolutely. He wielded a colossal sword and was clad in a black and white dual-colored long robe, adorned with metallic shoulder guards, exuding an aura of authority without anger. This was none other than Yin Qixia, portrayed by the venerable Master Wu. 5 minutes earlier, as was customary, Yin Qixia was practicing his skills in his room within the Lanrua Temple when he was suddenly alerted by a cacophony emanating from outside the temple. Driven by curiosity, he rose and made his way to the entrance to ascertain the situation. Upon his arrival, he genuinely felt as if he had encountered a monster in broad daylight. These are individuals adorned in remarkably eccentric attire, coordinating amongst themselves in a peculiar formation, each wielding an enigmatic object that exudes an air of formidable power, constantly surveying their surroundings. Moreover, there are also entities that resemble dogs, yet possess an uncanny divergence from their canine counterparts. Upon closer inspection, Yin Qixia discerned that they were unmistakably iron lumps. The iron creature, resembling a dog, possessed eyes of a vivid crimson hue. Its forelegs incessantly writhing with remarkable agility as it darted about the vicinity of the Lanrua Temple. Who, one might ponder, are these individuals? Each one exuded a robust stature, brimming with vitality, clearly human. Yet, What manner of beast was that iron creature with its bloodshot eyes? I could discern no trace of life within it. Moreover, what of those similarly crimson-eyed, flying iron beings above? Yin Qixia gazed at the military reconnaissance drones circling overhead, lost in contemplation and bewilderment. Eventually, his gaze settled upon a figure not far ahead, evidently the leader among them, who raised his voice in inquiry. Who are you all? What brings you to the Lanrua temple so recklessly? This individual was a company commander. Upon hearing Yin Qixia's query, he responded with a smile, Hero Yin. There is no need for such wariness. We harbor no ill intentions. Please wait a moment. Our brigade commander and team leader Lu will be here shortly to elucidate everything. Yin Qixia was further perplexed. Team leader Lu? Brigade commander? What rank is this? As the foremost swordsman of the Ming dynasty and a renowned constable, he was no stranger to official titles, yet he had never encountered such peculiar designations. Fortunately, his confusion did not linger for long. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Yijuan and Lu Huajin arrived. After scrutinizing Yin Qixia intently, they exchanged glances and nodded. Lu Huajin then whispered instructions. Activate all scientific instruments and collect relevant data with utmost diligence, particularly regarding Yin Qixia. Any anomalies must be reported immediately. The scientists and researchers nearby responded in hushed tones. Zhou Yijuan cleared his throat and offered Yin Qixia a benevolent smile, introducing himself. Esteemed Yin Qixia, greetings. I am Zhou Yijuan, the administrator of this military unit, and beside me is Lu Huajin, the captain and overall leader of our outpost from another realm. You might find my words somewhat incomprehensible. Thus, I implore you to examine this. Without further prompting, a soldier approached Yin Qixia, presenting a tablet that had been prepared in advance. On the screen paused the opening scene of a film titled A Chinese Ghost Story. A deep furrow creased Yin Qixia's brow. However, as a master of the Tao and martial arts, he sensed that these intruders bore no malice. Yet, their actions, attire, and manner of speech were indeed exceedingly peculiar. At this moment, the synthetic camp soldier approached, cradling a tablet computer in his hands, and offered him an innocent smile, saying, Hero Yin, please. Yin Qixia instinctively retreated 3 steps, brandishing his colossal sword, his demeanor as wary as that of a tabby cat encountering an unfamiliar object. However, upon observing that the peculiar tablet, despite its oddity, posed no immediate threat, he pondered earnestly before accepting it. What is this? Yin Qixia mused internally, inspecting the tablet with curiosity, tapping here and there, his eyes filled with perplexity. The synthetic camp soldier responded with a smile. Hero Yin, this is called a tablet computer. It poses no danger, so please rest assured. I am about to play a film, which you may understand as a form of opera, equally devoid of peril. Upon finishing his explanation, he raised his right hand and clicked play. Then, a resonant voice emanated from the speaker. On the road of life, dreams stretch like a long path. Through the trials and tribulations, the winds and frost strike hard. In the mortal realm, how many directions do dreams encompass? Seek the love hidden within the illusions of the heart, as the path stretches before us, vast and uncertain. Accompanied by this song, the film officially commenced. With a thunderous roar, the opening scene erupted into a cacophony of desperate cries. Run. My lord, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I'll return your money. The camera shifted to a close-up of the swordsman, Xiahou. His expression was cold and unyielding as he reprimanded, You dare rob my lord's purse? You deserve to die. With a sudden, sweeping motion, he raised his sword high and struck down mercilessly upon the kneeling figure pleading for mercy. Blood splattered, painting the face of the metaphorical Ning Kaichen within the thatched pavilion, rendering him pale with fright. Meanwhile, Yin Qixia's expression shifted rapidly upon witnessing this scene, particularly the appearance of Xiahou. Initially perplexed, his demeanor turned grave, and now it transformed into sheer horror. Hastily, he summoned his internal powers to examine the tablet, only to discover that it emitted not a trace of magical energy, intensifying his astonishment. This object, it can reveal the actions of others without any magical fluctuation. It is truly a divine artifact. Murmuring in shock, Yin Qixia continued to watch. As the scenes unfolded, he noticed something awry. Gobei County appeared. The woods outside Lanrua Temple emerged. Then, astonishingly, he himself appeared as well, engaged in a duel with Xiahou. Yin Qixia was utterly bewildered. What was happening? What on earth was the situation? Who could possibly enlighten him about the unfolding events? This film is an edited version. Watching the entire length would be too time-consuming. And by the time one finishes, darkness would have descended, turning the realm into the domain of the ancient tree demon, exponentially increasing the peril. After a mere 10 minutes, the edited version of the film concluded. Having encountered countless strange occurrences and being a master of the arcane arts, Yin Qixia, after a brief moment of astonishment, quickly regained his composure and turned his gaze towards Zhou Yijuan and Lu Huajin ahead. The moment had arrived. The two men stepped forward, approaching Yin Qixia with purpose. Upon reaching him, they directly introduced themselves. "Greetings, Hero Yin. I am Zhou Yijuan. You may address me as Mr. Zhou or Captain Zhou." He then extended his right hand. Lu Huajin followed suit. "Greetings, Hero Yin. I am Lu Huajin. You may call me Mr. Lu." Yin Qixia instinctively dispersed his aura, probing towards the two. Upon discovering that they bore no trace of demonic energy or sinister intent, he clasped his hands in salute, saying, "Greetings, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Lu. May I inquire what brings you to my Lanrua temple?" Yin Qixia adopted a position of equal footing. Despite his fierce appearance, capable of frightening many a child, he was, in truth, of a kind-hearted disposition. For instance, in the original tale, he risked descending into the underworld and battling the Black Mountain Demon to assist Ning Kaichen in rescuing Xiao Qian, sustaining injuries and nearly remaining trapped in the netherworld forever. The two men exchanged faint smiles, retracting their right hands and also clasping their fists, stating, "Hero Yin, this artifact is known as a tablet computer, meticulously crafted by our scientific sect's artifact production department. We have two matters to discuss during our visit to Lanrua Temple. First, we seek your assistance in vanquishing the millennium-old tree demon. Second, we wish to collaborate with you on scientific research and to eliminate the national calamity that is the National Protector Staff, Pudu Zihong." The concept of a tablet computer was beyond Yin Qixia's comprehension, so he merely contemplated it briefly before shifting his focus entirely to the second matter. He spoke with a hint of surprise, tempered by a persuasive tone. "I, Yin, resigned from my position as head constable to reside in this Lanrua temple precisely to avoid entanglements in worldly affairs. If the millennium-old tree demon poses a threat, I shall address it myself. As for the National Protector's staff, with the Emperor's decree, I am powerless to act. You may return." Lu Huajin smiled and shook his head, saying, "Hero Yin, there's no need to reject our offer so hastily. Perhaps you might consider our conditions." Yin Qixia furrowed his brow. "Conditions?" Lu Huajin nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he had heard of Yin Qixia's concern for the nation and his profound sense of justice, as well as his utter despair regarding the decaying court. "Let us collaborate. We aspire to provide the common people with a clear and just world, and in return, we ask for your cooperation in fulfilling those two conditions. Furthermore, we propose an additional condition to confront the Black Mountain Demon." Yin Qixia was momentarily bewildered. He questioned whether he had misheard. "Are you suggesting that you can bring an end to this tumultuous era that has brought suffering to the people?" Lu Huajin affirmed. "Indeed." Yin Qixia erupted into a laugh, shaking his head. "Mr. Lu, do not understate your capabilities. The world is vast. How could you presume to make such grand claims? Although the current court is indeed decayed, it commands an army of millions. Even someone like me, a cultivator, cannot contend with it, let alone you. Mere mortals devoid of any magical prowess." Upon hearing this, Lu Huajin laughed heartily. Zhou Yijuan joined in the mirth. While it was true that confronting the Black Mountain Demon was beyond their current capabilities unless they advanced their research on helium-3 to an extraordinary level, ending this chaotic era was not an insurmountable task. After all, it was part of the nation's future plans. However, it was crucial to avoid an immediate resolution to the chaos. Otherwise, it would attract the attention of powerful beings, which could spell disaster. Zhou Yijuan interjected, "Hero Yin, while we may not succeed through sheer physical strength, we possess science. Please take a look at this." With that, he activated the tablet computer, revealing a compilation video of modern weaponry. This is a promotional video meticulously edited by our nation's propaganda department. It encompasses the Army, Air Force, Navy, the Mushroom Corps, and the recently established Space Force, among others. The footage features manned rockets, spacecraft, artificial satellites, second-generation aircraft carriers, and supersonic fighter jets, among various advancements. The video is brief, lasting only 5 or 6 minutes, yet the shock it imparts to Yin Qixia is ineffable, a sentiment that could be aptly described as a lifetime's worth of astonishment. It is utterly incredible. It is truly sensational. Even someone of Yin Qixia's caliber, a master of the Taoist arts, stands frozen like a stone statue. His mind a cacophony of bewilderment. He is left questioning the very essence of existence. Is this the power that mere mortals, devoid of magical prowess, can wield? After a long pause, a voice, born from the depths of his soul and laced with disbelief, erupted from his throat. Although he is a practitioner of the Tao, possessing powers beyond those of ordinary mortals, capable of single-handedly holding back thousands. He is but one individual. Moreover, many of the spells and supernatural feats displayed in this entertainment, such as the mushroom bomb and the fighter jet, can only be described as celestial wonders and divine artifacts. Is this truly a power that mankind can wield? With this thought, Yin Qixia could not help but once again release his aura, probing towards the two individuals before him, Zhou Yijuan and Lu Huajian. To his astonishment, he discerned that there was indeed no magical energy within them. They were merely ordinary mortals. After a brief interval of several seconds, as the astonishment on Yin Qixia's face began to ease, Lu Huajian spoke with a smile. "Hero Yin, might you consider our request earnestly? We genuinely require your assistance." Beside him, Zhou Yijuan remained silent, yet he too regarded Yin Qixia with a smile. Yin Qixia found himself utterly engulfed in indecision. This. He harbored a peculiar sensation, as if these individuals were sent by the heavens themselves. This sensation is utterly absurd, yet it undeniably exists and grows ever deeper. After a moment of serious contemplation, Yin Qixia clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and posed a counter-question. "Mr. Lu, Mr. Zhou, if I, Yin, were to genuinely offer my assistance, could you truly save the myriad souls of this world?" For Yin Qixia, the prospect of rescuing the world's inhabitants was an endeavor he would welcome with open arms. Were it not for this noble cause, he would not have chosen to seclude himself in the desolate and eerie Longrua Temple to avert the threats posed by the ancient tree demoness. Upon hearing the words of his companions, Lu Huajian exhibited no hesitation, responding with unwavering certainty. "That is indeed the case. Should Yin be skeptical or suspect us of deceit, he is free to depart at any moment." Zhou Yijuan added, "Moreover, esteemed Yin, you may accompany us to Gubei County to witness firsthand the condition of the people there. As our forces have successfully taken control of that region, you may then make your decision." The condition of saving the world's souls was one that Yin Qixia could not refuse. Observing their earnest demeanor and unshakable confidence, he no longer hesitated and replied straightforwardly, "In that case, I, Yin, shall comply. As long as it means rescuing the people from peril, I am willing to pay any price." Lu Huajian, slightly taken aback, asked, "Cannot the esteemed Yin first see for himself before making a decision? Your sudden agreement is rather unexpected." Yin Qixia shook his head with a smile. "There is no need. Mr. Lu, your confidence suggests you possess ample assurance. I am not so naive as to be an innocent child unversed in the ways of the world." Lu Huajian nodded in quiet understanding, returning the smile. "If so, I sincerely thank you for your assistance, and we shall fulfill our promise to you." With heartfelt gratitude, Yin Qixia clasped his hands once more. "Then I extend my thanks to you all." He then shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Pray tell, how may I assist from here on?" Lu Huajian first surveyed the Longrua Temple before asking, "Esteemed Yin, where might this 1,000-year-old tree demon reside?" Yin Qixia replied, "It is located nearby, no more than a mile from here." Lu Huajian nodded thoughtfully, gazing upward at the twilight sky before looking towards Zhou Yijuan. Upon noticing the affirmative glimmer in Zhou's eyes, Lu continued, "As night approaches, esteemed Yin, you may accompany us back to Gubei County. We need to provide you with some weaponry for experimentation and instruct you on the use of certain portable collection devices. Tomorrow, we shall confront this tree demoness." Yin Qixia, though earnestly attempting to comprehend, found himself perplexed. Lu Huajian discerned his confusion and clarified, "We refer to the magical artifacts we showed you earlier. We are uncertain whether these artifacts will be effective against supernatural entities like the tree demoness, and testing them will aid us in our understanding and eradication of the Pudu Xihan." Realizing the intent, Yin Qixia promptly bowed. "If that is the case, I shall cooperate fully." Lu Huajian affirmed. "Excellent." Zhou Yijuan added, "We appreciate your efforts, esteemed Yin." With their objectives achieved, Lu Huajian promptly ordered the entire army to retreat. Night was falling, and soon the Longrua Temple would belong to the tree demoness and her throng of spirits. Even with Yin Qixia present, the overwhelming numbers could not guarantee the absence of casualties. Such unnecessary circumstances should naturally be avoided whenever possible. On their journey back to Gubei County, Lu Huajian and Zhou Yijuan engaged in a profound dialogue with Yin Qixia, starting with discussions of identity and extending to contemporary worldviews. Ultimately, they discovered that this world was indeed markedly different from the Ming Dynasty of Blue Star history. To be precise, even the fundamental geographical information diverged significantly. Firstly, the current realm is also referred to as Ming, yet its expanse is nearly half smaller than that of the historical Ming dynasty of Blue Star. The population, on the other hand, is a staggering 79 million. Furthermore, to the southeast of the Ming lies an even more prosperous dynasty known as Tang, whose present emperor bears the surname Wu rather than the traditional Li. In addition, the world today is vast and teeming with various rumors. It is said that in the land of Shu, there exist Mount Shu and Qingfeng Mountain, which are believed to be the abodes of immortals. Legends suggest that traveling westward from the Tang leads to a region called Ling Mountain. According to these tales, the world is divided into 4 major provinces: Dongxing Shenzhou, Xinyu Hezhou, Nanjian Buzhou, and Beiju Luzhou. There are whispers that deities reside just 3 feet above one's head, and above the clouds of the sky dwell the immortals, who are affiliated with a powerful entity known as the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court governs the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, while beyond it lies an even more expansive world. As Yin Xixiao, a master of the Tao, shared these arcane secrets unknown to common folk, Lu Huajin and Zhou Yijuan's expressions grew increasingly perplexed. According to the historical context of Blue Star, the geographical environment should not have been so intricately complex. This world, rather than being a singular entity, resembles a grand imlang. Yet, upon deeper reflection, one can comprehend its essence. This is a realm of deities and demons, replete with the compassionate Guanyin, the enchanting Baisuzhen, the majestic Mount Shu, the tales of Liaozhai, and the whimsical journey to the west. To perceive it merely as a singular world would indeed render it somewhat disjointed. Nevertheless, the more profound the crisis, the more brilliant the light in their eyes becomes. Greater peril brings forth greater opportunities. However, this necessitates a temporary suspension of many endeavors. For instance, the launch of a carrier rocket must be postponed. Otherwise, should the rocket ascend directly into the heavens, a close encounter with the celestial realm could ensue, leading to catastrophic consequences. Much like the Rui Jingu Bang wielded by Sun Wukong, which could pierce the very skies, the repercussions would be dire. In a fit of rage, the Jade Emperor would dispatch 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Even a formidable nation like our great dragon country would find itself utterly powerless, compelled to retreat in haste. Yet, there exists another possibility. Akin to the original tale of the Monkey King, one could simply enlist. In Guobei County, the results of over a dozen scientific research teams have emerged. Aside from a significant increase in the concentration of an unknown gaseous substance, helium, oxygen, 3, the remainder aligns closely with the characteristics of the zombie world, including gravitational forces. However, there is one strikingly distinct aspect. This is a series of results obtained by the Astronomical Observation Group through their research and observations. First, the group utilized an array of sophisticated scientific instruments to accurately measure the latitude and longitude of their current location, successfully demonstrating that the land upon which they stand is situated on a spherical planet. Subsequently, they employed the HT-Y micromechanical gyroscope for north-seeking and inclination measurement, accurately determining the planetary rotational inclination force at their location in Guobei County. Finally, and most significantly, through meticulous examination with telescopes, they found no trace of the legendary celestial realm in the clouds, nor did they locate the moon palace on the lunar surface. However, they did discover that the lunar orbit surrounding this planet was populated by 8 additional satellites, varying in size and resembling the moon, all engaged in orbit around the planet beneath their feet. Among them, one was akin to a yellow dwarf star, similar to the Sun. At the same time, the observation group noted that the surrounding cosmos of the planet they inhabit does not revolve around a significantly massive star like their home planet, Blue Star. In a certain sense, the planet beneath them is akin to a star for these surrounding satellites. To facilitate their research, the observation group assigned a new name to the planet, Blue Star 2. An even more astonishing scene unfolded when they switched to a more advanced telescope, preparing to observe the satellites orbiting Blue Star 2, only to be astounded by the discovery that these satellites were shrouded in a veil of white mist, obscuring their internal conditions. One astronomer, unwilling to accept this obscurity, attempted to apply the vector formula for Blue Star S periapsis to Blue Star 2 in order to calculate the gravitational forces between Blue Star 2 and the surrounding 8 satellites, as well as their orbital parameters such as inclination and eccentricity. Unfortunately, the results were astronomically disparate from reality. Another remarkable event occurred. Through further observations, the astronomers discovered that the yellow dwarf star, only twice the size of the moon, appeared to harbor life. Could it be the golden crow from ancient myth? The observation group found themselves in a state of bewilderment, but upon reflection, they recognized that this was a world imbued with myth and magic, making the existence of a golden crow sun rather plausible, right? The astronomers promptly reported this finding. Upon receiving this information, Zhao Chunming immediately notified Lu Huajian, who was en route to the Guabei County outpost. After hearing the report, Lu Huajian made a decisive command to suspend all external scientific research. Upon hearing this order, Zhao Chunming almost thought he had misheard. However, Lu Huajian reiterated, "For now, we must focus on our own development, and once we have gained sufficient strength, we can extend our reach further." Understanding the implications of this statement, Zhao Chunming promptly complied, ordering the cessation of all external scientific research and redirecting their efforts towards the exploration of scientific cultivation and the pursuit of immortality. Otherwise, attracting the attention of powerful beings too early could lead to dire consequences. By the way, as Lu Huajian walked back, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He turned to Zhou Yijuan and said, "Commander Zhou, I have an unrefined idea." Zhou Yijuan, puzzled, encouraged him to elaborate. Lu Huajian proposed, "If our research yields satisfactory results, such as discovering spells capable of withstanding attacks from conventional weaponry, might we consider recruiting Yin Qixia to assist us in military endeavors back in the modern world?" Zhou Yijuan pondered momentarily before responding. "I recall the nation has already contemplated this, establishing the Longting organization for this very purpose." Lu Huajian replied, "However, the objective lacks clarity. I believe that the arts can indeed be integrated with science. Imagine a cultivator capable of flying on a sword, carrying a storage pouch filled with grenades. What would that entail? Furthermore, consider a Taoist who can immobilize a 1,000-year-old giant centipede with a binding spell. What if he were to cast it on an aircraft carrier? Perhaps the carrier's size is too formidable, but what about a fifth-generation fighter jet? If our military could learn such binding techniques, what would the implications be?" Zhou Yijuan's expression brightened as he tentatively asked, "Are you suggesting that, beyond scientific research and military assistance, they could also serve as instructors, guiding our soldiers in their training?" Lu Huajian nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. While science is essential, we must not neglect the mystical arts. This approach would accelerate our development, allowing us to seize greater influence in the inevitable conflict to come in a few months." Zhou Yijuan furrowed his brow in contemplation, then nodded in agreement. "I will report this to the higher-ups. I believe the nation will endorse it. We have numerous options beyond Yin Qixia," Lu Huajian continued. "There are disciples from Mount Shu, those two serpent demons, and even the Monkey King. Although I suspect the Monkey King might be a challenge to manage due to his inherent nature, we could potentially collaborate with the serpent demons. I recall that in the original tale, Bai Suzhen risked everything to save her husband Su Xian, causing a massive flood. If we could bring Bai Suzhen to our world and instigate a similar disaster in New York City, we might not even need to lift a finger. They would collapse under their own turmoil." Zhou Yijuan's gaze sharpened upon hearing this, and he nodded affirmatively. "That makes perfect sense. However, we cannot rush this. We must first resolve the troubles posed by the A Chinese ghost story scenario. I suspect that the protector of the nation, the Bodhi staff, will not remain idle. A fierce battle is surely approaching." Lu Huajian's eyes gleamed with intensity, a hint of coldness emerging as he stated, "In that case, we must expedite our actions. Let us first experiment with the efficacy of conventional weaponry with the aid of Yin Qixia. If it proves ineffective, so be it, but if it does work, what could the Bodhi staff do then? If conventional weaponry is effective, the Bodhi staff would merely be another carbon-based life form. Of course, this is contingent upon the efficacy of the weaponry. Thus, the forthcoming experiments on the tree demon become even more crucial. Meanwhile, on Yin Qixia's side, the sights and experiences along the way left him profoundly shaken. The astonishment was not manifested on a grand scale, but rather revealed in the minutiae. For instance, at that moment, he observed several oddly attired individuals, each wielding an assortment of peculiar objects, diligently collecting the malevolent energies and ominous auras surrounding the Lanrua temple. Their faces occasionally illuminated with expressions of surprise and astonishment. "Mr. Liu, these malevolent energies can be exceedingly harmful to people. What purpose do you have in gathering them?" Yin Qixia instinctively cautioned. "Thank you for your warning, Hero Yin," Lu Huajian replied with a slight smile. "These energies will prove invaluable to us. You will soon understand." Yin Qixia responded, "That seems acceptable. The behavior of these individuals is exceedingly peculiar, leaving him utterly perplexed. he decided to simply let them be. As he continued walking, he noticed that these soldiers, clad in vibrant, multicolored attire, began to capture small creatures in the forest. Rabbits, mice, snakes, wolves, and various other fauna were ensnared. Observing the confusion in Yin Qixia's eyes, Lu Huajin elaborated, "Hero Yin, these creatures are also for research purposes. We intend to employ scientific methods to cultivate these wild beasts artificially, followed by meticulous observation and comprehensive analysis of the sample data, in order to ascertain the most suitable methods for human cultivation." Yin Qixia thought, "Forget it, I simply cannot comprehend this." Nevertheless, he sensed no malice from them, so he chose to let them proceed. The group continued their journey towards Guabei County as the sky gradually darkened. Near Lanrua Temple, the site of the ancient tree demon, a sudden, thunderous rumble echoed as dark lightning struck fiercely from above. The air around Lanrua Temple became thick with malevolent energy as countless branches and vines surged upward, as if animated, rapidly converging towards a single point. The scene zoomed in on this convergence, revealing an androgynous figure, both human and demonic, emerging with a formidable presence. This ancient enchantress is none other than the 1,000-year-old tree spirit, Granny Tree Demon. That odious Taoist, Yin Qixia, has finally departed. Henceforth, I shall no longer be subjugated by anyone. A jarring, shrill voice emanated from the throat of Granny Tree Demon, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard it. Following closely was a deep, resonant voice of a middle-aged man. Also emerging from the throat of this tree demon, "No, this detestable Taoist has repeatedly opposed me, and now he has been easily deceived by those outsiders with mere words. There must be something amiss." The old woman's voice echoed once more, punctuated by a disdainful snort. "Humph. What is so peculiar? Those outsiders possess not a shred of magical power. Before me, they are but mere ants. If I so desire, a mere flick of my power could utterly crush them." The character of Grind was bitten down upon with great intensity, her gaze adopting a fierce demeanor, as though she were confronting a sworn enemy responsible for her father's death. The deep voice of a middle-aged man emerged once more from his throat. "No, although these outsiders lack magical power, they are accompanied by that insufferable Taoist, making them quite formidable. This matter must not be taken lightly. Hasten to report to the Black Mountain Old Demon." "Humph." The old woman ground her teeth, continuing with a cold snort, "I refuse to believe it." Xiaoqian. With that, a delicate and ethereal ghost, bearing a sorrowful grace, floated past the ancient tree demon. Kneeling respectfully before the millennium-old tree spirit, she spoke with reverence. "Grandmother, Xiaoqian is here." The female ghost in question is none other than Ye Xiaoqian, the tree demoness. With her eyes slightly narrowed, issued her orders in a calm and measured tone. "You and Xiaoqing shall go together. Seek an opportunity to probe the depths of those outsiders." "Understood." Ye Xiaoqian acknowledged with a respectful nod, her inner Yin energy surging, her spirit rising as if borne by an unseen wind, drifting towards Guabei County. The ghost known as Xiaoqing followed closely behind. Only when the silhouettes of the two female apparitions had completely vanished did the tree demoness retract her gaze. Channeling her demonic power to establish contact with the Black Mountain Old Demon, reporting the matter at hand. A demoness capable of cultivating for over a millennium is invariably sharp-witted and possessed of a sinister disposition. Those who are overly proud rarely survive for such an extended duration. It is noteworthy that, although the Black Mountain Old Demon occupies the city of the Wrong Dead, she is unable to return to the mortal realm. Otherwise, there would be no need to cultivate the tree demoness as a pawn. In the direction of Guabei County, after seizing control of the county town, the troops promptly relocated their temporary camp. Following a brief period of rest and recuperation, the entire town began to exhibit initial signs of transformation. The previously filthy and chaotic streets were now meticulously cleaned. The starving populace lying along the roadsides had been gathered and relocated outside the city for centralized management. They were provided with food, clothing, and necessities. Residing in earthquake-resistant tents, they subsisted on instant noodles, bread, and compressed biscuits, quenching their thirst with mineral water, and clad in protective footwear and liberation rubber shoes. At first glance, one might easily mistake this scene for a disaster relief site in our great dragon country from the previous century, were it not for the knowledge that this is the world of a Chinese ghost story. The living conditions may not be ideal, however, for these disaster victims. Life felt nothing short of divine. Each individual who encountered the soldiers clad in camouflage felt an overwhelming urge to kneel, tearfully expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, living deities. Thank you. If not for you, we would all have perished from hunger. Thank you." These words resonate deeply from the heart. The ancient populace, with such fervent enthusiasm, inadvertently left these valiant warriors somewhat perplexed. They hurriedly extended their hands to assist, simultaneously chuckling through their tears as they explained, "Elder, there is no need to kneel. Given your age, it would only overwhelm us. Please rise, please rise. Elder, we truly are not deities. Our esteemed Captain Jean and Deputy Captain Zhao have instructed us that henceforth you may refer to us as comrades. Indeed, our address among fellow compatriots is simply comrade. In future greetings, a simple hello, young comrade will suffice." Upon hearing this, the hungry masses were left in bewilderment, pondering, comrade? What an odd term. Yet, a peculiar warmth blossomed within their hearts. It truly felt comforting. Beyond merely settling these citizens, the exemplary spirit of our great dragon nation in combating the wealthy and redistributing land naturally needed to be upheld. In less than an afternoon, the entire estate of the gentry in Guobei County was thoroughly confiscated. In this chaotic world, the wealthy, one and all, are far from virtuous. Particularly the county magistrate, along with the chief clerk and various aides, are deserving of nothing less than disdain. To describe them merely as beasts would be an understatement. Consequently, let us refrain from further discourse. Those who must be publicly tried shall be, those deserving of death shall meet their fate, and those who belong in prison shall be incarcerated. Subsequently, it is imperative to consolidate the assets of these individuals for equitable distribution among the displaced citizens residing in temporary shelters. Moreover, infrastructure development remains a pressing theme, as our great nation, the Dragon Country, is renowned for its prowess in this arena. Having arrived in this otherworldly realm, with the dual passage remaining perpetually open, is it not imperative to fervently engage in infrastructure development? As the old adage goes, to seek wealth, one must first construct roads. Without further ado, let us transport an assortment of specialized cement, steel reinforcement, river sand, and construction mixers, according to the plans laid out by the camp command, spearheaded by Zhao Chunming. We aim to lay down a minimum of 100 kilometers of concrete pavement within the next 3 days utilizing this specialized cement. In the future, we aspire to transform Guobei County into a modern, militarized metropolis, serving as a strategic stronghold for our great dragon nation to conquer the world of deities and demons and extract resources from it. Moreover, regarding the scientific laboratories, a portion has already been constructed for temporary use, while another segment is currently under development. The vast machinery of the Dragon Nation is operating with great urgency. Around 7 o'clock, Lu Huajian and Zhou Yijuan, accompanied by nearly 1,000 soldiers from the synthetic battalion, as well as Yin Qixia and several beast specimens, returned to the temporary encampment. As they passed by the gathering of disaster victims outside the city, the sight of genuine smiles upon their faces profoundly altered Yin Qixia's perspective. He hesitantly inquired, "Mr. Lu, from where do these people hail?" Lu Huajian responded with a smile, "Hero Yin, these individuals are the common folk of Guobei County." The affirmative response sent a shockwave through Yin Qixia's heart. An inexplicable surge of excitement coursed through him as he realized that there was no despair reflected in the faces of these people, only heartfelt joy. Such a smile he had not witnessed on the faces of the common people for an exceedingly long time. Turning his gaze once more towards these citizens, he observed their pristine attire, devoid of even a single tear. They feasted upon glistening white rice, accompanied by delectable dishes rich in flavor and succulence. Indeed, he even discerned the presence of meat within these sumptuous meals. Channeling his inner energy, he took a moment to savor the aroma. This is not fragrant meat, but rather pork. This is indeed meat. He is acutely aware that the common folk would never have the means to afford such delicacies or fine garments. It is evident that these luxuries are solely bestowed upon them by the outsiders. It appears that my decision today was most astute. Perhaps these individuals truly possess the capability to rescue the suffering populace. Yin Qixia murmured to himself in quiet elation. At this moment, he had resolved to wholeheartedly cooperate with these outsiders. Whether it be incomprehensible scientific research or the eradication of the millennium-old tree demon, he deemed any sacrifice worthwhile if it meant saving the lives of countless beings. Salute. At this moment, the troops have already entered the city, and the soldiers of the composite battalion stationed in Guobei County stand to attention and salute. However, upon catching sight of Yin Qixia among the entering forces, Their serious demeanor displayed a subtle shift. There was excitement. There was exhilaration. Many of the soldiers present were fans of Yan Qixia, and witnessing their idol in person stirred their hearts with undeniable enthusiasm. Zhao Chunming and Jin Guofa received the news and arrived early to welcome the returning heroes. Captain Liu, Commander Zhou, you have finally returned safely. How did it go? Upon meeting, Zhao Chunming extended his right hand with a warm smile. Commander Jin Guofa raised his hand in salute, expressing his feelings in a soldierly manner. Liu Huajian replied, "It went relatively smoothly. At least our objective has been achieved." He then gestured for Yan Qixia to come forward and introduced him. "Hero Yin, this is our battalion's deputy captain, Zhao Chunming." "Deputy Zhao. This is the Taoist master we sought, Yan Qixia." As the words fell, Yan Qixia clasped his hands in salute, a smile gracing his face as he said, "I am the wandering cultivator Yan Qixia. Greetings, Deputy Zhao." Zhao Chunming reciprocated the gesture, stating, "The name of Hero Yan is well known. I have long wished to meet you in person. It is an honor." He then adjusted the address from Deputy Zhao to Mr. Zhao. Yan Qixia did not refuse, directly stating, "Mr. Zhao, I have come regarding the scientific research you mentioned. When might we begin?" Zhao Chunming replied with a smile, "We will need a few more hours to prepare, so there is no rush. Hero Yin may wish to explore Gubei County in the meantime, which would allow for a more profound understanding." Yan Qixia thought to himself that he initially intended to complete the scientific experiment tonight, and then return to Lanrua Temple to eliminate the 1,000-year-old tree demon. Following that, he would fully cooperate with these outsiders to save the world. Yet, it seemed he had been too eager. "Indeed, I was too hasty," he conceded, lowering his posture slightly. Liu Huajian interjected, "There is no need for concern. We understand Hero Yan's feelings and will prepare as swiftly as possible. Once we are ready, we will notify you immediately." Yan Qixia clasped his hands again and said, "In that case, I appreciate your efforts." After discussing further details, they began to stroll through the city under the protection of Xiao Jianyang and 3 special forces. Although termed a leisurely stroll, it was, in fact, an opportunity to showcase their prowess. Winning the heart of a person, especially that of a Taoist master like Yan Qixia, is no simple feat. It requires time and effort. "By the way, Deputy Zhao, how are Comrade Su, Uncle Jiu, and Comrade Xiaoyu faring?" Liu Huajin suddenly inquired. In response, Zhao Chunming said, "We have secured the original painting from the script. Uncle Jiu is currently analyzing the talismans from the original work, while Comrade Xiaoyu is collaborating with our scientists on the research." Hearing this, Liu Huajin continued, "What about our research and sampling teams? Aside from the discovery you reported today, have there been any significant findings?" Zhao Chunming shook his head, "Not at the moment. We conducted numerous experiments, including precise measurements of the universal gravitational constant G, and found that all physical constants have not changed significantly. Of course, this excludes the unknown gases still present in the air." Upon hearing this, Liu Huajin nodded slowly, saying, "That's quite satisfactory. Everything is proceeding as planned. By the way, we made a significant discovery regarding telomerase at Lanrua Temple. We have captured a large number of beasts to see if we can create the first artificial demon beast. You may arrange for Professor Zhao Ligua and his team to handle this. They're the leaders in this field." Upon hearing the term telomerase, Zhao Chunming's eyes brightened. He had encountered biochemistry during his time undercover with the Eagle Nation and was well aware of what telomerase entails. This is a formidable weapon that could significantly impact longevity. Thus, he nodded in agreement, saying, "Understood, I will arrange for it immediately. By the way, what about the experiments with the renowned Hero Yan?" Liu Huajin replied, "I will personally oversee them. Speaking of which, have all the scientific equipment arrived?" Zhao Chunming nodded in affirmation. "It has all arrived. For our upcoming experiment, the government has even arranged for a supercomputer to be on standby at all times." Liu Huajin felt a warmth in his heart and responded, "That is excellent." Subsequently, both parties delved into a detailed discussion regarding various technicalities. Following their exploration of the technology, everything proceeded as per the original plan. On the side of Zhouyijuan, the military could not assist with scientific research, thus their primary responsibility lay in the defense of Gubei County. This included constructing various defensive structures, bunkers, and the installation and calibration of anti-aircraft artillery around the county town. As for Liu Huajian, under his leadership, he first organized over 200 scientists and doctoral assistants to be on constant standby. He then prepared a significant amount of precision instruments and weaponry. His intention was to employ the most direct methods to test Yan Qixia's physical limits. utilizing automatic rifles, artillery, Gatling guns, and so forth. Of course, this was not intended to endanger Yin Qixia's life. It was all for the sake of combat capability assessment. On Yin Qixia's side, accompanied by Xiao Jianong, he began to leisurely explore the vicinity of Guobei County. Though referred to as Guobei County, the actual area was limited to the vicinity of the temporary camp. During this time, he also visited Uncle Jiao. There, the two Taoists, hailing from different worlds yet sharing the same profession, engaged in a friendly and cordial exchange. Naturally, Yin Qixia's combat prowess far surpassed that of Uncle Jiao. Rather than an exchange, it was more akin to a one-sided teaching session by Yin Qixia, covering topics from talisman techniques to sword control and borrowing methods. It is noteworthy to mention that when the borrowing technique was brought up, Uncle Jiao appeared somewhat perplexed. He realized that regardless of which deity Yin Qixia sought assistance from, the incantations remain consistently the same. Heaven and earth are boundless, the universe grants its law. Prajna Permitha. At most, it was complemented by certain techniques, such as dragon howls to the heavens. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. It wasn't until he learned that the other party was a loose cultivator that Uncle Jiao came to understand. The cultivation methods of loose cultivators differ entirely from those of sect-affiliated practitioners. Many cultivation techniques may be highly effective for themselves, yet utterly ineffective when applied to others. It is akin to writing novels. Even a prolific author earning 10,000 a month may find their particular approach effective, while for others, attempting to emulate it could lead to disastrous results, ranging from total failure to abandoning creativity altogether. Thus, 4 hours swiftly elapsed. In the northern part of Guobei County, a vast testing ground, resembling a shooting range, had been meticulously prepared. The array of weaponry at the testing ground was extensive, ranging from handguns and automatic rifles to artillery and laser weapons. Furthermore, 2 exceptionally powerful aerial bombs had been readied, one a napalm bomb and the other a thermobaric bomb. Not particularly large, they weighed merely 500 kilograms or 5,000 pounds. Specially manufactured at the behest of the state as a grand gift intended for the realm of gods and demons. This is hardly anything. In comparison to the tactical-grade mushroom bomb, the large-yield aerial bomb is merely a courteous gesture. Naturally, it would be imprudent to deploy such formidable weapons right from the outset. Should Yin Qixia falter and perish, it would result in the loss of our own strength in the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, in the southern part of Guobei County, within a dense forest, the female specters Nia Shaoqian and Shaoqing have arrived, hovering near a city wall in the southeast, keenly observing the movements within. These 2 phantoms are acting on the orders of the tree spirit matriarch, intending to gather intelligence. However, at that moment, they inadvertently overhear some intriguing news. The content of these messages is rather intricate, leaving the 2 female spirits utterly perplexed. They could only grasp fragments of the discourse, mentioning the bombardment of Yin Qixia, gunfire directed at him, and laser beams attacking him. Nia Shaoqian was momentarily bewildered. What on earth is happening? Aren't these outsiders devoid of any enmity towards Yin Qixia? Why then the cries for violence? Beside her, the ghostly figure of Shaoqing appeared equally dazed. Shaoqian, could it be that Yin Qixia has inadvertently provoked these outsiders, leading to his capture and their intention to execute him as a warning? Nia Shaoqian furrowed her brow, judging by the events of the day. Such a scenario should not occur. Yet, she distinctly heard the outsiders vocally calling for his harm. If he had not provoked them, why such hostility? Shaoqing suggested. Shaoqian, should we not venture to the location mentioned by these outsiders to ascertain the truth? I, too, harbor uncertainties. After all, based on the day's events, these outsiders possess no motive to harm Yin Qixia. Nia Shaoqian nodded. Indeed, let us investigate. Subsequently, the 2 female spirits felt a surge of dark energy within them and soared towards the testing ground in the northern part of Guobei County. At that moment, within the testing ground, Lu Huajian, the leader of the experiment, was introducing Yin Qixia to the weaponry that would soon be tested. Hero Yin. This is the 54-style pistol crafted by our scientific sect's weapon masters, with a muzzle energy of approximately 300 joules. Observe its effectiveness. He raised the pistol, loaded a bullet, and aimed at a cluster of sandbags situated 20 meters ahead, pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet erupted from the barrel, striking the sandbags and creating a small hole. Witnessing this, Yin Qixia's eyes widened, unable to contain his admiration. This magical tool is truly remarkable. Lu Huajin chuckled and corrected him. This tool is merely the most rudimentary of our scientific sect's creations. Hero Yin, allow me to present the 03 automatic rifle. This weapon is the pride of our scientific sect. Setting down the pistol, he picked up the 03 automatic rifle, loading a bullet. With a click, he aimed at the sandbags and squeezed the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. The bullets erupted like beans, penetrating the sandbags and leaving behind a series of neat holes. Modern firearms may not possess overwhelming power due to their small caliber, but they excel in precision and firing rate. Yin Qixia's gaze sharpened once more as he made a slight estimation. The artifact known as the gun possesses considerable power when activated, though it pales in comparison to his own mastery of the Qingfeng borrowing technique. Nevertheless, its independence from magical energy is commendable. He felt an even deeper admiration and was about to speak when his gaze narrowed, casting a sidelong glance towards the southeast. His tone shifted, becoming somewhat pointed. Mr. Liu, this artifact is indeed formidable. However, without the enhancement of magical energy, it may prove ineffective against certain souls. Lu Huajian, not lacking in perceptiveness, also glanced towards the southeast and inquired, if that is the case, does Hero Yin possess a method of countering this? Yin Qixia replied slowly, there is indeed a method. By pairing it with my Heart Sutra of Prajnaparamita and specially crafted talismans, this artifact can be imbued with magical energy. Consequently, it will not only harm corporeal demons but also affect incorporeal spirits and souls. Upon uttering this, Yin Qixia prepared to channel his internal magical energy to refine the 03 automatic rifle before him, intending to experiment on the two distant female spirits. However, to his dismay, the two spirits reacted swiftly, sensing the impending danger, and immediately fled at remarkable speed. Yin Qixia cast a cold glance in the direction of the retreating spirits. Nie Xiaoqian and Xiaoqing. Lu Huajin turned to an officer responsible for security, asking, what is the situation? The officer produced a tablet, indicating a live feed displayed upon it. Team leader Lu, as expected, these two female spirits are Nie Xiaoqian and the antagonist Xiaoqing from the original story. They have fled some distance but have not completely vanished, lingering about a kilometer to our northeast. Yin Qixia inquired, Mr. Liu, should I pursue and capture these two spirits immediately? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Huajian nodded and clasped his fists. Yes, these two spirits hold significant value for us. And should they return to report to the Tree Demon Matriarch, it would indeed pose a dilemma. I appreciate your assistance, Hero Yin. Yin Qixia responded with a fist clasp. No need for such formalities, Mr. Liu. With that, he summoned his magical energy, propelled himself into the air with a powerful leap, soaring towards the northeast where the two female spirits hovered. His speed was astonishing, akin to a bullet exiting the chamber, his form transforming into a streak of light. Upon witnessing this, the two spirits were immediately struck with fear. Run! They exclaimed, their bodies enveloped in a surge of dark energy as they attempted to escape. Yet, given that Yin Qixia could subdue even their Tree Demon Matriarch, how could these two spirits hope to evade him? Just as they attempted to flee, Yin Qixia closed in, declaring, impudent demons, cornered and desperate, where do you think you can go? Prajnaparamita. With a fierce shout, he drew forth a cloth bag from his waist, enveloping it with magical energy. The bag's opening widened naturally, unleashing a powerful suction towards Nie Xiaoqian and Xiaoqing. The spirits were drawn towards it uncontrollably, akin to helpless rabbits caught in a whirlwind. Amidst their anguished cries, they were swallowed into the bag. Return! Yin Qixia bellowed as he channeled his internal energy, causing the bag to return to him. He grasped it firmly in his right hand and made his way back to the testing ground. At the testing ground, Lu Huajin, alongside numerous scientists and a couple of hundred Special Forces soldiers, gazed in awe at the extraordinary scene unfolding before them, their faces filled with shock and exhilaration. Old Fu, did you record everything that just transpired? Lu Huajian asked the atmospheric physicist, Fu Jiangwo, who had been temporarily reassigned from a project on artificial spirits. All data has been thoroughly documented, replied Professor Fu, still in a state of astonishment. The speed we just witnessed was astonishing. If we consider explosive power and acceleration, even our national sprint champion would have been utterly outmatched. Lu Huajian chuckled at his old friend's absurdity, saying, Old Fu, be reasonable. Hero Yin is a practitioner of the Tao. Comparing him to ordinary individuals is simply unscientific. Fu Jiangwo awkwardly attempted to ease the tension, laughing, haha, I was merely jesting. However, from a humorous standpoint, if Hero Yin were to participate in the Olympics, his performance would undoubtedly drive sports enthusiasts worldwide to both ecstasy and despair. Lu Huajian nodded with amusement. Indeed, if we consider his explosive power and acceleration, Even Usain Bolt would be left dumbfounded, his expression one of sheer admiration. To draw an inappropriate analogy, a race between Bolt and Yin Qixia would be akin to a child's toy car competing against a fighter jet in terms of speed, completely incomparable, existing in entirely different realms. At this moment, Yin Qixia had returned after capturing the two female ghosts, landing steadily on the ground. He inquired, "Mr. Liu, what do you intend to do with these two female spirits?" Lu Huajin responded, "Let us set them aside for now. We shall decide their fate later. The ongoing test is of utmost importance. After all, the millennial-old tree demon will not wait idly for us to trouble it. If we delay in receiving news about these two female ghosts, unforeseen events may transpire." Yin Qixia replied, "Very well." He entrusted the spirits to a scientist who had come to receive them, cautioning him not to open the cloth bags, and then released his hold. The female ghosts, Xiao Qian and Xiao Qing, were merely a side note. The testing proceeded uninterrupted. On this occasion, Lu Huajin presented a 6-barreled Gatling gun. Under the puzzled gaze of Yin Qixia, he introduced Hero Yin. This magical weapon is known as the Gatling, boasting a firing rate of 3,600 rounds per minute. In terms of destructive power, it undoubtedly stands as a dominant force among our scientific arsenal. Upon hearing this, Yin Qixia scrutinized the Gatling before him. The 6 dark barrels were significantly larger than those of the previously mentioned Type 03 automatic rifle, exuding a formidable and chilling aura. "Mr. Liu, how formidable is this weapon?" Yin Qixia inquired with curiosity. Lu Huajin pondered momentarily before responding with a smile, to borrow from a local jest. "This weapon is humorously dubbed Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, with 6 pure depleted uranium bullets. In one breath, it unleashes 3,600 rounds, showing great compassion in rescuing the world." Yin Qixia was slightly taken aback, her interest piqued. "Oh, Namo Gatling Bodhisattva? 3,600 rounds in one breath." Lu Huajin nodded slowly, continuing his introduction. "Indeed. There are a few more phrases that accompany this jest. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, 3,600 rounds in one breath. Great compassion saves all beings. Fulfilling merits in the celestial realm, resolving all troubles, rescuing all calamities, saving all suffering, vanquishing all demons. Ultimately attaining nirvana, truly not false, 6-barreled mantra. The Dharma body constantly turns in the world of Saha. Of course, these are merely local jests. Ultimately, this weapon is effective only against corporeal beings and those without substantial magical protection, namely the carbon-based creatures or monsters." Lu Huajin elaborated further. "Occasional humor adds charm, but it must be measured. The Gatling is indeed considered a titan in the realm of firearms, yet in a world like a Chinese ghost story, it may fall short." Yin Qixia nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. Though this weapon possesses a peculiar design and an unusual presence, it remains an ordinary object. However, if it could be harmonized with my magical arts and further refined, it might not be incapable of battling evil entities." Lu Huajin showed his approval before continuing to introduce the next weapons to be tested: rocket launchers, anti-aircraft missiles, heavy machine guns, flamethrowers, and so forth. After completing the introductions, the testing commenced. The first weapon to be tested was the Type 54 pistol, held by a Special Forces soldier who aimed it at Yin Qixia. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, Yin Qixia donned a bulletproof vest, layered with an explosive-proof suit. Standing firm, she silently recited incantations, allowing her internal magical energy to surge, forming a white light shield. To be precise, it resembled a luminous dome. Yin Qixia called out, "Mr. Liu, you may begin. If I find myself at a disadvantage, I shall certainly inform you." With that, Lu Huajin in the control room nodded slowly, acknowledging understood. He then picked up the intercom and commanded, "All teams prepare, commence countdown. Test shooter, ready. 3, 2, 1. Test begins." As the words echoed, the Special Forces soldier, finger slightly curved, pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet shot forth, propelled by immense kinetic energy, hurtling towards Yin Qixia's feet. Yin Qixia, having anticipated this, intensified the brilliance of her white shield. In the next instant, the bullet collided with the luminous barrier. An astonishing scene unfolded. At the moment of contact, it appeared as if invisible hands enveloped the bullet, which lost all its kinetic energy and hovered half a meter in front of Yin Qixia. It clattered to the ground, striking the freshly set special cement floor with a metallic sound. The extraordinary spectacle left all the scientists in awe, quickly transitioning to excitement as data poured in to report to Lu Huajin, encompassing sound waves, thermal energy, electrical energy, optics, and more. Upon reviewing the data from various testing teams, Lu Huajian inquired via intercom, "Hero Yin, how do you feel at this moment?" Yin Qixia shook her head. "I do not feel much. If I were to describe it, it is rather warm." Lu Huajian replied, Hero Yin, please bear with it. The testing will conclude shortly." With her protective gear encasing her like a steel behemoth, the warmth was indeed to be expected. This is also the norm for those firefighters. Yin Qixia shook his head and remarked, "It is of no consequence. It is merely a bit warm. For the sake of the common people, this little suffering is hardly worth mentioning." Lu Huajian nodded appreciatively, indeed. He then commanded that the tests continue, accelerating the pace. Subsequently, the intensity began to escalate. Automatic rifles, sniper rifles, grenades, Gatling guns, rocket launchers, and small-caliber howitzers were all employed. After a relentless barrage lasting over 40 minutes, a detailed comparison chart of the combat capabilities of various conventional weapons was finally produced. Professor Fu Jiangwo approached Lu Huajian, presenting the freshly compiled chart, stating, "Captain Lu, the results are in. Take a look." The chart was exceedingly complex, devoid of any standardized nomenclature, instead filled with dense data encompassing high-energy physics, gravitational fields, electricity, and magnetism. In simple terms, the greater the power of the weapon used, the more peculiar the physical manifestation of Yin Qixia's protective shield became. After meticulously reviewing the information, Lu Huajian sought out Yin Qixia, inquiring, "Hero Yin, do practitioners of your discipline have a unified classification of realms?" Yin Qixia was in the process of removing his specialized bomb disposal suit, finding it too thick and excessively warm, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Fortunately, his body had sustained no injuries. In response to the query, he replied candidly, "Yes, but I am merely a lone practitioner and do not possess extensive knowledge. I am only familiar with a portion. The realms of cultivation are divided into 3 tiers: third-tier practitioners, second-tier practitioners, first-tier practitioners, the Master Realm, and the Celestial Master Realm. As for the realms above the Celestial Master, it is said that one may receive the Celestial Court's decree and attain immortality. I currently exist in the Late Master Realm, still distant from the Celestial Master Realm. Therefore, I cannot ascertain whether those above the Celestial Master truly achieve immortality." Upon hearing this, the scientists present, including Lu Huajian, could not help but display expressions of contemplation. Yin Qixia's classification of realms seemed remarkably sound and exceedingly reasonable. This is a realm of deities and demons. Above the celestial masters, one ascends to immortality, akin to the legendary son Wukong, who attained recognition from the heavenly court and secured a place among the immortals. Although that monkey was merely bestowed the position of a stable manager, he became the subject of ridicule. For instance, Zhu Beiji, whenever lamenting about the monkey, would not begin with brother monkey, but rather with the eternally cursed title of stable manager. This realm, when applied to the Shushan context, appears to hold true. After pondering this, Lu Huajian expressed his gratitude, saying, "Hero Yin, I appreciate your assistance tonight. Please take your rest now. Tomorrow evening, we shall embark on our journey to Lanrua Temple to confront that tree demon for more extensive testing." Yin Qixia, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Mr. Lu, why not complete all the tests?" Lu Huajian smiled and shook his head, because the items below possess tremendous power. "Do you recall the performance we showcased to you, Hero Yin? We intend to utilize the artifacts within for our testing." Yin Qixia responded, "All right, let us disregard my previous comment. Each of those artifacts can only be described as utterly insane, weighing several thousand, even tens of thousands of kilograms, terrifying projectiles. To test them on our own would be an egregious error for seasoned scientists. However, testing them on that tree demon poses no such concerns. If the power proves excessively overwhelming, obliterating that millennium-old tree demon would be inconsequential. It is merely a matter of eliminating a threat to the public." After Yin Qixia departed, Lu Huajian, accompanied by over 100 scientists, commenced intricate scientific calculations. The objective was to ascertain a combat power reference table for thermal weapons in relation to metaphysical systems. The calculations involved deriving electric dynamic vector equations, VAB, chemical energy reaction formulas, ENCV, and thermal energy calculation formulas, QMCT, among others. Within mere minutes, aided by the national supercomputer, the Divine Might Taihu Light, a reasonable combat power reference table was swiftly established. The full force of a third-rate sorcerer's strike equated to the power of standard firearms. For instance, handguns, automatic rifles, and submachine guns. A second-rate sorcerer's full-force strike corresponded to the power of high-caliber firearms, such as grenade launchers, sniper rifles, and grenades. A first-rate sorcerer's full-force strike mirrored the power of small-caliber artillery, including rocket launchers, 40-caliber weapons, Gatling guns, and high-powered sniper rifles. Beyond that, one could consider weapons such as laser devices, particle weapons, phase weapons, sonic weapons, and super high-yield aerial bombs, among others. A detailed reference table for these weapons is required by tomorrow evening. The answers must be found from the ancient tree Demonis. Meanwhile, within the lair of the tree Demonis at Lanruat Temple, the right eyelid of the old hag suddenly began to twitch uncontrollably. An overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloping her entire being, causing her gaze to betray a flicker of terror. What could be happening? Her breath hastily escaped. Confused, she realized there were no intruders to contend with. Yet, why did she feel this ominous sensation? Meanwhile, within the opulent and majestic temple shrouded in murky white mist, situated in the imperial capital of the Ming dynasty, a strikingly sinister monk adorned in resplendent robes and a jeweled crown sat cross-legged upon a mat in the grand hall. His eyes were tightly shut, murmuring incantations of strange scriptures, as wisps of perplexing white mist swirled around him, drawn in by his presence. Everything appeared to be normal until, at that moment, the monk suddenly opened his eyes, scanning his surroundings. Those eyes seemed to pierce through the temple walls, gazing into the heavens. Simultaneously, an angry whisper escaped his lips. Damn it! The celestial phenomenon of the dog devouring the moon is imminent, and the essence of my staff's crimson energy is about to be thrown into chaos. This malevolent monk is none other than the protective talisman of the great Ming dynasty, the universal salvation and compassionate voyage. On the surface, it serves as a guardian. Yet in truth, it is a millennia-old centipede spirit that has been cultivating its power at the expense of the entire nation's fortune, aspiring to transform into a dragon. The flesh and blood of the civil and military officials have been entirely consumed by this scourge. Even the current emperor has become merely a talisman. Its strength is truly formidable. A single strike of the soul-seizing Sanskrit is nearly unbeatable, and it even dares to impersonate the Buddha himself. In the original narrative, had it not been for the celestial dog swallowing the moon, revealing the true form of this centipede spirit, neither Yin Qixia nor Zhiqiuye would have stood a chance against it, even if they were fortunate enough to slay the spirit. Zhiqiuye would ultimately lose his life due to his primordial spirit's inability to return to its source. At this moment, the grand hall's doors creaked open abruptly, and a monk hurriedly entered. The monk, adorned with a conical hat and draped in a cassock, was expected to embody a dignified and sacred presence. However, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the malevolent monk of the Lotus Seat, exuding an aura of wickedness. This was due to the fact that these monks were, in truth, transformed from the minuscule centipede spirit of the malevolent monk, esteemed staff wielder. Upon approaching, this diminutive centipede spirit immediately performed a Buddhist gesture of reverence and continued in a loud voice. A matter of great importance has arisen in Guobei County of Anping Prefecture. A malevolent entity is wreaking havoc, and the entire county has fallen under its sinister grasp. The governor of Anping Prefecture has submitted a petition, beseeching the esteemed staff wielder to issue orders to dispatch troops to Guobei County. Upon hearing these words, the demon monk Putit Sihong's gaze sharpened, and with gritted teeth, he exclaimed indignantly, "What audacity! How dare a mere mortal stir the earth beneath my very nose? They are utterly oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the depth of the earth." With that, an immense surge of demonic energy coursed through him, and he began to calculate rapidly with his right hand. As he engaged in this calculation, the very fabric of the heavens and the earth shifted ominously, as if even the celestial order was rendered non-existent. It was evident that Putit Sihong, who dared to impersonate the Buddha himself, possessed considerable prowess. However, a perplexing thought struck him. Why can I not discern anything? Putit Sihong discovered with astonishment that despite employing his divination techniques, he was unable to ascertain the origins or identity of his adversary. He could not even fathom how this individual had taken control of Guobei County. How intriguing, he mused, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he barked an order to the centipede spirit beneath him. "Prepare the carriage. I shall personally venture to Guobei County to enlighten those ignorant rogues on the true nature of the world." "Yes, master," the centipede spirit responded with fervor. By the following day, in Guobei County, the forward base was bustling with activity as various departments diligently advanced their work. In the realm of infrastructure, a continuous influx of steel and concrete was being delivered, alongside an array of engineering equipment. Numerous laborers were being recruited for construction tasks, such as brick carriers, mortar mixers, and excavators. The local populace of Gubei County alone was insufficient for the extensive demands of the project. According to the Forward Base Command's plan, at least 100,000 personnel were required initially, given the multitude of infrastructure projects at hand: scientific laboratories, dormitories, command centers, signal relay stations, military barracks, missile launch silos, and air defense bases, among others. Additionally, the site for the Air Force Base was nearing finalization. The construction of a military airport necessitated even greater resources and manpower. Consequently, recruitment efforts extended to nearby counties and villages. To expedite the process, the government had dispatched several tourist buses for transportation. One might wonder why not utilize public buses, which would be cost-effective and accommodating. The response: would it be appropriate to have guests squeeze onto a public bus upon their first meeting? Admittedly, our nation faces considerable challenges, particularly in economic terms, often being struck by technological sanctions. Yet, securing a few dozen tourist buses was still feasible. Moving on to the scientific research front. Since entering this realm of deities and demons, our nation's scientists have adopted a rigorous work regimen reminiscent of a 007 schedule. Rest? One could consider meals and restroom breaks as moments of respite, and sleeping for 8 hours daily as a luxury. The remainder of their time was wholly devoted to scientific inquiry. They recognized the urgency of their task. Should powerful beings arrive without countermeasures in place, the losses would be unbearable, even for the nation itself. Thus, fatigue and relentless labor were of little concern. Fortuitously, the results have been promising. Currently, the gases and beasts obtained from Lanrua Temple have entered the third phase of research. In the coming days, barring unforeseen circumstances, they would proceed to the fourth and most critical phase: live experimentation. This entails the injection of helium, oxygen, 3 into the creatures brought from Lanrua Temple, followed by meticulous observation of their transformations. According to the scientists' estimations, the survival rate of these beasts would exceed 95. Among them, at least 5 would potentially evolve into extraordinary entities. The anticipation surrounding the emergence of the first batch of artificial beasts is palpable. Furthermore, in terms of military security, given the presence of demons and monsters in this world, the nation places great importance on safety measures. Currently, the second batch of modern weaponry has arrived. Among this batch of weaponry, there exists a plethora of armaments that are quite familiar to the citizens of the Dragon Nation, including rocket launchers, missile systems, air defense systems, main battle tanks, howitzers, and various types of aircraft. Notable examples include the Type 99A tank, the J-20 stealth fighter, the Hongqi 9 air defense missile system, the Liuya bomber, the Chongjin 10 cruise missile, and the DF series equipped with tactical nuclear capabilities, among others. It can be said that, aside from our twins and the Great Mushroom, including neutron bombs, we have procured every significant asset possible. It is as if we have completely emptied our reserves. The message from the nation is unequivocal. By all means, we must defend this stronghold in the alternate world. Regardless of whether you are a demon or a ghost, you are to step aside. This is indeed a treasure trove of resources, a wealth derived from the realm of deities and demons. Regardless of the investment, it remains worthwhile. Ultimately, the journey to meet Yin Qixia and the Lanrua Temple commenced. In the morning, under the arrangement of Lu Huazhen, Yin Qixia first sought out Jiao Shu and Su Qingfeng to impart the ways of the Tao. Su Qingfeng, endowed with exceptional talent and enhanced mental acuity, grasped the teachings with remarkable speed. Although Jiao Shu progressed at a slower pace, his innate abilities were commendable as well. In no time, both transitioned from novices to integrated members of this world's cultivation system. In terms of prowess, Jiao Shu currently stood as a late-stage second-rate sorcerer, while Su Qingfeng was merely at the early stage of a third-rate sorcerer. The disparity in strength compared to Yin Qixia was indeed vast. From the cinematic portrayal, Jiao Shu possessed limited skills, such as basic martial arts and summoning techniques. Even the Maoshan senior brother, capable of manipulating thunder and lightning, was considered formidable. Yet, in comparison to Yin Qixia, who could soar through the skies on a sword and wield the formidable Qian Kuan borrowing technique, capable of demolishing mountains, their abilities were not on the same level. Nonetheless, it could be said that they had taken the first steps on the path of cultivation. Meanwhile, in the military, Zhou Yijuan approached Yin Qixia with the intent of hiring him as the chief instructor aiming to teach the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom the ways of the Tao. The goal was to equip them with some means of resistance against vengeful spirits and malevolent entities. However, after assessing the qualifications of over 100 soldiers, Yin Qixia continuously shook his head, expressing that their potential was inadequate, with only one being barely acceptable, to make significant progress on the path of cultivation. Such qualifications were grossly insufficient. Zhou Yijuan, feeling anxious, urgently inquired, "Hero Yin, is there any other solution?" Yin Qixia replied with a shake of his head, stating, "One's innate talent is self-generated and cannot be altered by any extraordinary being. There is nothing I can do." Zhou Yijuan understood the implication yet felt a sense of reluctance. The army is the bastion of national security. If our soldiers are unable to cultivate, what will happen if a conflict arises with those supernatural beings? And conventional weaponry proves ineffective? Relying solely on Su Qingfeng and Jiao Shu might yield some results, but it is fraught with danger, particularly for Su Qingfeng. The state would prefer to temporarily relinquish its exploration of this world rather than risk Su Qingfeng in perilous endeavors. Thus, this plan was fundamentally unfeasible. However, Yin Qixia contemplated and subsequently suggested, "I have another possible approach. In my assessment of qualifications, I discovered that many of you possess talents that are far inferior to those from our realm. Why not seek out suitable candidates for cultivation from our world and focus on nurturing them?" Furthermore, Yin Qixia noted, "I have also observed that your so-called scientists are engaged in intriguing experiments, which may uncover some shortcuts." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yijuan began to ponder deeply. The issue of qualifications was easily understood. Individuals in this world had been influenced by the helium, oxygen, 3 gas since their inception, rendering them naturally more suited for cultivation. In contrast, the native world lacked this beneficial gas and was filled with a chaotic mixture of elements. Thus, it was indeed arduous to produce exceptional talents for cultivation. Su Qingfeng was an outlier due to his system augment. Nevertheless, the notion of seeking cultivation prodigies from this world could prove to be a viable pathway. Zhou Yijuan murmured thoughtfully. Additionally, the scientist's research was progressing continuously. From Yin Qixia's remarks, it appeared that the path of scientific cultivation might indeed be feasible. The tale is lengthy, yet it is merely a matter of thought. On Monday, Jun clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Hero Yin. Your words will be etched in my heart, and I shall promptly report them to our superiors." Yin Qixia smiled and shook his head, replying, "It is no trouble at all, merely a small effort." He then inquired, "By the way, Mr. Zhou, when shall we proceed to Lanrua Temple tonight?" Zhou Yijuan responded, "Our military's second batch of weaponry has arrived and is being swiftly mobilized. It is expected to be ready by 5 o'clock this afternoon. The precise action time will be communicated directly to you by Mr. Liu." Yin Qixia nodded, "Very well. In that case, I shall take my leave first. A few scientific friends have sent word, requesting my participation in some biological experiments, and I must attend to that." Zhou Yijuan again clasped his hands. "Understood. Hero Yin, take care." Yin Qixia replied, "Farewell." After their parting, Zhou Yijuan immediately sought out Lu Huajin, relaying Yin Qixia's exact words. Upon hearing everything, Lu Huajin's brow furrowed slightly. Among 100 elite warriors, only one is barely suitable for cultivation. That probability is rather low. Zhou Yijuan sighed softly. Indeed, it is somewhat low. However, Hero Yin mentioned that our scientist research projects might provide a shortcut. If successful, it could lead to a nationwide revival of cultivation and even ignite a wave of spiritual energy resurgence. Lu Huajin's eyes narrowed, a flicker of fervor igniting within him as he murmured, "A resurgence of spiritual energy?" Seemingly lost in thought, he shook his head. Such an idea may be too audacious. In the face of insufficient national strength, it is best not to entertain such notions, for they may not bode well. Zhou Yijuan understood the pros and cons involved. Shaking his head, "I share your view." Lu Huajin sighed deeply. "Let us focus all our energies on our current tasks. That millennia-old centipede spirit may strike at any moment, and we must be prepared." Hearing this, Zhou Yijuan's curiosity piqued. He speculated, "Lu, do you think our firearms could be effective against that ancient centipede?" Lu Huajin appeared contemplative. "Considering the question seriously, I cannot say for certain, but I maintain our initial stance. There is a 99% chance of effectiveness." In the original tale's conclusion, Zhiqiu Yi had utilized the art of mountain relocation to trap that massive centipede underground. From a physical perspective, the centipede possesses friction and resistance. It is a tangible entity. As a tangible being, it is bound to be affected by external substances. Take left Qianhu as an example. A mere mortal warrior managed to slay numerous lesser centipede spirits. Zhou Yijuan's gaze sharpened, and he solemnly murmured, "If that ancient centipede dares to approach, it shall not fault our artillery for its wrath." In the vast expanse between the imperial capital and Gubei County, within a grand palanquin, Pudut Sihong continuously gestured with his right hand. Initially calm, his demeanor gradually transformed into restlessness, ultimately succumbing to frenzy. He bellowed, "Why does this staff evoke a sense of impending doom? Curse it! There is a great secret in Gubei County. Accelerate! Faster!" "Yes!" exclaimed the lesser centipede spirit carrying the palanquin, its demonic energy swirling within, increasing its speed, hurtling toward Gubei County like a streak of lightning. Time swiftly passed, and the sky darkened. The crescent moon was obscured by thick clouds, yet within Gubei County, a scene of brilliant illumination unfolded. At the forward base, in the main control room, Lu Huajin, Zhou Yijuan, Zhao Chuming, the synthetic battalion commander Jin Guofa, along with several military personnel and scientists, had gathered. Likewise, Yin Qixia had arrived, though his attire was entirely transformed from that of the day. He donned a helmet, equipped with a personal night vision device, carrying individual communication gear and clad in a bulletproof vest. Moreover, he was adorned with scientific detectors, weighing over 10 kilograms in total. Fortunately, as a master of the Tao, Yin Qixia bore this weight effortlessly, while ordinary soldiers could manage burdens of 15 to 20 kilograms and traverse all terrains without difficulty. Lu Huajin pointed to a guiding apparatus on Yan's person, patiently explaining, "Hero Yin, this is a laser guidance device, already activated. When you reach the lair of the tree demoness at Lanrua Temple, simply place this nearby. We will then execute a saturation bombardment of the area. Also, after deploying it, be sure to vacate the scene promptly. Do not linger, as it may lead to collateral damage." He gestured to another piece of equipment, stating, "This is a high-frequency spectral communication system. Once you have distanced yourself, simply aim this device at the explosion site, and we shall receive live footage. And this," he indicated a microphone-like object, "is the individual communication system, allowing for real-time conversation with us." Lu Huajin elaborated on various pieces of equipment, each serving distinct functions, leaving Yin Qixia silently astonished. He then reiterated the operational plan. The plan was straightforward: locate the tree demoness lair, and the military would carry out bombardment. Should the old hag attempt to flee, tracking devices would automatically pursue, ensuring she faced the consequences of her actions. Initially, the military intended to deploy ground forces, but upon further reflection, they realized it was unnecessary and could complicate matters. An hour later, after reiterating the procedures and all precautions, Yin Qixia clasped his hands in farewell. With his internal energy flowing, he took flight on his sword, soaring toward Lanrua Temple. Once he vanished into the night, the others turned their attention back. Lu Huajin, with a grave expression, earnestly addressed Zhou Yijuan, "Captain Zhou, the next steps rest upon your military shoulders. How prepared are the weapons?" Zhou Yijuan nodded seriously, responding, "The PHL long-range rocket artillery is ready. Lanrua Temple is in close proximity, well within our firepower coverage. Additionally, tactical mushroom warheads are prepared, and the heavy-duty aerial bombs are also ready, along with communications and radar systems. The state has just dispatched 2 aircraft, which are likewise prepared, with the heavy-duty bombs loaded onto them. The only regret is the limited time. The area we prepared for takeoff is too small, barely accommodating a single aircraft, and that is contingent upon the flat terrain near Gubei County." Lu Huajin nodded slowly, then glanced at an electronic screen displaying Yin Qixia in flight toward Lanrua Temple. The bombardment of Lanrua Temple was imminent. Simultaneously, in Anping County, the palanquin of Pudut Sihong had entered its vicinity, racing toward Gubei County. Within Lanrua Temple, the lair of the tree demoness, a tense atmosphere prevailed. The old hag is pacing back and forth, her face shifting from a pallid hue to a shade of green. Ever since last night, when Xiaoqian and Xiaoqing ventured out and failed to return, a sense of unease has settled within her, as if something is obstructing her heart, causing her great distress. Let this be as it may, the predominant sensation of impending calamity grows ever more intense with the passage of time. Even though I have conveyed the tidings of the outsiders to the ancient sorceress of Black Mountain, her inability to descend into the mortal realm merely prompts her to exercise greater vigilance and caution. Grandmother, ought we to venture to Gubei County to seek the truth? At that moment, a ghostly maid nearby suggested, The tree demon matriarch initially considered agreeing, but upon further reflection, she shook her head, stating, "No. That foul Taoist is with them. I am not yet a match for him. and I must not be careless. If it weren't for Yin Qixia's presence, how could I, the tree demon matriarch, be content to remain cooped up in Lanrua Temple? I would have long since descended to the mortal realm to wreak havoc. Matriarch, you are wise. The ghostly maid quickly changed her tone, showering her with flattery. However, just then, the tree demon matriarch's gaze suddenly sharpened as she turned to look towards Guobei County. She sensed a familiar aura rapidly approaching. That foul Taoist, you have indeed chosen to reveal yourself. After years of facing off against Yin Qixia, she could instantly recognize his presence. With a surge of demonic energy, she levitated into the sky towards the vast expanse above. Meanwhile, Yin Qixia, equipped with numerous scientific devices and military gear provided by Lu Huajian, had just arrived at Lanrua Temple when he encountered a dense mist of demon energy and wildly growing branches. Soon after, the bizarrely styled tree demon matriarch appeared. Foul Taoist, she exclaimed upon her arrival, what is your relationship with those outsiders, and where have my servants gone? Don't say I didn't warn you. I have already betrothed Xiao Qian to Lord Heishan, and he is not someone you can provoke. A flicker of hesitation crossed Yin Qixia's eyes, but thinking of the fate of all beings, that hesitation quickly transformed into unwavering resolve as he declared, Tree Demon, we have confronted each other for many years. It is time for a resolution. As he spoke, following Lu Huajian's instructions, he promptly adjusted the laser-guided device and hurled it towards the Tree Demon matriarch's lair. Enveloped in magical energy, the device suffered no damage and struck near the Tree Demon's essence. The Tree Demon matriarch was initially alarmed and attempted to intervene. However, sensing no trace of magical fluctuations and realizing it was merely a mundane object, she burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Yin Qixia, you have grown old. Such trifles are of no use to me. Despite her words, to err on the side of caution, she summoned her demonic energy, growing countless vines to ensnare the device. Crushing it, Yin Qixia's gaze sharpened as he produced another laser-guided device, aiming it at the Tree Demon matriarch. With double assurance, the Tree Demon matriarch was doomed. Before we settle this, allow me to present you with a parting gift, he slowly intoned. The Tree Demon matriarch's expression changed slightly. Sensing no threat from the laser, she was about to scoff, but a stronger sense of impending doom washed over her. Unable to suppress her furrowed brow, she demanded, what is this? Yin Qixia replied, I heard from those outsiders that this device is a kind of guidance mechanism capable of physically transcending all demons. The Tree Demon matriarch's brow furrowed deeper. Physically transcend? She did not comprehend the meaning of physical transcendence, but soon enough, she would understand its implications. In Guobei County, the coordinates had been confirmed, and the prepared military forces of Longguo were adjusting their firing parameters. In the command room, Zhou Yijuan picked up the intercom and inquired loudly. What is the status of each unit's preparations? Respond promptly. Moments later, the intercom crackled with continuous reports. Report to the brigade commander. The rocket artillery battalion is ready to fire. Report to the brigade commander. The howitzer battalion is ready to fire. Report to the brigade commander. The airdrop bombs are ready, and the 6th unit has entered the runway, prepared for takeoff. Report to the brigade commander. Tactical mushroom bombs are being prepared. Expected to be ready within 10 minutes. Zhou Yijuan's expression turned cold. Good. He then switched channels, urgently advising Yin Qixia, Hero Yin, please evacuate the area immediately. Bombardment is about to commence. At Lanrua Temple, upon hearing the voice through his earpiece, Yin Qixia nodded subtly. I understand. He then summoned his internal energy and swiftly flew away on his sword. The Tree Demon matriarch was momentarily stunned. She had prepared for a fierce battle. Yet he chose to flee at the last moment? Something was amiss. The Tree Demon matriarch's aura surged wildly, enveloping the entirety of Lanrua Temple. However, she detected nothing unusual. An ambush? If there were an ambush, she would have discovered it by now. What on earth was happening? Curse be it. I must leave, quickly. Having cultivated for a millennium, the Tree Demon matriarch possessed a keen mind. Although she did not grasp why Yin Qixia fled, she sensed there was a reason behind it. Coupled with the ominous feelings she had experienced yesterday and today, it was wise to vacate Lanrua Temple promptly. It must be said, the Tree Demon matriarch's reaction speed was commendable. Yet, compared to artillery shells, it was still too slow. At the artillery positions in Guobei County, under Zhou Yijuan's command, these modern weapons of destruction finally unleashed their fury. The deafening sounds of explosions reverberated throughout Guobei County. Shells were fired, transforming into brilliant shooting stars, hurtling rapidly towards Lanrua Temple. The first to strike were the rocket artillery shells. In the first barrage, a total of 32 shells, each weighing a staggering 800 kilograms, were launched. Merely the sound of their launch was terrifying. Back at Lanrua Temple, as the tree demon matriarch prepared to leave, she suddenly heard a thunderous cacophony of explosions from the direction of Gubei County, followed by a torrent of fiery meteors hurtling directly towards her. The might of these fiery meteors was overwhelming. The ancient tree demon felt as though an immense heavenly force was bearing down upon her. Cursed be it! Cursed be it! I have fallen into a trap. The old tree demon's scalp tingled as she vented her wrath, instinctively yearning to flee. Yet, the meteors approached with such speed that escape was an impossibility. With no alternative, she summoned the demonic energy within her, her eyes ablaze with fury. Resolutely preparing to resist, extreme demon realm. With a thunderous roar, her entire being resonated with the trees of the Lanrua Temple, channeling her power. Countless branches entwined in the embrace of her energy coalesced into a wooden wall resembling a shield, providing her with some semblance of protection. However, this was ultimately futile. The booming meteors were now upon her, crashing violently against her makeshift wall with a thunderous roar. Branches either splintered or ignited, and the colossal shockwaves surged towards her like an unstoppable natural disaster, reminiscent of divine retribution. The tree demon was driven to madness, bellowing in a frenzied rage. No, no. You think you can physically transcend me? You are deluded. Extreme demon realm. Extreme demon realm. Let my fury unleash. Being a millennia-old tree demon, she possessed a few tricks of her own. The first volley of rocket artillery struck her wooden barrier. Though formidable, it did not inflict fatal damage upon her. The energy expended was considerable, leaving her slightly wounded from the collateral damage. Had it stopped there, this ancient demoness would not have succumbed to such despair. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that, following the initial rockets, dozens of high-explosive shells descended upon her. Boom, 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 boom. Shells detonated, with many landing perilously close to her true form. Unable to move, she gritted her teeth and summoned her inner power. Bracing herself against the rain of artillery, how dare that wretched Taoist harm me so? The tree demon raged. Yet, Yan Qixia remained oblivious to her cries, diligently documenting the explosion site and relevant data, as instructed by scientists. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions persisted, and the tree demon, having already expended much of her energy, began to feel the weight of fatigue. I will not yield. She ground her teeth and unleashed her remaining power, forming a radiant barrier that enveloped her true form entirely. To her astonishment, the shells could not penetrate this protective shield, detonating harmlessly outside of it. However, with each explosion, her complexion grew increasingly pallid. Fortunately, the barrage of shells and rockets was not inexhaustible. At this moment, the numbers had dwindled significantly. Witnessing this, the tree spirit matriarch's eyes gleamed with even greater madness as she erupted into a wild laugh. Ha, foul Taoist. Do you think you can exorcise me through mere physical means? What a dream. Though these peculiar entities possess some power, cough, cough, they lack the strength to vanquish me. As she coughed, a stream of crimson blood spilled from her lips, rendering her already pallid complexion even more ghastly. If there were merely one or two, it would be inconsequential. However, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. Despite her millennium of cultivation, she found herself grievously wounded. In the distant sky, Yan Qixia gazed down at the tree spirit matriarch and shook his head slightly, murmuring, "These so-called bombs possess considerable might, yet lacking in spiritual power, they remain somewhat feeble." However, scarcely had his words left his lips when a buzzing sound, akin to a locust swarm, began to approach from afar, rapidly intensifying. In no time, it felt as if an army was encroaching, the sound resonating loudly enough to make one's ears ring. What is this? Yan Qixia's heart sank. His gaze startled as it turned towards Gubei County. He was unaware of the sixth master's presence, as the military airfield had just been completed and lay several miles from Gubei County, while Yan Qixia had remained in the county town all along. "Hero Yan," came the gentle reminder from Zhou Yijuan through his earpiece, "there's no need to panic. This contraption is known as a bomber, a treasured invention painstakingly crafted by our scientific sect. It would be wise for you to maintain a safe distance to avoid any unintended harm." Yan Qixia inhaled sharply, hiss, as the bomber, the very object of discussion, made its appearance. It is a colossal iron mass, resembling a bird in flight. The navigation lights flicker above the woods of Lanrua Temple, akin to bright stars illuminating the night sky. This bomber, capable of soaring through the air without any magical enhancement, is undoubtedly extraordinary. Yin Qixia felt a profound tremor within as his internal energy surged and flowed through his flying sword, elevating him slightly higher. On the ground, beside the tree spirit grandmother's true form, the formerly arrogant expression on the old hag's face was immediately supplanted by anxiety and horror. She could clearly sense it. The ominous buzzing sound instilled a deeper terror than those peculiar explosives. Curse it, how could these outsiders possess such formidable means? Were it not for my true form being present here, I would ensure that you intruders pay dearly. The tree demoness gritted her teeth, unleashing all the demonic energy within her, causing the faint protective aura around her to brighten significantly. At that very moment, above in the vast sky, the sixth master was nearing the old hag's position. Inside the cockpit, with the navigator's command, prepare the 5,000-kilogram napalm. The pilots responded loudly, immediately operating various instruments. Under their skilled manipulation, the abdomen of the sixth master gradually opened to reveal an enormous low-drag aerial bomb. Release, commanded the navigator. The numerous pilots and operators within the cabin responded in unison, promptly releasing the colossal, specially crafted aerial bomb. As gravity and air resistance took effect, the missile emitted a sound that was painfully sharp to the ears. It then descended with precision and grace, landing squarely upon the tree demoness' protective aura. The bomb detonated, unleashing a blinding orange light that radiated outward in all directions. The explosive materials underwent a violent chemical reaction, generating a colossal wave of explosive energy that began to spread wildly from the point of detonation. First, it impacted the tree demoness' protective aura. What is this? She stared blankly at the specially designed aerial bomb, feeling the terrifying power it released, causing her to momentarily freeze in shock. The power unleashed is utterly terrifying. She has only felt such force emanating from the Black Mountain Lord. Under the impact of this overwhelming might, the demon power barrier was utterly shattered, and her ancient tree-like essence was torn apart as if it were mere paper caught in a tornado. It was obliterated into a fine mist. Then, under the searing heat at the epicenter of the violent explosion, it was reduced to a barren wasteland. The shockwave from the explosion continued to propagate. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the thunderous roar of a mountain collapsing, a colossal mushroom cloud, exceeding 100 meters in diameter, soared into the sky. A vast amount of napalm, centered around the mushroom cloud, dispersed towards the Lanrua temple and across the entire mountain peak. Smoke billowed, and flames surged into the heavens. From this day forth, Lanrua temple, along with the entire mountain, will be transformed into a desolate wasteland. In the sky, Yin Qixia furrowed her brows, her gaze fixed on the unfolding scene. Her heart unsettled. Is this the physical transcendence method employed by those outsiders? Indeed formidable, she mused. In the control room of Gubei County, as they observed the incoming data and battlefield footage, all the scientists and military personnel present expressed their confusion. Lu Huajun frowned and remarked, "Isn't the strength of this tree demoness a bit lacking? We haven't even deployed our tactical-grade mushroom bombs yet." Zhou Yijun sighed. Indeed. We haven't even utilized the thermobaric bombs or laser weaponry. The adversary is weaker than we anticipated. Zhao Chuming turned to a scientist engrossed in data analysis and inquired, "Academician Wang, what is the situation?" The scientist surnamed Wang shook his head and replied, "It's not particularly easy to handle. The luminous shield enveloping the tree demoness is rather unique. We will need to wait for the on-site data from Hero Yin before we can make further assessments of our combat capabilities." Zhao Chuming nodded in agreement. All right. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden exclamation reverberated through the control room. "Commander, Team Lu, radar has detected a group of suspicious flying objects rapidly approaching Gubei County." What? Suspicious flying objects? Upon hearing this, the academicians and military officials present turned their gazes towards the radar display. There, in the southeast direction, approximately towards Jinlin, several faint red dots were hurtling towards them at nearly the speed of a bomber. Given the nature of this world, the military's radar, having sacrificed some performance, currently covers a radius of 150 kilometers. Any aerial entity, aside from small creatures like birds, can be detected. The sheer number of aerial entities in this world necessitates heightened security. Zhou Yijuan instinctively spoke up, "Deploy satellites and send unmanned reconnaissance aircraft for investigation." He initially intended to order the spy satellites to lock onto the targets directly. However, in this world of gods and demons, our dragon country has yet to launch any satellites, so he quickly amended his command. Understood. Two electronic engineers responded loudly, their fingers flying over the keyboard. Simultaneously, at the temporary military base in Gubei County, a drone equipped with an SDI core camera took off, its engines buzzing as it rapidly accelerated to 500 kilometers per hour, heading towards the target location. In the control room, Zhou the commander asked, should the military be prepared? Better safe than sorry. Lu Huajin expressed his concern. Indeed. Zhou Yijun nodded in agreement, then issued further commands. Artillery units, reload shells and standby. Island Defense Forces, Level 1 readiness, standby. Air Card 1, return immediately. Return immediately. Lu Huajian approached a microphone and said, Hero Yin, there's a situation in Guobei County. Please return swiftly. Yin Shixia, who was diligently collecting data as instructed, responded, understood. Channeling his internal magical energy, he infused it into the flying sword beneath him and swiftly made his way back. Meanwhile, just 138 kilometers from Guobei County. In midair, Pudut Sihong was continuously performing hand seals, his brows deeply furrowed, exuding a menacing aura that starkly contrasted with his solemn appearance. This is it. As he calculated to the end, a fierce glint flashed in the demon monk's eyes as he coldly muttered, This staff shall reveal your true forms. How dare you disturb the ground beneath my staff? Truly, you know not the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. Just as he was murmuring, a faint buzzing sound suddenly emerged ahead. The sound was distant, not particularly loud, yet Pudut Sihong, master of celestial arts, swiftly sensed it. Which vile creature dares to obstruct my path? It shall pay dearly. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Pudut Sihong extended his right hand, which was previously forming intricate gestures. As his demonic energy swirled, a torrent of celestial laws surged forth from his hand. In an instant, it seemed as if space itself had been compressed, and he seized the drone that was soaring through the air. As he clenched his fingers, the massive drone was drawn towards him, directly obstructing his view. Lacking life, devoid of any aura, is it merely an inanimate object? This contraption was constructed in a most peculiar manner, far more bizarre than the outlandish inventions of the Westerners. Yet, why did it feel as though someone was observing my staff? Pudut Sihong scrutinized the drone before him, its entirety forged from steel, the aircraft engine emitting a deafening roar. A mere mortal would have been rendered deaf, yet he remained unaffected. As he observed with keen interest, his gaze finally settled upon the SDI core's camera. As a formidable demon cultivated through the auspices of the dynasty, he could sense that the sensation of being watched emanated from this mysterious lens, expanding his aura and detecting nothing for a radius of 10 miles. Pudut Sihong furrowed his brow once more. What is going on? My staff distinctly perceives that this mirror is spying on me, yet it is undeniably lifeless. Could it be a magical artifact forged through some secret technique? With this thought, a murderous intent ignited in Pudut Sihong's eyes. He channeled his physical and demonic energy into the SDI core's camera, attempting to probe its soul. However, there was no response. An unsettling sensation surged from his heart, racing towards the crown of his head. Enraged, Pudut Sihong exclaimed, Curse be it. After years of cultivation, how could I be frightened by a mere inanimate object? I shall obliterate it. With those words, the demon monk unleashed a spell, hurling the colossal drone to the ground with great force. The drone exploded with a thunderous roar, flames leaping skyward, and a tremendous shockwave and searing heat surged outward. Pudut Sihong squinted, unable to suppress a murmur of admiration. Such power is indeed formidable. If I were closer, even I would need to exercise caution. As he muttered, his gaze drifted towards Guobei County, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Interesting. Indeed. Guobei County was the right place for him to be. He then commanded coldly, prepare the sedan, proceed to Guobei County at full speed. Upon receiving the order, the centipede spirit carrying the sedan immediately complied, lifting it and hastening towards Guobei County. Meanwhile, at the command center in Guobei County, when Pudut Sihong's visage appeared on the SDI core's camera, the military personnel and scientists present immediately grasped the situation. Zhao Chuming deduced, according to the original storyline, Pudut Sihong was not supposed to appear for at least another month. His arrival is unexpectedly early. Clearly, our presence has irrevocably altered the original plot. Wang Xueming, a historian who had participated in the earlier meeting, nodded. If this is the case, will other original storylines in this world also undergo changes? Lu Huajin furrowed his brow. Now is not the time to ponder such matters. Pudut Sihong is evidently heading towards Guobei County. At his speed, he will arrive within 10 minutes. He then turned to Zhou Yijun, inquiring, Commander Zhou, how prepared is the military? Zhou Yijun replied, the firepower testing from the direction of Lanrua Temple has consumed a portion of our ammunition, which is currently being replenished. We can resupply within 10 minutes. Furthermore, our air defense systems have yet to be activated. Lu Huajin's eyes narrowed as he nodded, coldly asserting, In that case, let us present this great centipede with a few gifts and simultaneously test whether our heavy weaponry proves effective against him. According to the original storyline, Hudud Sihong is far more powerful than the tree demon matriarch. In contrast, the tree demon matriarch could not withstand the use of thermobaric and tactical mushroom bombs. In the face of the formidable purifying voyage, how far can we persevere? On Monday, Jun proposed, should we notify Master Yin? Better safe than sorry. Lu Huajin replied, indeed. It is wise to inform him. With Master Yan's support, even if conventional weapons prove ineffective against this monstrous centipede, we need not worry excessively. A flicker of determination and seriousness flashed in his eyes as he continued, however, it is also time for us to enhance our strength. The intensity of this realm of gods and demons is simply beyond measure. Nearly the plot of a Chinese ghost story necessitates tactical-grade mushroom bombs. What shall we do about the formidable entities that follow, such as Bai Sujin, who has consumed the Queen Mother's elixir? If we could befriend her, it would be well, but should she become an adversary, this great white serpent possesses the power to manipulate nature itself and instigate tsunamis. Against the forces of nature, human strength remains woefully inadequate. The urgency to augment our capabilities is paramount. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. The latecomer suffers. Given that purifying voyage has appeared and is heading directly toward Gubei County, forming alliances is out of the question. Therefore, let it perish. Without hesitation. Monday, June commanded, prepare the air defense systems, lock onto the target, and launch. As his words echoed, within mere seconds, streams of fiery meteors ascended from Gubei County. Propelled by the tremendous thrust of rocket engines, defying the gravitational pull of the Earth and hurtling toward the purifying voyage. There were over 20 of these missiles, all radar-locked. Even celestial debris would be obliterated into fragments. Yet, at that moment, the purifying voyage seemed to sense the impending attack. Its eyes glinting with disdain, such trivial skills dare to challenge me? With that, the purifying voyage narrowed its eyes, conjuring a barrier before it. Such a technique was beyond even the capabilities of the tree demon matriarch. As the 20 missiles approached, an extraordinary scene unfolded. When they were merely 100 meters from the purifying voyage, they all suspended in midair, as if striking a cotton candy. Is this truly your reliance? A smirk of contempt graced its face. In the command center, Lu Huajin, Monday June, and others furrowed their brows in concern. Monday June promptly ordered manual detonation. The soldiers in the missile launch facility executed the command without delay, triggering the manual explosions. Boom, boom, boom. The purifying voyage had not even had the chance to revel in its triumph before the 20 missiles detonated simultaneously before the barrier. The explosion reverberated like a cataclysmic quake. Although the energy released bore no magical fluctuations, its might was undeniable. Even the barrier it had meticulously crafted showed signs of instability. The purifying voyage squinted. A glimmer of intrigue crossing its features. Interesting, very interesting. However, how dare a mere gathering of youths act recklessly before me? Then, as if perceiving something, it cast its gaze southwest, sternly admonishing a small red point in that direction. The court may be declining, but that does not permit vile demons to wreak havoc. Do you dare to commit sins here? Lay down your weapons and attain enlightenment at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for delivering you to the afterlife. For I shall not betray the trust the court has placed in me. Good, good, one cannot help but acknowledge the profound cultivation of this great centipede, far surpassing that of the tree demon matriarch. After all, the tree demon matriarch merely fed on human essence, while this centipede harnesses the fortune of an entire dynasty, rendering their strengths worlds apart. In the command center, witnessing the malicious gaze of the purifying voyage on the screen, the scientists Lu Huajin, Zhao Chuming, and senior military officials could not suppress their furrowed brows, an acute sense of crisis enveloping them. Is this a form of mental assault? Fascinating. Lu Huajian's eyes sparkled with fighting spirit as he turned to Monday June, stating, from the analysis of the previous explosion, conventional weapons can indeed affect the purifying voyage. It simply neutralized the insufficient yield. Understanding the implication behind Lu Huajian's words, Monday June nodded in agreement. Then let us unleash a formidable force upon this great centipede. He immediately commanded, missile units, switch to neutron mushroom bombs and hydrogen mushroom bombs, tactical grade yield. All units, prepare for impact. Lu Huajin issued a similar order. Everyone, brace for impact. Upon hearing the command, all scientists and soldiers at the camp hurried into a makeshift anti-mushroom facility. Due to time constraints, it was not fully constructed. But they could squeeze in, and it would suffice for the time being. This time, it is certain that this great centipede shall experience the true essence of equality among all beings. However, just as preparations were underway to issue the command for the launch. Yin Qixia had already arrived. Upon learning the details, Yin Qixia promptly intervened, saying, "Hold on." Zhou Yijian and Lu Huajin, along with others, were taken aback. Their faces etched with curiosity. Hero Yin? Why? Of course, Yin Qixia was well aware of the formidable power of the giant mushroom, as it had been introduced in the initial performance he had witnessed. This device, when wielded adeptly, yields extraordinary effects. However, if misused, it can inflict significant harm upon one's own. Yin Qixia promptly elucidated, "Mr. Lu, Mr. Zhou. From the narrative established in that play, the manifestation of Pu Du Zihong we currently see is merely his avatar. His true essence remains concealed. To eradicate him entirely, one must obliterate his original form." Upon hearing this, the assembled individuals fell into deep contemplation. Subsequently, Lu Huajin nodded and remarked, "Indeed, that is the case. In the original tale, Zhou Qin, who had previously sought out Pu Du Zihong, yet only a shell remained, for his true self had long departed." Zhou Yijuan, with a hint of concern, inquired, "Hero Yin, if that is so, how shall we compel his essence to reveal itself?" Yin Qixia's eyes narrowed, filled with a surge of martial fervor, and declared, "There exists but one method. I shall take action to annihilate his avatar, after which Mr. Zhou and the rest may engage. At that juncture, all manner of explosives, be it a large mushroom bomb, a thermobaric bomb, or a napalm bomb, shall be directed at this abomination." Indeed, this is a viable solution. However, Lu Huajin expressed some concern, saying, "Yin Daxia, you are but one person. Do you not require assistance?" Although in the original storyline, Yin Qixia was capable of vanquishing the manifestation of the centipede spirit alone, the current narrative has become disordered, and one must not allow preconceived notions to cloud judgment. After a moment's contemplation, Yin Qixia promptly replied, "I recall that you possess those devices known as Shiden, which can launch one into the air and possess formidable explosive power. It would be prudent to deploy several of them to aid me in dealing with the lesser centipede spirits." He then added, "These talismans are for you." Retrieving a stack of talismans from his robe, he handed them over and continued, "These talismans are called Fumo Fu, inscribed with a demon exorcising array. They can be affixed to weapons, such as swords, thereby endowing those weapons with the ability to vanquish demons and spirits." A stack of over 30 talismans was carefully received by Lu Huajin, who, upon gazing at Yin Qixia, solemnly nodded and said, "Understood. Hero Yin, the next steps are yours to undertake." Yin Qixia clasped his hands in salute and replied, "No trouble at all. Remember to prepare all your mushroom talismans and thermal pressure bombs. Once I manifest the essence of this centipede spirit, you must bombard it immediately to prevent this vile creature from escaping or harming the innocent." Lu Huajin nodded earnestly, assuring, "Yes, Hero Yin, leave this to us. It will be handled without issue." Yin Qixia responded, "Very well, I shall take my leave." With another respectful gesture, he exited the command room, his internal energy surging as he swiftly flew towards the direction of Pu Du Zihong. Within the command room, under the resolute gazes of the scientists, Lu Huajin handed the stack of over 30 talismans to Colonel Zhou Yijuan, stating, "Colonel Zhou, the next phase relies on your military's expertise." Zhou Yijuan nodded seriously, replying, "No problem." Zhao Chuming inquired, "Colonel Zhou, what exactly is your operational plan?" Zhou Yijuan explained, "We will affix all of them to the anti-aircraft missiles and then lock onto those small centipede spirits. None shall escape." Zhao Chuming affirmed, "Understood." Subsequently, under Zhou Yijuan's command, they promptly adhered the talismans to over 30 anti-aircraft missiles. A peculiar scene unfolded. As the talismans were affixed to the missiles, they astonishingly vanished, leaving behind imprints resembling watermarks upon the missile bodies. From this moment forth, these missiles posed a lethal threat to the demonic entities. Thus commenced the true battle. Just as Yin Qixia stepped out of the command room, at that very moment, in Gubei County, towards Jinlin, a golden chariot descended from the distant sky with lightning speed, approaching in the blink of an eye. His expression was cold, fixated on the now drastically altered forward base, and the chill in his eyes gradually morphed into disdain. "Humph. There is not a hint of magical energy, merely mere mortals. Such feeble strength dares to cause trouble beneath my very nose. This is nothing short of a death wish." The demon monk murmured to himself, intending to unleash his magical prowess to engulf the entire Gubei County. Just then, a formidable surge of power erupted. Enveloped by this force, Yin Qixia soared in on his sword, coming to a halt before Pu Du Zihong, his brow furrowed in defiance. "Demon monk, I can see at a glance that you are no human. Hasten to remove your mask." Pu Du Zihong erupted in raucous laughter, raising his right hand to form a seal, and spoke slowly. Well, esteemed one, the atmosphere here is steeped in murderous intent. I have come on the orders of the court to provide salvation. I implore you not to obstruct me, for to meddle would invite dire consequences. With a clang, Yin Qixia drew his massive sword from his back, snorting coldly. The greatest source of murderous intent here is you, demon monk. If you seek to incite further slaughter, you shall pass only beneath my blade. A glimmer of menace flickered in Pu Ducihong's eyes as he retorted coldly. Well, esteemed one, the mortal realm is but a grand calamity. One must understand that the sea of suffering is boundless, and turning back is the path to salvation. As soon as his words fell, the demon monk's eyes ignited with a torrent of malice. Waves of demonic energy surging forth as he chanted in a chilling tone, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the path to salvation. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the path to salvation. The sound possesses an extraordinary enchantment. Upon hearing it, one is inevitably overwhelmed by a profound sorrow, as a multitude of regrets and past transgressions surge forth like a bubbling spring, invoking thoughts of one's heavy sins and a desire for self-annihilation. As human beings, perfection is an unattainable ideal. There will always be regrets and misdeeds. The distinction lies solely in the magnitude of the evil, whether it be great or small. The technique known as Pu Ducihong exploits an unavoidable human vulnerability, employing enchanting sounds combined with magical prowess to inflict harm. However, this method proves effective primarily against ordinary individuals and those with limited cultivation. When confronted by a master of the Tao like Yin Qixia, it is as inconsequential as a mere puff of air. Without hesitation, Yin Qixia settled into a cross-legged position and began to silently chant, Prajnaparamita, 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 Prajnaparamita. As he recited the incantation, an invisible wave of energy surged from his feet, transforming into an ethereal blaze that enveloped him, countering the malevolent sound of Pu Ducihong. Meanwhile, at the forward base, the malevolent sound possesses an extraordinary destructive capacity against ordinary individuals. In the original narrative, numerous supporting characters met their demise as a result. Even the formidable Left Qian who was unable to escape its grasp. However, when it comes to the scientists at the forward base and the soldiers of the synthesis camp, it proves utterly ineffectual. Put on the noise-canceling earplugs, Lu Huajin commanded. The scientists and soldiers, already prepared, promptly retrieved their top-tier noise-canceling headphones equipped with wireless audio reception devices, which also featured soothing music to calm the mind and body. What a ridiculous notion that such a deathly chant could pose a threat. If one could hear it, that would indeed be impressive. Even if the compassionate Pu Ducihong exhausted themselves in relentless attempts, it would yield no results. Nonetheless, this sinister sound truly lived up to its reputation, as Lu Huajin quickly discerned its capability to disrupt mental faculties. Observing this alarming development, he promptly ordered, change the music and activate the ultrasonic devices for counteraction. Following his command, the operators swiftly switched the tune to Dragon Country's Military Soul. This is the theme song of the television series Bright Sword. As soon as it begins to play, the exhilarating sound of the charge horn resonates through the headphones, sending shivers down the spine. The horn is both soaring and fervent, and the lyrics are profoundly stirring, uplifting the spirit. When the homeland is threatened, valiant men must stand strong. Raise a toast to the homebrew, for the brave shall never return. Let blood stain the most beautiful flower, cascading upon my chest. The red flag flutters, the military horn sounds. The sword is drawn, thunder and lightning clash. It has always been the case that in a narrow path, only the courageous prevail. Forward march, onward we go. The spirit of the Dragon Nation. The song Spirit of the Dragon Nation plays incessantly, asking if it ignites your passion. Though the enchanting melody of Pu Ducihong is formidable, a strong will can surely withstand it. In the original drama, is what Qian who resisted its influence, proclaiming, if I do not enter hell, who shall? The scientists and soldiers stationed at the forward base, all sent by the nation, are resolute individuals. Even without these measures, it merely disrupts the mind without severe consequences. As for the citizens within the city, for safety reasons, they began to evacuate upon discovering Pu Ducihong. The magical sounds of Pu Ducihong continue to reverberate through the heavens and the earth. 1 minute passes. 2 minutes pass. 3 minutes pass. Pu Ducihong. Initially, there is some effect, but as time elapses, its power wanes. Even those in peculiar attire seem entirely unaffected. Damn it, what on earth is happening? How can mere mortals resist the influence of my deathly mantra? Pudu Zihong is greatly astonished and unwilling to accept this. Reciting the incantation once more. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. Another minute passes. 2 more minutes go by. 3 more minutes elapse. Pudu Zihong. Damn it, what is happening? What is going on? With eyes fixed intently on Yin Qixia, he glances towards the Dragon Nation's soldiers and scientists at the forward base in Guobei County, his face a mask of disbelief. Bold demon. At that moment, Yin Qixia's eyes suddenly widen as he sternly shouts, I command you to reveal your true form. Boundless heavens, the universe lends its power. Without further ado, Yin Qixia bites his fingertip, drawing a Tai Chi symbol in his palm. He then channels his inner power, gathering it in his hand, and strikes towards Pudu Zihong with a forceful palm. Bang! This formidable strike, imbued with the powers of magic and the cosmos, was astonishingly potent, reducing the entity known as Pudu Zihong to mere ashes. Yet, unperturbed, a thunderous voice resonated from the void. You audacious rodent. No sooner had the words been uttered than a cascade of golden radiance erupted from the ether, spreading throughout the realms like the dawn's first light. Amidst this resplendent glow, a majestic golden statue of the Buddha emerged, resplendent and awe-inspiring. The statue sat majestically between heaven and earth, its hands forming a decisive gesture as a resonant voice. Reminiscent of a bronze bell, reverberated, the Pure Land, the Tathagata of the West, is present here. You wicked demons, why do you not reveal yourselves before the Buddha? Yin Qixia's eyes narrowed in silence, anger surging from within as he pointed at the false Tathagata and bellowed, Demon, I am who I am. I have already revealed myself. I refuse to believe you are the true Tathagata. The false Tathagata emanated a dense aura of malevolence, and the deep, bell-like voice resounded once more. Dare you act recklessly before the Tathagata? You truly fear not the consequences of your actions? Yin Qixia, disinclined to engage in further discourse, summoned his inner power and declared loudly, Demon, if you dare impersonate the Tathagata, what else are you capable of? Today, I shall act on behalf of heaven. With a swift gesture, he initiated the dragon's roar into the 9 heavens. His hands formed the necessary seals, and within his resting chamber, the sound of buzzing swords filled the air as dozens of flying swords soared forth, trailing behind him toward the gilded false Tathagata. All methods returned to the source. Yin Qixia's incantation shifted, funneling all his energy into the flying swords, exerting every ounce of his strength. The false Tathagata, transformed from the compassionate ferrying, snorted disdainfully, and the resonant demonic voice echoed again. If you do not heed my guiding light, you shall find only the path to death. Upon uttering these words, the false Tathagata joined his hands in prayer, and a bolt of golden lightning materialized instantaneously, surging forth from between his palms to strike at Yin Qixia. The latter's expression turned grave, his heart beset by a sense of foreboding, for he distinctly sensed that this golden lightning contained a trace of celestial power. Although it was merely a faint glimmer, it was nonetheless astonishing, for only immortals could summon such forces from the heavens. If this demon were granted sufficient time, it could indeed transform into a dragon. Yin Qixia murmured in shock, his gaze intensifying with seriousness as he unleashed his lifetime of learning. The sword returns to the infinite. His hand gestures shifted once more, causing the flying swords to converge into the shape of an umbrella, swirling at high speed. The golden lightning, drawn toward them, struck indifferently. However, upon impact, it inflicted minimal damage. As Yin Qixia manipulated his incantation, the flow of power within him reversed the golden lightning's course, striking directly at the false Tathagata's brow. A silent, anguished wail suddenly resounded as the golden body of the false Tathagata dissipated into nothingness, as if it had never existed. Yin Qixia's eyes sharpened as he promptly retrieved his walkie-talkie, adjusting it to the appropriate military channel, and urgently called inside, "It is below, prepare for bombardment at any moment. Beware of the small centipede demons." In the command room, upon hearing this voice, Lu Huajin immediately responded through the walkie-talkie, "Understood, Yin Qixia. Stand clear for now. We must drive this beast away before we can act." Yin Qixia replied, "Understood." He then maneuvered the flying swords around him, forming a protective array to counter the disturbances from below. The ground trembled with a resounding roar, akin to a sudden eruption of an earthquake of magnitude 8. Fortunately, the newly renamed forward base lacked towering structures, so there was no cause for concern. Inside the command room, Lu Huajin, filled with urgency, turned to Zhou Yijuan and said, "Commander Zhou, the next steps are in your hands." Zhou Yijuan's expression grew serious. Understood. He promptly issued the order, low-altitude reconnaissance aircraft, take off. Activate life detection devices, thermal imaging equipment, low-light night vision devices, and low-altitude remote sensing equipment. Understood. Following the command, 2 military reconnaissance aircraft took off from the temporary airfield. Zhou Yijuan adjusted the channel and continued to inquire. Air card number 1, prepare cloud explosive ordnance, and proceed to the battlefield immediately. Repeat, air card number 1. Prepare cloud explosive ordnance, and proceed to the battlefield immediately. Received. In the distant sky, the H-6K, which had been circling without landing, adjusted its course upon receiving the order and began its flight toward Gobei County. The aircraft, known as the Sixth Master, is not only equipped with incendiary bombs but also with cloud-burst munitions and a Chang'e 10 cruise missile, originally intended for the tree Demonis. It appears that her frailty has instead benefited the giant centipede. As the reconnaissance drone ascended, numerous dark shadows suddenly surged towards Gobei County. Clearly, these were the minions of the compassionate deity. Inside the command room, Commander Zhou Yi was well prepared and promptly issued the order, activate the air defense system. Understood. The soldiers, upon receiving the command, swiftly loaded the enchanted missiles and, with the assistance of radar and thermal imaging, locked onto their targets. Target locked. Prepare to launch. 3, 2, 1. Launch. With a flurry, the air defense missiles were unleashed. Streams of fire erupted from the ground, trailing long tails of flame as they hurtled towards the centipede minions. Given the enchanted nature of the weaponry coupled with modern technology, targeting these minions was akin to the prowess of a skilled warrior in a fierce battle, effortlessly outclassing the opposition. The first missile surged forth, locking onto one of the centipede minions and racing towards it. The minion, sensing an imminent threat, felt its very existence threatened and hastily attempted to evade. Its reflexes were remarkably swift, allowing it to narrowly escape. However, the missile executed a sharp turn and, to its astonishment, veered back towards it. What? The little centipede's spirit directly harbors suspicions about the existence of demons. This peculiar entity was indeed rather bizarre. Instinctively, he wished to evade it. But this time his actions were considerably sluggish, resulting in him being struck directly by the anti-aircraft shell. In an instant, a tremendous surge of magical energy intertwined with the explosive force, akin to a pugilist donning spiked gloves, amplifying its potency to an extraordinary degree. Amidst the thunderous cacophony of the explosion, the diminutive centipede spirit displayed no semblance of resistance. It let out a wretched cry, instantly reduced to ashes. Then came the second, third, and fourth. Numerous little centipede spirits were effortlessly dismantled, akin to leaves swept away by an autumn breeze. Deep below, the millennia-old giant centipede sensed this spectacle and emitted an enraged roar. The sound was exceedingly intense, akin to a landslide. However, it also revealed its location, including the headquarters. It was detected. High above in the sky, within the reconnaissance aircraft, a pilot hurriedly rushed to report to the command center. The data and images were promptly uploaded. The communication engineers in the command center swiftly responded, affirmative. Upon receiving the order, the pilot immediately began to operate with both hands, transmitting this data and images back to the command center. Soon, a clear battlefield situation map, accompanied by a plethora of data graphs, was relayed back. Through this information, Lu Huajin, Zhou Yijuan, Zhao Chuming, and others discerned with astonishment. This ancient centipede, a creature of a millennium, was discovered lurking over 30 meters beneath the surface. Astonishingly, half of its elongated body resided directly beneath the county seat of Guobei. This circumstance posed quite a dilemma. However, it was not without potential solutions. The command was issued by Major General Zhou Yi to deploy the Thunder PH-5 laser weapon at a pre-prepared military base. Upon receiving the directive, the soldiers swiftly maneuvered a colossal telescope-like apparatus into position, aligning its aperture with the location indicated by the thermal imaging and the most intense electromagnetic fluctuations. No sooner had they completed their preparations than a thunderous explosion reverberated from the depths below, shaking the very earth. The ground erupted, and a colossal centipede, measuring approximately 100 feet in length and as substantial as a high-speed train, emerged from the subterranean abyss. The enormous centipede appeared exceedingly ferocious, with its menacing fangs evoking terror and its length reminiscent of 2 mighty tree trunks. Amidst its savage roars, a nauseating stench permeated the air, entwined with a formidable aura of malevolence that spread in all directions. Yin Qixua's heart raced with trepidation, prompting him to immediately inquire through the communication system. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Liu, what is the situation on your end? If you find yourselves overwhelmed, I can employ alternative methods. His intention was to utilize a similar tactic as that employed in the play, to penetrate the belly of this centipede spirit and then project his consciousness to attack from within. However, the military of Long Country had long been prepared. Hero Yin, please withdraw. We shall handle this great centipede. After relaying this through the intercom, Zhou Yijuan promptly issued orders to commence bombardment. The initial assault was executed by advanced laser weaponry. The penetrating laser beams, capable of piercing even steel, should have posed little challenge against carbon-based life forms. Yet, this colossal centipede seemed to have anticipated the attack, enveloping its massive form in a protective shield of demonic energy. Astonishingly, the highly penetrating laser beams failed to breach its defenses. Deploy artillery to drive it out of the urban area, followed by mushroom bomb bombardment. Zhou Yijuan gritted his teeth as he continued to issue commands. Understood. The soldiers hastily maneuvered, launching a barrage of rockets and howitzers towards the millennia-old centipede. Amidst the thunderous explosions, despite its overwhelming demonic power, the great centipede began to exhibit signs of disarray. This scene, when viewed from a lofty vantage point, resembles a battle between Ultraman and the small monsters. It is peculiar yet profoundly authentic and fraught with peril. The distinction lies solely in the absence of Ultraman. Instead, there exists Yin Qixia, along with the formidable military foundation of my Dragon Kingdom. Roar. The millennium-old centipede, provoked and furious, opened its foul maw and roared, preparing to retaliate. A splendid opportunity, Lu Huajin in the command room muttered, his gaze sharpening as he urgently alerted Zhou Yijuan, Commander Zhou, conventional firearms cannot breach its defenses. Deploy the corrosive sulfuric acid solidifying weapon and detonate it upon the centipede. Moreover, aim for its mouth and strike within its body. Zhou Yijuan, having reviewed the original script, was well aware of the creature's vulnerability residing within. He nodded decisively, understood. He then hastily commanded his troops. Upon receiving the orders, the soldiers swiftly changed their ammunition types while various targeting devices aimed at the centipede's gaping maw. Launch. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The precision-guided bombs soared, and the solidifying sulfuric acid projectiles were unleashed, targeting the centipede's mouth with devastating intent. Roar. The centipede demon appeared to possess an awareness of the formidable nature of the artillery shells, its wide-open maw beginning to close. Alas, it was too late. At least a dozen precision-guided bombs struck their target, a small portion landing near its mouth, while the majority surged into its gaping maw, penetrating deep within. The resounding explosions echoed violently, reverberating through the creature's body, eliciting a frenzied and anguished wail. In the midst of this torment, the immense demonic energy enveloping its form began to gradually dissipate. Following swiftly, over a dozen solidified corrosive weapons descended, unleashing a torrent of caustic liquid that splashed upon the formidable centipede. As the saying goes, softness can conquer hardness. The exoskeleton of this colossal centipede is even harder than steel. However, the corrosive liquids are capable of effortlessly breaching its defenses, unleashing a frenzy of destruction as they seep into its flesh. Under the dual assault from within and without, the centipede howls in agony, desperately burrowing underground to evade capture. Yet, its speed is not remarkable, merely reaching 120 kilometers per hour, akin to that of a car cruising on a highway. For ancient times, such velocity was astonishing, however. In the realm of modern science, it is hardly impressive. In the command room, Commander Zhou promptly issues orders. Air Card 1. Switch to ground-penetrating munitions, equip mushroom warheads, and prepare for precision bombardment. The reconnaissance teams immediately begin monitoring from high altitudes in real time. Upon receiving the command, the soldiers spring into action. At this moment, Lord Liu, returning from the direction of Lonjiao Temple, begins his descent, while reconnaissance aircraft have already taken flight, accompanied by another plane dedicated to communication support, meticulously tracking the trajectory of the centipede. Meanwhile, deep underground, the centipede employs its earth-burrowing technique, fleeing for its life. It believes that crushing these mortals is a trivial task, yet it is thwarted by the presence of a powerful Taoist priest. Damn that wretched Taoist, disrupting my grand design. Once I recover from my injuries, I shall ensure your demise without a trace. The centipede seethes, cursing the mortals it deems utterly sinful. Reflecting on the recent events, its anger boils over. These mortals, who should have been powerless against it, have exhibited an alarming intelligence, quickly discerning its vulnerabilities. Had it not been for this, even if it could not achieve victory, it would not have found itself in such a humiliating predicament. Unbeknownst to the centipede, several reconnaissance planes hover above, continuously monitoring its movements. The speed of 120 kilometers per hour is ultimately too sluggish. Within a mere 40 minutes, Lord Liu, now equipped with the appropriate munitions, arrives on the scene. This desolate wilderness poses no risk of collateral damage, rendering it an ideal venue for exterminating the creature. Inside the cockpit, the navigator scrutinizes the radar display and communicates through the onboard communication system, Eagle Falcon. This is Air Card 1. We have reached the designated location. Please share real-time data. I repeat, please share real-time data. The reconnaissance pilot responds, received. Data has been uploaded to the CP-2H3 database. Authorization code is 17Y620. The navigator acknowledges, promptly accessing the dedicated database to retrieve all shared real-time information. Based on the calculations from the onboard computer, an optimal bombing point and various data are swiftly determined. As the wings flap and the aircraft enters the bombing trajectory, the navigator reports to the command center. Command center, this is Air Card 1. We have entered the bombing route. The mushroom warhead is ready. Requesting permission to commence bombardment. In the command room, Commander Zhou grants permission to bomb. The navigator affirms, and then commands the other pilots in the cockpit to initiate the preparation for bombing. Calculating trajectories, the belly of the aircraft opens, revealing an enormous ground-penetrating munition equipped with a mushroom warhead. As the navigator counts down, 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, release. The fire control officer presses the button, and under the force of gravity, the munition plummets towards the fleeing centipede. The roar of the rocket engine ignites, correcting its trajectory with surgical precision, striking the centipede directly overhead. The ground-penetrating munition effortlessly burrows into the earth, unleashing a colossal transfer of kinetic and potential energy.